Blueblood Bluebell by David Silver. Chapter 1, Course Correction. With the sound of wet mud, a mare landed face first into a swampy circle. Blueblood had not assisted her across it. In fact, she felt increasingly certain as she rose up, mud running down across her fur and clothing, that he had put out a hoof to trip her. "Why, I never," she shouted at the rude little prince. "What kind of prince are you?" "The sort with things to do." He trotted past her as if she were not even worth the time to care about any further. He kept his ears erect and directed ahead despite her angry tirade behind him. She didn't chase him, and that was a little victory. "Little gold digger," he grunted under his voice. Another mare that saw an easy life and quick access to mountains of bids. If only they could get his attention. "I'm not for sale." A face withdrew around the corner. Its dark-furred face creased in a small frown. "How rude," spoke Luna to herself, considering things. "Perhaps this is something I can assist with." She couldn't just arrest him. Poor attitude or not, he was royalty. Her sister would be quite cross with her if she started throwing them in jail or otherwise marching up on them in the hallways. But she didn't need to ever see him, physically, to perhaps give him a taste of his own medicine. A wicked little smile spread as she trotted off. This should be entertaining. Finding his dream, later, wasn't that terribly difficult. It helped that he slumbered not far from her. She knew his face, his voice, and the way he walked. She knew him, at least on a surface level. She had not had many deep conversations with the prince, but the knowledge was enough to allow her to hop from bubble to bubble and land directly on the soapy surface that held his. It was not dark or tense. There were no nightmares there. That was just as well. She might have felt bad, making any nightmare worse. That was the opposite of her usual job. Bad enough, she planned to give him a dream to remember. With a glowing horn, she seeped into the bubble, influencing it as she became part of it. He awoke in his bed with a soft yawn and languid stretch as he threw his hooves off the side and rolled upright to the floor. He stepped slowly towards the waiting mirror to gaze upon his. The brush he had been holding fell to the ground with a clatter, the fine bone piece making a sharp echo against the stone as Blueblood stared wide-eyed at the reflection. There in the mirror was a mare, looking back at him with equal shock. Luna smiled from nowhere. She had no body at that moment, being the orchestrator of the dream and not taking the role. Her lack of a body allowed her to witness it all, as if she were everywhere at once. It was a curious sensation, helped that dream perceptions tended to focus sharply on the dreamer and not much further than that. It was time for him to wail. "It's..." Blueblood reached out a quivering hoof, touching himself through the mirror. "I'm pretty." Luna blinked despite having no eyes. "No more Maras chasing after me." She turned in place with a giddy little giggle escaping her. She began to prance in place. "My voice is so high. I like it." She raised her snout high and began to sing. As a royal, she had taken lessons in doing it, but her pitch was so different as a mare. And she liked that too. She turned suddenly and clopped a hoof to the ground. "I am BlueBell," she announced to the universe, as if she could etch it into the very stone of reality if she said it loud and firmly enough. "I am perfect." Tears were escaping her, and the dream began to dissolve. Emotions were running too high, and the bubble would pop soon. On some distant level, she knew it was a dream, and that was, somehow, the nightmare, not the dream Luna had created. Luna was thrown clear as it ended. Blueblood had woken up, leaving her dizzy from the expulsion. What was that? She had misjudged his motivations. This bears further investigation. "He used to be such a nice little colt," reported an older maid. "Such a bright smile he had." She nodded mostly to herself. That little fire seemed to dim over the years. A real shame, too. Luna inclined her head. "I see. Did anything cause that?" She lifted a hoof to tilt it. "Something at the start?" "Well, no." The older mare frowned with thought. "There was one time he asked Princess Celestia about something. I don't think he got what he was looking for. There was some shouting, and he never brought up whatever it was ever again." She lifted her shoulders. "I don't know what they were talking about." "Thank you for your time." Luna couldn't think of what else to ask, but it was still information. She felt closer to her goal. But could she ask her sister about that? Would she be seen as needlessly meddling? She just had to be subtle. "Sister." She slid in alongside Celestia as she trotted down the hallway. "Have you a moment, Luna? I thought you'd be asleep." Celestia swiveled an ear on her sister. "Not that it is bad to see you." "I should be," admitted Luna. "Just a little question. A tiny thing. You know Blueblood, do you not?" "A distant nephew," reported Celestia with a practiced smile. "What of him? Did he ever ask for something you didn't want to give him?" That wasn't as subtle as she had desired, but she wasn't sure how else to phrase that. "In theory." "Perfect." Celestia arched a brow high. "Not for many years. He, thankfully, put that well behind himself." "What?" Luna leaned in, curiosity building. "Good to hear he's grown past that." "What was it?" Celestia rolled her eyes. "He was sniffing after how Cadance became an alicorn. Don't think too ill of him. I know he can be a bit conceited, and that is exactly why he would make a terrible alicorn. To speak nothing of the fact that alicorns are Maras." She huffed and smiled. "I imagine he thought he could work around that somehow, become a proper Prince Blueblood." Luna laughed, fake and hollow. "Oh yes, quite absurd. He set aside that goal." Celestia looped around in front of Luna, cutting her off. "I gave him quite the talking to. He only brought it up once, thankfully. Now, sister mine, I love you dearly, but I was on the way to the little filly's room. Luna's cheeks darkened red. Oh, well, don't let me stand in your way. It was a fine excuse to end the conversation. She let Celestia go off to handle her business. She had a hint, a little hint. There was really only one specific place she could go to. Blueblood emerged from his room, ready to tackle the day. What he didn't expect was an exhausted-looking Princess Luna closing in on him. Blueblood, have you a moment? Asked Luna, yawning even as she spoke. Luna, you look quite tired. Luna smiled at that, and they said he had no empathy. I am, but I have enough energy for a little conversation. If you have the time. Blueblood stepped to the left, but Luna stepped with him. He tried to the right, but she kept in front of him. It would seem I have little choice in the matter. He inclined an ear at her. What's on your mind, princess? Luna pointed past him, back into his room. A private affair. Oh, certainly. He turned around and walked back inside. I admit, you being here is a little confusing. Confusing enough to brush off some of that brusque attitude. Luna noticed. She stepped inside, her magic closing the door behind her. Prince Blueblood, did you want to become a princess? She asked with all the subtlety of a train. Blueblood went as stiff as a board. Who said that? He spat out in fiery denial. You asked Celestia once, reminded Luna. Speak the truth. I will not judge you this day. Well, sure, she'd already been judging him quite a bit, though she was unsure of how all the pieces came together. He turned to face her directly. I don't care about being a princess. And yet, she had to pause her statement for a thundering yawn. You would have been fine with being a mayor? His face began to go dark. It suddenly clicked. You saw it. You were snooping on my dreams. He raised a hoof to his face. You were only supposed to come in nightmares. That was private. Get out. Vile mare. You can't even let me have my privacy. Be at peace, she hastily demanded, raising a hoof flat towards him. I would know more, not mock you. What is it you want from me? He threw his head, mane flipping in the motion. You're already royalty. That I am, she allowed, though I'm unsure how that matters. She thrust a hoof at him. Speak plainly. He threw up a hoof with as much force as she had pointed. So you can mock me? A prince does not tolerate that. He turned partially away, nose up. But a princess? She stepped towards him, metal shoes tapping on the floor with her small steps. I'm not one of those, he said a bit more quietly. He peeked over his shoulder to see the tired, but interested Luna. She didn't seem to be throwing scorn at him. You are a capable magic user, are you not? Perhaps not as widely knowledgeable as Twilight Sparkle, admitted Luna. But practice, yes. What? Twilight Sparkle. That makes two. He turned towards Luna. Can you turn a stallion into a mare? His eyes darted to the left. If you had to. As a punishment, perhaps. That is a spell that exists, she admitted. But it is dreadfully. She paused to let a yawn escape, shaking herself out. Complex and difficult. His ears sagged. Of course it would be. The most I could offer was a temporary thing. She inclined her head. A few hours a day on the outside. His expression brightened, hope emerging. Would you? I mean, that could be long enough to teach a criminal a lesson, perhaps. Luna smiled gently at the stallion that was about as subtle as she was. That would not do what you're hoping for, but she tried in vain to fight the yawn within her. Damn it all, I am quite tired. Can we talk more later? She inclined her head. Perhaps if you could stay up a little and speak as the sun sets. We have words to exchange, I feel. Oh yes, of course. He reached up to straighten his clothing with fusses of a hoof. Go on then. Sleep well, Aunt. Luna's ears perked up. Of course. If he was Celestia's nephew, so too was he hers. Have a good day, nephew. She started to turn and stopped. I do have one small request. His brows fell and his body tensed. There was the time for a mayor to make unreasonable demands. What is it? No making Mares mad today. She finished her turn and began to walk out. Just one day, if you please. I can be polite, he hotly refuted, but it didn't stop her from leaving. He willed the door close behind her and let out a loud breath. With loud steps and quivering legs, he trotted up to the mirror in his room. He could imagine that other version of himself, smiling at him, so happy and confident. Was Luna a potential way to reach it? Or was she just another mare that would torture him? He reached out a hoof to rest on the glass, but BlueBell wasn't there. Just Prince Blueblood, looking sad. He scowled at the mopey prince. This is not proper. He groomed himself back into condition and trotted out to meet the day. He had things to do. Later that day, Celestia stepped into his room. He wasn't there. She knew that. She looked around suspiciously. You did drop that? She pulled with her magic, casually turning some books around and lifting magazines, snooping about carefully. There were no hints of anything, but a prissy prince that kept on top of recent trends. And some romance novels? It was as shallow as her nephew had become. She turned and trotted out, shaking her head. Not as bad as I had feared. Luna's words were reason for wondering. A firm clopping knock awoke her. Luna sat up with a yawn and turned her eyes to her clock. It was about time to wake up, at least. Who is it? She called as she slipped from bed and got to rearranging herself. Tis I, Andy. She raised an ear, confused a moment before it clicked. Ah, Blueblood. One moment. She stepped into her shoes and finished getting at least reasonable presentable before approaching the door, her magic drawing it open. Enter. Allow me to be perfectly blunt. He stepped inside, his magic closing the door. If you mean to tease me, I won't have it. He turned up his snoot at her. I'm not here to be ridiculed. I'm a guardian of dreams. She inclined her head at him. I've seen stranger than yours, and speak not of them. I did not summon you here to make jests. I could very well do that without you present. She pointed a hoof at him. Now, do you wish to speak or posture? Prove it, he challenged. Show me you can do it. Luna let out a little huff. A simple request. Very well, behold my magic. Her magic began to glow brightly from her horn as she wrapped it around him. Enacting the spell she had refreshed herself on earlier in the day. And be changed. He lifted into the air, hooves flailing a bit, in worry perhaps. There was a burning silvery glow around him as his broad features slimmed. His little noises raised in pitch. Then she began to giggle. Oh, you can do it. She flicked her tail, held in the magic that was reshaping her. Yes, this was the spell I was asking about. Now, how long? The magic suddenly flickered away. He hit the ground roughly, the magic gone, his form as he was born to. Luna had a hoof to her head, frowning and rubbing at a seeming headache. What happened? He demanded as he scrambled to his hooves. You can move the moon. This should be like fool's play. The moon is my purpose, she hissed, pointing back at her rump. This spell is not. It was even more complicated than I feared. You were lucky it did not go poorly. She looked him over, but everything seemed to be in the right place, if one ignored that he was a he when the goal was a she. Do you feel right? No, he spat out. He had meant for it to be a hot and fiery denial, but it was more of a sullen whisper. Luna's magic wrapped around him, but it only drew him closer. She put a wing over him. I apologize that I could not be an easy answer for you, but I have other ideas. He perked at that. Other ideas? You have been thinking of this. He glanced away and back. Why are you helping me? What do you get from this? Not a thing, but lost sleep, she huffed with a little smile. Sister dear worries over the big picture. I fuss over one little pony at a time. Will you accept my doting? What I need to do then? He stood up tall. If you're being honest and wish me well. I do, and I am. She shook her head. I have duties, as do we all. I will visit you again in your sleep. I trust you permit this. When he nodded, she pointed past him. Begone for now. We will speak more. She came upon his dreams. Blueblood was already BlueBell. Hello, princess, spoke a guard, nodding respectfully as BlueBell trotted past, a happy little smile on her upturned nose. Luna followed, just watching. Time to gussy up, called a maid, waving BlueBell aside. BlueBell entered a private room and sat down on a big pillow. The maid went right to work, curling her lashes and dashing makeup on her facial fur and generally doting on her to make her a pretty princess. BlueBell accepted it all without a noise of complaint. Luna remembered her own plans. She had thought Blueblood would be whining and fighting such treatment, a dash of a mare's life. Bluebell looked into a floating mirror to behold her freshened appearance. You've performed admirably, she cooed in compliment. She stood up, her magic flicking a coin at the maid. Get yourself something nice. The maid dipped her head and trotted away with the tip. Princess BlueBell. Luna and BlueBell both looked to a pony that was suddenly there in a fit of dream logic. There was shining armor, somehow larger and more handsome in the lens of the dream. You're looking good today. How kind of you to notice, Captain. Luna inclined the head she didn't have at that moment. Shining armor was still a captain in that dream? Would you care to go for a little walk? It would be an honor, princess. Perhaps a loop around the gardens? Shining pointed the way and BlueBell tittered, the two walking off to have a pleasant little loop around the courtyard garden. Luna slipped away, more questions than answers received in what she had seen. She had other dreams to patrol. Blueblood entered her room, stance formal and rigid. You called, Auntie? Luna smiled gently. I think my sister was wrong. Blueblood blinked rapidly at that. In what way? I thought you two saw eye to eye on most matters. Luna snorted with raising laughter. Oh, you know us so little it seems. Luna raised a hoof to her chest. We are at odds with one another quite often. We do not always agree by half. I think you were right. At least attempting to learn how to be what you want to be is the right course of action. She pointed at him. Celestia scared you away from it, but you are not seeking power, are you? Blueblood inclined his head with clear confusion. I'm already royalty. What more power could I ask for? Luna booped him, pressing her metal-clad hoof to his snout. Your words encourage me. There's a forbidden wing, normally only allowed visitation by a select few. She withdrew her hoof to reach into her fur and draw out a token, such as those holding this. The glow around the token shifted as Blueblood took hold of it. What do you mean for me to do with this? Study. Luna nodded firmly. Learn and find your answer. I am too occupied to perform such exhaustive research. But this I can do. Enter the forbidden wing and learn the magic you need. You made quite the face when last I mentioned her, but know that Twilight Sparkle could manage this. You can't let that upstart new royal show up, a proper-born royal. Now, can you? The plate of pride was an instant success, his stance going tight. No, of course not. If she can learn such a spell, there's no way I cannot. He brought down a hoof with a loud clop. Does she know the spell? She knows it exists, allowed Luna. But even she admitted it was beyond her. Perfect this, and you prove you are better at magic than a commoner who thinks their cutie mark makes the difference. Oh, jolly good. Auntie, dear, you have proven me false. He nodded firmly. Your head is put on quite straight. Thank you. He suddenly stepped in and put an arm around her, hugging her. It was a light exchange, barely more than touching her with the arm. I will take full advantage of your generosity. One thing, the token will allow you inside. But if Celestia sees you in there, she will raise uncomfortable questions. Take what you wish to read and study it elsewhere. Luna trailed paths with her right hoof to emphasize. You don't want Sister Deer ruining your plan before it even begins. Too right. Blueblood nodded as he turned. I will waste no time. He charged right out of her room, only to poke his head right back into her room. Where is this library? Luna barely restrained a chuckle as she described how to reach it. Good luck. I need not luck. And off her went, striding with full determination. Luna resumed her business, feeling confident that Blueblood would try his best. Maybe he'd even succeed. Wouldn't that be lovely? I never had a niece. Though, as she thought of it, she likely did have some of those, but never really met them and talked to them. Cadance was an adoptive NIE. See, did that count? Luna shook her head softly. No, get your head down from the clouds. And she got back to work. Auntie, Cadance smiled at the image of Celestia. Always a delight to see you. What brings you this way? Do you remember Blueblood? Prince Blueblood, scoffed Cadance with a little frown that eased away quickly. What's that bragger up to now? Did he get into trouble? No, at least none that she had been able to find. I was trying to figure him out. I looked around his room. Auntie, Cadance frowned at her elder princess. That was rude. I didn't find anything of note other than some romance books. Cadance's face brightened. Now we're talking. What kind of romance books? Confusion played over Celestia's normally careful features. I confess I hadn't studied them much. Why does that matter? Auntie, Cadance waved at the image she was speaking to. First you charge into his personal space, then you ignore obvious clues. The romance books a pony decides to read can tell you so much about them. She leaned in on the image, making her own face become much larger in Celestia's view. Tell me you remember a title or two. This is of vital importance. The Maiden of Halbany Estate, quoted Celestia slowly. I remember that one. Oh. Cadance sat back, clapping her hooves together. A tender romance, about a mare who comes out of her shell and finds true love. Classic, just classic. But not one I'd imagine a stallion would be that interested in. More of a mare story, really. She inclined her head faintly. What a sweetie, she suddenly gushed. No wonder he's so snippy. He wants a soft and delicate mare, not one of the usual noble ones with their noses up in the air. This requires further research. Cadance, I didn't... But it was too late. Cadance was gone, likely already making plans to come visit. Niece. Celestia shook her head, but also stood up, the image fading. There was little she could do to stop Cadance at that point. She was a princess of shipping, and trying to get in the way of a ship got one run right over. Maybe it's for the best. She envisioned Blueblood with a mare he treated well for a change. A little smile spread on her face. That would be nice. Cadance, I hope you know what you're doing. Chapter 2, a big step. Just because he had the token didn't ensure he made it to the library that same day. Certainly, he had intended to. He marched through the hallways with royal pride and conviction, only to stop when the guards watching over that locked door came into view. He ducked into a side passage and shook his head. This is just a passing fancy, he muttered to himself. You're letting a dream mislead you. He waved at the air as if he could banish a thought with a simple gesture. It was even possible that Luna had brought him that dream. That was a thing she could do, wasn't it? Never mind that he had such a fancy once before. I am Prince Blueblood. It's right in the name, and a handsome prince am I. Sure, he had also made a pretty princess. Get control of yourself. He returned to the hall, but turned away from the guards, heading back for more populated portions of the castle. Blueblood, came excited female voice. Prince Blueblood, he sternly corrected, turning to see who was addressing him so brashly. There stood Princess Cadance with a bright smile that was 2 steps too wide. What brings you so far away from your domain? I've come for you, she explained as she closed the distance at a light trot. You're already married, he scoffed with a roll of his eyes. Not for that. She snorted softly, her magic grabbing him and causing him to float as she marched right past him. I have other designs for you, dear cousin. Cousin, he floated along, keeping his hooves held in a proper posture despite the helplessness of the moment. We are both. I'm a niece, and you are a nephew, both of Celestia. That makes us cousins, cousin. She looked over her shoulder at her captive. And I'm going to help you today. By what fashion do you intend that? With a sudden bright flash, he rebuffed her magic, landing on the ground at a stride to follow her, no longer held in the air. I am perfectly capable of walking on my own, cousin. He didn't argue the family tie, having no particularly good idea how to. Cadance didn't slow down for his little rebellion, seeming just as happy to have him walking along with her. I have a few ponies I want you to meet that I think will be far better than the usual ones you run into. I got a brow to raise. Cousin, you have me a loss. We're the usual ones, and how do these differ? He knew Cadance was no true royalty, risen from common starts. She had, at least, shown she could walk the walk, and was doing her job reasonably. He had to give her that much. There's proper etiquette to introducing ponies of our station. This is for your own good. She pointed to an open door before striding through it. Thank you for waiting. Another female responded. Oh, it's no problem, Princess Cadance. A demurely smiling mare looked past her to see Blueblood, and she gasped, cheeks going red. Oh my, I wasn't expecting. Cadance stepped to the side to make room for Blueblood. Prince Blueblood, I present Gentle Mare. She gestured to the blushing unicorn mare. She came because I called her. Blueblood studied the mare with untrusting eyes. Entirely your idea, was it, cousin? The mare smelled of well-upkept peasantry. Not a noble, certainly not of royal upbringing. Was she another hopeful to dip her hooves into what he could provide? Should she win his favor? And nice to meet you. Gentle dipped her head, ears spread out in either direction. You must be terribly busy. Indeed. He turned towards Cadance. What is the meaning of this meeting? Cadance gestured at Gentle. She came because I asked her to. She is as soft as her name implies, and would just like to know you. She demands nothing of you but a moment of your time, if you can afford that. Gentle's blush grew worse by the moment. It's all right, she squeaked. Sorry, sir. You must have so many things to do, and I am obviously in the way of them. She rose to her hooves, trembling a little. I'm sorry. Blueblood had a routine worked out for pushy Morris. But Gentle wasn't pushing. She was ready to fold and get out of the way. No. He reached to set a hoof on her shoulder. I'm being rude. That mare didn't seem to be hunting him. Please sit yourself. We can speak for a small while. Cadance slipped from the room with all the grace of a napalm assassin, keeping her giggles to herself until she was well out of hearing distance. Yes, she whispered to herself, pumping a hoof. They were talking. Surely everything else would fall into place. I knew it, poor little cousin. You just want a mare that isn't trying to shove herself against you. Gentle's blush had started to recede as Blueblood sat down across from her, and they talked. She nibbled at some of the cookies on the table as she told him about herself. She was a reasonably successful business mare with no grand-reaching goals beyond running her family store. Nothing like you, sir. What's it like being a prince? So few of the Mares that bothered him really cared what it was like from his side, other than imagining themselves having it. The life of a royal is one of countless responsibilities, he stated proudly. Many subtle, some deadly overt. He turned a hoof over slowly, such as making time to meet with those introduced by their family. Tell me, your clothing. Her eyes fell to what she was covered in. What about them? They are serviceable. He inclined his head, but lacking in refinement. If I were to appear dressed and similar, they would speak scandals and harsh whispers behind my back. That is one burden of many a royal. We are judged constantly. Gentle looked perplexed a moment, her ears falling. Am I dressed badly? No. For a common pony, your clothing is just fine, he assured in perhaps not an entirely assuring way. But we royals are held to different standards. Were I a mare, even this level of care would be insufficient. He raised a hoof to gesture over himself. I would need an attendant to get it just right. Oh my. Gentle blinked olishly at him. That sounds like quite an ordeal. I don't think I'd want that. Her glowing horn plucked a cookie to nibble on. You groom yourself then? I do, he stated with pride. As do you, I assume. Oh yes. She bobbed her head quickly. But my mane isn't nearly as... How do you get to stay just like that? She reached for him, and he shied back at first. When her hoof froze with obvious worry on her face, he relaxed, and soon she could feel his mane. It's soft too. The secret isn't how you apply the shampoo, he advised with a little smile. They spent some time going over grooming advice, even if he was sure she wouldn't be able to comport herself as a proper pony of such breeding as himself. You're so much nicer than I expected, she inclined her head. That came out so wrong. Of course you'd be a perfectly lovely pony, but I never expected to be able to swap mane care techniques with a prince. Blueblood frowned at that, raising a hoof to his chest. You did ask, and we were already speaking. But you're so good at it, she complimented. I felt like I was with my mare friend, getting advice, instead of sitting in a really fancy place talking to Prince. Gentle stood up with a soft nod. It has been a complete delight. If you ever have time again, maybe we could... No, you must be so busy. She glanced away. Sorry. It's no trouble, he muttered, allowing her to flee. Was exchanging mane care advice unusual for a prince? He marched from the room, back to his own. His magic grabbed a receiver right off the wall, even as he began pressing buttons rapidly. It began ringing. Another ring. He sighed. Be there. Or at least have the courtesy to have a butler do. Hello, asked a female voice. He recognized it. Fleur, is Fancy Pants there? This is Prince Blueblood. Bluey, sang out Fleur, sounding happy enough. I'll check, one moment. There was a click of the receiver being set down on a table and clip-clops receding away. Blueblood tapped slowly and impatiently as his eyes wandered over his own room. How untidy. He plucked up a few books that had been left out and floated them to his bookshelf. Diversions don't need to be strewn about. Blueblood, old chap, came a voice from the phone. Fancy Pants had arrived. I wasn't expecting this pleasure. What can I do for you? He almost dropped the last book in surprise. Fancy, how nice to hear you. Well, hearing him on the average day was a bit of a wild card. Sometimes it was perfectly lovely, other times a bit trying. Ponies that lived near the upper crust of life were like that. He could respect that. I have a little question, a tiny thing really. If I have the answer, you know I'd be delighted to provide. What's on your mind? Blueblood smiled. Fancy was good for that, being straightforward. There were so rarely subtle plays behind his words, rare for someone so elevated. Mane care, mare thing, stallion thing, or something equally suited to any pony. Oh ho, A fashion question, he crooned as if pleased for the question. Not exactly, demurred Blueblood. I'm more mean. Who would you approach for main care advice? A stallion? A mare? Or would either suffice? That is a different question. Pardon me, chap, misread you. Now, in my experience, while stallions and mares can both enjoy quality mane style, many stallions simply find the one they prefer and keep it there. Mares are more likely to experiment with a multitude of styles. This capriciousness of fashion causes them, by necessity, to be more skilled on average in how to go about it. Blueblood opened his mouth to reply, but Fancy Pants kept right on going. Now, don't get me wrong, a skilled mane dresser can be a stallion or a mare. I wouldn't dream of turning away a talented hoof for such a silly reason. I'm just talking about the average pony and what you would expect. Yes, of course. He raised a hoof to run through his own mane, letting the soft locks roll across it. So a stallion who wasn't a mane dresser, but gave advice on mane care, would be a tad unusual, admitted Fancy Pants. But not terribly so. We all have our hobbies, do we not? I can think of several worse than that. He laughed softly, a laugh Blueblood forced himself to join for its brief duration. Now, anything else I can help with today? No, just that little question. I'll see you in a fortnight, will I not? He forced a smile that couldn't be seen. Ah yes, the springtime butterfly buffet. Jolly good. I'll look forward to it. See you there. There was a click of the phone being set down. Blueblood set his own receiver down, releasing it from his magic. So, I am an unusual stallion. He turned away from the phone, but still a stallion, am I not? He flipped his mane and looked awkwardly in the mirror a moment after, wondering at the legitimacy of what he had just done. He doesn't understand royal demands. Why? I should imagine even Celestia with her many attendants must know how to tend her own mane. We simply must. He clopped a hoof down and trotted off, shoving the thought aside for a moment. Cadance sat down at a large table. Celestia was also there, and she was smiling at her auntie. You can relax now. I have it all well in hoof. While I'm ever glad to have you visit me, dear niece. Celestia's horn glowed as she took up a teacup and sipped gently from it. This is quite the sudden visit. How is the Crystal Empire minding itself? This is why it pays at times to have a husband. Cadance inclined her head at Celestia. Are you certain you don't want me to hunt for one for you? A nice stallion would make your life so much easier. When Celestia's expression changed even slightly, Cadance rolled a hoof. Or mare. We're not here to judge. Cadance, blurted Celestia, setting her teacup down. Now, what is it you mean that I can relax? What is it you have handled, and how? This is about Blueblood, is it not? Surely you haven't. But I have, she cut in, looking so self-pleased. Introduced him to a lovely little mare and ducked out while they were chatting it up. He was being perfectly polite, and she was thrilled, and I'm certain they'll become fast friends, and maybe... Her brows began to waggle. A little more. It was never that Blueblood was incapable of a polite conversation. She raised a hoof to her chest. Were that the case, I would have ceased inviting him to events. Cadance rolled a hoof, but with a mare, Celestia looked slightly less certain. Not as often there, so admit I did well. She turned up her nose, but her smile was quick to return. I'm keeping an eye on him. One little chat isn't the all clear, but I feel like I'm on the right track to getting him in the right place. If they see each other again, maybe I'll give him a little nudge. A heart began to float over her horn, her power visibly manifesting. See where it leads. Celestia raised a hoof. Take a soft touch. Now, tell me how the Crystal Empire is doing. Shining Armor is leading it right now. He's a lovable soul, she sighed. And yes, he's taking the reins while I see to this matter. He'll send word if things get too trying for him. He has helped too. We've made friends, much like you have. Don't look at me that way. I've seen you vanish for a few days at a time without the country combusting. Celestia coughed softly into a hoof. I've had many years to get it right, and I've had you as a tutor. Cadance smiled warmly. I was paying attention. Now enjoy your food before it gets cold. That goes just as well in your direction, Cadance. Celestia stuck out her tongue faintly, and they got back to eating. You're so nice to be around, like one of my mare friends, gushed Gentle even as she faded away. Not proper behavior of a stallion, noted Fancy Pants, even if that wasn't what he'd said exactly. I always knew you were a sissy, taunted an old, unfriendly acquaintance from many years prior. Now it's proven. He laughed as he joined the others, fading away. But they were all back, laughing and surrounding him. Blueblood scrambled to get away, but no distance was made. No matter how hard he galloped, they were always just right there, laughing. Blueblood, the laughing stopped, and a large figure dropped to the ground in front of him. What manner of nightmare is this? She looked to the frozen faces of mid-laugh ponies. Is that Fancy Pants? Blueblood cleared his throat, composing himself quickly. Nothing. This is a lot of nothing. She reached to tap his nose with a metal-clad hoof. I am the princess of the night, Blueblood. Your nightmare called me, and here I am. I would lend a hoof, but only if you will take it. He glanced away from her, silent a moment before he let out his breath. May I be frank? You may. I would prefer it. She inclined her head faintly, glancing at the frozen figures. Is the magic too difficult? It is not that. He sat on his haunches and crossed his arms. Did you make me dream that? Make you dream what? She raised a brow. Making dreams is not my usual habit. He thrust a hoof at her violently, though not making contact. What your normal behaviors or concerns me not, Annie. Did you or did you not thrust that dream on me? Which dream? You being a mayor? She asked incredulously before it dawned on her. Oh, yeah, so he frowned at her. You did, didn't you? I had not intended it that way, she hastily defended. What way? He shouted at her, the other ponies fading away, unimportant. It was just Luna and him in an otherwise void. You did this. I was trying to punish you, you self-righteous stallion, she huffed out, raising to her full height. I envisioned you would learn a thing, having to take a few steps in the horseshoes of a mare. Imagine my surprise when, instead of shock, your face lit up with such satisfaction. His face went as red as a lobster as he began stepping towards her, the world trembling with each step of its god. You're trying to make a mare of me, he yelled in outrage. You're taking away the masculinity in me. Have I been that terrible, Annie? Is this your revenge? He just as suddenly crashed to his haunches, eyes rimming with tears. I thought you were a kind and personal pony. How could you be so cruel? Luna's angry look of defiance faltered as he fell apart. I was not trying to be cruel. Nephew, this is why I was lending a hoof. You have been long denied, even looking. You look at me, and you see a mare. He stood up, shaking, but regaining some measure of composure. A pretty princess, better than what I was. You see that, she countered. And I would help you find that princess if you wish. If you do not, then we can set it aside. She looked around the void. I saw ponies making light of your main keeping, but surely that alone isn't enough to cast such doubts in you, nephew. By what means do you feel improper? The world around them changed as he thought of it. They were at a polo track. There were ponies on other ponies. The ones on the bottom tended towards the larger varieties, most often big stallions that could easily support the weight of their, as often mare stallion riders. You're on them. Blue team, old chap, spoke Fancy Pants as he trotted into view, Fleur mounted on his back, a mallet grasped firmly in her magic grip and a smile on her face, clearly eager to play. But Blueblood didn't want to step onto the field. It was a noble sport, there was no doubting it, but using his hooves on the muddy terrain or having another pony on top of him, he shivered in revulsion. But he was expected to play, and he was a stallion of moderate build, not all suited to riding. Come on, there was Jet Set, also male, but much more slender. You're not my first choice either, but we're both on Blue and every pony else has a team. You're larger, I'll be the rider. Luna waved, and the scene stopped. Were you jealous of that mare? She pointed to where the hazy form of Fancy Pants and Fleur were, her right in the middle of striking the ball with her floating mallet. They look like they're having such fun, sighed out Blueblood. Far more than I had that day. He indicated the vision of himself under Jet Set, the two looking to be caught mid-argument, Blueblood at a precarious angle that would likely result in them both being thrown into the mud moments later. Luna waved a hoof. Things changed. Blueblood was suddenly mounted atop Fancy Pants. And you would be all right being astride a stallion? Asked Luna as she approached her light walk. He looked down, but realized quickly he wasn't he. BlueBell was back, her tail giving a nervous little swish. It's hardly improper for male to allow a friendly mare atop him to play this noble sport. She swung the mallet and caught the ball that hadn't been there until it needed to be. With a satisfying crack of connection, the game was on, and BlueBell was carried off by Fancy Pants, the game back on. Luna looked to the left, where Blueblood sat. Were there other times? Blueblood blinked, yanked so suddenly out of that dreamy frame of reference. Mares expect so much from stallions. He suddenly huffed, and the world changed around them. They were at the Grand Galloping Gala. A gussied-up white mare was smiling so brightly at him. Look at her. There was rarity, hopeful look on her face. She had a list of demands in her head before she ever met me. She wanted me to love her, sight unseen. Blueblood scowled at her frozen image before reaching up and casually shoving her aside. Ah, dreams are lovely things. I wanted to do that for the longest time. Improper wench. You don't know me. You deserve everything you received. Luna's magic glowed around the toppled mare, casually setting her right as if she were an unmoving statue, which she was for the time being. And stallions do not have similar expectations. I have never approached a mare expecting her love, he huffed out, or that she obey my specific plans outside of her performing specific duties. I will not call demanding a maid comply with her task to be in line with expecting a stallion to fall in love. Luna inclined her head faintly. Have you not ever felt a touch of love? He never got to answer that question. As he woke up, what? He mumbled as he kicked his blankets. Something had woken him up. Cousin, sang a voice from the other side of his door. Are you awake in there? Cadence. He frowned at the door and the timing of the mare behind it. I endured your surprise visit. To what do I owe this? He rolled to his hooves and began making himself presentable. This is far outside my usual hours, you understand. I'm sorry about that. If this is a bad time, I can come back later. He heard her thump lightly, leaning against his door. I'm already awake. He grumped as he gussied up his mane as best he could on such short notice. Come in. His horn grabbed the knob and drew it open as lights flickered to life around the room. What is bothering you, cousin? How did it go? Asked Cadance with that bright smile of hers. Was she nice? She was fine. He waved it off. A polite commoner that knew to listen to her betters and learn something. A pleasant enough exchange. Oh, her smile faded. Did you like her? Blueblood huffed as he approached his bothersome cousin. She was a decent enough pony, why? It suddenly clicked. She was after me, wasn't she? It was all an act. No. Cadance flailed her hooves wildly. It was my idea. I swear. I just thought you two would get along. She wasn't part of it. Good of you to admit your wrongs. He pointed behind her to the door. I will endeavor to not hold it against her then, as she was also the victim of a scheming mare and her assumptions. And so, Cadance was given the boot from his room. Chapter 3. A Friend in Need. Chap. Fancy Pants closed with a smile. A few other ponies drifting in his orbit. That upper-class pony knew how to draw a crowd of hangers-on. Other members of the elite class who hoped to gain his favor or rub off some of his magnetic charm. There you are. Blueblood smiled, rising to proper stature. Fancy, always a pleasure, he greeted. Just when I feared there wouldn't be any pony worth seeing. The others laughed softly, even if his words were a mild slight against them. Gulme, there's no point attending these little bashes if one does so on their own. He tossed his head to the right. Have you sampled the snacks from Saddle Arabia? They really outdid themselves. Blueblood allowed himself to be guided along with a little twitch of his tail. I confess I haven't just yet. Are they that good? To die for, assured Fancy with happy energy. You simply must try at least one, though I hazard you won't stop there. He nudged an elbow against Blueblood. Princess Celestia knows how to pick a caterer. Blueblood inclined his head. I have a question, if you've a moment. For you? All the time. He waved, and his crowd dissipated without a word with the signal given. I didn't want to say anything, but you did look less exuberant than usual. No offense. Blueblood's teeth set, his failure to hide his mental state laid bare. You did have a habit of speaking plainly. Guilty as charged, admitted Fancy. Now, let's get one of these in you, and you can share a few words. His magic snatched one of the little flaky rolls and brought it over to Blueblood. Say ah, and prepare for a ride of delights. Blueblood felt his cheeks warm, but opened his mouth as commanded. Fancy was a good pony, and he felt he could drop his guard a little. The food slid in, and he began to chew. Just as good as he reported. His words faded, concentrating a moment on not making a mess of himself. Disposed of, he nodded. Now, this is a matter of propriety. Oh, one of the more complicated affairs. I understand your concern. Fancy nodded gravely. I will do my utmost to assist. What's troubling you? How do you manage it? He inclined an ear at Fancy. Never mind, that was improper. I have gained a new acquaintance. She's inoffensive. He tapped at the ground softly as he struggled for the proper words. But she's from a lower class. The first few times I could excuse the nature of her introduction, but that line of reasoning has run its course. Do you fancy her? Or fancy her? He asked, facing the food table, his voice even and calm as if not discussing anything important. The advice I can give changes depending on the answer. Blueblood's face darkened a moment before he fought down the reaction. I was speaking true when I said she was an acquaintance. I have no particular desire to deepen that connection, but she's a pony I find spending time with to be tolerable, and we have done so. Chap, he circled around in front of Blueblood. You're not being honest. I can only help so far. It sounds, to me, like you've made a friend. There's hardly anything wrong with that. But she's a commoner, hissed Blueblood. Barely of the merchant class. The impropriety of a royal. Don't you understand? But she's a merchant then? A merchant can be quite proper. Fancy Pants nodded slowly. I recall another merchant that did quite well for herself in my circles, though. Do be mindful, she likely had other lower-class friends. They can really make things interesting if they all end up involved. He mused back on when Rarity crossed paths with him and chuckled at the memory. Not a thing to forget. I could already see the waitstaff watching and taking note. Blueblood thumped the ground once before his magic grabbed something that looked bright and sweet and began nipping at it. She dresses plainly with no ambition. The way I hear it, old bean, that is likely what you favor in her. He winked at Fancy even as Blueblood took half a step back in surprise. Don't look at me like that. I'm here to help, he assured, hoof to his chest. Now, the way I see it, you can still have her around. You just need to become her ambition. Become her? You've lost me, Fancy Pants. That sounds most improper at best. How is that? He suddenly asked, looking to the sweet thing Blueblood was sampling. I hadn't had the chance to try one yet. Sweet without being overwhelming. I approve. That is when he noticed Fancy Pants had his mouth open, expecting a return favor. Blueblood brought over the treat, turning it in the air so the bite would come from a part he hadn't worked it yet. He felt a bit dirty feeding a stallion, but it was Fancy Pants, a longtime friend. Surely that was all right? My word, your judgment was right on point, complimented Fancy, his horn grabbing another off the table. Now, as I was saying, take the mare aside and gently elevate her. Get her clothing more suited for some pony in your company. Show her how to comport herself. She'll probably enjoy the attention. He turned to Blueblood, and before you ask, it's not being dishonest when someone at a higher station invites you to stand beside them. Why, I consider our newest princess Twilight Sparkle. Do I have to? Blueblood smirked at the target chosen. But I do see your point. Princess Celestia did teach her how to not make a fool of herself while she was running around the castle. Precisely so. Fancy Pants nodded. I remember seeing that little filly a few times. Besides a few faux pas, which Princess Celestia was hasty to address, she minded herself reasonably. Accept responsibility, chap. If you like her company, and there's nothing wrong with that, rise to the occasion. Blueblood let out a slow sigh. When you say it like that, you make me wonder how I was confused in the first place. What are friends for? Fancy Pants turned away. Come on then. You. Thank you, cut off Blueblood, for being there, for entertaining me. One more favor, if you would. Fancy could see a new fire in Blueblood and inclined his head. Chap, you know you needn't ask. You have the look of a pony, with no patience and things in need of doing. I will cover your retreat. You are the best. Blueblood hurried away, confident that his friend had his back. Earlier, Cadance had arrived with that too wide smile. I know you're a little angry at me, cousin, but I have a mare that is sure to PL. He shoved a hoof at her. No, quite enough. I've tolerated your games quite far enough. I'm not playing games, she assured with a pout. Blueblood, I know you don't think it can be true, but I really do want you to be happy. And the only means to that is to play matchmaker? He hiked a brow at the large pink princess. Why were princesses always so much larger than princes? Hardly fair, but such was life. To insist on meddling where one has been declined is a clear lack of decorum. I just feel awful. We're being honest now. I want to find some pony you can get along with, she assured. No games, no tricks, no mares who just want to be royals. Then your task is complete. He turned his head away from her, nose uplifted. You succeeded. Congratulations. Now return to your own kingdom, which surely misses you terribly. His sarcasm was difficult to miss. Blue, cousin, pardon me, but on what planet have I succeeded? Her brow was raised high, peering at him harshly. You introduced me to a mare that isn't asking anything unreasonable of me. He turned towards Cadance, smiling smugly. We have little conversations about nothing particularly important, just the way you wanted. You did it. Cadance blinked rapidly. Gentle mare. Good. She felt a little dizzy. How'd she not noticed? You two are getting along then. Famously, assured Blueblood. Now go home, cousin. I can manage myself from here. And that was one nuisance removed, at least for a time. Though Cadance's fancies of a whirlwind romance were nothing more than a wild dream. Do you wish to talk? There was Luna, standing before him in the middle of the dream he had been having about winning an eating contest. As if he'd ever do such a thing. How uncouth. I know this is not a nightmare, but the last time we were interrupted and you didn't stop by, say the word and I will depart. Blueblood rose to his hooves, abandoning the countless hay burgers he had been inhaling. Is there some manner of knocking that works in dreams, Andy? Would that there were, she sighed. I'm not trying to be rude. A single word and I will depart. His lips upturned just faintly. He believed her. Terrible inconvenient that. Well, you're already here. He inclined his head at her. What do you need? I require little. It is you that has needs. She pointed at him. I did not forget our time. I trust you not either. I feel we're drawing closer to some measure of understanding. I'm not a puzzle for you to while time away with idle hooves, Annie. He raised a hoof to his chest. I'm just fine. I am uncertain. I entirely believe that. Blueblood, I am on your side. She dipped her head, ears splayed. I want you to find yourself, whatever that may be. Prince, princess, or something else entirely. The hoof at his chest was brought away as he waved it away. Auntie, I appreciate your concern. I do, but why? You scarcely know me, and propriety does not demand your intervention here. I have made my own decision. She stepped forward towards him, head lowering to put their eyes on even level. I would see the dark clouds banish from your mind and heart. Will you help your aunt help you in kind? You deserve to be a fully realized pony, satisfied with who they are. And if I am not, he posited, tongue curling a bit. If what I am is what I am displeased with, what? Her horn glowed, plucking free the token she had given him. I gave you a means to change what most would consider unchanging. The only thing I can't change, that is entirely up to you, is your mind. I won't force that, nor do I think I should even consider it. The glow around the token shifted as he grabbed it back, though she didn't really try to prevent it. I have heard there are spells that could change that. You could make me happy, just as I am, I should think. But then I would be abandoning my principle. She shook her head. I would rather fail honestly than stoop to that. Blueblood, do you think of your cutie mark often? He looked back over himself, setting his eyes on the crossover cross pattern that was his cutie mark. One of it. It is a compass rose. Luna reached, gently touching it. A tool for finding, for navigation, for seeking. You are seeking, and if I can help you find it, I would be honored. Even if following that compass takes you in a grand circle, you will be happier for having completed the journey. A little smile touched her face. Perhaps, afterwards, you will be more equipped to help other ponies tread their own paths, to find what is hiding from them. But part of him quailed. Why was Luna so interested in him? And yet another part wanted to hide under her. She cared. He glanced left and right as if someone might be watching, even if they were in a dream. Aunt, may I make an admission, knowing it will never be repeated? I swear it. She raised a hoof high, eyes closing. I will never speak a word of what I witness in a dream without leave of the pony involved. Princess Luna, he took a slow breath, even if he needed no breath in a dream. I'm scared, and she didn't laugh. She didn't mock him. She gently set a hoof over him and held him. No words were said, and not a single one was required. They got no further that night in their conversation, but their understanding of one another grew despite it. He looked around at the lines of clothing. This is the best you have? He asked suspiciously. Jet Set rolled his eyes. The best, he asks, as if we'd deal with anything else. It is to laugh, joined his wife, upper crust, a hoof raised to shield her laughter. Of course it's the best. What are you looking for? They were judging him. It was basically their job. I'm shopping for an acquaintance, he declared, puffing his chest out. They're a mayor. Oh, Jet shook his head. You should have started there. He pointed across the room. The mayor's lines are over there. Mares and stallions do not often wear the same thing. Unless they're working, added Upper. Probably somewhere they don't own. The two laughed at one, in sync in their derision for the lower classes. The question he had was put to rest as Blueblood turned for the door. I'm afraid they have very specific needs. I've chosen the wrong place. And he trotted out even as they blamed his lack of success on him. Surely it couldn't at all be their fault. Blueblood heaved a great sigh. Before him was a store, but not any store. Canterlot Boutique, a perfectly reasonable place for the lower classes. But that wasn't the really prickly part. It was the owner. He knew who claimed dominion over that store, and there was precious little love between them. Why couldn't you stay in that podunk little town of yours? He grumped with a little frown, though it quickly eased away. It didn't do for a prince to wear a frown. Adjusting his shirt, he advanced, determined to not let her stand in the way. Welcome to Canterlot Boutique, came a female voice, but not that one. A tall and gangly mare peeked up from over a clothing line. Can I help? Oh, Prince Blueblood, what an honor, gushed Sassy Saddles. I'll just put a pin in what I was working on. She danced around the obstacle to reach him. How can I help you today? His tension ebbed somewhat. That mare seemed more interested in helping him than judging, a point in favor of that establishment. I am shopping for somebody else. Kindly direct me to the mare's selection. What season are you looking for? She asked, inclining her head, but asking no questions about the need for mare's clothes. The current one. Blueblood tapped the ground. This is for a common mare. I want her to look less out of place in my circles. Do you understand? I certainly do, promised Sassy as she trotted past him, showing the way to the mare's section by merit of going to it herself. Have a look around. Find a pattern that matches her. I'll be glad to help coordinate the rest of her ensemble. Should she match you? She suddenly waved at the air. Look at me, assuming things. I'll let you decide what she should match. A difference there from the two upper-class fashionistas he had just spoken to. Thank you. I'll browse and inform you if I need your assistance. He advanced on a pole that held a dizzying variety of mare's dresses. It wasn't the number that bothered him, however. A royal pony, he was quite used to having cue. You had the selection of fashion choices to meet specific needs. He reached up and began hoofing through them one by one. Sassy trotted off, returning to her other duties. Just give a call, and I'll be over before you finish. He mused between one and the next. Too flashy, too bland. He set them aside, always reaching for the next. This could be nice. It had frills in the right place that drew just the right amount of attention in his mind's eyes. They'd accent her eyes. He held it up against himself, imagining its fit as he turned in place, gazing into a convenient mirror. Sassy was busy with other customers. He could hear them talking. No eyes were on him. The pony in the mirror winked, or was that his imagination? BlueBell was there, posing in her clothing and looking so satisfied. They hugged her body in a different way than a stallion's attire would do, and she liked it. But he was right there, just holding the clothing in his magic. Get a hold of yourself, he chastised quietly. I should see what it looks like. He plucked a few pieces that fit his sense of fashion and trotted off, vanishing into a fitting room and locking the door securely behind him. Not that he had a mare to put them on. Gentle Mare wasn't there. She was at home, or laboring in her own shop. She didn't even know Blueblood was off getting her a gift of clothing. Nothing for it, he muttered, half excusing himself. His magic, plucking his own clothing free and hanging them up properly one by one, until he was as naked as the day he was born. Improper for a royal pony. Thankfully, that shame was hidden by the door. Everything all right? Came Sassy's voice. Find something for yourself? How delightful. I'm just fine, he got out in almost a squeak. I'll be out when I'm done. And not a moment sooner, easily agreed Sassy. Please, take your time. He took a moment, just catching his breath. For a friend, he reminded himself, lowering the mare's clothing and stepping into it. I'll have to get her measurements before I finalize this anyway. He had selected a size that fit him. However, and with practiced ease, he slipped into it just like any other bit of clothing given his way. Though the measurements were about right, the stallion was not shaped like a mare. The dress bulged in some places and hung in others, but he was wearing it. He turned to the mirror and his eyes swept over himself. I'm not shaped well for this. And a moment later, he realized that was an odd thing to say. The clothes were the thing not shaped well, not him. But then, they were mare's clothing. They weren't designed to be worn by a royal stallion. He could imagine BlueBell wearing the same clothing, posing left and right at him. Missing something. His magic snatched a hat and added to the ensemble. Closer. But something was off. He tilted his head, seeing BlueBell imitate the gesture in the mirror. All right. The saddlebag settled over his back and her back, and he sat to bring up his four hooves and clop with approval. Magnifique. That was the sound of a happy customer, called out Sassy from elsewhere in the store. Do you need any adjustments? I'm fine. He squeaked out before he composed himself. Just fine. I realized I need to get some measurements. You do adjustments? Fantastic. Give me a moment. He began climbing out of the dress, his cheeks warm with shame. At least no pony had seen him in his moment of wearing mare's clothing. He burst out of the small room, the dress he had selected floating beside him. "Keep these aside. I'll have them adjusted later." Sassy's horn began to glow as she took them, but then she grabbed something else that made his ear flick. A hat floated into view off of his head, where she had retaken it. "Fancy it?" she asked with a bright smile. Oh, if only he could have just imploded on himself. The hat was a grand thing, fit for a mare, all frills and feathers, and at best, horribly gaudy on a stallion. "I ran out of places to hold it," he explained hurriedly. "Keep that too, yes. She'll look lovely with all this on," assured Sassy, trotting off with a selection of clothing. "Come back with her measurements, and I'll have it done in a flash. We'll put a pin right in your shopping trip, and she'll be delighted." As she went, she looked over her shoulder. "If you're winded, I suggest the place 2 doors down. Fit for a princess, but with a price even lesser ponies can consider." Of course she had asked that. Being tired was about the only reason a unicorn would run out of places to hold things in their magic. "Thank you," he mumbled, not arguing with her assumption. "I'll be off then," and he escaped that clothing store, trotting vigorously back to the palace. At least she wasn't there. "My measurements?" asked Gentle Mare with wide eyes. "Why ever would you need that, sir? I mean no disrespect. You've been nothing but kind to me." She nodded firmly. "I'm sure you have your reasons." "Oh, well, there I go explaining my own questions." She waved it off. "You obviously have a good reason, or you wouldn't ask. Do you have a pen?" A quill floated over, its color shifting as she took hold of it and began writing down her numbers. "Here you are. I admit, I'm very curious what this is for, but I will have faith that it will be something lovely. You've been nothing besides that, so far. I'm glad we met, even if I was a bit awkward at first." She glanced towards the door of their sitting room. "Princess Cadance is gone, isn't she?" "Back home," sighed out Blueblood with some relief. "I swear I will do nothing untoward with this." His magic plucked up the paper with the vital numbers. "I believe you will like it quite a bit. It is time we took our relationship to the next level." She gasped, staggering back. "Your Majesty," she squeaked, trembling. "I'm not ready for that." Blueblood blinked a few times with confusion before it hit him. "Gentle, dispel that notion." He waved a hoof flat from left to right. "I meant as acquaintances. We are, as it is said, friends. I would like you to walk confidently beside me and not feel out of place. I will address that forthwith." "Oh, that's different." She let out her breath in a laughing gust. "Oh my, I feel like such a foal. I mean, you're a peach. If you didn't want that, I wouldn't." She worked her hooves together. "Never mind. That's not appropriate for a mare to bring up to a prince. Thank you for allowing me to be your friend. I'm happy with that." He nodded with growing confidence. "Not appropriate," he agreed. "I'm glad we agree. Now just you wait. I will perform some magic." He would buy her a new suit, and she wouldn't look too out of place, but there's one thing I cannot simply purchase. Gentle. If you're serious, are you prepared to learn to act the part? While I do not expect you to master the steps as a pony born to it, there are things even a common pony can do to minimize that friction and get along in the upper crust of society. Are you prepared to learn? That sounds a little frightening, she admitted. "But I trust you." She suddenly smiled. "Maybe after that, I can bring you to my shop. You've never been by. We'll experience each other's worlds a little. Won't that be fun?" Chapter 4, just a peek. Blueblood glanced left and right, but there was nothing there to see but books. Books, scrolls, and the occasional tablet. There were no guards there on the inside of the forbidden ring. His token had allowed him to march past them, unchallenged, and there he was. "Why am I here?" he asked himself as he pushed forward. He had heard, once, Little Miss Perfect, Twilight Sparkle, had snuck into the wing, despite already being permitted by merit of being a student of Princess Celestia. Blueblood chuckled at the mental image. "I got permission from the other princess," and walked in, properly, instead of making a fool of himself. In this, he felt confident he had done better than Twilight could have managed. He stepped in closer to one side of the aisle, allowing his eyes to start browsing the titles displayed on the spines of the books. Most of them sounded uncouth and outside his interest. The binding of another for your benefit? What did that even mean? Blueblood shook his head, stepping past it. Forging connections with inevitables. Blueblood turned away entirely. He was in the wrong section. He felt increasingly certain, though he took a few books with him for idle reading. A librarian. That is what this wing needs, he muttered to himself as he wandered off. How is any pony expected to find what they're after? The many applications of rhino sorcery read Blueblood out loud. He was closer, he knew it. Not that he needed his nose touched up. He had a perfectly lovely face for a prince. And you are a prince. His steps faltered. What was he looking for? Already this far, he muttered, eyes sweeping in broad strokes over the spines of the many books. There, a dusty tome by the star swirl that bearded. His magic pulled it closer, flipping casually. It went on about the differences between mares and stallions and the societal ramifications, blah blah blah. There, 2 exceedingly complex spells for going in either direction. Oh dear, was that what Luna had attempted? He felt a twinge of guilt for blaming her for failing at it. He remembered her words. Twilight could have done it if she wanted. That upstart commoner, would he fail her? If he managed it, he would beat Twilight Sparkle. In fact, he would one-up Luna. Not that he would rub that in her face. She had been quite sporting with him. Still, there would be pride there. "We are both of noble birth," he argued with no one there to hear him. "Between us, this is a friendly bit of show." He tucked the book away to join the others, completing his little find. "Now to get back to other business. I present," he gestured wide at the pony queen that wore what he had purchased, "your new ensemble." Gentle Mare's eyes were as wide as saucers, darting up and down the dress. "This? For me?" She took an unsure step forward. "I didn't even dream of ever having something like this." She tittered suddenly. "That's a bit of a lie. I used to think of things like this all the time, but I couldn't. No, this is too much." She turned to Blueblood. "I can't just lean on your generosity like this. You've made a blunder." Blueblood raised a brow. "I'm not doing you a great favor. You're doing me a favor by dressing appropriately." He inclined his head towards the dress. "I chose this one because it enhances your features and announces to the world, I am a mare worthy of standing next to a prince." Gentle looked uncertain, her cheeks darkening. "Are my clothes that bad?" she asked in a small voice, sounding ashamed. Blueblood blinked with obvious confusion. "Pardon? Your clothing is perfectly acceptable for your station." He suddenly sat, hooves coming together. "Do you remember our first conversation? We were discussing the higher level of scrutiny I am expected to be under. Those who travel with me will also be exposed to those unkind eyes." Gentle inclined her head slowly as it seemed to click. Oh, you want to take me to places with you, and you don't want ponies saying unkind things about me." "Precisely," he gushed, pleased that she was getting his meaning. "I didn't mean any offense. What you are wearing now is perfectly fine, but not for a royal ball," she finished for him. "Exactly so." He nodded firmly, then gestured at the dress. "But this would be," she continued, licking over her lips. "Are you certain? This is another thing." He trotted around her. "As my companion, it is all right to request things. Do not be overmuch, but your station has changed. Your will is an extension of mine." He gestured at himself. "Especially in cases like this. You are wearing this for my benefit. I do not doubt this. So why would it be a mark against you to enjoy it?" She puzzled through that, her horn glowing as she drew the dress off the doll and toward herself. "Well, all right, but this seems so ornate. I don't even know how to put it on." Blueblood had to pause a moment. A mare who didn't know how to put on a dress. What manner of deprived life had his friend led? Even he, a stallion, knew how to do that. "I will show you how." The glow around the dress shifted as he attempted to take control of it, but Gentle didn't immediately let go of it. She was colored and looking flustered. "Be at ease." Gentle took an unsure step back. Getting dressed is not something a mare should do in front of a stallion. "True," he raised a hoof, "unless the stallion is dressing the mare. Now, be at ease. My interest here is solely in showing you how to wear it." His magic won control over the dress, her influence fading as she surrendered to his advance. "Very good, now raise a hoof." He slowly moved the dress into place for each of her motions, working it onto her, then around her. He provided commentary all the while, telling her what to look for when she did it herself, and how to properly clasp and seal it around her. He brought over a small mirror and held it up in front of her. "There you are." Her eyes shyly lifted to it, only to spread wide. "Is that me?" "Not yet." He dropped the ornate hat on her head, magic adjusting it into position, her ears poking up through holes provided. "There we are. Do you like it?" "Like it." She took a slow step forward, starting to veer left and right, inspecting herself much as Blueblood had inspected himself in the fitting room. He colored faintly at the memory, but his expression was a smile, guessing she did like it. "It's overwhelming but good. Very, very good." She raised a hoof and leaned a cheek against it, batting her lashes with a soft giggle. "Do I look like a lady?" "You are a lady," he corrected. "A mare in the company of a prince? What else can you be? Now, this dress is yours. Can you take proper care of it?" "Oh, certainly." Her ears danced. "I know how to launder things, Prince." Launder things oneself? His surprise faded as he thought of who he was speaking to. "We all have our talents. I'm glad you like it." Wear it proudly. There was a part of magic work that he hadn't been warned of. Magic books held a great deal of magic, and not simple magic. Most of it went far beyond the basics of the magic alphabet, slamming together letters in strange ways that made him squint at each page. He was increasingly glad he had taken a collection of books, allowing him to look from one to the next, searching for the ones that seemed closest to being understandable. "Here's a simple one," he muttered to himself, looking around his small private room. It was attached to his bedroom, discreetly, of course, where he could work without prying eyes. Imp summoning. His ears danced. He had no idea what an imp even was, but the spell looked mostly straightforward. All he had to do was a few of those strange, complex characters. Mastering it would let him advance to more complicated spells. He would learn, master, and get what he was after. That was the nature of it, simple as that. His horn began to glow as he mouthed out the letters, forming each letter within his horn slowly and purposefully. Sure, it was far too slow to actually be a spell, but practice makes perfect, did it not? He nodded, confidence building. Nothing for it. He played the tune faster and spoke the words written there. "I call you from the depths, bound to my side. You will do as I ask until I release you." Was it a servant summoning spell? Being able to conjure a maid on demand would be lovely, and surely they wouldn't mind being saved the effort of walking to his room. Every pony would win. A strange, complex rune appeared on the floor before him, spreading out to a circle about the width of a pony, with ever more intricate runes glowing within. His magic was working. "I call you forth. Hear my voice and obey." He spoke sternly, as was appropriate for a royal pony. A head poked free of the ground, a strange smell of rotten eggs tickling Blueblood's nose before it pulled itself free. A slender female pony with strange bat-like wings on her back. Her fur was a bright fiery orange-red, and her cutie mark was a three-pointed spear of some sort. "You have called?" she asked, looking at him and walking closer, only to collide with the side of the circle with a frown. She reached out, running her hoof against the invisible barrier. "Accept my service." "Ah, yes, that was a part of it. What a curious maid that was. Can you keep a room clean?" he asked, unsure of the qualifications of a summoned servant. "What skills do you have?" She inclined her head, examining him intently. "I can help make your dreams come true," she promised with a flicker of her tongue. "And I do windows," she added. She did windows? That was something maids often balked at doing. "You're hired." Blueblood nodded, pleased with his work. With his acceptance, the circle flared brightly, burning into the ground in a release of its power. "The pact is made," she sang out, trotting across that line without resistance. "I am Fire Paradox." She leaned forward, sniffing at him in an uncouth way. "And you smell like a virgin." "Pardon me." Blueblood wrinkled his nose at his curious servant. "I smell a primrose. 2 dabs in the morning and afternoon." Without trying, he smelled in return. She smelled of that sour egg mixture, though it was faint, and something spicier he couldn't quite place. "I am Prince Blueblood. You will regard me as that." "Oh, a prince?" She raised her hooves and leaned her head against the side of them, looking him over. "How delightful. What does a prince need with me? Did you want me to spy on your political enemies?" That maid had strange talents. "Actually, you can start with cleaning the mess you made." He pointed behind her. That spell made much more of a mess than I expected. She glanced over her shoulder. "Really? You call me for that?" She had no horn, instead glowing across her entire body with a haze, as if she were blazing hot. A rug appeared, covering the rune nicely in a floral print. "Tuh, duh." Blueblood hiked a brow. "Why don't you actually clean it?" "Not happening." She poked him with the flat of a hoof. "So long as we are bound, the sigil remains as proof of it. Don't like it? Send me home." She strolled past him as if she owned the place. "Nice room you have there." She began to look around, peering at his collection of books. "Soft. Soft? I only purchase hardbound volumes," he huffed, emerging from a secret room. The bookshelf slid closed behind him, sealing it away. "You seem to have some amount of magical skill. How are you with complex ones?" She suddenly turned towards him, her interest seized. "Now you're speaking of something more on my level. Nothing like a good, complex ritual to start day." She sat and rubbed her hooves together, watching him. "What sort of ritual do you wish to perform?" A knocking from the door startled him, and he called out, "But a moment." He looked back, and she was gone. There was no evidence there had been a mare in his room in the first place. Curious. "Come in." The door swung open, allowing Luna to step inside. "Nephew, good day." He smiled as his favorite aunt stepped inside. "Luna, dear auntie, to what do I owe the pleasure?" "The guards reported you used my token." She inclined her head. "They're told to do that, long before I gave it to you. I, of course, told them this was to be expected, but I grew curious. Have you had any luck?" Her eyes deered over his form. "You seem to be a stallion thus far." Blueblood glanced away. "I was practicing magic," he defended. "That one is decidedly intricate, but not beyond me. I will work towards it." She brought her hooves together with a loud clop. "You are expanding your arcane skills? I am proud of you. Few are the unicorns willing to really reach beyond to the status of wizard. Have you had any luck?" "I've called nothing but a maid so far," he confessed. "It will require time. Perhaps that is for the best." She inclined her head. "You had your doubts. Take your time, learn it properly, and perhaps you will have your answer by the time you are ready for it." She rose back to her hooves. "If you would like support, my door is open to you. Keep looking, Blueblood. You'll find it." Confident and pleased, she turned it apart. He nodded towards her retreating backhand. "I will have it in order shortly enough, Fanny. Thank you for the assistance." The door closed behind her, and he raised a hoof to his chin. Now, where did she wander off to? Right here. She popped into sight, laying on his bed and looking comfortable. Figures a prince would have a great bed. "There you are." He trotted towards her. "Fire Paradox. I'm not paying you to lay about." "You're not paying me at all," she countered with a smirk. He came up short, frowning. No exchange of bits had taken place. "You are still my servant. Can't argue that." She stretched on the bed, looking far too comfortable. "What do you want from me?" "You were talking about complicated magical rituals, and from the sound of it, you have a specific want. I can help with that." Her eyes half lit, watching him with a lazy intensity. "Push that out tie into an innie for you." "I should think not." His face was contorted into a brief grimace. "I would like to better understand the magic, so I could do it myself. Now have you do it for me." Though he had once been perfectly happy to let Luna do it for him, things had changed. He wanted control over that himself, for it to be entirely his choice. "Well, good. I prefer the company of stallions anyway." She rolled over upside down, still facing him, her hooves slowly cycling above her. "Call me old-fashioned, but masters that match workout so much better. Her head inclined faintly. So, magic tutor is it? Is that what you called me for? Well, actually, yes, precisely that. He leaned into it. Can you perform this duty? I can do anything you want, she melodiously promised. Which includes that. I can even help you figure out what you want. He frowned at her. I doubt you have such an ability. You doubt? Silly master, of course I can. I'm a mare. You're a stallion considering marehood. I can at least show you the fun parts of being a stallion and rub that virgin stench off you. I do not carry any offensive odors, he defended, clearly insulted. Stop implying I do. As you command. She pointed to the hidden room they had emerged from. Want to get one of your little books to work from? We'll have you making the world tremble beneath your mighty sorceries in no time at all. Now, follow after me. Blueblood advanced, Gentle trailing after him. No need to be tense. I will keep you safe, he assured with a little smile. Blueblood, there came Fancy Pants, looking pleased to see him. You're looking better. Better. Blueblood raised a brow. Ah, yes, let me introduce. Wait, let me hazard a guess. Fancy went around Blueblood to have a look at Gentle. What a lovely plus one you brought. This is either a new special some pony, that pony you were worried about, or, dare I presume, both? Blueblood colored swiftly. I present Gentle Mare, a friend. He gestured back at her. She's a little new in these surroundings, if you would be kind. Of course. He dipped his head towards her. I am Fancy Pants, a pleasure. A pleasure, she echoed with an uncertain smile. Every pony here seems so fancy. He chuckled at that. Was that a joke? Well done. Now see, come along with us. He turned, leading the way for both her and Blueblood. This is a simple gathering. No specific rituals to observe besides basic courtly etiquette, though I admit those can seem a bit dense to those not in the know. He glanced over his shoulder. Fortunately, you're in good company. Precisely so, eagerly agreed Blueblood. We're here to help. Her expression began to ease, feeling a bit safer with two such supportive stallions. I'll do as you say, only for now. Fancy raised a hoof, stopping a moment. Soon you'll be off on your own, as if you were always a part of things. Now, you're a unicorn. This comes with some specific advantages. He gestured over his front and the shirt that clothed it. Becoming dirty is never in fashion. Blueblood snatched a goopy chocolate treat off the snack table in his magic. And, being unicorns, we can take hold of things without as much immediate threat to our appearance. Oh yes, that much is very true, she easily agreed, her magic wrapping around the same one Blueblood was holding, taking it from him and holding it steady. Even normal, everyday unicorns like me enjoy that. Fancy nodded. Quite, but here's the trick. Now you have to bite into it without leaving a mess on your face. It's quite the trick. One I have mastered, crooned Blueblood proudly. The color around the treat shifted as Fancy took hold of it and brought it towards him. Show her how it's done. He opened his mouth, not terribly far, and it came in, allowing him to get it with his teeth and his teeth alone, slicing off a portion without it touching his lips. He only closed his mouth when the treat was safely locked away behind his teeth, allowing him to chew thoughtfully and clean his teeth quickly out of view. Fancy nodded appreciatively. Excellently done, not a spot on his fur. He gestured at Blueblood for emphasis. Now don't feel bad if Gentle tried to imitate the act, chomping with her teeth, the filling squirting out and making a messy splatter on her front. Her eyes went wide with horror. Now we enter another lesson, cautioned Fancy. Quite, agreed Blueblood. You must let any pony see you are distressed. Take slow breaths, speak as if nothing had happened, and trust in your associates, or the local waitstaff, to deal with it. Even as he explained it, a maid casually slid in front of Gentle, her glowing horn banishing the filth while she stood in the way. Then she trotted off as if nothing had happened, not a word spoken. Fancy gestured with his head at the fleeing maid. As you can see, they are well trained to handle such mistakes. So, if a mistake happens, stay calm, finished Blueblood. Always something to bear in mind. He let out a sigh suddenly. I remember the last time I lost my temper. I was there, chap. Fancy shook his head. Most undignified, Blueblood began to color fiercely, but managed to otherwise compose himself. That mare drove me entirely to distraction. She was everything you are not, Gentle. Loud, assuming, and foolish beyond words. Now, let us not speak unkindly of Lady Rarity. She has made a name for herself, and not undeservedly. Fancy nodded softly. I'm sorry you two got along so poorly, but we can leave the past in the past. Mare reached up, patting Blueblood cautiously on the shoulder. I hope I never make you that angry. I struggle to imagine how you could, he assured with a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern. Now, are you ready to try again? He nodded towards the floating chocolate trap. She looked uncertain, but went in slowly, sizing up her enemy. She would need to practice quite a bit more to get that trick down. At least she had two friends who seemed willing to coach her through it, and they never laughed at her. No. Chastise fire. You're all wrong. She brought up her hoofs. You have to. Her eyes twinkled. Oh, there, that's it. Her eyes were on his horn, watching as he tried to match the strange runes on the page before them. Hold it and learn it. Her tail wagged, and he noticed something. Her tail was odd. Instead of massive hair, it was long and naked, with a spade at the end that wagged eagerly. Not a proper ponytail at all. What a curious maid he had summoned. Still, she was a tutor, if sometimes an infuriating one. How long must I? Until I tell you to stop. She rolled her eyes with a smirk. When we're studying, I'm the master. Now obey me. There's no reason to be uncouth. His eyes crossed, looking at his horn and the magic that glowed around it. I don't chase the servants around saying such things. It does not inspire loyalty in them. You must have your commanding voice off. She licked over her lips, looking as naughty as she could be. But we're learning magic, not proper diction. All right, let go. The magic faded from his horn. And bring it back, she ordered with a feral grin. He grumbled, trying to recapture the note he had just released. The worst part being that she seemed to enjoy the struggle he had in it, not laughing out loud, but her eyes shined with obvious mirth. His work was her pleasure. What a curious tutor, but one he could be sure wouldn't go gossiping about what he wanted or what he was learning. When he tired of her, he could release her back to wherever summoned maids came from. She was safe. Chapter 5, Good Friends. Pardon. Sassy inclined her head at Fancy. You're friends with Blueblood, I hear. We do move in the same circles, he agreed wearily. What brings him up? He had the fashion-minded mare, a friend of rarity, an employee more precisely. He knew that much. Oh, just peers. She was already turning away. Put a pin in that then. Sorry for both. He set a hoof on her shoulder. Hold yourself, madam. We are friends, yes. She glanced over her shoulder, the rest of her turning to face him again. Well, he came by the store the other day. She sat down and began tapping her hooves nervously. He did end up with a sizable order in the end. I appreciate that, but he could see there was more, though Sassy Saddles was not getting to the point. Go on. The first time he visited, he put on a dress. She rolled an ear back. He was trying to be subtle, but a stallion goes into a changing room with a dress and it's stretched afterwards. Not a lot of other explanations for the event. Now, I'm not here to judge him, I assure, but you came to me. Fancy inclined an ear. A curious choice. Well, Sassy danced in place skittishly. I only know two reasons a stallion would do that. Either they just like the look or feel of a dress, and that's fine. Or they hold some fantasy of fitting the dress. Proposed fancy. A brow raising. How interesting. I will handle this with the utmost of care. Sassy let out a breath. Oh good. I was worried I'd messed up. I don't mean to get him in any amount of trouble. I just thought maybe a friend of his could learn more. Maybe lend a hoof. I know he has a spotty record with rarity. Fancy chuckled at that, but she went on. But he deserves support, like any pony. I will do my best, he assured. Poor chap. Or perhaps not chap. I will attempt to discern. Whatever the case, we are friends, and I will not let this stand. You have mastered another symbol, half sang his tutor and maid. Her form shimmered with heat, his room tidying itself as she spoke to him, proving she was a proper maid. How does it feel? You are now more talented in magic than most unicorns yet living. But that's barely a hoof full, countered Blueblood. How close am I to casting the spell I seek to master? The book with the mare and stallion spells floated over, and she waved a hoof over it, flipping the pages without contact. Mo-oh. Well, this is much more complicated. We'll be here a while. She pointed to a new symbol. This is a master symbol. Blueblood squinted at the squiggle on the page. Knowing it means you are a master of magic? Knowing it requires you be a master of magic, she corrected. It will be among the last we attempt. The contortions you'll have to make to form it may break you if we skip to it. A wicked smile spread on her lips. As amusing as it would be to see you try. Part of him wanted to challenge her, to try it anyway. Let us proceed in a stately affair. From the bottom up, he put a hoof even with the bed he was laying on and raised it slowly. I will master this in due time. A shockingly mature reply. I am mature, he huffed, tail thrashing behind him. The nerve. As tutors went, she was quite the test of patience at times. Let us proceed. Gentle. He gestured to a chair. Thank you for coming. She hopped up onto the chair and sat on her haunches. How could I say no? Fancy pants, you're a pony of import. That is not how I wish to approach you today. He took a seat across from her, but as a friend with another friend in common. Another, Prince Blueblood, she ventured, inclining her head. He is a peach. I still get the giggles looking at that wonderful dress he got for me. Quite lovely. Agreed Fancy, though his mind was not on how lovely or not Gentlemare looked in that dress, instead imagining Blueblood squeezed into it. In your time with Blueblood, has he seemed masculine or feminine? I ask as a friend. She blinked slowly, trying to parse the question. Why, he's a stallion, of course, but he's also a noble, so he's gentler than many stallions I've known, but you do that too. She stuck out her tongue a little. That doesn't make either of you a mare. Just gentle stallions who I feel privileged to know and be welcomed by. Her horn glowed as she took up a little biscuit and nibbled gently at it. Getting better at that. You are, he agreed with a small smile, seeing she was nipping at the treat in a way as to minimize the crumbs created. You're a quick learner. Thank you. It wasn't as enlightening as he hoped. Gentlemare was not standing in the right place to know what he sought to learn. We should have tea more often. Blueblood, chap. Fancy waved away his cloud of other ponies. Have you a moment? For you, always. Blueblood's ears quivered towards the playing Philharmonic that was in the background. They're really out in force today. They've turned a corner with Octavia Melody taking the lead position she has, he gently agreed. But I would speak about you, not them. Me? Blueblood turned a hoof at himself. Is something out of place? He floated over a mirror to quickly examine himself, but everything was where it should be. He was a picture-perfect prince of a pony. Fancy gently nudged Blueblood away from the center of things, his voice lowering. I just want to talk of something a bit delicate. He cleared his throat. Allow me to start with a supporting few words. Supporting? Blueblood raised a brow. You've been quite supportive as far as I've known you. His eyes rolled, though you were a bit defensive of that mare. About the only complaint I have. Whatever do you mean? This isn't about her, he assured with a little smile. He glanced about, ensuring no other ponies were close enough to snoop. Now, this is entirely between you and I'm not here to scold, but how'd that dress feel when you put it on? The party progressed around them. A new song began, something that caused ponies to begin pairing up to dance. Fleur trotted over, clearly ready to join them. Not now, he gently dissuaded. I'm having a conversation. She pouted but moved on. Sisters, am I right? He looked back to Blueblood, who was still entirely silent. Chap, still silent. I'm not here to make light of things. Ow! Blueblood suddenly spat, fighting tremendously against the blush that was trying to rise into view. Unimportant. I ask as a friend. Not here. Blueblood glanced around wildly, then fled in as stately a fashion as he could muster, walking off stiffly but hurriedly. Soon they were in a side room. No pony there, but the two of them. Now really, Fancy raised a hoof to his chest. Be honest. I've yet to demean you and don't plan to begin now. Easy for you to say. With a loud click, he turned the lock to the door to the room closed. Now, be clear. How do you know about that? You're not contesting it, noted Fancy with a patient smile. Now, if you could kindly answer my question. I did ask it first, did I not? Blueblood sank to his belly. You'll laugh. I swear. He raised a hoof up. Not a titter will escape me. You have my word. Blueblood looked up at him from his prone position. You swear. Fancy nodded and Blueblood heaved out a soft sigh, flopping over in a most unseemly display. Fancy, you have long been the model of a noble stallion. No, possibly even a royal stallion. There was a difference between the two. Proud, strong, soft-spoken but firm. Never afraid to have your own opinion, even as you rest your hoof on the pulsing life of the social circles you strode in. Always so confident. You flatter me. His smile deepened a little, not immune to a little flattery. But how does that answer the query? I'm not that, he squeaked out. I'm not close to that. Tears began to well up in his eyes. I tried for so long to ignore it, but as royal stallions go, I am a pale imitation. Maybe Rarity was right to look down on me, as she had. He buried his face in his hooves, quivering with released feelings. Fancy sat beside Blueblood, gently running a hoof over his friend's withers. Now, don't be like that. You've been growing quite admirably of late. I hadn't mentioned it, and perhaps I should have. I'm not perfect, chap. No pony is. Even Princess Celestia, as wonderful as she is, makes errors from time to time. Blueblood suddenly sat up on his haunches, tears staining his snout. When I put it on, I felt good. Good. Suddenly, they were back on target. I imagined myself fitting. His horn glowed, drawing out the mirror. I imagined the lady I could be, instead of the lord I was. She would be the belle of the ball. He smiled awkwardly, admitting everything. And now you think I'm a pawn of a stallion. Stand up, I must insist. Fancy offered a hoof. Now, believe it or not. He paused as Blueblood leaned against the offered hoof, rising up. I have met stallions and mares that have gazed to the other side of that divide and wondered if they weren't put on the wrong end for no fault of their own. He raised an ear. Imagine if we had to select for ourselves. Fancy that. But that is not how it is. It is decided for us by fate, fortune, destiny, whatever you wish to call it. He chuckled softly. I could have been frilled skirts instead. I can scarcely imagine it. Blueblood chuckled at the vision, interfered with by a sniffle. Oh, I'm quite the mess. Terribly sorry. You didn't come to this function to watch me come apart. Actually, Fancy leaned in. I only came to this one because I knew you'd be here. I figured I could get you to talk. Blueblood licked over his lips, quiet a moment. You've been thinking about me? Fancy, I don't deserve you. He turned away, ears sagging, and I was ready to shout you away. Fancy came up beside Blueblood, setting a leg over him and delivering a gentle hug. Now, it's all out in the open. Let's be friends, as we've been for a number of years. Now, if you wish to dress as a mare and be called a mare, well, I will oblige you. He lifted an ear. I feel certain you would only do it if it properly fit you. Blueblood began to darken in his cheeks rapidly. Wait, but I wouldn't be a mare. Why would you play along with such an obvious deceit? Fancy removed his leg to turn that hoof to himself. If a pony is a mare on the inside, what is on the outside matters quite a bit less. To ignore that is just to be rude. We are friends, are we not? What manner of friend could I call myself if I ignored such a simple request? Blueblood sagged against the nearest wall. That's simple, but what if I actually was a mare? Fancy smiled a little. We would need to be introduced again. I should imagine in either event, but I would hazard we would get along just as famously. He raised a brow. Perhaps I could take you as my +1 instead of Fleur. Teach her not to rely on her brother to fill the role forever. Blueblood laughed at that, a strained but genuine sound. One day you will reveal to me why she is so comfortable with that. Most sisters I know are not so eager to hang off their brothers. She is a model, he advised. Without me as a shield, she is approached by all manner of pony, hoping to earn her eyes and approval. He raised his brows. Were you a mare? I imagine much the same would happen to you. Blue blood darkened at that. Stop that. You're just saying that. I do not just say things, chap. You know that. He lifted his nose with a little huff. You have a royal figure. I doubt that would change. A royal mare with the cut of a royal will draw eyes. Of this, I hold little doubt. But let us not talk of impossibilities. You are a stallion on the outside. I brought you aside to speak of what's on the inside. He reached out, tapping Blue Blood on the chest. I would rather be straight with that part of you. But what if it isn't? Blue Blood glanced away and back. Were I Princess Blue Blood, then I would be friends with the princess, concluded Fancy easily. And I would not stand for any pony else arguing the matter, whether or not you're inside and outside matched. Yes, I get that. Blue Blood smiled awkwardly, shuffling in place. And I do appreciate your solidarity, truly, I do. You are a dear and true friend. He backed up a step and flopped to his haunches. We are unicorns. Can't argue that. Fancy raised a brow. And unicorns can use magic. Blue Blood brought his 4 hooves together lightly. There are spells to do the impossible. Fancy. I'm no wizard, started Fancy in an admitting tone. But such a spell is quite above an amateur level. Do you intend to get Princess Twilight to assist? No, he blurted, his blush growing fierce a moment as he went silent, speaking in a much more reserved tone. I will not let any pony else do this for me. I'm learning myself. Fancy's hoof touched Blue Blood's stiff shoulder. Well, good. I never fancied you to be one to learn such a rigorous thing as such advanced spell casting. Is it going well? Blue Blood could not believe what he was hearing. Just like that? Good. How is it going? He stood up, staring at Fancy Pants. I'm learning a forbidden spell to defy the natural order, and you say good? Is it not good? Asked Fancy, tail flicking behind him. You have a wish, and you mean to grasp it between your hooves. Good. I'm glad to hear my friend is taking matters under their own control and are striding forward to address it. Now, to me, the question is, do I call you a lady or a lord? Blue Blood threw his hooves wide. You are being too understanding by half. My jealousy of you grows uncomfortably quickly. How do you manage to be so perfect? I blame it on my mother. Fancy smiled smoothly, face even, neither up nor down. Now come, let's get you cleaned up and rejoin the festivities before they begin to whisper about us. Oh yes. He hurried to fetch some napkins. Soon they would trot out and blend into the social tapestry, as if nothing important had happened at all. I never answered him. He sat beside his bed. His tutor was on the bed, watching him. What didn't you answer about? She asked, sounding mildly curious. This is your friend, right? Fancy Pants, Blue Blood reminded. He asked if I was to be addressed as a lady or a lord. The imp mare rolled a hoof. All right, well, he's not here, just me. So tell me instead, are you a lady or a lord? She rolled over slowly. You're a lord from this angle. I'm a lord from any angle you choose, he huffed. I just could choose to change that. Doubt that's what your friend meant. What do you mean? He stood up, glaring at Miss Paradox. You haven't even met him, and already you insist you know him better than I. Duh, she half laughed out. He wants to know what you want, and he's nice enough to give it to you, even if you never finish the spell. Real nice guy. Her eyes flashed with thoughts of how to corrupt such an innocent soul. So, what do you want besides learning magic? She rolled and hung her hooves off the side of the bed, clopping them together. Now, you can cast the spell, do you? She smirked viciously. Maybe you wait until you have the stallion spell worked out too, so you can switch back and forth whenever the mood strikes, play both sides of the field, get a perimeter of either lined up. Oh, what a life you could lead. Her laughter did little to calm his nerves. I should think not. That is not proper decorum in the slightest. He directed a hoof at himself. I will choose, and I will abide by that selection. Besides, he huffed as he turned half away. Imagine the stationary costs of constantly changing lady and lord. So, Lord Blueblood, or Lady BlueBell, is it? She leaned off the bed, almost falling free, a big grin on her face. How lovely. So which side are you on? I have not made that decision. He crossed his arms on his chest, and we appear to be wasting study time. Oh, you want to suffer some more? That's fine by me too. She drew herself back up onto the bed fully on her haunches, a book floating over to flop before Blue Blood. Pop quiz. She said word that was not usually said out loud. A strange noise. In his mind, he could see the symbol she was referring to. Go. His horn glowed with the rune of power. This one. Oh ho, have you been practicing? This one. She spoke another word in a language not known, and somehow still clear to him. She made him show off each of the symbols that had run through in turn. Good. At least you're serious about this. Let's tackle a new one. She thrust a hoof down to the open book. Third line, fourth character. His eyes swept over the book quickly, finding the mystery character. It looks like an infinity. Good eye, she sang, hooves pedaling in the air, her back to the bed. That symbol can make a lot of trouble or power your dreams. Or both. Either way, time to learn it. The lessons continued, not at all helping him decide his gender identity, but becoming a more practiced spellcaster pleased him. He would prove he could do more than just be a prince, as lovely as that was. Gentle mare tipped to the left and right before turning likewise, displaying her clothing off with a little smile. Is it as good as the other? It seems lovely. That was my question for you, argued Blueblood. Your first is just fine, but it is becoming fall, and wearing the same fashion between seasons is noticed unkindly. You poor thing. She turned towards him. Why are they always judging you? She thrust a hoof at him. Even your friend started asking about you. It's unfair. You're a lovely royal that deserves respect, not staring eyes. Blueblood inclined his head faintly. My friend, fancy pants? He seemed so nice at first, but then he asked me rather pointed questions about you. She sat and crossed her arms. About you. I felt like he was digging for gossip, and I didn't like it at all. Oh no, he's... Blueblood let out a slow breath, considering how to answer that. He is a dear and long friend, and he was worried for me. Not making trouble, I assure her. Are you certain? She rose back up and did a turn in place. It does look nice. Really, asking if you were mare-like. Of course you are in some ways, but that's because you are a proper stallion. She looked over her shoulder at him. You respect other ponies. You aren't trying to show off. You are well-mannered and lovely, and I adore you. His cheeks warmed. Adore me? She returned the expression swiftly. Sorry, I meant, I very much appreciate it. You are perfect. She nodded firmly. Neither too much mare nor too much stallion, as if there was such a thing. She mused on that. Well, if you were too entranced by physical competitions and spent your days honing your body, that would be less attractive, I suppose, she admitted. That is not a stallion trait I admire. That only rose questions. What is a stallion trait I have that you do admire? She raised a hoof to her chin, considering it. You see what you want and you go for it. You worry less about others' opinions and simply make it so. You're not rude about it, but you don't let it hold you back either. I appreciate that. She pointed to herself. Like me, I didn't know what to do. I was so lost, but you insisted and you gently nudged me forward. That was a very stallion act, but done so kindly. I have nothing but thanks for it. He earned out loud, unsure if that really qualified as a distinctly male thing to do. Well, what are mare traits I may have that you admire? Oh goodness, really? She pointed. You enjoy a good snack. You always make a beeline for the snack tray when we go to events, but then you eat them so delicately. I'm still trying to catch up on that front, but you seem so proper, and yet the pleasure is clear on your face. It's a wicked little treat you make look so perfect. I'm jealous, if we're honest. I'll catch up, perhaps eventually. That was equally not a distinctly mare thing to do. You began to wonder just how much Gentle could assist with the matter. Were I, just for fun, not a stallion, what would you do? She blinked at him olishly. I don't understand. If you were not a stallion, what would you be then? A griffin. A mare, he posited. Really, a griffin? Perish the thought. He raised a brow. They don't even have nobility. They don't. She admitted her ignorance in naked shock. How awful. Now a mare. She tapped a hoof on the ground. That would make some of my thoughts inappropriate. She inclined her head, though it would make you dressing me feel a bit less odd. Thoughts? What thoughts? It clicked after he said it. You chase me. Chase? No. What? You wish to marry me? Her face went beet red. I like you. You've been nothing but lovely to me. Why wouldn't I like you? You're handsome and nice, and you really care about me. We can talk like right now. She wobbled a hoof between Blueblood and herself, and I feel like neither of us are judging the other unfairly. He took a slow breath. Sorry, that one I will accept the blame for. You're not a prince-chasing mare. It was I that insisted we speak this long. He turned away, gazing out a window to the garden below. But you are still a mare, and I still a prince. Could a mare also befriend a princess? Her head tilted with obvious confusion. Celestia and Luna both have mare friends, don't they? Princess Twilight has a whole herd of them. As much as he disliked hearing Twilight come up, there was a point there. Two mares could be close friends, just like two stallions. Chapter 6. Trying on. You know, Fire Paradox whipped her spaded tail to and fro, leering at him in that queer way she had. You have enough symbols down to cast no small selection of other spells. Why aren't you? I'm focused on the task. Blueblood inclined his head faintly. Why should I? Practice. She started. Knowing each symbol is all well and good, but if you can't sling them together properly, what makes you think you'll just hop right into the big complicated mess you have your eyes on? She brought her tail around, the spade just under his chin. Doesn't sound smart to me. He swatted her tail away with a quick motion of a hoof. You do have a point there. What spell do you suggest? Well, since you asked me. She rolled on her back, hoofs pedaling in the air. Why not take your form for a test run? Pardon? He raised a brow high. I'm not ready to try that spell yet. Of course you aren't, my dear little student, she sang, a mocking edge to her melodic chorus. But you can do other things. The lesson begins now. A scroll manifested in a brilliant flare of heat and brimstone. Burning into the page, magic letters and symbols began to appear. Here's a spell. I know it, but can you do it? Don't disappoint me. She willed the paper against his chest. Read, learn, cast. His horn began to glow as he took control over the page, raising it to easier reading. I do recognize these characters, he mused. You needn't be so terse. Did you want me to be more soft? Tough. You want to learn this. Now, you get to thank me for holding your little hoofies over the fire. Her body shimmered with a wave of heat. Or are you happy with getting there in a decade or two? A decade? He frowned at the thought. Is that how long it would take to reach as far as I have? Twilight sparkled, simmered fire with a grin. She's a prodigy, one of the best in the land. You hate her, but you can't argue that much, can you? Hate is unseemly. He huffed, a hoof at his chest. I do think she's an upstart, but to say I hate her is a bit much, don't you think? That was a lot of not arguing the point. She leaned forward. It still took her a decade at Celestia School. I'm pushing you, oh yes. Pushing you hard. You think it's rough? Too bad. You're on the accelerated course. Now read the scroll and cast the spell and stop wasting both of our time. She rolled a hoof that was waggling in the air. Chop chop. You know all the symbols. With quiet grumbling, he got to reading the scroll, his horn glimmering as he tried each symbol after the other, one at a time. Her eyes were on him, watching. She wasn't wrong. He did recognize each symbol, and he could play each one on the flute of his horn. All that remained was to actually play the song of the spell. He took a slow measured breath, ready to give it a try. Before you do that, cut in Fire Paradox, cutting off his attempt. Imagine Lady Bell. Hold her image in your mind. What a curious thing to do, he grunted. But since she had been brought up, Lady BlueBell was in his head. He played the song. Faster, she barked. Faster, and you tripped over the fifth note, she chastised. Again, he took a slow breath, calming himself, and starting from the top of the page, working down through the melody of magic, faster as he went from symbol to symbol. He could feel the magic flowing more powerfully. Something was happening. He was casting a spell, a real spell. Ugh, again, she suddenly cut in. You got distracted. Keep your mind on your goal. A goal you haven't told me, he huffed. Still, he had the vision of his female self, and he tried to keep that up front and center, starting over with a determined look. Running all the faster down the page, he played a song for the universe, and the universe listened. There, I did that time. But his voice wasn't right. What? He asked with a softer female tone. He crossed his eyes and saw his snout was rounded and slighter. He hurried to his bedroom mirror in a scramble to see Lady BlueBell gazing back at him. You said I didn't have the expertise, but I've done it. You are still a stallion, noted Fire with a smirk. This is an illusion. Go on, touch yourself. How uncouth. Still, she reached up a hoof and felt around her snout. Under the vision of a mare, she could feel that stallion's face there. An illusion. A cunning disguise, she whispered, turning to Fire. Well, how do I look? Not bad. She shrugged softly. Not my favorite type, but not bad. Well, go on. Feel that little tickle in your horn. You have to keep that up, or the illusion will be gone. This is practice too. What is a spellcaster that can't cast any spell that needs concentration? A poor one, Bell easily agreed. All right, but wait. How long am I to hold this? All day. She rolled upright and sat on her haunches. Go on, Get. Let the world behold your splendor, and don't let the spell go. I am woefully unprepared, she cried. No announcements have been made. No pony is expecting this. Sucks to be them. She half lidded her eyes, gazing at him. If it helps, just forget about Prince Blueblood. You're just a passing mare. See how life is a little from the other side. Maybe then you can make up your mind. She huffed out at the last part, rolling her eyes. That'd be nice. Just a passing mare. She raised a hoof, only to lower it. Yes, that could work. I don't have any critical appointments today. She hurried towards her wardrobe. Will clothes work? He mused as he looked over the selection. Or will this illusion conceal whatever I wear? It's your spell, she reminded. Be dressed however you want. Stupid. No need to be insulting. She snorted softly, even as she tried imagining Lady Bell dressed in something befitting a lady. His vision became obscured as something lacy got in the way. Oh dear. Yes, it's working. Your techniques are quite rough, but I can't argue the results. She turned in place, trying to look at herself. I'm ready to see the day. Then go see it. She pointed out the door. I'll be here when you're done, but the sun better be set if you're not looking the part. All day, she repeated, mentally touching that itch, considering it. You've put a challenge on me, but I won't retreat. With her held high, Lady Bell strode free of her room to face a world that only knew her as a stallion. Are you lost, madam? A guard was looking at Bell curiously. What silly guard was this that didn't recognize him? But he was not a he. He was a she, Lady Bell, and no pony knew her. She calmed as she remembered. Actually, if you could direct me to the exit, I appear to have gotten turned around. Of course. Follow me. He began to lead the way, tail swaying in tune to his steps. He didn't suspect a thing. Belle trotted after him with a little smile, feeling more confident in her spell. Soon she was in front of the palace instead of inside it. Thank you, good sir. Quite welcome. The guard saluted, then moved to return to whatever duties he had. There was a pony she recognized. Jenna was approaching. Oh, right. They were to have tea. How to... Lady Mare, she called. Have you a moment? Lady. Gentle blushed. You must have me confused for some pony else. Oh no. I feel certain you are precisely the pony I sought. She closed in with her friend. Lord Blueblood is indisposed at the moment. Oh dear. Gentle shook her head slowly. The work of a royal stallion is never done. Precisely so. Even if her work, at the moment, was holding that spell while talking and walking and doing other things. Aunt, what was she? A mare dressed, as she was couldn't just. His sister. He has a sister, she blurted with obvious surprise. Oh, hello. She dipped her head. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Here I am, she confirmed with a smile. He wouldn't stop talking about you, so I had to see for myself. You're just as lovely as he said. Her blush only grew worse, spreading down her neck. You're flattering me, my lady. Come now. She waved it off. We're both ladies. You can call me BlueBell, or just Belle. You've been such a friend to my brother. I feel we're already close. If you insist, Belle, that's a nice name. She nodded softly. Blueblood and BlueBell? Lovely. She turned away from the castle, eyes on Belle. I should head back. Don't be in such a hurry. Belle almost went in for touching of barrels, but remembered at the last moment that contact would ruin the illusion instantly. A mare was not as large as she was, under the illusion. Gentle would probably notice that. Let's do as ladies do on a nice sunny day. Well, if I'm not bothering. You're not. You're just as shy as he said. Dear, I promise. I came here because I wanted to, not out of obligation. Come, let's use the day wisely. Gentle's expression began to relax. If you're sure, then yes, let's. She considered a moment. Twinkshine's going to give a demonstration of a song she's working on for the choir. That should be lovely. Belle knew Twinkleshine, common blood, but Canterlot born and raised. Student of Celestia School, though she had largely abandoned spellcraft to instead become a choir member. A member of Twilight Sparkle's class. Oh yes, she made it her business to know ponies around Canterlot. That should be lovely, she echoed back at Gentle. Let's go and hear what she's come up with. The two trotted side by side, though not touching. Belle made sure of that. The tickle had become something of a mild ache by the time they arrived. The whole day, she sighed quietly to herself, imagining how much worse it'd get by the time the sun was ready to set. Still, she wouldn't give up. Is that her? There she is, eagerly agreed Gentle, leading the way toward the crowd of ponies. A crowd was dangerous. If she pushed into it, her bigger masculine form would be felt and noticed rather quickly. Let's not push and shove unseemly. Her eyes slid left and right. There, a table with an umbrella, an eatery close by. Let's sit there, get a spot to eat, and enjoy ourselves. What a marvelous idea. She was redirected, no longer eager to push in a crowd. I don't mean to. Never mind, I could just not eat. Belle raised a brow at the curiously aborted request. Was this not in your budget? Common ponies had those for such little trifles. What a difficult life they led. This will be my treat, she sang, ears twitching. She had such a nice voice as a mare. Order whatever piques your fancy, and if I see your eyes wandering towards the price, I will be cross. Oh dear. Gentle stepped up onto one of the seats and sank down onto her haunches. A little snack, perhaps. With a glowing horn, she reached for the menu. A little water to start you two lovely ladies. A waiter had arrived, pouring them both from floating jug. If I may suggest, the red rose wine is exquisite today and goes well with our appetizer. Gentle shook her head and looked away, unwilling to order wine from such a fancy place. Lady Belle had no such reservations. That sounds delightful. A cup for us both, and leave the bottle behind. She inclined her head faintly. And that appetizer, is it a sampling? Indeed, crooned the waiter, looking proud. A selection of things to tease the taste buds and get you ready for a meal worth waiting for. Then we will have one of those. Lady Belle gestured at the table in front of her. Her hoof, extending a bit further than the image, knocked into the glass vase. She quickly caught it, and it began to glow, the waiter fixing its position without a word. Thank you. I'll be right back. And off you want to get them started. Gentle swatted the air at her. I didn't order one, she complained. But you wanted to try it. I saw it in your eyes. I told you this is my treat. Sit back and let me spoil you a little. You deserve it. Her blush returned, but she didn't argue that further. Why did you order the entire bottle? An old habit, she confessed. I'd rather have it available if I want it. If I don't, well, no harm. No harm, she blurted before sinking in her chair, avoiding the judging eyes. You pay for the entire bottle whether you drink it or not. Consider it a charitable donation to the eatery, argued Belle with a soft smile. I know I can be a difficult customer at times. I have very specific demands and insist on royal attention. So, if I buy a little much wine, is that truly unfair? Well, I suppose. A plate slid between them. Oh, the appetizers. Wine was poured into fresh glasses for them, next to the water. Thank you, echoed Lady Belle, imitating without thinking of it. Let's consider our main course. Oh, are we really doing an entire meal? Why ever not? Belle peered at the uncertain mare. I am treating you to a fine time. Oh, I think the singing is about to start. A clearing of the throat echoed out over the crowd as Twinkleshine took her place before a microphone that amplified her. Thank you all for coming. This is just a test run. Wow, I really didn't expect this many ponies. I'll do my best, promise. She pumped a hoof, then moved it to her chest, taking a deep breath. The singing began, Twinkleshine's voice a clear bell of perfect tones that rang out across the crowd. The crowd began to sway in tune, clearly enjoying the performance being given. Belle nodded softly. An acceptable performance, with good company, and she paused to sip from her floating goblet of wine. Just as good as he promised. I had wondered if he was playing it up. Gentle looked away from Twinkleshine towards Belle as she sipped, and her eyes widened a little. What had she seen? Belle peered over her shoulder, setting the glass down. There was nothing odd behind her. Is something wrong? You. She frowned a little. I must be seeing things. I would hope you are hearing things and tasting things, suggested Lady Bell with a smile. Go on. Her glowing horn gently lifted a small snack to try. We are here to enjoy ourselves. Tasting things, of course. Her own horn glowed as she began to try the different appetizers with happy little noises. These are good. Almost as nice as when Blueblood took me to his functions. Almost. Not quite. She smiled a little awkwardly. I feel odd, noting the difference. It means you're gaining refinement to the palate. Something to be proud of, argued Belle. Good on you. To be able to properly judge a meal is a skill most ponies never have. Things calmed then, the two eating and listening, sipping fine wine, and letting the day slip gently, without any friction to spoil it. At least until Gentle reached across the table. Belle withdrew sharply. Pardon. I'm sorry, it's just. She brought both of her hooves together, worrying them in a fidget. Every time you eat, then it hit her. Her face was not where the false image was. She had been feeding an invisible mouth that entire time. Her deception laid bare. Panic began to course through her. Just a little trick, she squeaked out. She inclined her head left, and right before she sat back. I have decided on an entree. Oh, Belle let out a soft sigh. The danger was passing. She just had to keep the magic going. Please do share. Your favorite. Gentle smiled a little, tapping something on the menu. Belle read it upside down, one of the little skills she had picked up. That was one of her favorites. But that was Prince Blueblood's favorite meal, not Lady Belle, who Gentle was just meeting. Was that a test? Was she seeing through? It could be either. My brother adores it, and I'm partial to it as well, she allowed with a smile she hoped was genuine. Do you like it? It's delightful, she agreed easily, raising a hoof to wave at the passing waiter. She had soon ordered their proper meal. Dinner and a show. This has been quite a nice day. Oh yes, quite. Lady Belle agreed with a soft nod. In good company. Good company, Gentle echoed back. I should powder my nose. Belle stepped down carefully and trotted off to the restrooms. There were two of them. One was for Mara's, the other stallions. A mare had no business in a stallion stall, and a stallion in a mare's. Both were entirely uncouth. Reason enough to throw the offending pony away to somewhere dark. Which did she select? She could let go of the spell, trot into the stallion stalls, get a moment of relaxation in more than one way. But then, when and where would she reassume her mare identity? No, that wouldn't do. She would have to remain as she was, a mare. A lady. And ladies went to the mare's room. Decided, she walked forward, willing the door open. In pony society, the differences in stalls were far more subtle than human models. There were more mirrors in the mare's side, but the same number of stalls. Ponies went standing up, sure, but that still needed a stall to do it in, whatever their gender. That was also a relief. She strode past the other Maras, not meeting their eyes, darting into the first available stall and closing the door. She had made it. She was in. She slid the lock shut and relaxed. Ah, sweet relief. Her horn's ache had progressed a little, but she held it firm. She would remain a lady until the sun had set, as commanded. She would not fail that test. She cleaned herself up and stepped free of the stall. I think she's way in over her head. The Maras, they were prettying themselves and gossiping about something. Belle ignored them, walking past towards freedom from places she did not belong. Well, she hadn't seen anything untoward, and she would not bother any pony. No harm had been done. She stepped up onto her chair, looking across to Gentle. Did I miss anything? They're getting the choir. She pointed out over the crowd. Seems it's such a hit they couldn't help themselves. How lovely. She lifted her wine glass for a sip. The food is on the way. But not here yet, agreed Gentle. You know, I've heard of it before, but usually there's some difference. Difference in what? She cocked a brow at Gentle with naked confusion. Are they mistreating you? I will not stand for it. Not that. Gentle hurriedly got out. The wait staff has been delightful. It's just, even with twins, cutie marks usually vary a little. She held up two hooves, even if it's just the color of the same thing. Cutie marks? What was she going on about? She glanced back at her own cutie mark. Oh, Belle and Blueblood did not differ a bit in one specific area. They both had a nice, big compass rose adorning them, unchanged in even the slightest. Fancy that. She got out with a nervous little laugh. Be truthful with me. She sipped from her own glass of wine. Am I speaking to Lady Belle, or is this Lord Blueblood? She couldn't fight the blush storming in her face. Well, you see. Answer enough. She inclined her head. Do I scare you so? Belle blinked. HM? Scare? You are assuming I can't be allowed to know, or that I just would never figure it out. She looked away. This does dash some thoughts, but you do not scare me. Belle clopped a hoof on the table, even if it was a bit off sync with where her hoof appeared to be and actually was. But I must, or you would have told me. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Belle demanded. You're telling me I've done wrong, only because I scared you. She inclined her head faintly. I'm just another set of judging eyes, ready to cast unkind words on you. No, not that. Belle reached halfway across the table. You are a friend. I'm sorry for not saying that earlier and more often. You asked for nothing, and put up with my strangeness. I'm going through things. If that bothers you, well, I understand. Do you like what you see? She asked, rubbing her cheek awkwardly. In the mirror? He thought to the reflection of BlueBell gazing right back. I really do, she admitted in a small voice. What do you think? She smirked. Not the sort of pony I hold secret wishes would sweep me off my hooves, but a lovely mare, perhaps. She glanced away and back. You wanted that, stuttered out Belle, darkening a little. I am a mare. You are were? A prince. I am not immune to your charms. She shook her head firmly. I would never have acted on it. I respect you. You wanted to not be chased, so I wouldn't have. I believe you, she admitted, sagging in place. A plate slid between them as the appetizers were whisked away. A huge plate of steaming goodness awaited them. Belle inclined her head, considering it. You saw right through me. Your trick is not perfect, Dam. Which would you want me to call you? Today, I am a lady. She gestured at her own chest. Until dear Auntie allows the sun to set. That was the goal given. I did not mean to take advantage of you. Gentle suddenly burst into titters. I do wish more ponies took advantage of me by treating me to a lovely day out. Music began to rise, the entire chorus singing as one. Lovely. She tilted her floating cup towards Belle. For now, let's eat and enjoy the rest of the day. Tomorrow we should really talk. I want to know where we stand. Really talk, echoed Belle, and things grew quiet between them. Surrounded by the voices of the ponies singing their songs, they filled themselves pleasantly. Blueblood's deception had been seen through, but he hadn't been turned away. He was still a she until the sun set, even if her horn was starting to really sting. Hardly a way to live, she decided, but it was a taste, and she rather liked the morsel she had sampled. Chapter 7. I can't do that. Blue sagged on her bed, the magic fading as she flopped over, revealing the stallion beneath. That became quite uncomfortable, he noted with a miserable little grunt. But you did it. Fire tilted her head left and right. So good on you. Her eyes darted to be sure the sun was set. It was late dusk, not quite. Good enough for your first run. That's how it feels to keep a spell going. It gets easier with practice. She waggled her naked tail, grinning at him. How did you like it? Get any cat calls from the stallions? A new blush began to rise up his neck. No. It likely helped that he had hidden with Gentle Mare, and they were seated in a nice eatery, rather than being directly out and about. It was nice, but far from perfect. Gentle saw right through it. Right through. Fire frowned at that. What did you do, touch her? Maybe worse. He sat up slowly, rubbing his sore horn. The spell does not deal with drinking and eating well, and that was precisely what we were doing. That takes more practice. She inclined her head a little. We can go over that. Oops. You can fold in things you're holding into the illusion, so they match up. Oops, bitterly agreed Blueblood. Well, she knows, and she wants to talk about it tomorrow. Good luck with that. Why did her tail have to wag like that? As if she looked forward to that uncomfortable conversation. I'm going to bed. That was a lie. He was already in bed. Still, he was ready to retire, and began going about that without delay. I trust when I pass this lesson. With flying colors, sang Fire. Tomorrow we'll try something new. Oomph. He was soon divested of his clothing and snuggled under his blanket, ready to recover from a day of practice. Nephew. Blueblood cracked open an eye into darkness. He was in his room. It was dark, and there should have been no pony there. That fact settled, and he sat up, blinking awake. Who's there? 'Tis I. Her horn began to glow, revealing Luna. A guard came to me with news. Is something wrong? He began to reach for his things to return to proper appearance. Nay, something right perhaps. She inclined her head. They said they saw a mare with your cutie mark. She clopped her forehooves together with a little smile. Was that you? Blueblood slid to his hooves. He made a mental note to be careful about that, should he ever wish to use the illusion again. Yes and no. Luna peered at him curiously, but said nothing. It was an illusion he provided, a sight and nothing else. I remain a stallion. He turned towards her fully, tail giving a little swish. But I did spend the day in the form. Was it to your liking, or giving you pause? She asked, tone mostly void of judgment, as if either answer were acceptable. Auntie dear, you are a mare. He smiled up at her. Let's be honest. You are not an unhappy pony. I will assume that being a mare speaks well to you, that you in favor of it. Luna turned a hoof on herself. Me? Well, yes. I am a mare, and I am pleased with that fact, but this is not about me. There are many who are perfectly pleased with what they are, but that doesn't answer my question because I am not you. She leaned in, her breath felt and smelled at their proximity. I'm a princess of dreams. I have seen far stranger desires than this, I assure her. Truly, doubt carried clear in his tone. Regale me. Make my wants seem small in comparison. Luna considered that quietly a moment. I may not give names or hints as to what ponies these came from, of course. Their secrecy is a vow I take most seriously. I'm not a gossip, whatever my other flaws may be. Of course, Andy. He raised a placating hoof. I seek not scandals, just perspective. Mature. She smiled a little. We could all use a little of that. Very well. A common one is like yourself, pining for a body fate did not give them, instead of desiring the other sex. However, they look to the other tribes with jealous eyes, to soar in the air, to wield magic, or even to be strong and durable. Her lips curled a little, to say nothing of those who dream of having it all, to be as a princess. Blueblood quirked an ear. Even if I abandon this path, I'm growing more talented. Perhaps I can ease the suffering of others going through like troubles. Luna's eyes widened a moment before her magic wrapped around him, drawing him in rapidly as her arms came around, hugging him. Dearest nephew, what a lovely idea, and you've led directly into what I wanted to ask about. You've made progress? You must, if you're casting such advanced spells. Looked suddenly thoughtful. Where were you in arcane studies? Minimum, he admitted as he was hugged warmly, accepting it awkwardly, but not returning it. But that has been remedied, and continues to be addressed. He cleared his throat softly, stepping back. As a noble, it is my duty to use my privilege for the benefit of others. Commoners have far less chance than I to ever advance as a proper wizard. When I learn the spells, I should make use of them for the betterment of all. And this is the same stallion I had such unkind thoughts of. She shook her head softly. That will teach me, perhaps, not to throw judgments without knowing the entire situation. I apologize again for my uncharitable disposition. Now, she tilted her head. How far along are you? How far have you come? That was a harder question than it might have first appeared. Magic did not come with easy levels, and he wasn't in a school he could report what grade he was in. I've learned almost 24 symbols, he went with instead, of increasingly complex nature. Delightful. She clapped her hooves together, but also a bit behind. You cast a significant spell with only that many? You must have learned what you needed specifically. She wobbled a hoof in the air. I recommend you broaden your learning, so you can use any spell put before you. He was being cheated. He frowned, considering his tutor, but it clicked almost as quickly. His request was quite specific, and she was doing it. She was giving him the tools to cast that shape-changing spell, and not bothering much outside that, because he didn't ask for it. It was his fault, as the manager of the operation. But easily fixed. Of course, Annie. How very silly of me. I'll see that addressed shortly. See that you do. She suddenly yawned, barely covering her snout with a hoof. Now, you must greet the day as I go for some earned sleep. Good luck, nephew. Sleep well. Auntie, he replied with a gentle smile, his magic pulling open the door for her. Oh, next time, there's no need to sneak upon me in the dark. You'll give the staff things to whisper about. Luna chuckled as she departed. Perhaps, but she didn't agree to not do it again, slipping away. Good morning. Gentle rubbed at her cheek softly. I've been thinking, as one should. Blueblood nodded to her from across the small table they were at, breakfast between them. Thank you for handling yesterday with decorum. It was unkind of me to spring that on you without warning, and I do apologize for it. Why, yes, of course. She nodded softly. I'm not mad. She raised a hoof behind her head. I didn't know you could do that. I mean, we're both unicorns. Her horn glowed as if to make clear that fact. But I never learned magic, you know? I was in a similar state, he admitted. But I've been fixing that. So you're a wizard now, who prefers being a mare. Blueblood sat up, coughing softly. Well, you looked so relaxed. Gentle smiled. Well, gently, living up to her name. You were enjoying yourself. My dear, being a noble gives one a bit of an ear for some things. I hear unspoken words on your lips. He looked her over curiously. No judgments here. You have promised me that much, and it is only fair I return the favor. Speak freely. Blueblood Prince. She set both her hooves down on the table. I wish you the absolute best, that you can walk this path and find happiness. His chest tightened. The sensation was only growing worse. But I can't walk it with you. She looked away. I'm not angry, or trying to say you're doing a thing wrong. You looked so happy. I want you to keep that. I want you to be able to smile like that every day. She put a hoof on her chest. It's me. It's all me. I did a stupid thing, and now I'm paying for it. But he cycled his hooves in the air as if he could reel his words back from the void they had been lost in. Gentle. We're friends. Even you said two Maras could be friends, couldn't they? Of course. She sank miserably. But I don't know you as a mare. Even as a mare, I thought of you as a prince. Blame it on me, sir, please, entirely. You were a kind and gentle stallion, and that is who I fell for. I can't put that aside. She sat up, clearing her throat. This is entirely my fault. I will return the dresses you so charitably. No, he cut in. You will not. Those are yours, gentle mare. They are forever yours. Wear them with pride. He looked away, his face becoming harder. The pain was welling up. It's me, she whispered. Please go back to smiling. It was magical yesterday. You were so happy. He reached a hoof, placing it on one of hers. Can't you smile with me? I'm a silly prince-chasing mare, she bitterly admitted. Always held hope that if I was kind and good, you would eventually warm to me. And you have, and I adore you. As a prince, this is my fault. She hiccuped even as she almost squeaked out the final words, half falling to her hooves on the floor. Curse me. I deserve it, but don't let me hold you back. Dearest prince, find yourself and smile again. She fled, leaving a trail of shed tears. Blueblood sagged in his chair, watching her go, vanishing out of the room into the castle proper. His first lady friend, lost. Another prince chasing mare. No, she had admitted it. No, he thumped down a hoof. She is scared and confused, but she was not that. She was, at worst, a mare, a regular mare. He was a handsome pony, and she was attracted, as a stallion might fancy a comely mare in return, but she never pressed, never. She never assumed she had a right to have any amount of interest. She never asked for things. She never demanded decorum she didn't deserve. "You are not a prince chasing mare," he huffed, sliding to his own hooves. "You are my friend." Were? Perhaps the past tense was appropriate. Fighting his own tears, he trotted off to see to business. The life of a noble did not pause due to personal feelings. "Chap." Fancy nodded at Blueblood. They were at an opening of a new theater of the arts, the sort of thing that could draw ponies like them. "I have been meaning to ask." Blueblood's ears perked. "Please, go right ahead. You know I'm an open book to you." Fancy chuckled at that. "This I doubt, but the intent is appreciated." Still, he glanced left and right to see who was close as his voice dropped. "Have you decided which side of the fence you stand on?" Blueblood felt a pain swell in his chest, fear knotting tight. "Fancy, I need an honest answer, deadly honest. May I have one?" "Well, chap, I would need the question before I could assure that one way or the other." He reached up, adjusting his monocle. "I would be a bit daft to assure that carte blanche, no matter how long a friend we may happen to be." "Fair." He glanced away and back quickly. "If I were to select that other side of the fence, I know you would support me, and I do appreciate that, truly. But will we remain friends, confidants? Would you remain as close to a Lady BlueBell?" Fancy hiked a brow. "The nature of our relationship will adjust. A mare and a stallion do not interact in precisely the same way as two stallions, but I would gladly rediscover those lines." He cleared his throat softly. "Besides, you're the same pony in either event, for the most part, and I happen to enjoy the company of that pony, so you're stuck with me, I'm afraid." "Poor luck, chap." Blueblood smiled a little at that. "Perhaps it could turn out better?" I went out, looking like a mare. Fancy raised a hoof to cough into it. Mind filled with visions of Blueblood dressing the part awkwardly, perhaps with eyeliner and other bad makeup techniques. How did it go? He thought back to the bulk of the dinner. The food, the company, the way the waiters spoke to him. It was lovely, but a cloth napkin came in, dabbing gently at spots. Blueblood had let a tear go despite his efforts, and Fancy was cleaning without a single word, keeping up decorum. "You are too good." The color of the magic on the napkin shifted as he took hold of it himself to finish the job. It was with gentle mare. "How is the dear doing? We haven't spoken in a short while." He seemed to consider. "I see she isn't here, distracted with work. Lower class life right there, is it not? I don't envy them." "Right, but that wasn't it. She saw me as a mare, and she figured out it was me, the me you see right now." "Right," echoed Fancy, having a hard time imagining how any pony wouldn't immediately spot Blueblood as a false mare. "Was she upset?" No, we had a nice time, but he backed a step. "She ended our relationship today. Said she couldn't handle being with a mare that had." He took a slow breath, trying to regain his composure. "A mare who was once a stallion she was smitten with." "Oh dear." Fancy came in, colliding with him and directing him off to the side, away from the thick. "Well, lucky you. I have no romantic feelings for you to confuse." Blueblood gave a single strained laugh at that. "Well, thank goodness for small favors, Quite." A small snack floated up in Fancy's magic soon offered. It is never a kind thing to lose a friend, and that is precisely what she was. Poor sport on her side to come apart so quickly. Doing it slowly wouldn't have helped, hissed out Blueblood, though he did take a chomp out of the floating biscuit. She did it quickly and cleanly. "I appreciate her honesty. I am more sad that we are separate. I would have dearly enjoyed mare friend, some pony I could speak to, without any other expectations. She had them, old boy, she just had better decorum than most." He shook his head slowly. "Would you, if you were to remain a prince, have eventually taken her hoof?" A faint blush began to rise before it settled down, slightly unbecoming, her being a merchant, I a prince, but she was a dear. Be honest with yourself, as a pony, not as a prince." He softly thudded a hoof into Blueblood. "You are a pony first, my friend, even if I need remind you of the fact. I cannot rightly predict that." Blueblood turned entirely away, hoof at his chin. Right now, he suddenly twirled back on Fancy. "I've made quite some progress in my spell casting." "Very good." Fancy pat Blueblood on the shoulder. "I knew you could. You were never the sort to let something get past you if you had your eyes squarely set on it." "Haha, very good. I always wanted a wizard for an associate, and the ones I met were all social bores, entirely unsuitable." He rolled his eyes. "Even Princess Twilight, though she has the favor of Princess Celestia, is quite the chore to deal with." Blueblood reared up a little. "You've had much experience with her, Twilight, I mean?" "HM? Oh yes, she used to be worse." He smirked at that. "First time I saw her, she was making quite the fool of herself with the most unseemly dance I had ever witnessed. Truly, you would not believe how bad it was. I thought for a time she was doing it on purpose, to make a statement. No, she was just naive." He chuckled as he snapped up the remainder of the floating cookie. "That is hardly proper for a princess." Blueblood hiked a brow, imagining the display. "Does she still do that?" "HM? Oh no, this was back before she became one of those." Fancy Pants shook his head softly. I'm pleased to report she's learned some manner of decor. He leaned in a little. Not a single strange little dance since then, probably for the best. I don't hold it against her, but I shan't forget it either. Blueblood allowed a little smile, imagining strange motions from the former unicorn. Would that I could have seen it. My advancement as a wizard has not come at the expense of civility, I assure. I meant to ask about that. Fancy inclined his head faintly. Are you attending a class? Personal tutor? Are you just reading? I hear that is the most difficult way to gain that skill. Oh no. Blueblood shook his head quickly at that. Personal tutor. I tried the self-teaching route, but that was quite slow going, you see. The tutor is a strict mare, unkind, but she really is pushing me ahead, so I can't be entirely upset. Firm but fair. Fancy nodded in a subtle motion. Exactly the right kind of teacher at times. It seems to me she is having precisely the right effect from the sound of it. Chap, this may sound a bit immature, perhaps, but may I see? I would like to behold some of your spellcraft. Blueblood smiled at that, his mood lifting. Of course. Shoot, but what spells did he know? He had only properly learned one. Ah, name a fashion. A fashion, chap? Fancy tapped his chin thoughtfully. Wonderbolt. Blueblood had to blink at that. He had expected some manner of courtly attire. Wonderbolt, truly? I made my selection, taunted Fancy with a little smile. Show me your magic. Very well. He played the song of magic, an image in his mind. He spread wings he didn't have wide, smiling at the surprised-looking Fancy Pants. Like so. Huh, quite the image. Fancy leaned left and right, taking in Blueblood dressed in the tight fabric of a Wonderbolt suit, winged at that, and with a horn too. Behold, a male alicorn. Ha, and they said it was unlikely. Seems my chap proved them wrong. It's just for show, demurred Blueblood, turning slowly in place, willing his fake wings to give a few flaps for show. They won't carry me into the air, I'm afraid. Enough to look the part and little else. Fancy reached out, poking a hoof right through a wing as if it wasn't there, which it wasn't. Oh, I see. How curious. Still quite the trick. I know your special talent has nothing to do with this, so this is quite the display. True spellcraft. Very good, very good. He began to clop his hooves together. Other ponies noticed him applauding and joined in. One did not miss the chance to join Fancy Pants in a good round of applause, even if they didn't precisely know what they were cheering on. Soon they were gathered around, realizing that Blueblood was somehow a Pegasus dressed as a Wonderbolt. The applause became a bit more genuine, at least until a soft cough cut it off. Celestia was approaching. Nephew. Quite suddenly, the magic was gone, and he was a unicorn again. Auntie, a pleasure to see you. She casually tapped him right beside his horn. We are gathered to celebrate the opening of this theater, she reminded. If you could cease your demonstrations. Terribly sorry, he murmured with the good sense to look sheepish. When Celestia had returned to where she was giving a little speech, Blueblood glanced aside at Fancy Pants. She's just jealous I didn't have to go to her precious school. Fancy chortled at the thought. You're a touch mature for that setting, chap. He walked with Blueblood back to the thick of the crowd around Celestia, rather than being apart from it. Still, he whispered quietly, your show was more interesting, I dare say. The two chuckled good-naturedly. Golden Magic threw open the door. Celestia stepped into the room, looking around suspiciously. There has to be an explanation. Ponies just didn't learn magic that quickly. Even her best and brightest students weren't ready to throw out such a complex spell casually. She stepped slowly into the abandoned room, Blueblood's room. Sniffing, there was something curious in the air. Rotten eggs on the breeze? Odd, but it proved nothing itself. She went to his books, peering at them, but no new books were there. Political guidebooks, romances, nothing out of the normal for Blueblood. No strange artifacts were littered about. No arcane sigils were burned into the walls. It was an ordinary room for an ordinary prince who had learned too fast. Looking and staring wouldn't fix it. There must be a reason. She stormed off, the door closing behind her. Fading in on his bed, Fire Paradox scowled at the closed door. Nosy girl. She had said something far less clean or charitable than girl. But we'll save you, dear reader, from such demonic curses. Why wouldn't give to corrupt that? Turning the monarch of the kingdom sure would be quite the feat. Also impossible. Celestia did not have a good hook for her wicked hooves to grab onto. Not like Blueblood. He trotted down a road paved with reasonable intentions, blind to what troubles it would lead him towards. The best sort of corrupted soul, as far as she could see. You just need to keep reaching and savor what you learn to reach. Fire Paradox rubbed her hooves together. You're coming along well. A pity he wouldn't become a nice, strong, strapping king. She rather preferred those. Whatever, not that important in the end. I'd better warn him. It was rude to poke around other ponies' rooms. It was the least she could do to at least warn him it was happening. Stupid ruler, thinking her actions wouldn't be noticed. Fire smirked viciously. We're not that dumb. Chapter 8, Propriety. The Golden One, Celestia. She had her head cradled atop her tilted hooves, watching Blueblood fuss around. She stopped by. Did she? He inclined an ear towards her as a brush worked through his mane. Seeing to his appearance seemed to take up a good portion of the day. She missed me. She wasn't aiming for you, corrected Fire, smirking at the stallion. She admitted you were learning better than her students. She was beside herself, wondering how you'd done so well. She was jealous. Fire clucked her tongue softly, watching his emotions play out. Pride, certainly some of that. You're outpacing even her brightest students. That reminds. He turned towards her properly. While I do appreciate the instruction you have given, I have been informed that my instruction has been narrow. Her brows fell in a mild frown. Yeah? So, you have a goal, don't you? If you want to throw that aside in favor of becoming the best wizard ever, well, that could be arranged. Her brows eased up, a smile on her face as if pleased at the idea. Just say the word. He inclined his head with obvious thought, a little HM escaping him. You have a point. Let's stay on task, but I wouldn't mind learning new spells from the symbols I already know, and I will want to finish rounding my education once we've arrived. He coughed into a hoof. By the way, her ears pricked at the way he said that. What's on your mind? Her tail curled and whipped, eyes on him with her satisfied smile. Do share. I have. Decided. She sat up. Well, this is a good time to drink. Heat washed from her as two tall fluted glasses appeared, filled with dark red fluid. Drink up and reveal it and mean it. This is your will. Make it count. The glow around one of them shifted as he took hold of it, bringing it over. You make it sound a bit grander than it need be. I do not. She rolled her eyes. You are redefining yourself. Take pride in that. Other ponies will try to tell you you're wrong, but shove off. Not a pony gets to tell you what you are more than you, as if they have to live in your hooves. Hosers. She licked her lips and brought in the hovering glass to sip from. So go on, tell me. He considered his infernal companion. Not that he had any idea what that meant. She wasn't entirely off base, but, my dear, you are clearly not of royal upbringing. Others' opinions of me will always have merit, if only for what effect it will have in my dealings. I would be a rather poor prince if I did not realize that. He raised a hoof to his chest. Why, even my poor dealing with that harlot, Rarity was, I will admit, a poor moment, and is remembered. It felt justified, but I still pay the price for the impression it created. Personal satisfaction, professional failure. There is a difference. Look at you. She sat up, her grin only growing, suddenly showing off like you know it all. Rather than be annoyed, she took another deep drink. I like it. Still, getting annoyed at the suspense. You an outie or an innie? Spill it. He tossed his mane, locks settling into their proper position. He just had to say it, but he felt hesitation creeping on him. I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed myself. He repeated the sentence with emphasis on the key part. I enjoy my shape, my voice, the clothing I get to select, the scent a mare can choose from compared to a stallion's. He inclined his head. I wish to be perfectly clear. I am no fool. I have, despite you. Our words, spent times with Mares that have caught my eyes. He coughed into a hoof, and while enjoyable, it was never all that fulfilling. There's a reason I am not prone to seeking that fashion of company. Pity. She set her glass aside, where it began to melt and combust, burning away to nothing. Still, sounds like you've made up your mind then, miss. What was it, BlueBell? Lady BlueBell. He inclined his head. Damnable thing, but it's a bit of a faux pas in this day for a female to be a princess unless they're also an alicorn, or not from Equestria. I qualify for neither. He frowned at the very idea. It's hardly fair, as if I'd suddenly be less royal for being a mare. Opportunity. Fire Paradox brought her hose together with a soft single clop. Then we should fix that. Princess BlueBell sounds so much more appropriate, don't you think? A fanciful thought, but entirely useless. He shook his head. Lady I may become, but princess. Celestia was quite pointed in her opinion on. She can take a long walk off a short pier, spat fire, also spitting fire in a moment of annoyance. I'm here for you, not her. What she wants, I don't care. You deserve to still have a royal title. I thought Equestria was a land of opportunity and equality, and Mares gets stiff like that. She hopped down from the bed, strolling towards him. You are prince. What is a prince with an innie? Go on, tell me. The title is not precisely the same, argued Blueblood, glancing away. Perhaps if the alicorns were queens, there would be room, but seems an obvious answer then. She reached up to tap Blueblood on the nose. If only alicorns can be princesses, then you need to be an alicorn. Simple as that. Get you a nice set of wings, and I'll be first in line to hail my glorious new princess, as you deserve. She wouldn't like that. I could not care less. Fire rolled her eyes dramatically. She's just jealous. Come to think of it, she tapped a hoof on the floor. Her top students, are they Mares or stallions? He thought back on it, her last major class, the one that had Twilight in it. He was there at the graduation, as if a royal would miss such an event. There was Twilight, of course, but not just her. Her schoolmates, arranged in order of talent. Mare. They were basically all Mares. In fact, there had been a stallion there once, and he was deemed a failure. Fire's look was one of malicious victory. See, you're not a mare in her eyes, so you don't deserve to have magic. No wonder she's so suspicious. What a sexist bit. Are you going to accept that? I will not, he stated in complete certainty. However, she groaned. But what? But she remains ruler of the lands and my aunt. He inclined his head. Propriety demands I not do as you seem to be implying. I will not break the laws of Equestria. Is there a law about who gets to become an alicorn or not? It wasn't impossible that there was such a thing, but she had her doubts. Well, no, not as such, but you need to stop using that word. She waggled her back end. I know mine is lovely. No need to keep bringing it up. Pardon. The reference was lost entirely on him. Putting that aside, let us put our minds where they can get to work. What is the next symbol? She summoned the book, flipping forward. As you wish, my mistress. She inclined an ear at Blueblood. You should get ponies used to your new self. If you're a mare, you're a mare. You're just handling the little details. She set a hoof down on a mark. We haven't yet covered this one, have we? He leaned in to peer at it. That is not familiar. Is it next? Warmth began to flow from her. One of my favorites. Heat. Fire in the right conditions, but heat. A very flexible and useful symbol. You can consider it intermediate in difficulty. Let's begin. And the magic lesson was underway. He hadn't agreed to try to depose Celestia, probably just as well. But he also hadn't declined becoming an Olicorn in the end. There was no law against it. Luna emerged from her room, her mane brushed, her fur glistening with the faint reminder of a refreshing bath. She was ready to tackle the day, or night. Good evening, she bade her guards, getting formal salutes from them both. Any mail? Just one. One extended a wing with an envelope attached, addressed clearly to her, with her cutie mark added to be certain. How lovely. It was so rare she got proper mail. She sat, her magic taking hold of it and ripping free the wrapping around the letter itself. It is like a gift, a wrapper to prevent ruining the surprise. She had not yet learned the glory or misery of junk mail just yet. It was perhaps a kindness, for nothing but joy showed in her face as she unfolded the letter and sighed to read. Dear Aunt Princess Luna, I write to you with joy in my heart, but determination behind my quill. I wish to begin by thanking you, dear Aunt. You opened my eyes to the possibility, one I held as a fool, but it set aside, abandoning it as a folly, my back bent under the firm whip of my other aunt. Luna paused her reading, licking her lips. Oh dear, she could guess where the letter was headed. I'm so proud. She spoke to herself, though she looked more concerned than congratulatory. Guards, they were already looking at her. If you see PR, she came up short, realizing she was making an error. Belay that. I need to finish reading this. She rose to her hoofs. I will be in my study. And on she trotted, the letter floating with her. I seek your advice. She smiled at the words. Even this far, he had the humility and perhaps wisdom to seek counsel. Though I feel confident in my desires, I'm not such the fool as to think I fully grasp it. To be a mare is more than a pretty smile, soft clothing, and other surface things. Aunt, I ask for your instruction, even as my magic tutoring commences. If I am to be a mare, then I will not be a poor one. Instruct me, if you will, in the rituals of a mare. Teach me the words, the signs. I know there are already such things for stallions, little things, hints we can pass along with nary a word, or meaning pass between those very words. In this, I yield entirely. I submit myself to your wisdom and experience. I claim not one bit of experience that would speak against you. So a humble pony, I bow my head. Please, dear aunt, visitor of dreams, show me how to dance on a mare's hooves and to live a mare's life. Luna shook her head slowly, just noticing a tear escaping and brushing it away. The gravity of what was being asked was not lost on her. He was accepting her as her mother. She could shape and form her. Lady BlueBell was ready to be born, but she was not but a mewling foal, looking to her, Luna, for guidance. Dearest nephew, she raised a hoof to her snout. Niece, this will take some getting used to. Have they already finished the spell? Her eyes swept over the letter, but there was no hint of that directly, but also no firm word against it. It was neutral at best. I will have to ask. She carefully folded the glowing letter in her magic and tucked it away. But I will not fail you in this. You have come to your aunt in good faith, and she will rise to the occasion. She danced in place, cantering with a little smile. I've never mothered a foal before, even if this one is the size of a grown pony. How exciting, which reminded her, she had precious little knowledge on how to parent any given pony. She didn't know what a mare's life was, and had visited no few of them, seeing their modern dreams, filled with some things even she still struggled to learn. Besides, she was a mare. Surely a mare could pass on that knowledge of mareness to another mare. She nodded firmly, steeling her resolve. I will handle this. She started on her duties. She had a knight to oversee. She also had a letter to write, welcoming Lady BlueBell to learn from her. Ladies and gentle colts. Fancy looked across his guests. It was his party for a change of pace. Thank you all for attending. Soft murmurs of acceptance spread. Refuse an invitation from Fancy Pants? Unheard of. It is time I made the proper announcement. There's a pony you've long known, but you didn't actually know them at all. Astonished whispers spread. Who was he speaking of? Have no fear. I was equally as ignorant. He gestured for a pony to approach, an uncertain-looking royal stallion. I present, with no further delay, Lady BlueBell. He chuckled softly. A lovely name, is it not? As warmly as he had expressed it, agreement did not immediately pour forth. Eyes locked on what was clearly a stallion. Blueblood, a prince. They all knew him. Is this a joke? Asked one other stallion, rubbing his cheek. Did you lose a bet with your aunt, or something? Laughter rippled. That was a much easier idea to grasp. Blueblood had annoyed Celestia for some slight, and having to play the part of a mare was some manner of punishment. Of course, another mare set a hoof on Blue's shoulder. You must have annoyed her quite a bit. What did you do? Share, we're dying to hear about it. Others' voices rose, trying to encourage Blue to speak what outrageous trouble they had gotten into to earn such a reprisal. I did nothing, blurted Blue, red in the face, though it was hard to measure if it was anger or embarrassment, though both were possible. I made this decision, me. Not a single other pony could decide this for me. The stallion's eyes went up and down Blue's form. Sorry, chap, not getting it. There is nothing to get, huffed out Fancy, stepping ahead of Blue. They are now Lady BlueBell, a mare, and you will treat her as she wishes to be treated. Have you all taken leave of your civility? He coughed into a hoof. Besides, they remain a royal, and you have all swiftly forgotten your manners around such a pony. A few ponies deflated, called on their lack of decorum. Others didn't look convinced. Hate to break it to you, taunted one mare. We don't need any more princesses, and you can't be a prince if you aren't a stallion. So, a stallion next to her nudged her. Don't be like that. Besides, he's obviously still that. He can still be a prince. Prince Bluebell. All hail. All hail. Agreed roughly half the room. Drinks raised in magic in a toast to the strange situation. Blue took a slow, seething breath, and some ponies were watching, waiting for them to explode, but they did not. They turned instead, walking with all the decorum they could manage. While my form does not yet match the title I've taken, all proper steps are being taken to address that. The mare that had spoken stepped forward, upper crust wielding a cruel smirk. Proper steps, you say? So you do mean to become a princess then? Fancy snorted in obvious irritation. She is Lady Blue. I heard that, but what you say and what he does is not the same thing. She arched a brow, peering at Blue intensely. I'm not blind. Jet Set took up position next to her in solidarity. I always thought it was a baseless rumor, but I heard he'd tried this once before, just to be shouted down by Princess Celestia. He chuckled, raising a hoof to his lips as he did so. The spots of a cat don't change, I do suppose. She held me back, suddenly roared Blue, turning to face the pair of ponies that were attacking him. She, like you, didn't even understand the idea of a pony not being perfectly happy with what was given to them without their leave. Without their leave? Asked Upper with obvious confusion. How ridiculous. Not a single pony is asked what they should be, they just are. You think you're better than Destiny or something? I imagine he thinks he's better than every pony else here. Jet buffed his hoof on his chest over his shirt. One little royal title, and he thinks he can tell us whatever he pleases. That's she, grunted Blue. You are entirely without tact and devoid of a drop of civility. I'm afraid I must agree with that assessment. Fancy pointed to the door out. My invitation is thus rescinded. I do hope you visit again with a better attitude. Me? Upper pointed at herself. I should think he's speaking to me. Jet turned and began walking away without any flair. Whatever, Fancy Pants. This is a power play you will regret, taking on the side of a pony that doesn't even know their place like that. Upper fled after him despite not being told to directly. Perhaps that was the plan? It couldn't be said with certainty, but the couple departed the gathering, a few other ponies vanishing along with them. Hi, Lady BlueBell. One stallion had his hat off, held between his forehoofs. Saw the... Probably talked to you. That wasn't very nice. Well, Fleur raised a hoof, nose held even to the ground. I welcome you, Lady Blue of Bell. I look forward to comparing fur colorings with you. I have quite the collection, I assure. That drew a few new giggles, imagining Blue being painted up like a mare. Fleur ignored it entirely, her eyes on Blue. Blue stepped from hoof to hoof. I thank you. You have. I've been unkind. We've known each other for so long, and still, I feel I barely know you. She dipped her head at Fleur. Can we fix that? Oui, she cried, clapping her forehoofs. It will be a pleasure. Brother, now we can share friend. She leaned against Fancy, practically draping over him. Won't that be fun? A smile touched at Blue, a bit of hope. Perhaps they could find a new lady friend? Thank you, all of you. She turned to address the rest of the crowd remaining. I understand I have imposed on you. You know me long and well as one thing. To press forward a new name is always a challenge, to say nothing of a new title. She put a hoof to her chest, stallion as it was. I've been on the other end of that, and I will forgive honest mistakes. Hear, hear, called Fancy. Honest mistakes will be had, but as civilized ponies, we will press forward despite that. Now, my announcement is over. Shall we move on? Master of crowd. He fluidly shifted things away from that announcement to a dazzling and huge cake of celebration. Taste buds were pleased, and conversation picked up with less tension. It was so much harder to be worked up while chewing on a fine bit of cake. Entertainment entered, and music began to be played. Ponies danced in proper ways, and soon laughter had returned. Anyone peeking in would not have known a life-changing announcement had been made not long before. Mon ami. Fleur tapped gently on Blue's side from behind. I would like if you were willing to dance. Blue blinked rapidly. She was used to Fleur demanding such from Fancy, never her. Oh, of course. Don't be nervous. She bat her long lashes. I know you can dance. All I ask is a spot of fun, dear friend. Fleur was a comely mare. There was little arguing it. Normally, Blue would not even have considered her a viable target for any amount of approach. But things had changed. They were friends, lady friends. Lady friends could dance, could they not? Blue was reasonably sure the answer was yes. But she was a sheet only on the inside. There was so much work to be done to make the outside match. I will do my best. Then, please, let me lead. And she was on Blue, taking hold and carrying them forward to the beat of the music. She was a bold dancer, encouraging drastic spins and deep sways that almost felt like they were being tossed about as much as dancing together. But she made it look graceful, and Blue was soon smiling as she was carried along. She did her best to keep up, to move where Fleur guided and not be an impediment. I thought I knew courtly dances, but you were revealing a new way about it. It seems to me you were learning many new things. She inclined her head. If you're confused, you may call. She raised a hoof beside her ear in an imitation of a receiver. And when I answer, on Amy, you will speak to me, instead of him, we. A lady friend that was welcoming private questions? He couldn't have asked for much more than that. What have I done to deserve you? You made my brother smile, she quickly replied, making Blue spin with the song. He is always happy to see you. I'm just happy I can also be a part of it now, Will you smile for me? Blue blinked before realizing they hadn't been smiling, concentrating on the dance as they were. So they smiled, and it came more easily than it had the last time they had tried before the crowd. Thank you. No one. She hugged Blue tightly. It was I that asked, and you delivered. I should be the one thanking. So merci, she crooned, French words littering her speech. Vieille connaissance fait un nouvel ami. She smooched Blue on the cheek and backed away, giggling. Blue had no idea what had just been said, but they felt it had been a good thing. She hoped. Blue talked to other ponies, reintroducing herself to each and thanking them for coming, to meet her, the new her. Sure, not every pony had rolled out the carpet for her arrival, but enough, perhaps. She would have a new circle of friends that could put up with her unreasonable demands. However unreasonable, it was to be the pony one wished to be, instead of the one destiny had decided for them. Chapter 9. Noblesse Oblige. This is not the magical library. For perhaps the first time, Fire was accompanying Lady Blue outside of her room, trotting along in a room full of books, but there were no magical books in sight. What are we here for? I have a need for other kinds of knowledge. Her magic rolled over the spines of books, her eyes scanning each as she went. I'm looking for genealogy records, mine specifically. This whole thing has reminded me that I have been criminally negligent. What about? She reached a hoof out, running it across a few book spines. Oh, here's one. It was not a record book, a book of magic, but it was more akin to a fool's book. My first spell, basically detailing a few silly spells to play jokes, the kind of thing that would get giggles out of them. I remember learning that one, she crooned, perhaps reliving some old mischief she had gotten into. That will not help us, she sat on his haunches. What is the point of declaring a new identity if I do not even know my own? She set the book back where it had come from, approaching Blue with a smile. Now you have me curious. What do you mean? It's really quite simple. BlueBell put a hoof on her chest. As a prince, the exact manner of my domain mattered little. Was I the ruler of a barony? Duchy? There are many such places, each with their own specific title. As a male, Prince sufficed quite well enough, with my connection to Princess Celestia. She arched a brow. As a female, oh, clever. She clapped her hooves together with a grin. Not a princess, but maybe a duchess then. She inclined her head. Still think princess would suit you better. Another day, another time, she dismissed. Today is about what I am, not fancies of what I may or may not want. Her magic wrapped around a book, yanking it free. Here we are. She pointed at the cover, which had the name of her grandmother on it. This should give a clue. She flipped it open as she settled on her haunches, the book floating before her. Fire settled, just behind Blue, leaning over her shoulder for a good peer at the book being flipped through. You know, we could be practicing magic. Consider this a removal of a distraction. She turned an ear back to Fire, knowing my place will. Allow me to advance with confidence. I'll work you twice as hard to celebrate then, she sang out with a malicious little smirk. Her tail suddenly slapped down on the book, thick and spade-like. It easily prevented casual turning. An index. Page. Here. She waggled the strange and unpony-like tail tip under a header. But it was the header Blue wanted. Ah, very good. Her magic flipped the book forward as the tail withdrew, allowing him to skip most of it to arrive at the genealogical section that announced who had married who in the titles of Horus. Now, if I'm listed, there she was, well, her old name. Prince Blueblood, right there. Her magic trailed upwards from there. Prince Taciturn and Lady Petticoat. Her parents. But the line came from her father, so that didn't really give clue. Onward she pressed, backwards. She had a laugh, well, more of a polite chuckle. Well, of course, no wonder her grandmother had been listed on the title of the book. She was the source of their noble family line. Ruler of the barony of Glistening Glade, she read musically. How lovely. And there, right next to her name, was her title. Ruler of a barony. She was, of course, a baroness. There was no other noble line of greater prestige after her, which meant Baroness BlueBell. She breathed out with a smile. Ah, and they made fun of Providence, standing before me. Not gonna lie. Fire inclined her head. Then aim works. Good on you. Baroness BlueBell. Not quite as great as Princess BlueBell, but it's not bad. It is perhaps something of a fancy but thinking I'm taking after my grandmother is of some comfort. She polished one hoof with the fetlock of the other arm. I should renew the family presence in our familial holdings. I blame my parents, running off to Canterlot as they died. She stomped a hoof, and of course, took me with them, abandoning their duties. Fire cocked a brow at that. You sure? A barony in the sticks is not going to have the comfort to. Used to, and my associates. The siblings of Fancy Pants and Fleur appeared in her mind. Maybe I'm being hasty. Thank you. I will continue to consider it. Lifted in her magic, she placed the book back where it came from. For now, let's focus on the immediate. Finally, she gusted, standing upright. Back for magic lessons? I would rather not. You getting lazy on me? She accused, scowling. Perish the thought. She waved it away. I want more practice. Teach me a spell using the symbols I know, so I can practice it in magic use in general. Oh well, that's different then. Fire glanced inside where a maid had quietly entered, eyeing Fire in front glances. Hey, bugger off, we're busy in here. We should be done shortly. More politely banished the BlueBell. Of course, sir. And she turned to leave, trotting hurriedly back into the hallway. Blue frowned softly. I need to inform the service. Bah, they can wait until you finish. She rolled her eyes softly. Like they even matter. Of course they do, she rebuffed. Now that spell. Something a bit tactile. She smirked in that vicious way she had. Here, she thrust a scroll, still smoldering with burning and magical runes. Read, cast. You know the drill by now, Baroness. I do like that. That was a title she could wear far more proudly than Lady. Not at the level of Prince, but in asking to be called a mayor, she had given that up. Let's see. She unfurled the scroll, and her eyes swept over it. This has a few of the more powerful symbols. Not powerful, she corrected. Difficult. Some of the easiest ones can be the most powerful. Don't get them confused. She rolled a hoof. But you should know them all. Go on, do it. She began to play the notes across the flute of her horn, one at a time, getting a feel for how one flowed into the next, repeating faster with a slow nod, getting a grasp for it as a whole as she went over and over it faster and faster. All right, I think I have it. Show it, don't say it. She plumped down on her haunches. I think you like this one. Imagine the prettiest dress you ever saw. The prettiest? His mind went to some that Celestia had worn, regal and so well made, fitting her snugly and perfectly with just the right amount of view. But that wasn't for him. He was no pony of the sun. He reached up, his magic yanking down the book from the floor. Right there on the cover, his grandmother, smiling and dressed in a stunning piece. Here we are. Keeping in the family? Asked Fire a little tauntingly. All right, go for it. Cast the spell, keep that image in front. She played the song in firm confidence, the image of the old, but still delightful, dress in her mind as she did so. She could feel a tingling warm creeping around her, but tried to push it aside. Casting a spell was not a time for distractions. Only when the final note had been played did she dare to look down. Her normal vest and tie guard. In its place, the very dress she had seen depicted on the book. Another illusion? That was a different spell for the same thing. She clopped a hoof down. What is the meaning of this? Dope. She rolled her eyes, rising into a trot past Blue. She brushed her quite intentionally, allowing her to see how the fabric bent and wrinkled and pressed back. It was no illusion, but a physical thing. Her clothing had been altered, turned into that dress. You're getting closer to your target, but changing clothing is a lot easier than a living pony. She smirked as she sat back down. Still, it fits, so be happy. She could see it in a mirror she hurried towards. Despite her stallion form, the dress hung off her as if it had been tailored for her specifically. She was dressed like a mare, no, a lady, no, a baroness. She turned left and right, looking at herself from different angles. It's not enough. Go on, cast it again, encouraged Fire Paradox eagerly. You can use it as often as you like. You can even use it on other ponies, but get them to stand still or it gets awkward really fast. Not that. She waved it away, snorting softly. I look like I've taken a step forward, right into an awkward place. She waved a hoof over herself. A stallion's form with a mare's dress is not seemly. But you are a mare, are you not? Taunted Fire. Mares were things befitting a mare. She lifted an ear at the mildly distressed Blue. Consider it all the more reason to finish learning the spell. She huffed softly. Also, you can cast it again, seriously. I didn't forget. Her hoof came to stomp, but came up short, almost staggering. Oh, yes, oh. Fire looked quite satisfied, seeing it sink in. Go on. Yes, right, of course. She cleared her throat and closed her eyes. I was being silly. Apologies. Her horn glowed, the magic performed. Focus, hissed Fire, watching the magic sputter to a stop. You lost it on the fourth. She had felt it, but had tried to press on past it. It was a small one. Small mistakes can have big consequences. Fire arched a brow. If you mess up, better to We didn't go over terminations, did we? Terminations? Answer enough. She thumped her rump against the door, keeping it closed. Consider a termination as a way to tell the universe. Oops, never mind, forget all that. And we didn't start there? Blurted Blue, scowling at her tear. That feels of vital import, which is why I'm teaching it now. Thank me, then shut up. She rolled her eyes and began showing the symbols involved. You should know these, which you didn't when we started. play them in this order, with this emphasis. She demonstrated, not with a horn, as she had none, but with waves of heat rolling from her body. Get it right, and whatever spell or mistake is stopped dead in its tracks. Better to stop a spell that's gone off than a hope for the best, and keep going. She smirked a bit. As amusing as it would have been to see the results, I need you intact for the moment. She couldn't corrupt a pony that killed themselves, or worse. Yes, of course. She proceeded, confident she had a way to stop failed spells. Oops, a stumble about 2/3 in. She played the short whistle of termination, and attention left. The spell was done, gone. All magic had been released. She didn't get the energy she had already spent back. No refunds with such things, but it wouldn't lash out and harm her either. Good enough. Soon she had her normal vest back. Not as pretty, but more fitting this form. I look forward to when I can fit that dress properly. Grandmother, poor thing, would be beside herself if she saw me as I am in it. She inclined her head. Honestly, she'd probably be a touch confused at the idea overall, but that is her problem. She stroked her sculpted stallion chin. For now, I will be as this. Fire let her trot off, knowing she was already in a halfway state, even if it was one she decided was better than me. Stupid pony, drawing lines in sand. He what? Exclaimed Cadance into the glimmering mirror that had Luna's face in it. You're joking. I would not joke on such a thing. Luna waved a hoof softly. She came to me, prostrate, and asked that I teach her how to be the proper mare. Her hooves came together, a bright smile on her face. Isn't it lovely? To be thought of with such trust as to be asked for such a thing. It's lovely, agreed Cadance, doubt cleared her voice. I don't mean to dissuade you, Aunt, but have you considered perhaps they're looking simply to understand Mara's better? Her brows waggled faintly. They're asking for the keys to our secrets, to interact with us better. Charming if. No, cut in Luna with a little frown. I have watched her struggle with this. I know the importance of a formal letter. She would not lie, not like that. She has admitted failure, something not easily done. She placed a hoof on her chest. I will honor that and assume she is being truthful. I will be her aunt, and she my niece. She inclined her head faintly. That does make her distant. Oh wait, cousin is for both Stallions and Maras. I suppose no change there. Cadance leaned forward, one hoof on the glass of the mirror. What of gentle mare? They were getting along so well. Are they no longer dating? Luna inclined her head. I confess I didn't ask. It is not my place to pry into such things, and if two Maras wished to date, they wouldn't be the first. A little smile reappeared. Back in my day, it would have been so much more tawdry an idea, but ponies of the modern day have relaxed considerably about it. Maras and Maras, Stallions and Stallions. What a strange time to be alive, is it not, niece? Very. Cadance worked her two hooves together, leaning back, thoughtful look on her face. Could it have been there, in front of me? She considered the soft romances she had found. She remembered thinking they were more of a mare's choice of reading material. Had she been so close, and yet entirely off? There's still a stallion. They know that, right? She made a shape in the air with her hooves of a general stallion's physique. Did I not mention? Luna raised one ear as the other swiveled to the side. She is hard at work, right this moment. They got a personal tutor without any direction from me, and her learning magic and so well. Why, they're moving at a pace that would put Twilight Sparkle to shame. Poor thing. I look forward to seeing her expression when she realizes. Luna tittered with joy at the accomplishments of her new niece. Magic is well and good, but she came up short. That spell. Are they going to become a mare? She squeaked at the mirror. Luna raised a brow. They already are one, but they intend to make their body match, yes. Do you object? Cadance flushed with a titter. I know that spell. She fluttered her lashes, leaning in a little. I've used it before. Luna blinked, only to be followed rapidly by two more. Cadance, you were, and are a mare, by birth. Of this I am confident. What use had you for such a spell? Oh, well, after other spells, and poor Shining needed it to play his part. She cleared her throat softly. We have a perfectly healthy relationship, and that means a little role play, so long as both parties are willing. Don't judge me. She could see Luna's confused judgment settling in. If you had a stallion, you'd understand. Our love is deep enough to want to understand one another completely, which meant a weekend in one another's horseshoes wasn't off the table. A little smirk touched her lips. It was fun, but I am no stallion, and he no mare. We returned to our usual selves, wiser, but in no way desiring to return to it. Luna shook her head firmly. HM, I see. Had I known, perhaps I could have directed him towards you for assistance. No, this is better. She smiled brightly. Bluey's a wizard? How wonderful. I learned a few specific spells, but wizard? I couldn't claim the title. Besides, it's still tied to my cutie mark. She inclined her head. You know those come easier. I'm certain any night or moon-related spell comes to you nice and easy. Verily, agreed Luna. But neither of us are wizards. She snorted softly. I have learned some amount of magic, but wizard no. It hit her. Ah yes, she has taken the name BlueBell. Kindly refer to her as such. BlueBell. She smirked triumphantly. So Bluey still works? Excellent. She brought up her hooves, looking satisfied with the world. Now I want to visit again. I won't stop you. She inclined her head faintly at her niece. Not that I think I could. You couldn't, agreed Cadance. But what you could do is get Bluey one of these. She ran a hoof along the outside of the mirror. Then we can chat. Poor thing, I was so wrong about her. That will take getting used to, but I want to meet Femme Bluey. Her brows waggled. Maybe they want a stallion? Do you think they want a tall, strong one? Maybe a refined, gentle stallion, or a rough and tumble sort. She licked over her lips, considering. I prefer them in uniform, disciplined, and brave. You're describing your husband, noted Luna dryly, brow raised. That wasn't a mistake. She narrowed her eyes, though the smile remained on her lips. I love my Shining most of all, she sang, a distant noise implying Shining may have heard her call. He's an adorable dork, and strong, and disciplined. He presses all of my buttons just right. She mimed pressing buttons on a call switchboard. Maybe I could help Bluey find the perfect stallion that'll play her just right. You make that sound dirty, niece. Luna shook her head slowly. I will see if I can't convince them to get one. She touched her mirror, but I can assure nothing. That is their choice, and if I mention you, I'm afraid they may be less likely to secure one. Cadance huffed at that, crossing her arms. Really, Bluey, I was doing my best. How was I to know you were a mare? She suddenly snorted a giggle. Poor Mares. They're going to be so sad when they learn he's throwing that away. Like it or not, he was a fine specimen, as stallions went. I mean not. Physically, I mean physically. She cycled her hooves a bit frantically. Had that pretty boy look down pat. A lot of Mares are going to pine. Luna developed a smirk. I will abstain from informing your dear husband that you noticed that. Coughing into a hoof, she sat up. I should get to bed. You know how it works. I rise, you sleep. Such is the way of things. Cadance made a patting motion. Sleep well, aunt. Rise and shine, niece. The call ended, the mirrors going dark. Both Mares had things to do. Even if Cadance left with a considering expression, there were things to do. You have inspired me. Fancy Pants was trotting along, Fleur hanging off of him in an arrangement neither argued with. As much as I do adore my usual ensemble, it is past time I had an alternative. He swiveled an ear towards Blue. I wanted the eye of an associate to help me judge. Fleur is a dear, but she thinks I look good in anything. Or nothing, added Fleur with a titter. My brother is quite handsome. Blue inclined her head. I can see how that could be trying, but something else came to mind. I just learned a spell that could help. Really, Fancy's expression brightened as they wove their way through the crowded streets of Canterlot. How delightful. Old Bean, you've really taken to your wizard status. Can you read spells out of books now? Just look at them and figure them out. Sort of, admitted BlueBell. I can read and cast them, but it'd take me a while to figure out what they might do, or just cast it and hope for the best. Oh, dear, best keep studying, recommended Fancy as they approached a familiar store, sassy saddles already out front, waving to a departing mare. Here we are. Oh, back? Welcome. Sassy smiled brightly as she turned back inside. Please come inside and have a look around. We have the latest fashions ready to enjoy. Blue raised a hoof to her chin, rubbing. That spell will come in handy. So, chap, I can alter the clothes on your back. She inclined her head towards him, letting you get a look at its best. If you like it, only then do you buy a proper set. Didn't you show me this trick before? Fancy wandered into the stallion section and began hoofing through the selection, considering. You made quite the dashing wonderbolt, if I recall. That was just for looks. This is the real thing, explained Blue. But it uses what you are wearing, so it will be a bit thin if what you're looking at is larger. Or thick in the other direction, I should think, mused Fancy. How interesting. I'd like to see what you can do, and that does sound better than a visit to the dressing room. His horn glowed, plucking up a stately uniform from the rack. How do you fancy this? Does it match the rest of his clothes? No, it didn't match with those, not at all. But on its own on him, Blue considered it with a soft tone. It fit his eyes and, let's see, he began to cast the spell, altering his worn clothing into the suit he had been holding, creating a copy, if a bit thinner for being larger. Yes, it suits you, I think. Fancy turned his head to Fleur, but she was already nodding. You make most things look good. She tittered, including myself, Frere Ami. But if she likes it, I feel even more confident. Fancy gently tilted, causing Fleur to disembark, allowing him to approach one of the small windows and see himself. It feels a little off, but that could be your spell. You mentioned it would be thinner. He ran a hoof along an arm. It does suit me, though. He adjusted his monocle, still in perfect place. I have to say, getting dressed like that certainly has its perks. Glad I could help. Blue's tail wagged with growing delight. Her magic was already proving useful, aside of the very specific task she had for it. You should buy the original. Of course. Fancy raised a hoof. Even were they of similar quality, it would be rude to come in here and steal the design by magic. We're civilized ponies. Both Mares nodded in agreement. Madame. Sassy was over in a flash, taking the original. I have your measurements. I'll have it altered and delivered in just a stitch, she promised, hurrying away with the order and some bits for the purchase. Fancy inclined his head to Blue. Before we forget my Auric. Einel. Oh yes. And she got to returning his top back to its original form, unharmed for the change. I forgot to mention, I looked it up. You're looking at Baroness Bluebell. Chapter 10, to be a mare. Like this. Luna adjusted Blue's seated stance with little nudges of her hooves. Fortunately for you, a proper pony of either gender isn't so dissimilar. She smiled gently, getting them just how she wanted it. There you are. How does that feel? Not that different, agreed Blue. But different. This will require practice. She chuckled softly. As most things do, I am grateful, and for taking the time to show me these things, as if I were but a foal. Are you not in this one way? Luna inclined her head. A grown pony you may be, but you are clueless here. If it makes you feel better, I am still a foal myself in ways. This strange new world I have arrived in continues to astound me. She placed a hoof on her chest. I confess, your letter itself was a bright spot of the day. I did try to write it properly, to match the gravity of what I was requesting, and she inclined her head faintly and stood up. How was my standing? She reached, gently sliding one hoof to the left, another forward a little. You almost had it perfect already. Now, I hear you found a new title, or were the maids whispering nonsense? Indeed I have, gushed Blue, a smile erupting. Thank you for bringing it up. I've located my proper title. You stand before Baroness BlueBell. She inclined her head, of glistening glade, her ears skewed. I really should check in with them. Poor wretches, forced to live without a bit of royal guidance for so long. My parents' unconscionable dereliction of duty cannot be allowed to stand. Luna looked pleased at the announcement. A pleasure to meet you, again, Baroness. Glistening Glade, that is a name that takes me back. She frowned with thought. An old place, quite old. Why? I remember it dimly from before the incident. They had something, what was it? A food, a clothing, I remember they had something all their own, but cannot place my hoof on the memory. Something to keep in mind. She inclined her head at her aunt. I was thinking to visit. I should at least appraise the state of my domain. You have now made me feel fortunate. Luna circled around Blue on the way across the room. It would be quite a challenge for me to leave my holdings, for they are just as far away as a step to the side. Step to the side? Blue arched a brow at the idea. You've lost me. She also took a step to the side, but was no closer to the dream world that Luna walked in. Passing from one world to the next, Luna ran a hoof over a dark mirror. When you do it, without a magic mirror involved, you feel like you're stepping to the side rather than forward. One small step, and there you are. It's dreadfully more complicated than that, but the feeling is there. I will have to take you at your word, admitted Blue, having no real idea what it felt like to move between worlds. From my vantage, there is no movement from waking to dreaming. I simply am in one or the other, and can fall between them without noticing if I'm not careful. A bright smile appeared on her face. In this, I bow to your expertise. It is your right, and you have yours. Luna looked over her shoulder at her niece. This reminds me. She was tapping at the mirror before her. I would like to give you a gift. One of these will let us talk from across the castle whenever we wish. Baroness Bluebell's ears pricked curiously. Verily? What modern marvels our wizards have come up with? She trotted up to admire the mirror. It doesn't reflect me. It didn't reflect anything, perfectly black as it was. How does it work? You face it directly. She shuffled a bit to the left to put herself dead on it. Then speak the name of the pony you wish to address. If they are there, they will know and can accept the call. Then you can speak as if they were on the other side of the mirror, instead of across the castle or the world. She inclined her head faintly. I use it at times, and would use it with you, if I can get you one. I see no harm in that. Aloud, Bluebell, struggling to think of how an easy way to talk with Luna would be bad. You are most kind to bring it to my attention. Luna's mind spun, guilt gnawing her. Mayhaps you should get a friend or two to get one. To speak to more than just me, she offered with a smile that was a little forced. Oh, how marvelous an idea. Blue clopped her hooves together. Phones are workable devices, but being able to see fancy pants and fleur-de-lis would be delightful. Aunt, you're a spring of good advice, so deep I feel guilty keeping you all to myself. Luna's smile relaxed at the praise. It is a pleasure, niece mine. Now, we are late in the day, and I do appreciate you coming while I'm fresh, but are you not becoming tired? Perish the thought. Dismiss the new mare. I'm eager to learn more. Please, continue to teach me the errors I have made. Blue looked her over. Oh, unless that was a gentle hint that you have other business to tend to. I don't make to keep you away from them. Thank you for considering me. She placed a hoof on her niece's chest. But we can continue a bit longer. Let us review what is appropriate, and not to speak with a fellow mare. What a stallion feels at liberty to say, and what should not be spoken of, is quite different from a mare. There are things we discuss that a stallion would flee in a wild gallop if they knew, and other things we would turn beet red at the idea of discussing that two rowdy stallions would speak without hesitation. She tapped Blue on the head. We will need to bring you from one to the other. So shall we begin? With pleasure. Blue dipped her head. I am ready to learn. A few hours later, tired, Blue flopped on her bed. Warmth was the first hint that another was there. Fire smirked viciously at her tired student. You know, taking two classes at once can be quite tiring. But proceed I will. Fire did not argue it. Let them get haggard and tired. They might do something foolish, and that could be fun to see. Good night, Baroness. Good night, Fire Paradox. She yawned widely and flopped over, their horn glowing to draw up the covers sleepily. It occurs. Where do you sleep? Right here, she said as if it should have been obvious. We've been sleeping together for quite a while now. You didn't notice? The impropriety, she complained groggily, sleep tugging at them. Can't you stay in the servants' quarters? They don't want me. she stated confidently. Only special, foolish. Ponies were eager to spend time with impish Maris. Besides, I am your servant, not the castle's, so I will stay here with you. MF, she replied. Perhaps she agreed, or not. Either way, she fell asleep with soft snores a moment later, ending the conversation. She heard hoof steps coming closer and frowned. That was just rude. Oh, but chance for fun. With a rush of heat, she was BlueBell, still a stallion as she was. She trotted over to the door and cracked it open just before the pony approaching it could have a chance to open it. Outside was a stallion, not one Fire recognized. Yes, she asked with Blue's voice. Oh, Lady BlueBell, a pleasure. He ran a hoof along an opposing leg. I want to talk with you. Now, to another pony, he just seemed nervous, but harmless. Fire Paradox's eyes saw more. They were nervous, but also roused, interested. They liked BlueBell. Fire smiled, detecting so much mischief that could be done. I was hoping you'd come, she whispered with Bell's voice, emerging from the room. Oh, you were, squeaked the noble stallion, backing up to make room. That was brave of you, coming out like that. I know a lot of ponies wouldn't have. Fire raised a brow at the stallion, looking him over. Though she didn't know, it was one of the first that had greeted Belle when she came out of the park. A pony of royal blood must comport themselves properly, she announced with thick pride, laying it on there. If I make a decision, I must stand by it. So, you really are a mare then? He tilted his head left and right, but the pony before him was clearly a stallion, physically. Of course. The imp smirked softly, leaning towards the helpless fool. Are you hoping for proof? What an unladylike request you place upon. The stallion's cheeks went a deep red instantly. Oh no. What? He worked his hooves along the stones, looking all the more nervous. If you wanted for a companion, I happen to enjoy ponies with your brother. He was gay. He was very gay. Fire could put that together swiftly. He was gay, and he liked Blue just as they were, a stallion, physically. A bottom, she imagined he hoped for. How tawdry. She smirked with Blue's lips. We barely know one another. I know, he squeaked, somehow managing to be more red in face. But, I'm just putting it out there. Still, Fire Paradox felt confident. That stallion would not do well with Blue, who planned to become entirely a mare. And what would you do if I wasn't built this way? She challenged. If I were just as much a mare on the outside as I claimed to be on the inside. She poked him with a dull thump. Would you still be interested? The stallion glanced away, nervousness only swelling. What? I mean, you can't do that. The doubt was so thick. He didn't know what could or cannot be done. But if I did, taunted Fire, adoring the look of awkwardness on the stallion's face. Soft curves, smaller than you, I imagine. As BlueBell's male form, she was taller than the would-be suitor, but as a mare, with a softer voice. You know how mares are. All of that. He shrank back. That wasn't what he wanted, really. You're fine just as you are, he wondered out. You are beautiful. Fire's smile turned a little malicious, but that edge faded. That's really sweet, but I've made up my mind. I'm going to become a mare. No swinging bits. She swayed left and right, letting those parts move about. Just a mare, the way I want it. Is that what you want to get involved with? He danced from hoof to hoof. To his credit, in her eyes, he hadn't angrily shouted at her. He looked more confused than furious. Look, she placed a hoof on his shoulder. I'm tired. Go, get some sleep yourself, it's late. I'm going to forget we even spoke tonight. She smiled at him with her bright stallion teeth. That isn't a shutdown. She could see him coming to that conclusion. Try again, when I'm awake. A do-over. How does that sound? Oh, all right. He glanced away and back. You really do look fine, just the way you are. Flatter. Fire turned away, flicking his face with her tail on the way. Forgetting, and she vanished back inside, having left a mine for her unwitting student to trip over at some future point. Oh, what trouble that could cause. Your Highness. The maid dipped her head low before Celestia. I apologize for, bothering you. It is my job to make time for all of my little ponies, assured Celestia with a gentle smile. Is something wrong in the palace? Her eyes wandered, as if it was something she could spy. Please, speak freely. Oh no. She shook her head firmly. The palace is in good condition. I am happy to report. She turned and pointed out into the hallway, beyond the room they were in. It was your nephew. Celestia's face fell. Did he make trouble for some pony? Hopefully, she quickly thought, it would not be some pony especially important, like a foreign agent of some kind. Blueblood knew how to be in her way at times. Not precisely. He was in the third library on the west side. She gestured towards the named maid. But he wasn't alone. Who was he within? Confusion built, waiting for the other horseshoe to drop on what was going on. A very strange mare. The maid sat and raised her forehooves to get sure a bit vague. She looked like a pony, but her tail was long and frills, with a strange shape at the end, like a little shovel. I never saw her before. I didn't recognize the tribe. No earth pony, or Pegasus, or unicorn was this, I felt sure. Celestia opened her mouth to reply, but the maid cut her off. Or Jim Pony, of course. They didn't sparkle that way. I see. What manner of pony was that? Did they seem to be getting along? If it was a foreign force, she needed to know more. They seem to know each other. Your Highness. The maid dipped her head at Celestia. She seemed irritated to have me there, and I was dismissed by them both. She raised a hoof to her chest. I keep thinking about it, and I thought you'd know what to do. And I do appreciate that. She patted the maid gently on her withers. Go on and get back to things. I'll take care of this. With responsibility officially passed, the maid looked quite relieved, trotting from the room with her head held up high and a head full of satisfaction at having done her part. Of course, if you need anything at all, I will alert you, assured Celestia gently, and soon was alone to consider what was going on. Going to question him was an option, but not one likely to yield good answers. The blood between them was murky at first. She stepped out into the hallways, tapping at her chin softly. Ah, of course, there was a pony they both knew and respected. Someone Blueblood saw eye to eye. Another stallion. He did seem to get along with those more easily. She snorted softly. Was he? Did he swing that way? That would in part explain some things. She shook the idea away. I'm getting distracted. The preferences of her nephew did not matter for what was above. So she put out the word. Soon, she sat across from Fancy Pants. Thank you for taking the time. I'm certain you had other things to do. For you, madam, I make the time. He buffed his chest with a hoof, nodding with self-satisfaction. Now, you tell me how I can make your day a bit easier. We're still on for next Wednesday, are we not? Everything is moving properly, she assured him with a smile. Fancy Pants was so good at helping keep things organized, especially proper things for royal bodies. She thanked Destiny for delivering her such a good stallion to have around. It's not about that. It's about Blueblood, my nephew. Fancy blinked with surprise. Oh, your highness, have you not been informed? Blueblood is gone. Gone? Probably. In his place stands Baroness BlueBell, your niece, continued Fancy, explaining what he had made. She had made quite the announcement. Did word of it not reach you? I feel partially at fault for not checking on it. Of all ponies, you certainly need to be informed of such things. Baroness, she recoiled with confusion. Oh dear, you weren't told at all, sighed out Fancy. Blueblood, the former, has decided, with quite some conviction, that they are and were a mare. He raised a brow. A fanciful thought, I admit. At first, I thought, but she seems quite sure of it, and I do not mean to leave a friend stranded in such a trying time. He inclined his head. Beside that, they've been taking steps to realize their goals. You are a true friend. That was not in question. Fancy had always served as a delightful pony to all others, so far she'd seen. But I admit confusion. Realize her goals, you say? Kindly clarify that. She's become a wizard, and quite a talented one at that. Fancy brought his hooves together. I'm quite impressed. They have a tutor, I hear, working her quite firmly. Have you by chance met this tutor? Aha, there was something hopefully related. A mare, if I recall. But aside that, no, I haven't had the pleasure. He sat up with a soft smile, clearly effective. You perhaps should consider them for your school. Perhaps. Celestia held much more doubt to that. Teaching a grown pony is not the same skill as a foal. Still, a talented teacher of adults can be just as precious. If she had any idea who this elusive teacher was. Some teacher of magic from an unknown tribe of ponies. There were few ways she could think of where that was a good thing. Have they acted oddly since they started this? Well, yes, admitted Fancy. But I would imagine I would also act a mite strangely were I to redefine myself at such a core level. He raised a hoof to his chest. Poor chap. He caught himself, ears falling with shame. That isn't the right word to use with a mare. Pardon me. Chappus, murmured Celestia, still absorbing her now. Tell me, do you think this is genuine? Is it sincere? But I thought it not, madam. I would have called her out on it. Fancy set his hooves down. I do not abide with my associates presenting a lie to themselves or others. So he truly thought he was more of a she? I said this required consideration, but still. Have you ever seen her? The tutor, I mean. I have not. He inclined his head at her. Did you have need of her? BlueBell should be able to put you in contact with her. I should imagine. He wasn't wrong. And yet, that would be giving away a lot of what she knew and could warn that estrangement before she had a chance to study things properly. Thank you, of course. You've been a pleasure. Now, this year, I was thinking of being a little non-conventional on the choice of music. The conversation slid back to planning a public function that was coming up. She buried thoughts of Blueblood under a mountain of other affairs, trusting Fancy Pants would give it no further thought by the time. We? Fleur inclined her head at the curious new mirror that hung in their living room. Yes, Fleur. Blue's face appeared with a bright smile. Oh, it works? How marvelous. She was clapping her hooves excitedly. Fleur blinked, taking a step back. Sensational, she replied, equally as excited. BlueBell, how delightful to see you, mon ami. Is this another spell you have added to your repertoire? I'm green with envy. She was not actually green at all, smiling with her pretty mare smile. How talented you have proven to be. No, I cannot claim credit for this. Blue demurred, waving away. I purchased it. Annie Luna suggested it. I'm glad she did. How lovely this is. Her eyes wandered, taking in what was around and behind her. It was really like there was a window between them instead of so much stone and air. It is always nice to speak to you. It was aussi, she assured. Un caminho é zurdo. Now, tell me, how can I help you? Or is this, as they say, a hell social? My French is foolish at best, admitted Blue, but I think it is mostly that. I wish to speak to you, It may be a strange thing, but I have taken Aunt Luna as a sort of mother figure, a matron. Fleur suddenly raised her hooves up to cradle her chin, her smile deepening. And in me, you see a sir, ain't he? How charming. Très magnifique. You, mon petit sir. I am listening with open ears and arms. Blue darkened faintly, proving she could go red more easily than Fleur could handle going green. You are too good to me. I need to get you something to show. Absurd, she half sang, waving a hoof at the mirror between them. You purchased this. Speaking of that, how do I call the others with you? Perhaps I will even call you. This is, you realized the foot. You'll have no peak. E for me, petite sir. That was a sweet torture. And Blue had smiled. Having a pony that cared about her felt nice, and Fleur had so little demand. She just wanted to be Fleur. We? Is this really about fancy? Blue wobbled a hoof. I mean, you don't know me much beside you. Nah, she agreed. But now I do. I learn you, and what I learn, it does not make me run. So there must be something worth learning. She leaned forward towards the mirror. Petite sir, you have brought joy to my brother, and now I wish to learn more about you. You have just excusez. She put a hoof over her mouth, pausing a moment. I want to learn you. Est-ce que ça va? I have. No objection. Blue set her own hooves down. Let's start with simple things. On a nice day, all obligations met. I enjoy soft music, a warm sky, and a good view, preferably with a cool drink at hoof and company to speak with. Oh, oui, that sounds très agréable. Her tongue curled in interesting ways, forming those foreign words. I am, as they say, extroverted, giving me some ponies to be around, to listen to speak to, and I am made furieuse. Her smile brightened. Perhaps, next time I have a thing, just as Mares can invite you. Blue smiled at that. That sounds delightful, but she gestured at her still masculine form. I'm still working on that. Won't that bother them? Fleur frowned at that. ILS Sorant Mew. She spoke in a low, threatening growl, unlike her usual self. Any friend of mine who speaks ill of a guest of mine? Well, perhaps they were not a friend as I thought. HM? Now, I hear fancy coming. Let me tend a brother mine, petite sir. Au revoir. The mirror went black, leaving BlueBell alone in her room. At that gone, getting that mirror was a good idea, like most Luna had to offer. Such a lovely aunt she had. The mirror vibrating softly and began to glimmer from inside. An incoming call. Was it Luna? Was Fleur calling back? The options were so many, but there was only one way to be sure. Baroness BlueBell, she announced, which caused the mirror to cease being black, revealing a room of crystal hues. With a grinning princess right there in the middle. Cadance's wings, spreading as her joy, only seemed to increase on seeing BlueBell in her own mirror. Bluey, my favorite cousin. BlueBell recoiled in shock. Of all the ponies that would have called her, how did it end up being her? Chapter 11. Reach out and touch some pony. See, cousin. Blue tried to comport herself properly. To what do I owe the pleasure? I hear you're going through quite the transition. She pointed through the mirror at Blue, her eyes scanning past her as much as Blue had looked past her. I would love to hear about it. Blue's ears pinned on her head. Are you going to try to convince me to stop? Cadance shook her head. If this is just a fancy, you'll stop yourself. And if it isn't, I will be quite mean to be that obstacle. She cradled her head on the ends of her hooves. I want to know. Please. I acted without knowing before and hurt you, and I'm very sorry. So this time, I want to look before I do. Please tell me. She wasn't sure how much she could trust Cadance to not shove her nose where it did not belong. I'm advancing toward my goal. You behold not Blueblooded. I heard, she exclaimed with a grin. Please, do introduce yourself, dear cousin. Who do I have the pleasure of addressing? You are speaking to Baroness BlueBell. She hiked up a brow. Not quite on the level of an empress, we admit. It's lovely. Cadance made a gesture as if she were giving a hug, but the mirror did not permit such things. Baroness, you say? I admit, I was a common pony by birth, Baroness. How high is that? It is, oh how smug she looked, instructing that would-be royal on the matter of the noble titles. Cadance may well have been empress, but her ignorance was showing. One of the first landed titles. Having it means that I'm landed. In fact, I was considering visiting my domain to see how it is fared. You have a little kingdom of your own. Cadance began to canter in place, looking oh so excited. I want to see, as do I, replied Blue far more evenly. But I think after long consideration that I should do that after I have completed preparations. They should witness the new me. Why confuse them with a pony caught in the middle of it? Oh, that does make sense. She sank to her haunches, a hoof at her chin. Still, so exciting. After all this time, no wonder you were miserable. You were in exactly the wrong place. Poor Bluey. That is not my name, softly grumped Blue, pouting faintly. Cadance is not my name, noted Cadance with a smile. But it's far less of a mouthful than the whole thing. And for my friends, I gladly accept it. Blue sank with a little sigh. He knew Cadance's full name, and she wasn't wrong. It was quite the title. Very well. I will not be the one to not return kindness given. She clopped her hooves, a triumphant smile on her face. Bluey it is, a friendly nickname between the family. She leaned in closer to the mirror. Now, her eyes went up and down. Are you still stallion? You sound the same. On the outside, I am unchanged. However, she stood up proudly. I am learning how to comport myself as a mare. She was displaying the subtle differences in a mare's stance. Behold, oh yes, truly something to be proud of, at least as she saw it in that moment. Cadance peered at the stallion, standing in a way that subtly implied something was wrong for Stallion. She labored to imagine a mare just so. Ah, yeah, I get it. It was still an uncanny effect, the two things clashing. You're serious then? Did you think I was not? She clopped the floor, frowning at Cadance. I didn't mean to offend, Bluey, Cadance quickly assured. Still, the proof is in actions, not words. Not many stallions I know would learn that particular trick just for fun. She extended a hoof forward. I'm sorry for so badly judging you before. Blue's cheeks raised and smiled. Your apology is accepted. I trust one will not be matched with more hopeful Mars. What do you prefer? She asked with zero shame. I know quite a number of strapping stallions that would love to meet you if you'd rather. Or maybe like a mare who wants the company of another man. Don't look like that. I'm the princess of love. She arched a brow. And love comes in many varieties, even if I have my own favorite. Blue's cheeks were alight with embarrassment. Cousin, I have not even begun to consider that. Why not? She inclined her head. Most ponies want to find that special some pony, do they not? And I will not have my cousin being all sad and alone. Cousin, Cadance. She shook her head slowly. Let's be frank. You have rarely cared much for me before you saw the opportunity to marry me. In fact, I am fairly certain you actively avoided my presence when possible. She rolled a hoof. Why are things different now? Because you are growing, she said. You are emerging from your shell, and I want to be there to help, if I may. The pony before me doesn't feel like the same pony anymore. She raised a brow. I won't argue your words. I was at times quite miffed at your boorish indifference to the feelings of me. She rolled a hoof with a low hoof. But for what I hear, you have put that aside. I will not chastise a mare for her acts as a filly. If you are putting that all behind you, I will gladly help and welcome the new you. Was I that awful? Blue's ears pinned back on her head. Those Mares chased me, hoping to catch my eye and secure their right to a life they didn't earn. It wasn't terribly fair at all, dear cousin. Is all the fault mine? Cadance went quiet, considering her next words carefully. It's never any one pony's fault, she decided out loud. Bluey, I was a poor cousin before. Can I do better now? Will you forgive me my mistakes? Blue sat up, a little fire lit in her. Cadance was apologizing, and it felt sincere from the depths of her heart. It would be uncouth for me to deny that while asking for the same. She extended a hoof to match Cadance, though the mirror remained in the way. I will give you a second chance if you return the favor, yes? A deal. She brought in her hoof to rest on the glass, and soon Blue's was on the other side, meeting if not for the glass and untold miles between them. Now, when you do go all mare, I want to see. I'll help you pick out your first dress. Blue's cheeks lit on fire. Mare though she had determined, wearing dresses remained something she'd have to get used to. Why yes, though I fear there are other ponies ahead of you on that line. Cadance gasped with exaggerated horror. You yes. But Blue didn't look like she was joking. I didn't think there'd be a cue for this. Goes to show me what happens if you delay things. She rolled a hoof in the air. You will show me at least. I will do that. For now, farewell, cousin. He waved in a special way that made the mirror go dark, ending the call. That could have gone. I never thought you'd finish, grunted Fire Paradox, blinking into existence on the bed. I thought you hated her. I did. She trotted over to her wardrobe and began picking through it. But things change. Hardly the first thing to have changed recently. The theme of the moon, agreed Fire Paradox, watching Blue fuss over clothing. It's time to learn more runes. Finish what you're doing and get over here. Though she sighed, she did hurry over to get her arcane lessons. How close are we? Telling you will just drive you crazy. She stuck out her tongue, licking with fire as it was. Shut up and listen. The sooner you learn these, the sooner you can cast what you want to cast. I hear you're learning magic. There was Twilight Sparkle walking alongside Blue. That's quite bold for a pony your age. Blue lifted an ear at that. Twilight was a princess, so telling her to kiss off was off the menu. Why do you say that? Give her a chance to explain her words. Yes, that was more proper. Twilight rolled a hoof as she walked. Most spellcasters, myself included, learn it when they're still foals to get in the right mindset for it. She inclined her head. I'm honestly surprised you're advancing as well and quickly in it as I've been told. She stopped suddenly, turned to Blue. Actually, I've only heard rumors. How far have you advanced? Oh ho, she was jealous, humbled before Blue's ability. Oh how she smiled with victory. I've learned a small hoof full of spells and about 24 symbols. I'm working towards a specific spell, you see. I don't see, admitted Twilight. What spell? She suddenly clopped her forehooves, balancing on her hinds. Maybe I know it? We could go over it together. Blue frowned at her, considering that. Learning from her would not be the same still. Do you know the spell that makes a mare of a stallion? Twilight blinked with wide eyes. That spell is one of the hardest. To introduce the magic channels of the other 3 tribes into a stallion in a stable format is a task for any spellcaster. Even Star Swirl would have to approach it carefully. She set a hoof to her chin. There was one time I pretended to do the opposite, but it was just that, a show. That had Blue frowning in a whole new way, confusion building. I'm sorry. What do you mean by the magic channels? Are mares more magical than stallions? Not like that. She thrust up her hoofs. We have borne witness to stallions with a great deal of magic. However, males only have the magic of their specific tribe. She began counting in the air. Pegasi stallions have Pegasi magic. Unicorn stallions, unicorn. And earth ponies, earth pony. With me, I'm with you so far. Blue arched a brow, trying to keep up. But you have not said how this differs from mares. A unicorn mare would have unicorn magic, would they not? Not if they want to be a mother. Twilight blushed faintly as she pointed back at her own belly. A foal of a mare may be the same or a different tribe, and a mare can raise that child no matter what tribe they are. Their womb is a melting pot, where much more raw, primal magic can be stirred into exactly the right blend to grow into a foal of any tribe. I see. She did not see, though her eyes darted back to where such a thing would rest in her. Was she a mare yet? So I would need to be given this melting pot. Twilight blinked dumbly. Wait, this is for you. Blue had to return the blink, equally as stunned. I had thought you knew. You came to me speaking of my spell casting, but you haven't even heard that. Heard what? Twilight turned to resume the journey forward. I heard you were learning magic and got curious about it. Blue felt certain there was more to it than that, but no hint of guile could be seen in Twilight's face and movements. The daft little commoner princess probably didn't know anything more. You are addressing Baroness BlueBell of Glistening Glade, she announced proudly, stepping with head held high and chin up thrust and straight. I'm working to address my physical imperfections. Now, as you were saying, I will require this convergence of magic. Twilight considered quietly as they walked, coming upon a small room, a room with a table, 2 comfy pillows, and plenty of books. She turned to enter, one ear on Blue. If you became a mare without it, you'd be half a mare. She raised a hoof to her chin, unable to have foals. I mean, there's more to a mare than that, of course. She inclined her head at Blue. You're a mare? Yes, she stated firmly. I'm a mare, Baroness BlueBell. She stomped down a hoof. Is that so bad? No, of course not. Twilight slid up onto a pillow, seated on her haunches facing across to where Blue settled in. That's very brave of you. Blue inclined her head at that. Brave? I would imagine most stallions would not build the courage to declare that. She coughed into a hoof softly. I couldn't do it. Just imagining. It gives me chills. Not that I'm unhappy being a mare. She gestured over herself. It is what I am, and I'm all right with that. But still, very brave. A sudden coy smile erupted on her face. I have tried other forms, however. He raised a brow. But not a stallion. Not that, she admitted with a shake of her head. But a breezy. I've had wings before becoming a princess. I know what it's like to be altered by magic. She brought her hooves together. It's an interesting sensation, but the spells I used were all temporary. Easier, fleeting. A few hours at most, then gone. Blue came up short in what she was about to say. Now that you bring it up, I have learned not a single spell with a specific duration. She considered it, tapping her hooves. They all last as long as I concentrate on them, or they are entirely permanent. My teacher did not instruct me on any other variety of spellcrafting. Twilight looked obviously surprised at that. Really? Almost all the spells taught to us were of limited duration. It's safer that way. Even if you really mess up, well, it'll undo itself in a moment. She laughed nervously, perhaps imagining her first early attempts to cast spells. Oh, would you like to try it? It being a breezy. She clapped her hooves with a smile. A nice temporary spell. You go where the wind carries it. It's an interesting experience. I should imagine so. She looked over Twilight considerately. I have not learned all the symbols. There's a chance your spell has some I do not know. Then you can learn them, argued Twilight with a smile. It's not often I get to be the magic teacher. Starlight, bless her, is a gem, but I spend most of my time teaching her techniques. She knows the symbols quite well, almost frighteningly so. Starlight, that was not a name he was familiar with. An associate of yours? Then it clicked. Oh, didn't she get a medal from Annie? Yes, I think I remember now. That's the one. Twilight made a vague gesture of the shape of a unicorn. A very talented unicorn. My peer on that front. Less talented in research by a very small amount, but more talented in raw power. She can control magic with an ability I have not seen outside of her. It's quite amazing to behold. I'm proud to be her mentor. I seem to recall she attacked the royal sisters with her magic. Blue shook her head. A bit of a ruffian. Twilight blushed vividly. She was doing her best to help. It worked out. She coughed into a hoof. This aside, are you ready to learn some magic? Of all the things, another magic mentor was not what Blue had been expecting. You would teach me, if you want to learn. She pressed her hooves together firmly, but silently. I'm a teacher. It would be my pleasure if you accept me. Blue smiled brightly. My conclusions are being proven false quite often of late. I am humbled. She dipped her head, ears splaying wide. Very well. Do you have this spell written down? Twilight shook her head. I do, but it's back in my castle. No matter. Magic runes began to appear over her head. If you see a letter you don't recognize, just ask me to stop and we'll go over it. Seeing which we need to do is our first priority, so focus on that, and not trying to memorize the spell just yet. Blue watched as the spell played out, one letter after the other. Most she could easily identify, her own horn glowing in sympathetic echoes as they went. But that one... Stop! She pointed at the floating rune. What is that one? Twilight was all too happy to explain how to cast that rune and give its name. What she did not do is explain what the rune did, which Blue found quite odd. What is its purpose? Twilight inclined her head. What is the purpose of the letter K? To make coo noises, mostly, but not much outside of that. Blue made a quiet mental note to ask his other magic teacher for the purpose of that letter. I see. Outside that very room, Celestia walked by calmly, pretending to not pay any mind, though she took note of the meeting. They seemed to be conversing amiably. Magic letters glowed over Twilight. Were they discussing magic? That conversation, she hoped, would reveal how far he had truly advanced, and if he was learning well or some slapdashery that could get him hurt. Baroness BlueBell. Some baroness. Celestia shook off the thought. It was unkind. If one of my little ponies wishes to improve themselves, good. She was long past the door, alone with her thoughts. I only hope it leads them somewhere better than where they began. She did not hold the greatest hopes in that instant, but still, they were her pony, and she would make sure they weren't getting into trouble. There you are. Fancy came up with his cloud of followers, but he didn't banish them, instead, drawing Blue into the activity. It's hardly a gathering without our baroness. Now, is it? They laughed with him. It was quite improper to not follow the cues of Fancy Pants. Blue smiled at the sight of his friend. Fancy, I was beginning to think this was a failure of a demonstration, without you around. Well, we can't have that, now can we? He gestured off towards a table at a mile distance. They have the pastries you've been wanting for so long. You told them to have those, didn't you? Fancy chorte. With a little smile. I may or may not have had a hope in the matter, but enough of that. Come, let's enjoy them together. As they walked leisurely towards it, Fancy asked, I hear you met with Princess Twilight Sparkle. It was a good meeting. HM? Oh, surprisingly, yes. Surprisingly? Fancy hiked a brow. I feel I should remind you that Mare will one day replace our beloved Celestia. Blue came up short, almost tripping over herself. Come again? Auntie Dearest is as unaging and unchanging as the very sun over our heads. How would any pony replace her without foul play? Would that it were true. He inclined his head faintly. But I will carry out her will and see to it things move forward with dignity and grace to the best of my ability. He huffed softly with a little smile. Even if Twilight has no idea how to be a princess. The others around them chuckled at the idea, easily agreeing that Twilight was not exactly princess material. Fancy threw a leg over Blue. At least I'll have company to help me, keep her on task. Well, those of us who do know how it's done will just have to show her how to walk the walk. He waggled his brows with that mischievous smile. And we can entertain ourselves when things go wrong. At least we of the upper crust will have our satisfaction, even as we hasten to keep Equestria on the right track. Too right, agreed Blue, still warring with her internal feelings on the matter. Is there no way she can be convinced not to abdicate? She really is the best ruler Equestria has known, even our conflict aside. In this, we are in complete agreement. He squeezed Blue close from the side as he drew closer to the others, all their horns coming in for a communal touch. She's worked long and hard. We don't deserve to ask her to work a day longer than she feels willing to. Let us honor the task she's done so far by doing our part. What is this? There was Celestia, approaching with a smile. You're all looking dour for such a festive occasion. I was just explaining how unreasonable my parents had been. Squeezed Blue, throwing herself in that way. To think, abandoning their domain like that. Poor ponies, left adrift without guidance. Entirely unreasonable, agreed Fancy, rolling right with the excuse giving. But for now, let's finish what we've come for. We'll take care of those ponies afterwards. Have no fear. You are a true friend. She smiled, tail swishing with genuine warmth. Yes, let's put on proper faces. It doesn't do to make a sad display in the midst of things. Exactly so, cut in Celestia, watching Blue penetratingly. Blue, we should talk about your family's holdings after the festival, if you can. Of course. She dipped her head. Then they resumed the frivolities that were needed of nobility. She had appearances to upkeep. Is something wrong? Blue slipped into the small room. Celestia seated on the far side of the table there. Did my parents' foolishness extend further than neglect? Yes and no. She gestured to the other side of the table. When your parents left, the ponies they abandoned were mildly confused, but only a short while. They fractured into two factions, you see. Some of them wanted to keep things just as they were, keep up the old traditions. Reasonable enough. Blue sank on the provided pillow, and the other upstarts, in a manner of speaking. She inclined her head faintly over. Wanted to find a new way forward. They were small in number at first, but gained power with each generation. Why? Even the name of the place changed since then. Blue blinked at that. What name do they go by now? But Celestia did not answer that. By now, they have their own councils and organization. They don't really think of the noble family that should, in theory, be ruling over them. They pay taxes to the crown, her crown, of course. But don't even think of your parents or even know of them. This is the price we pay. Blue sighed out miserably. I will put this to right. If you hurry in there and make proclamations, you will inspire nothing but anger, warned Celestia. Nephew, now is the time to... Niece, she cut off. Yes, right. The stallion before her was, well, a stallion. This is the time for you to show your growth. Approach them humbly and show them you are a force for positive change, not retrogression. Annie, what do they call themselves? Are they hostile to royalty? They are not. In fact, the conservatives will gladly welcome you back, but siding with them alone will only further fracture the town. Which is now called? She rolled a hoof impatiently. Sire's Hollow. Chapter 12. Never heard of it. Armed with the name of the place, Blue ran a hoof through the air, her horn flipping a book quickly. Sire's Hollow, sire. Here we are. She slapped a hoof down on the page. The flipping stopped, right in the middle of nowhere. At least they have a rail line. Any settlement with a rail line wasn't entirely isolated. It could have been much worse. I look forward to seeing it. You smell of magic. Blue looked over her shoulder to see Fire Paradox lounging. I had a question for you. She set down the book, her horn going dark a moment before a letter appeared over it. What is the meaning of this symbol? I didn't teach you that one. Fire huffed softly in obvious annoyance. Are you two-timing on me? A royal offered me magic lessons, Blue explained without pause. One does not deny the gifts of nobility without reasoning, and she is a princess. You're noble too. Fire rose to her hoofs. So, I'm even more beholden to courtly etiquette. She huffed softly. Now the letter. I assume you know it. Of course. She glared at the letter as if it were an enemy. Passivity, flow, surrender. I hate it. She rolled her eyes. There are a few useful spells with it, but there are usually better ones without it. Whatever, you learned it. You could go right on to never us. Her words were cut off, seeing another letter appear over Blue's head. How many did you learn? Her body flared with heat in a bright burst of her irritation. I have a lesson plan, and you're stepping all over it. In the corner of her heart, she cheered at the self-driven aspirations of her student. Perhaps yet she'd become an all-powerful sorcerer that conquered the world. That'd be just lovely. 3 more, including this one. She pointed up at the one hovering there. Princess Twilight seemed eager to instruct. Perhaps you two should meet. Pass. Hard pass. Fire sank back on the bed. That one isn't nearly as repulsive. Air blow, gusting, the kind you'd feel on a nice spring day, using her for a good day. She smiled wickedly as her body glowed with the same room, gentle wind filling the room. You can feel it. Another reason I hate that other one. You can't do anything with it, just modify other things. Passivity is not itself a thing. I see. The wind carried a bit of her scent, but Blue had long ago grown used to the strange aroma of her teacher. Even as she conjured the third letter, she asked, why not? You both seem quite the good hoof at magic. Together. I doubt she wants to talk to me anyway. Very few ponies were just the right mix of ambitious enough and talented enough to actually cast the spell and foolish enough to cast the spell. If you enjoy her teaching so much, go ahead. It, in the end, means you're learning more. She licked over her lips, watching Blue. Try not to burn yourself out. That could be amusing to see. Blue pointed up at the hovering letter. Which is this? I was getting to it. Fire rolled her eyes softly. Another letter I despise. It is one of a set that restricts spells, putting limits on their reality. With it, permanent effects become temporary. There are situations where you might want that, I admit, but not for what you're doing. Entirely useless for what you're aiming for. Blue considered that. It would certainly not help her with the goal of becoming a mayor. Still, how do I add it to a spell? Oh, the smile on Fire's face. You wish to enter the field of magic engineering? How bold. Deliciously, sinfully arrogant of you. Fire looked all too pleased, rather than affronted. To create spells of your own is to imprint your own will on reality in such a way as to change it forever. She stepped down from the bed, approaching Blue at a sedate walk. Do you want to try it? You are being overly dramatic. She pushed her teacher back when they got too close. I would just want to make a permanent spell temporary, if I wanted to. A start. A gateway drug, Fire Paradox more saw it. A tempting easy target that got one in the position to reach higher on that tree of power, and not a difficult one. But first, you need the other letters of. Blue flashed 2 more letters. Never mind. Those are the ones. Who was teaching you, right? Twilight, was it? What a whore. Language. Her teacher was such a bore at times. She's a princess, I remind. There are rules for addressing such. Fine, right? Fire rolled her eyes before taking a step back. I'll show you what you want to learn, so you can make any spell temporary if you want. Yes, please. She bobbed her head with a smile. Then, perhaps, we can review other letters. You learned enough letters today. Fire rolled her eyes dramatically. This technique will be the end of today's lesson. I look forward to you making use of it in interesting ways. And the lesson began, Blue learning her first metamagic technique to modify other spells she knew. How has it been treating you? There stood Fancy Pants on the other side of the mirror. Fleur has been beside herself with joy that another pony has joined the craze, as I call it. It will probably pass, as most fads do, but it is an interesting device, is it not? Quite so. Easily agreed Blue, smiling at her friend. It's allowed me to touch hooves with good friends, and even repair some old frayed threads. Fancy's left ear quirked up. Did you speak to Lady Rarity? That was met with a quick look of distaste. I should hope not. She isn't as bad as she made herself to be. Fancy lifted a hoof. I'm not one to do this, old friend, but I must set my hoof down. A chill ran through Blue. It was very rare that Fancy set their hooves down about anything. Have I offended? You will give Rarity another chance. His lips turned up into a little smile. If it helps, I do not think she's attracted to Marez in that fashion. So you've already dashed whatever machinations of hers you fear. Blue went red at that. Aye, we're distanced by some measure, both physically and socially. And I would like that to change. Fancy inclined his head faintly, looking over Blue's uncomfortable form. I truly am sorry. I do not want to see you looking so, but this is for your own good. In what way can this lead to my betterment? Demanded Blue, sitting up tall. Rarity made a mistake cut in Fancy. Much as you had, give her the chance to apologize. Perhaps apologize for your own missteps. At the very least, should she prove to be a bore about it, you can be confident that you did all in your power to be the bigger pony. The bigger pony, sighed out Blue miserably, resting her head against a hoof. I had called hoping to show you something. Fancy perked up, and I would like to see it. Is it new spell? Delightful, I'm certain, but you must put things to right. There's no escape for this, is there? I'm afraid not, old bean. Fancy smiled gently. I can come with if you prefer. Blue considered that a moment before hesitantly nodding. Actually, that would be lovely, if it isn't too much trouble. It was my idea, reminded Fancy with a gentle expression. I'll reach out to her and arrange the meeting. You just bring your best, and I ask nothing more than that. You are the worst. Blue rested a hoof on the mirror. I'm glad to have you. I'll drag you, kicking and screaming, to better things. Fancy looked proud of the part he was playing. Let's see if we can't repair a little mishap between two ponies that didn't see eye to eye. And we're all better, pronounced Cadance into her mirror, smiling at Luna on the other side. Cousins reunited. Oh, it's nice. I mean, was Blueblood. I never expected us to be warm, but I felt at ease. Maybe she has the right of it, and she just needed to be a mare. When a pony does not understand their inner self, they can act in ways most irrational and frustrating. Luna inclined her head faintly. If she is behaving better now, it could be a sign that she is more comfortable with herself. A hoof began to tap. On the other hoof, it could mean she is withdrawing. I should check in on her. You're overanalyzing it. Cadance brought her hooves together in merry clops. I can only imagine how cute they will be as a mare. Do you think they'll become more or less self-assured? Their pride was quite a powerful part of their personality. I can't imagine it all going away just like that. There is nothing just like that about this, huffed Luna, looking irritated at the idea. She was quite beside herself and lost. Despite any amount of pride she may have, she lowered her head low and came to me for help. Jealous, Cadance leaned forward. Why don't ponies trust me enough to come ask for help about big, heavy topics like that? Luna quirked a smile at her excitable niece. I have cultivated a reputation for being even-keeled and patient with ponies' flaws. She knew quickly that I would not mock her for her doubts or cast judgments when trying to learn more. And now you're lying. Cadance wagged a hoof at Luna. You are many things, but you can be very judgy. Still, she trusted you anyway. She took me as her adopted mother figure. Luna put a hoof at her chest, a position I accepted proudly. Jealous, squealed Cadance, her hooves quivering like balled fists. I want to help too. That is up to her and not any pony else, stated Luna with finality. Good thing I've been talking to her. A wicked smile spread on her face. I'll be lending a hoof, have no fear. Luna had many fears, none of them involving Cadance's failure to get involved. Walk gently, niece. She is in a delicate place, and I want to help them get past it to a happy place in themselves. She brought her hooves closer together at her chest. She deserves it, and I want to see it. In that, I can find no argument. Luna smiled at her energetic niece. Just be careful. She's a delicate flower we could smash with a careless step, and neither of us want that, do we? Harmony for Fend. Cadance rose up to her hooves. I'll be careful, promise. A thought ticked. If I fail, I'll visit just so you can tug my ear. Luna snorted at that. While I appreciate your commitment, that wouldn't undo any harm visited on my niece. Hurting one in spiteful rage for the other hardly seems fitting to me. I would rather you two not hurt one another. I will do my best. The call ended between them. Fancy, darling. It's so good to see you. Rarity closed with Fancy, the two almost touching nose to cheek in proper greetings. Oh, and Fleur, good day, dear. Bonjour. Fleur cried with a brilliant smile. Not that she did much that wasn't bright in its own ways. I hear you've been doing Très bien. A Rarity store in every city. NSC pas. Merci beaucoup, replied Rarity, trading Prince for Prince. Things have been going quite well, Très bien, as they say. She giggled softly, apparently having fun practicing her Prince. Now, Fancy Pants, what did you call me for? Is this a social call? Because I'm here for that, darling. I feel certain that is true. He raised a hoof to his chest. But first I must admit I have misled you, Miss Rarity. Please forgive me. Rarity blinked with growing confusion, batting her long lashes. You have me at a loss, dear. Whatever do you mean? You've never been the pony to lead another astray before. I do try to compose myself. He turned, directing with an extended hoof. but I came to make amends for a mistake between two ponies I happen to both like dearly. Rarity's ears twitched, confusion growing. If they're friends with you, dear, I can't imagine they're that. That is when BlueBell walked in, looking sheepish. Oh dear. Yes, dear, corrected Fancy, backing up a step for Blue to take up a position somewhat between them, forming a triangle. Fleur was draped over his back, as she liked to do. Now, you both made some mistakes. Let's start with admitting that much. Blue coughed softly into a hoof. Yes, well, I needn't have been quite so impolite in our dealings. You pressed. Apologies only, cut in Fancy. We can get to other topics when that is done. He looked to Rarity. Your turn, madam. Rarity began to color, caught in a place she wasn't expecting. Really, dear, a little warning. She stepped from hoof to hoof to hoof, fidgeting. You aren't the worst pony I ever met. Fancy frowned at that. That is not an apology or admission of fault, madam. Please try harder. Yes, of course. She flopped down onto her haunches, regarding Blue, before it hit her. Dear, you are standing oddly. She couldn't put her hoof on what it was, but Blue was, mincing? It wasn't right. Blue's ears twitched before she stood up, all the more certain in her stance. You noticed? Good. You were speaking to her. Fancy stepped forward, barring their view of himself and Fleur. We're getting off topic. She doesn't know, complained Blue. It's rude to speak to ponies you don't know. Rarity inclined her head, unable to see Blue for Fancy and Fleur in the way. What does he mean by not knowing? I know them quite well. You stand before Baroness BlueBell of Sire's Hollow, Blue inflating herself to all the majesty she could muster. Charmed to meet you. Her mouth opened and closed slowly, trying to parse what had just been told to her. But you're a stallion. Fancy backed away, giving up on blocking the view. I didn't want to stray into this yet, but it is true. She has declared herself a mare, and as a civilized pony, I have accepted that. She is mon petite, sir, cried Fleur in obvious delight. You have one of those, do you not? A darling little filly. Mine is larger, but just as dear to me. I see. Like many brave ponies before her of late, she did not see or understand. You're right, Fancy. I'm allowing myself to be drawn right off the topic at hoof. She smiled nervously, looking at Blue. Belle? Nice to meet you, BlueBell. I'm Rarity. She gestured to herself. But we were speaking of a specific thing, were we not? We were, agreed Blue, inclining her head. I apologize for my part of how things were. Oh yes, my turn, I do suppose. Rarity eyed the prince of her former dreams. A mare, really? Lady Rarity. Fancy gave her quite the withering look. Please remain on task. Yes, of course. Sorry, dear. She looked up and down over Blue. It was uncouth to attend any function expecting romance if that wasn't formally agreed upon ahead of time. Thank you, gusted out Blue, looking measurably relieved. You came on quite strongly. I did get a little carried away. Rarity laughed nervously, a hoof raised over a hoof. That's all behind us. Water passed beneath the bridge, as they say. Yes, darling. Ing. Fancy reached to nudge her. Is the water passed in both directions? Fleur giggled at the joke she saw, but didn't speak out loud. Rarity was still a moment before offering a hoof. My problems were with one Blueblood, and I don't even see that pony here. Now, do I, dear? Just a Baroness BlueBell. She looks like a pony worth knowing. Blue extended a hoof, the two meeting in a loud clop of union. Very well. She blinked softly. Did Fleur mention you have a little sister? Oh, I do. Rarity set her hoof down. Little Sweetie Belle, what a treat she is. Sharp as a tack, already she and her friends have a business going, and doing so much good with it. Rarity looked quite proud of her sister. Mayhaps she will follow my hoof steps. An office in every metropolitan? Offered Fleur, imagining it. That would be something, would it not? Fancy swiveled an ear to each of the mares he had brought together. What are the chances? Two little sisters with a last name of Bell coming up in the same conversation. He smiled gently at the thought. Perhaps this is a sign that you two are meant not to be bitter about the past. Blue pointed at Rarity. I would like to meet this other Bell. I presume they are. Well, you did mention they were a sister, did you not? That they are, though I admit to not knowing what you're hinting at. She arched a brow. Now, this all aside, am I permitted now to ask questions? Fancy shook his head. Please, don't let me stand in the way. Darling, I love you, but that is precisely what you've been doing. She looked towards Blue pointedly. Darling, I must be forthright. Though I found your behavior unlikable, your appearance is quite compelling. She waved a hoof over Blueblood. That handsome prince she knew, even if he had become BlueBell. That prince still stood there. Did you not know that? Blue had the humility to blush faintly at the praise. I will be of royal blood, be I a mare or a stallion. I think I take after my grandmother, to be precise. La mine, burst out Fleur. How delightful. It shows the forte amour to look to the grandparents like that. She nodded with bursting approval. They pass on so much to us, but it can be so easy to miss. Rarity raised a hoof, struck silent for a time. I said, BlueBell. I would like to learn more. Rarity smiled gently. I admit it, I don't understand. I don't understand what you're doing or why. I don't understand the idea of a stallion becoming a mare like that outside of strange magic spells forcing the issue. She tittered at the idea. But I'm open to learn. Teach me of this grandmother that inspires me. Blue's expression lightened from a guarded look to one of rising hope. Do you speak honestly? Darling. She shook her head with a soft chortle. I may have been ahead of myself that night, but I don't make it a habit to lie to ponies. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Applejack would ride me forever if I did. Applejack. Click, there it was. Ah, a friend of Princess Twilight Sparkle? And me, she corrected. Now, let's hear more of this grandmother of yours. Perhaps, along the way, I'll understand you a little better. The conversation slid forward, the rusted wheels between them given a fresh coat of grease as they learned more of one another. Perhaps they didn't need to dislike that particular pony. They didn't seem so bad. Good afternoon. Twilight sat across from Blue, smiling. Are you ready for the next lesson? I wanted to show you something first. Her horn began to glow, playing the magic with that little tweak she had been shown. Twilight shone with Blue's Arctic blue magic. With a sparkle, she rendered down her own clothing to fashion a set for Twilight, garbying her as a princess should be and leaving Blue unclothed entirely. There we are. Twilight blinked rapidly at the sudden change of dress. Oh, well, thanks. She raised a hoof to press at the new cloth. Interesting. It was lovely to look at, but a bit thin, she discovered quickly. Why? Because my other mentor showed me a little trick. It should, and it did before she could even finish explaining. With a fresh flash, the cloth was back over her, covering her front over the top. Oops, I must have emphasized the temporarity of it too much. Twilight tilted her head. Wait, this wasn't my spell, so? That was a permanent spell, but it wasn't permanent. She put a hoof behind her head. Unless it was a concentration spell. It was not, agreed Blue. But I learned how to make permanent spells temporary. It will require more practice to do it right, I admit. Still an amazing achievement. She threw up her hooves in obvious delight. Is there no way I could talk you into coming to Ponyville? Such a talented pupil of magic should be given more than a weekly lesson from me. Why? I have responsibilities, deflected Blue, raising her hoof at Twilight. My social circles will ask questions if I suddenly move. Now please, could we continue? Of course. That didn't stop her from looking a bit upset at the decision. Today, since transformations are the topic, let's do a classic. Turning things into oranges. Her horn began to glow with her magic, showing the letters of the spell above her. There's a trick to this one. It's not just what you say, but how you aim it and what letters you emphasize. Blue watched, some of the letters seeming bolder than the others. At least she knew most of them, except that one. What symbol is that? Twilight gladly spent the day teaching Blue how to turn things into oranges. It was a classic, even if not useful in most day-to-day situations. I'm glad you could stop by. Celestia gestured to the spot across from her. Twilight obediently scurried to take the place. BlueBell is learning quite well. I'm quite proud of her. I asked her to come to Ponyville, but they're Twilight. Twilight paused in her report. What is it? Are they learning magic properly? She inclined her head. I have had no few students that learn magic well, but improperly, turning it to dark and selfish ends. Twilight's ears went up. I don't think that's the case. She was eager to show me what she could do, and was careful not to hurt anything in the process. She inclined her head faintly. Has something happened? I would rather find out before anything happens, explained Celestia as she brought her forearms together. What sort of pony is BlueBell these days? Nervous? Excited? Twilight clopped her forehoofs with a grin. I can imagine. She's so ready to cast larger spells and make her teachers happy. I've been there. I am still there at times. Her cheeks darkened, looking to Celestia, still her mentor, bashfully. Celestia smiled at that. Calm yourself, Twilight. This is not a test. I did some digging. Starlight, a friend of yours, isn't she? Twilight colored. Are you still angry with how she fixed things between you and Luna? She has a fertile imagination. She could still remember Daybreak her, born of the mind of Starlight. But no, I do not harbor ill towards her. In fact, I was hoping she could help. Twilight looked to Celestia curiously, but said nothing. Her full-hood home is BlueBell's barony. Who better to take her there and show her around? BlueBell has professed great interest in taking up the reins of her barony. Twilight perked up with excitement. How nice. I can have them train and educate each other along the way. Oh, what magic will be worked. Not exactly what Celestia had in mind, but perhaps close enough. Chapter 13, Stepping Past. BlueBell willed her door open, stepping out into the hallway. Blue, she turned to see an aristocratic and nervous stallion closing quickly. I've been doing something. He brushed a leg with the opposing hoof. And even if I'm not into Mars. BlueBell peered quizzically. What was that stallion going on about? You deserve to at least know where you stand. Where I stand. She hiked a brow. Can you expand on that? I still don't know. Try to not be a stallion, but you are. He raised a hoof behind his head. Give me a chance, just one, and I'll show you how nice it can be to be a stallion. Blue's eyes narrowed a little, her nose raising high. I've laid with a mare before. Not that this is a good topic to broach. Sure, a mare, sure. He trailed a hoof against the ground. But maybe what you need is a chance with another stallion, who knows how stallions work, and can look you in the, eye. Despite his words, he was busy not meeting eyes. So embarrassed was he. For good reason. at least as far as BlueBell could see. The stallion was slightly smaller than herself, though that would change if things went well. Well-dressed and cleanly scented, at least they weren't disheveled. Did some pony put you up to this? He shook his head rapidly. No, just me thinking about our last discussion. Last discussion? May I have a chance, BlueBell? He smiled so hopefully. I'll be a complete gentle colt, promise. Blue considered the stallion a quiet moment. Sir. His ears perked and his eyes shone. What? I don't like being ridden, Blue stated simply, as if announcing her disliked flavor of pastry. I'm afraid it wouldn't work. She strode onto other affairs, leaving the stunned stallion behind. In her mind, that was it. It was all nice and settled. A hoof landed on her shoulder. There the stallion was, shaking a little. W.A. I mean, you could do the riding. He coughed embarrassedly. This isn't about that. This is two ponies making one another happy. He moved the hoof on Blue to his own chest. I have always admired you from far. Your bravery inspired me to, step forward to make my own intentions clear. Blue paused, then slowly turned back to her admirer. I can appreciate that. She raised a hoof to her own chin. We are in a similar state, I do suppose. But what we want is not very compatible. His ears suddenly danced. Oh, I know exactly who can help you. You do. He inclined his head faintly. Who? How? Never you mind that. What was your name again? I'll send them your way, so long as you're ready to take the next step. The stallion blinked softly, stunned at the turnaround that had just occurred. Of course. I'm ready. Here I am. Well, I'm Long Shot. Nice to meet you. Charmed, she assured with a nod. You will be visited by a pony, a bit on the large side. They will take great interest in making sure you find just the right pony, so trust them. She tapped her chin. They led me to a wonderful friend. Sure, it had fallen apart, but that was much her own fault for starting with false pretenses. Just tell the truth. The truth, right? He glanced away and back. Are you certain? I would. Blue raised a hoof to the stallion's lips. I feel certain you would do your absolute best. Place the blame on me. I have set my eyes already, and I would bid you do the same. You want a stallion? Time to get one. She turned that hoof back on herself. But I am a mare, so all I can do is cheer you on. She left the stunned stallion behind, though things between them were far more honest than they had been. Time to give Cadance a call, she muttered on the way, certain that Cadance would appreciate the call to play matchmaker. Today is a special day. Fire was perched on her bed, as she often was. Very special. One moment. Blue approached her mirror and nodded towards it. Cadance, if you please. The mirror began to hum softly, the call in progress. What was it? If you want her here, fine. Today is the day you could cast the spell. Taunted Fire, watching as Blue went stiff. And a pink princess appeared. Bluey, how are you? She leaned forward, peeking about. Oh, who's that? Fire huffed gently. Her teacher. She pointed to the still paralyzed Blue. I think she had a question for you. Oh, yes. Blue shook herself free of her surprise. I was actually hoping to enlist your aid. Cadance squealed with obvious delight, though quickly composed herself, coughing into a hoof. I see, she said in a level tone. Blue did not quite grasp the emotions at play. It is for an associate of mine. Cadance arched a brow, confusion replacing her forced tranquility. It is. His name is Long Shot. He prefers the company of other stallions, and is afraid to go seeking them. She turned a hoof to herself. He approached me, but I am a mare. Cadance's cheeks went dark. Oh my. Yes, I can. Poor thing. He must have been so sad. He was disappointed, agreed Blue, implying she didn't quite get it. But I thought if any pony could, you could help him find more suitable target. Well, she tapped the frame of the mirror. I do appreciate you thinking of me. This is, well, it's one of the things I do. She smiled gently. Perhaps next time you'll let me hunt for you. Better armed with what you're after. Mayhaps. Blue agreed, not very convincingly. Can you help them? Do they have a mirror? Cadance tapped a bit more forcefully. For a cousin, I can convince ponies to make room for my departure, but I have no such relation with this pony. I suppose I could try calling them and seeing what happens. Do that, urged Blue. But call me back if that doesn't work, and I'll see he gets one. Thank you. She waved, ending the call and turning towards Fire. Is it true? Have I lied yet? That Blue knew of course. You have all the runes. You've been using magic more and more each day. She sat up, bringing her hosts together. Today is the day you take what you thought was a fleeting dream and demand it come into reality. Today is the day you prove you are a sorceress of extreme skill by doing what even Twilight's Sparkle hesitated to do. I see. She sat down and took a slow breath, running her hoof up along her chest. All right, this is what I've been training for. Exactly, so let's get to it. Floating out from her fur came a scroll the unrolled, revealing a wickedly long and complex spell. Here it is. Go on. You're joking. Blue raised a brow, eyes darting over the magical instructions. There is no way I can cast this today, safely. I will study it. Already her horn was glowing, working over the runes step by step, practicing how each flowed into the next. I will not fail this close to the finish line for want of hurry. Shoot. Fire settled on her belly, upset that Blue hadn't taken the chance to fail in some outrageous way. That's probably smart. Boring, but smart. Go on then. Determined to get it right. Blue read over the spell, practicing each step as she went along. This leads to that which causes. She muttered under her breath, trying her best to not only memorize it, but understand what she was doing. This will recreate me at a very fundamental level. Fire's ears perked. All transformations do that. You change clothes, perceptions, and even things into oranges. None of them were the same afterwards. That's the point, I suppose, so she sat up, waving a hoof over it. But I don't wish to die. Too late. Fire rolled her eyes. Silly pony. You've died basically a dozen times just this year. You'll go through a few dozen more before it's done. She thrust a hoof at Blue. You apologized to Rarity. With the old you do that. Aye. She huffed and stomped the hoof, frustration building. I suppose not. Then get on with it. Fire pointed at the spell. You ready or not? I think I am. She licked over her lips, soon to be changed, in theory. Her eyes glanced at the clock. It was early evening, early yet to reach her. She would understand. Blue abandoned the scroll in favor of the mirror. Luna. The mirror began to hum softly, trying to reach Luna's mirror. Fire rolled her eyes. She can't help you cast the spell. She can help me, stated Blue firmly. Luna appeared, a wide yawn splitting her features. Hello. Her features came into sharper focus as she recognized who was calling her. Is something wrong? I am about to cast the spell. If it is not too much trouble, would you be here? Luna raised a hoof. Oh, I see. I do wish, niece of mine, you had waited another hour. Still, there is zero chance I will get any additional sleep, knowing what is to come. Do you wish I came there, or will you come here? There is little need to use this mirror. We are in the same building. A gentle smile was on her face, looking on patiently. Blue glanced to Fire, who was making a shooing motion with her hooves. I'll be there shortly. Thank you. The call ended. She turned to Fire fully. I would have thought you prefer we do it here. Who, me? Fire snorted away the idea. It's more important that you be around those you trust. Blue took a step towards the door, her ears flickering. Thank you. Despite his teacher's uncharacteristic thoughtfulness, she rushed on her way towards Luna's room. Unknown to her, an invisible imp of a mare followed behind, fully intending to watch things happen. It felt like all eyes were on her, gazing, judging, as if they somehow knew what she was about to do, and few of them had positive ideas about the idea. She would leave Stallionhood behind. She took a soft breath as she turned into the darker hallways of her auntie and chosen mother for the task. She came up short. One of the guards before Luna's door was an unusual tribe, with tufted ears and leathery wings. They peered with predators' eyes upon Blue. I am here to see Princess Luna, announced Blue, standing as firmly as she could muster. She should be expecting me. The unicorn headed inside, leaving Blue with the pony with bat-like attributes. Pardon the question? The guard had never stopped staring. What tribe are you? The guard revealed teeth a little too sharp for a pony. Thank you for asking, instead of making up a name. Blue nodded softly. That would be impolite, and I am currently quite sensitive to the idea of being called what I would rather not be. It's the least I can do. To answer your question, he pointed to the crescent moon on his armor. I am a lunar pony, in service to Princess Luna. She is well in hoof with you about, complimented Blue with a little smile. Thank you for humoring the question. Things became quiet, but somehow a little less tense. They weren't complete strangers anymore, having spoken to one another. Send him in, spoke the second guard, returning to his position. She was expecting him, just as she said, but she didn't bring that up, instead striding past the guards. A good evening to you both. May the moon watch over, spoke the lunar pony, allowing Blue past. Luna was inside, properly dressed, her eyes shining with alertness. BlueBell, this is quite the evening. Are you truly ready? Blue's horn glowed, pulling out the scroll she had taken with her. I have the spell, though I am quite nervous. This will close the chapter on a rather large part of my life. This is why I wanted to be with you, Annie. Luna stepped closer, reaching a wing around BlueBell. I will remain at your side. Her nose twitched. What was that odd smell? She made a note to demand the room be properly cleansed. With any hope, her niece wouldn't notice it. When you are ready, you may begin. Aunt, I'm scared. I know this is what I was reaching. Ing 4. She extended a hoof outwards, as if reaching for something just beyond it. But now that it is here, I am filled with questions. As well you should be. Luna leaned against Blue, the gentle shaking fading a little bit with the comforting presence of a pony that cared. This is a great step, a leap. If you felt nothing, that would be strange. You're not a coward or a fool. You are a pony, facing a dramatic shift. I am with you. Thank you. Blue sat up, a little smile. I do suppose I am beyond the time of matching the name and title I took on myself. I do appreciate those willing to humor me, but if I have the means, I should do it or accept that I was speaking a lie. Not a lie. Luna set a metal-clad hoof on Blue's snout. Even if you turned back at this late stage, you didn't lie. You just discovered the truth. I will not lose respect for you. Your friend, Fancy Pants? I can't imagine him holding a grudge either. Step forward because you want to, not because you feel obliged. Nobility is full of obligations, she chuckled out, eyes closed. But in this, things grew quiet a moment. The scroll unfurled in Blue's magic, spreading out in all its Byzantine complexity. I will take that step. I will be BlueBell, your niece, Baroness. Blueblood dies today, well, truly. Long live Baroness Bluebell. Blue brought down a hoof with a loud clop. So I speak, and so it is written, gently agreed Luna. Can I help? Just stay with me. Her hoof wandered over the page as her horn began to glow. With luck and preparation, this will proceed smoothly. Should it not, at least I have you at my side. I can ask for no better pony. Luna unfurled her wing, folding it against her back to give room. I will be here. My entire attention is on you. Do your best. I ask nothing further than that. Blue began to play the song of magic, working quickly from rune to rune, to play each with the emphasis and transition demanded to the next in the line. The spell was long and grueling, but she was doing it. She could feel the magic gathering around her, sinking into her in preparation. Soon, it would begin to change her. There to there, up and onwards. Her horn tingled with the powerful magic she wove as her entire body began to shine, but no changes were happening. Yet, she was gathering her soldiers, placing each in their proper position. Only when all was ready would they charge, and the great battle would begin. Until then, she could feel the tension of that future conflict growing as she performed the spell. The simple masculine magic would be broken down, replaced with the dizzying female routes that a mare had to have to exist as a mare. Her own body would be used for energy for parts. She had plenty of bulk she'd no longer need, and it would fuel the spell to change. To go the other way around would be quite a bit more difficult. The mental image of a mare glutting herself round to have the mass required for a stallion danced in Blue's head. Amusing, but distracting. She did her best to banish it. She was becoming smaller, not larger, so that wasn't an issue for her. A wave flowed through her. It was past the point of no return. The magic has begun acting on her, changing things. Even should she have aborted the spell, she would be changed. Her tail twitched as she rose to her unsteady hooves, the waves of change pressing upon her from all directions. It felt like a legion of ants were crawling across her skin as her nerves screamed with both irritation and pleasure in a strange combination. She had to continue the spell. There was no turning back. Her snout pulled back, rounding as a mare's ought to be. Awe, she called, her voice breaking and uneven, caught between states. She was doing it. She was truly taking that step into the unknown, towards what she had imagined herself being. No longer was it a dream. She was making it reality. Step to step, too. She was about halfway through the spell, working down the scroll. She just had to keep it up. She could feel it working, the magic. It was doing it, right? The song of magic rang clearly in her ears. The room seemed larger. Luna was taller. No, she was smaller. I'm doing it. She got out, her voice a bit higher, still broken, still not entirely where it needed to be, but she was getting there. She was becoming BlueBell, not just a name. She would gaze in that mirror, and that mare would gaze back. They would share a knowing smile. It would not be a step into a foreign land, but a return to a home she had long been denied. Remain calm, gently counseled Luna. You are doing well. Keep a calm heart. Yes, of course. She had to finish the spell. She felt a strange tickle down below. Oh, she turned dark in the cheeks, realizing she had just become capable of feeding a young foal, as all mares are capable of doing. Stallions were not, but was she a stallion? Not anymore. She had to blink, batting away tears she hadn't realized she was shedding. She was coming home, returning to where she should be, not advancing to some new place. Yes, this was exactly where she needed to be. That note led to that note. She had it. She was doing it. With a strange, cruel pull, her body reclaimed what would not be needed, turning it to other ends. She was no longer capable of stallion acts. She was not a stallion. She was rapidly growing in mare ways, soft curves, and a feminine yelp. She was almost done. She could feel her altered body flexing in new ways. She was a mare. She was BlueBell. Bright magic flashed. Her vision was obscured as her entire form was concealed behind a giant hologram of her cutie mark. The compass rose flaring into being so very brightly. The spell was done. Her will was cast. I did it, she asked with a new voice, no longer cracking. She sounded, well, like a mare. Un noble mare. Which she was? Luna brought her hooves together, clopping excitedly. Clopping came from across the room. There was cadence, grinning ear to ear. Bluebell's ears flipped against her head. When did you get here? Luna inclined her head towards the mirror. I'll let her in. She had dearly wished to see you. Please forgive me. You've come out wonderfully. Cadence was still clopping, applauding eagerly. I greet you, Baroness Bluebell. How do you feel? Blue prodded Luna in the side. That was rude, Auntie. She turned left and right, looking herself over. Is it right? She swished her tail, then lifted it. Cadence snorted into laughter. Getting a peek? I suppose that you're right. It is yours now. Blue darkened, tail dropping. It wasn't like that. Luna put a leg over Blue. Cadence isn't wrong. It's your body. To want to learn of it is entirely natural, just not in company. She cleared her throat softly. Regardless, I too welcome you, Baroness Bluebell, niece. You were that before, but the outside matches far better now. Yes, she rushed for that mirror had cadence, no reflection. Bah, she turned there. She hurried towards an actual mirror to behold herself. BlueBell. She greeted the mare that looked back at her. It's me. Luna came up from behind. You are a lovely mare, if you don't mind my opinion. It would seem your royal figure translated quite well. Stallions will be lining around the block for a chance to exchange words with you. Cadance had a far more lecherous grin. Do you want any help finding a date? You need to learn how to woo and be wooed. As a mare, oh, the things I plan to teach you. I did not become a mare to enter the dating pool, she huffed, stomping the ground and turning around to face Luna. I am here to be me, and, as a proper mare, I will need more help conducting myself in a ladylike fashion. That's what I offered, complained Cadance, detecting that her chance was slipping between her hooves. Come here and let me help you, Bluey. Luna inclined her head. BlueBell is not asking for help dating, but in comporting herself. I will gladly continue those lessons. Far easier now that you are in the right form for it. Did it hurt? She thought back to it. It was unpleasant, but not unbearably so. I sound so different. She brought a hoof to her own throat, feeling it as she spoke. This is not quite as I dreamed it, but it's still a very nice voice, I think. You were imagining, in your dream, counseled Luna. Now we face reality, but it is not a bad thing, as you have discovered. Not bad, Blue agreed easily. It will take some getting used to. I will have to introduce myself. Not a pony in the castle will know who I am. Cadance snorted softly. Unless they look at your rump. It was true. Her cutie mark was entirely unchanged for the transition. Her destiny and purpose remaining exactly as it had been. Well, good. She nodded. That will make it easier to impress on them, and I am still me. She turned a hoof to her chest. Even if that has changed a bit, she let out a little breath, a smile on her face. Luna patted the back of her knees gently. You are missing the note of another great event. I am, whatever is it? You are clearly a sorceress. There can be no denying it. Luna nadid gravely. Even I stumbled when enacting that spell. Why, even Twilight flinched away from it, I am told. You cast it. You are a wizard, well and truly. Let no pony speak against that undeniable fact. A smile spread over Blue's face, even as her cheeks tinted dark with embarrassed pride. I did cast that. Oh, now that I am here, I will have to set a new goal for myself. It would be quite a shame to come this far just to set it all down. Besides, my friends rather fancy my tricks, and I wouldn't want to disappoint them. Blue was already heading for the door. Thank you, both of you. I have so much to do. I must inform every pony. I must allow them to lay eyes on my new form. She shook her new rump, enjoying the feel of it from the inside and even the look of it from the outside. She was a pretty noble mare, and she had arrived. Chapter 14. Happy Heartswarming. Oh my. Fancy's monocle slipped free of his stunned face as he gaped a moment before gathering himself. BlueBell Baroness? Is that truly you? Behold. Blue stepped closer to her friend with a warm smile. The outside matches now. She turned a little to the left and right to show herself off. But now I'm realizing I'm terrible deficient in something. Fancy struggled to imagine what the mare before him could be missing. Everything appeared to be in place. Whatever would that be? A wardrobe, of course. She nodded firmly. My existing set no longer fits, and is the wrong style for the new me besides that. She flashed a bright smile up at him. Care to go shopping? Fancy inclined his head faintly. Blue, you are new to the role, but a mare only rarely invites a stallion to go clothing shopping. Blue began to blush, realizing this was true. Unless they're already intimate, be that romantic or long-term platonics. Well, there you go, she called out as if spotting a loophole. We are quite the long-time friends, are we not? So it is hardly improper for the question to come up. She trotted past Fancy towards the door of the castle, ready to emerge into daylight. Let's be off. I've gained a liking for that sassy mare. Let's see what she has for me. Fancy did follow her, hastening to be at her side. This isn't one of your magics, is it? Well, of course it is, agreed the mare with a quizzical hint. What? No, I'm in. Is it an illusion? He hiked a brow, his glowing horn setting his monocle back in place. What you see is what I am, through and through, assured Blue, leaning in a little. A little tip, friend to friend. When Fancy leaned into here, Blue grinned. If the horn's glowing, I'm holding a magic in place. All the illusions need that. The transfigurations do not. Fancy's eyes rose to her horn. Nope, no glow there. I see. Did it hurt? Every pony asks that. She snorted with a little smile on her face. Not terribly in the end. Well worth the trip. She bounced forward. I feel light. I suppose that stands to reason. Look at me. She waved a hoof at herself as she ambled down the street. I'm smaller. You are that. He cleared his throat softly. Things worked as well as they could. You are every bit as pretty as you were handsome. Other ponies had brought it up, but hearing it from Fancy was somehow different. Awe. Her cheeks darkened, and she became quiet, walking alongside him. Have you seen their latest trends? Rarity rarely misses the chance to get my opinion. A little smile on his face. A charming lady, but she has her obsessions, and few ponies can escape them. I can easily imagine. She glanced away, watching other ponies walking along. Some were alone, others in pairs, others in small family clusters. She looked back at Fancy, clearing her throat. You know, Heartswarming is coming up. Indeed it is, he agreed easily. What event has your aunt signed you up for? None, actually. That was a mild surprise, but only mild. I was wondering if you want to see the play. You know, tradition. Tradition, he agreed with a nod. It will be my pleasure, Baroness. The store was before them, Blue leading the way with her newly gained sprightly step and a swishing tail. Here we are, she sang, trotting inside. Sassy spotted them and moved to approach. Welcome, Fancy and... She leaned her left to the left sharply, peeking at Blue's back and blinking only with growing confusion. Blue rolled a hoof. I did tell you I was a mare. Put a pin in that, let out Sassy with her breath. Please forgive me. Would a congratulations be proper? It would, but not what we came for. Blue gestured over herself. I need an entire ensemble fit for a baroness. Are you ready for that? Now, that's something I can take a measure of. Sassy nodded gratefully. Mine turned towards business matter. You want seasonal choices? I have some lovely winter options. She began leading the way through the store, leading her two clients along. Fancy, how's Fleur? Rare I see you two apart. She's visiting with a few friends. He inclined an ear at Blue. Ah, yes, she wanted me to mention she would have invited you, but she felt she wanted a personal look at you before that. I think she was correct to do so. Blue's brows went up together. I fear they can be taken different ways, old bean. She turned to face him fully. Whatever do you mean? Nothing untoward, he assured. It is just that the sight of you through the mirror does not do you justice. He coughed softly into a hoof, adjusting his front while he was at it. You have become quite the vision, and I am certain she will be delighted to have another mare of the sort to speak to. Sort, as they spoke in high-energy words. Sassy backed away gently to let her customers have their discussion. The clothes would surely still be there afterwards. Fleur is, to put simply, quite pretty. He smiled just thinly. It could be exasperating to her, the attention others place on her without her desire. With another comely mare, she will feel right at home. Blue blinked softly, red starting at the tip of her snout and spreading backwards. Oh, you did mention that before. Fancy, I'm being entirely. Speak not another word of it. His smile became more relaxed. We were both being foals. We are the same ponies, grown or not. Let's not make things awkward for no reason. Well said, half-sang BlueBell, looking happy for the answer arrived at. Now clothing. I will not be a noble mare without a few stunning pieces. And so the afternoon was spent with Fancy giving hooves up or down in response in addition to Blue's own opinion of the things she tried on. More important than that, perhaps, she slid into them properly, and they looked right on her. She was a high-class lady and grinned at her reflection, fluttering her lashes. Lovely, it's terrible. Fancy sank down onto a chair, facing Fleur. I thought I was quite used to the presence of such eyes. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Fleur looked back from her own mirror, where she had been primping herself. Mon frère, whatever do you mean? She adjusted her fluffy hat with a glowing horn. What sort of mare? The kind that are prettier than they realize. He rubbed a cheek softly. They're worse than you. Worse than moi? Of this I doubt. Fleur gently bonked Fancy as she sat down. Tell me of this mystery Judith. Your little sister, little sister. He put a hoof on her chest, pushing her back a little. Her spell was a complete success. Très magnifique. Fleur clopped her hooves together. I saw it through the mirror, but my eyes, they can lie, yes? Besides, she can fool them. It was true. As true as the sun in the sky, sighed out Fancy. BlueBell has arrived, and she now has a wardrobe befitting her new appearance. Lovely. Fleur inclined her head. We must meet in person. I would greet ma petite sir properly. You look troubled. She inclined her head at her usually composed brother, considering things before it clicked. Ah, a pretty jumint you do not have a shield of blood from. Are you seeing her for the mare she is? It was his turn to start darkening as he looked away. That would be quite improper. And yet, here we are. Fleur trotted right up to him, flopping across his back without delay. Mon frère, you are a stallion. She's a mare. We are siblings, are we not? So you do not think that way with me. This is normal. If you feel for her, and you know her up here. Fleur tapped her head. Why do you not simply speak? One does not simply speak of such things, he huffed out, though he hadn't thrown her clear. She is of a superior station. To impose on her with such trifling. Fleur slid around, popping a hoof flat against his lips. You quiet yourself. This is not a trifling matter. It is improper, he insisted, sliding back away from her. We have a relationship, and one she holds quite dear. I will not be the one that shatters it. Were you thinking of abandoning her? Fleur played with his cheeks, unafraid of the stormy appearance. I would not allow it. It's not a matter of that. Fancy's horn glowed, grabbing Fleur's hooves and forcing him still before he let go. She backed up, and he nodded. It taints the whole thing. Were I to profess any amount of attraction, she will wonder if I encourage them towards this state for selfish ends. Fleur blinked softly, lashes fluttering. When you say it like that, it does have some sinister meaning, but I know you are not thinking that. You are, as they say, too pure. She booped him on the nose and skipped away, giggling. You would be better off being honest. Sister mine, he let out a slow breath. At the least, let her get used to living in her new form before thrusting my feelings in her lap, to confuse what is, without doubt, a confusing time. We owe her that much. In this, we find agreement. She looked over her shoulder at Fancy. This is something we can do, out of love. But your feelings, do not throw them out. We can wait a little for her. We do not want to hurt her, do we? Perish the thought. He agreed, his smile returning. It was always nicer when he and Fleur saw eye to eye. Ah, Relatedly, she invited me to go see the hearthwarming pageant. I agreed. Fleur brought her 4 hooves together with a loud claw. Perfect. Go. Be a gentle colt. It comes naturally to you. And see how you feel. May. You see how she feels. My hopes go with you, brother. She danced closer, smooching his cheek. Be true to yourself. This is what drove her to become a mare. Est si pas. Your friend, Cadance was smiling through the mirror. He is very bashful. He seemed quite at wit's end speaking to me. Blue raised a hoof to her chin, though I should imagine he would find the new me even more disconcerting. Don't say that. Cadance waved it off. He's shy around Mares, though. I got through, though, as promised, and arranged a little hookup. She leaned closer, her hooves close together. He'll be coming by the Crystal Empire for a little love locket fun. I know a few other stallions that lean that way. Hopefully one of them will hit it off just fine. Blue could not comprehend how 2 stallions did that, but she was in a glass house, and she decided against hurling a rock. I do hope for the best then. How is it? She began to show off her clothes, gesturing over them. Just got it today. She smirked triumphantly. I adjusted them myself. Cadance's ears pricked up. You can sew. When did you pick up that talent? Blue laughed at the very idea, coming out in a half giggle. No, magic cousin. I used a spell I had learned to adjust clothing. Making something fit properly was actually much easier than changing a suit entirely. She plucked at the fabric softly with her magic. Well, how is it? It's fetching. Quite a lovely shade of blue like ice. She inclined her head. Was that the idea? A winter dress? Quite nice. Cadance nodded softly, not actually dressed up herself at all, which Blue noticed. Why aren't you dressed this season? She recoiled a little. I never much considered what a mare was wearing, aside from it matching the given event. You're a mare now. Comes with the territory. Cadance stuck out her tongue at her cousin. Now hush up. I wear what I want. It's good to be princess. Good indeed. Still, there's a propriety. She stood up tall, willing to stand in defense of courtly process. Even Celestia, who weighs higher than either of us, dresses the part. Because she wants to. Cadance waved it away. Besides, I do dress up when the occasion calls for it. Do you have any idea how many hours it takes to get my mane just so to match Crystal Empire standards? It's no small task, let me assure. She smirked with victory. I get to relax on the less officious days, so I will not be made to feel bad about it. Blue was quiet a moment, considering another avenue of attack. I see. This is what came out. Thank you for assisting Longshot. He isn't a friend, per SC. I only met him the once. Still, we must do what we can. That's a kind way of looking at it. Cadance nodded, looking pleased enough. I'll treat him gently. If you need anything at all, for yourself, let me know. I still owe you a few favors. She blinked away. Fire was still there, leering, though she had been unseen a moment before. So, gonna learn more? I would like to. Blue turned to face her imp. Perhaps another symbol? We're more than halfway through the ones we could go over, she warned. Soon you'll be fully magically literate. Proud. Quite. She pranced in place with a smile. Let us begin. Sit your pretty girl flanked down. Fire pointed towards the bed she was already on. And we can begin. Many ponies bustled about, settling into seats, getting concessions, and speaking in low murmurs that sounded like a low roar with the entire crowd. Blue was dressed in what she hoped was her finest. Frills everywhere, perhaps even much, but they felt nice, and she thought it made her even more mare. Like, she was a mare of bareness, and she was going to look at Madam, and there was fancy pants, bowing to her. Allow me to see you to your seat. Blue tittered, but allowed herself to be led along. You're looking dapper. In truth, Fancy looked much like he usually did, with only the faintest touch-ups for the holidays, like a wreath on his vest. You've seen this before, I imagine. Quite a few times, he quickly agreed. But even a show engraved in the mind can be enjoyable, especially with good company. They arrived at their seats, scooching past other well-to-do ponies on the way. Their eyes were on Fancy, then who accompanied him, who was not Fleur, strangely enough. At their seats, Fancy moved ahead and turned around, offering a hoof. Blue was confused at first, but it came to her. Oh, thank you. She accepted the hoof and slid up in her seat with his unrequired, but kindly given, assistance. With all the frills in her dress, she wasn't entirely upset to have a helping hoof when it came to going up or down from things. She moved to reclaim her hoof, but his magic was on it still, holding it gently. He leaned in, and the world seemed to slow down around her. Was he about to? He was. Her breath caught, even his motions seeming to slow, her entire being focused on the moment. His lips touched the wall of her hoof, not the most sensitive part of her body, yet it felt like she had just been powerfully shocked in the hoof as he drew back, releasing her. He slid up next to her with a soft chuckle. Would you care for any concessions? Concessions. After that, she sat still, her cheeks on fire under her makeup, unsure what to feel or do at that moment. Her friend had kissed her hoof. It was, ultimately, a perfectly polite thing for a stallion to do to a mare. She was a mare, he was a stallion. It was polite, brupe, perfectly normal. She felt like she could pass out. You look parched, came his gentle voice. With his glowing horn, he grabbed a glass of water from basically across the room, bringing it speedily towards them to offer to Blue. My lady? Oh yes. She took the cup between her hooves, not thinking to use her own horn. Thank you, just what I needed. She did feel quite warm, and the water was a welcome relief. Thank you. She was next to a stallion. That was a date. There was little arguing it. She was a mare on a date with a very eligible bachelor. She had just met to go out with a friend. They had been friends for years on years. When had this become something else? She took a greedy gulp of the water, trying to cool herself. They were friends. Friends. Friends did not date. Sure, he was a stallion, but he was a friend. The ponies entered the stage, singing and dancing. The play was in progress. Can you imagine? Softly whispered Fancy. One year, they had Princess Twilight and her friends make professional stand-ins. Not the best performance by far, but spirited in its own way. I should imagine, tittered out BlueBell. I'm sad I missed that. Do you think they have a recording of that? That may well be a crystal worth buying. Mayhaps. He watched the ponies singing their lines enthusiastically. For now, let us enjoy what is before us. They seem to be in good spirit today. They are. She relaxed a little. Watching a good play, that was simple and easy. She could do that. She did that with Fancy before. Nothing had changed. Do you think we'll get a kooky or moronic Puddinghead? That was a bit of a wavering point in the play. Some years, Chancellor Puddinghead was quite bizarre, but other times a complete buffoon, and it was hard to tell which was coming out. Something to look forward to, he chuckled in good spirits. Ah, there we are. It wasn't Puddinghead, but another part experienced watchers kept their eyes on. They both guffawed in mutual delight. Good show. Quite, agreed Blue, forgetting her troubles in favor of watching the show. They later emerged, chuckling good-naturedly between them. Quite a show from Commander Hurricane. Blue nodded firmly. Rare you see a Pegasus with such a specific stage presence. Too right. Easily agreed Fancy Pants, walking along with her. Princess Platinum was also looking quite good. All in all, a quality performance all around. Quite so. Things drew quiet as they mingled through the crowd, headed out of the theater onto the street. Fancy? Yes. He turned to face her as soon as they weren't in the middle of traffic. Did you enjoy yourself? Oh, quite a bit so, yes. Blue rubbed her cheek softly. You've been watching me. Fancy colored faintly, but kept the reaction to a low roar. I should hope I was watching the show. And you were, but not only that. Blue stepped from hoof to hoof gently. Do I disgust you? Fancy blinked rapidly, reaching up to keep his eyewear in place. Whatever gave that impression, I broke the rules. She glanced away. Rather like the new self, but I still broke quite a few points of propriety doing it. You're a formal pony. I would understand. The very same reason you haven't said anything. That would be impolite too. She closed her eyes, tried to control her breath. You are ever the... She trailed off, feeling something press against her nose. His hoof. Her nostrils flared to get a whiff. That was not a hoof. She opened her eyes to find his nose pressed to hers, the two gazing at one another. Fancy, my lady, Baroness, I have greatly enjoyed the evening. He gently bumped her, nose to nose, then backed away half a step. It would be a privilege and honor if you would accompany me. I feel certain Fleur would be beside herself for a chance to spend hearths warming with her little sister. I would be delighted. She started towards his abode, but her stance was stiff, her walk short. But I know what I saw. You saw a daft stallion, he assured, adjusting his front with a hoof. We didn't understand what he was looking at. Am I that strange? Oh, quite so. He inclined his head faintly. But that isn't a bad thing. I just have so many questions, and it isn't polite to ask such questions of guests. Then I give permission. She circled to his front. As your friend, I would much rather hear your questions. All of them. Ask. Are you certain? But BlueBell nodded firmly, her face set. All right, let us begin with the basics. You are a mare now. This much is difficult to argue. He'd seen the proof, smelled it, sat next to it, kissed the hoof of it. It was pretty clear. But what made you think that was what you should be? I'm not making little, I assure, but as a stallion, I can't quite imagine not wanting to be exactly that. He pointed at himself. I like being a stallion. I like you being a stallion. She began to blush, realizing how what she said could be taken. It's hard to explain, but it was a suit I was born into, but it fit me awkwardly. For so many years, I wore it anyway. I had no choice, always pulling, tugging, always not quite right. But you wore it. It's the only one you had. That is how I felt. I didn't even know what I wanted, just that something was wrong, always pinching. It sounds uncomfortable. His ears folded a moment before springing up. And now, she danced ahead, tail swaying with each step as she took a moment to feel her body in motion. And now, I fit. I look in the mirror and the pony that smiles back seems welcoming. She turned about to face Fancy. This will sound stupid, but I feel better about me, and I feel better about every pony else. I am comfortable, and I want others to have the same smile I feel. There were many fine characteristics Blueblood had. Fancy knew, but generosity and empathy? Far down that list. But BlueBell was not Blueblood. It sounds to me that you have changed. Her ears sagged. Change is not always bad, my dear, assured Fancy, nudging against her, turning her back towards their destination as he led her on. You've grown. A smile spread brilliant. I'm pleased to report that I rather like the direction you've taken. If you wish to make other ponies smile, then you have my utmost support. She hastened up to his side, her own expression lightened. I'm so relieved to hear that. Fancy, this will sound odd. Off perhaps. She rubbed at her neck as she trotted along with him. For a moment, I thought you might have fancied me. Fancy went stiff, but she kept on talking. I don't think I'm ready for that. She glanced aside at him. But I don't want to turn you away. Dear friend, will you give me a chance to figure out what I am before I invite another pony in to share this new space? Suddenly she laughed. I'm reading the room completely wrong, and I've just shoved my hoof so far in my mouth I'll need to be sped to a doctor. Fancy set a hoof on her shoulder, the both of them slowing to a halt. Baroness, let us enjoy this evening as friends. I will be here when you feel ready, and we can explore what comes next. He smooched her cheek. No words, and not a very long smooch. It was a perfectly chaste and proper cheek kiss any high-standing pony might deliver, and off he sped towards his home, where she had been invited. They were still friends. Maybe more someday. Maybe not. Both roads were left open. BlueBell jumped in the air, her hooves cycling before she hit the ground and pounced forward, moving to catch up. Merry hearth warming, she sang as she went. It was a fine holiday. Chapter 15, Magical Pier. You cast it? That's a complicated one. The purple unicorn tapped her chin softly, considering BlueBell. Do you mind if I inspect the results? Pardon. Blue raised a brow and turned her nose up. I was told you were a guide to my barony. Is this true or not? Barony? She scrunched with thought. Sire's Hollow, is it so? Right? Dad mentioned that. She nodded with a little smirk. Wouldn't shut up about it is more how it went. Blue's ears pricked. Is he a traditionalist then? Completely. She agreed without any measure of gravity, weaving her way down the hallway towards the exit. But he said the traditional owner was, shoot, I might have stopped listening around the park. It's you. It is me, proudly confirmed Blue as she walked along the starlight, noticing that she was in a full trot. What was the hurry? You are a hero. A peasant hero, but still a hero. That counted for something. Don't bring that up. Starlight waved it away before leaving. I thought you'd focus more on what happened with the Little Sisters. Whatever happened? Her horn glowed as she adjusted her hat on her head. Mara's had such good reason to try out different clothes every day, and she was learning to like it. I trust it's been resolved. It would be quite unseemly for a baroness to wander around with an outlaw. I might have switched their cutie marks, she admitted with a little nervous chuckle. They're back to normal and stopped fighting, so yeah, mission accomplished. Blue raised a brow at that. You will leave my cutie mark well enough alone. Thank you. Of course. Starlight cleared her throat and pointed ahead to the train station so far ahead. There it is. We'll ride to Sire's Hollow. Being a child of Sire's Hollow, are you not also my subject? Blue inclined her head towards Starlight curiously. How proud I am to have a hero for a subject. Starlight looked uncertain a moment, considering. While I am happy with where I was raised, I've given myself over to Princess Twilight Sparkle. Really. I'm her subject. Blue smirked a little, reading between the lines. You are not one to be any pony subject, if I hazard a guess correctly. Well, no, she sang out in admission, a faint grin on her face. I'm sure you're completely nice, or Twilight wouldn't have suggested this. If it helps, my dad lives there, and he'll be tickled pink to be called a subject, probably. She tapped at her chin as she walked along, considering it, especially if you know a lot of historical stuff. She had read up on her domain, but history buff, she was not. What has Twilight informed you of me already? She weaved around a pony that wasn't paying attention. Huff, Baron is coming through. I confess, I know little of you save that you are a talented spellcaster. And so are you, returned Fire Starlight, considering the royal pony beside her. I wasn't joking. That's a complex spell you cast. I've seen pictures of the old you, and this is not that. Blue swiveled an ear back. That was earlier time. That pony was on. Let's not linger on that. I knew what I wanted at last, and I reached a hoof out to have it. That's all well and good. Starlight shook her head softly. But most ponies would not be casting that spell on their best day. Don't just toss it away, as I did what I had to. Besides, Twilight was quite insistent. This is a learning trip as much as anything else. So I'll be your magic tutor for the duration. I've almost learned all the letters, spoke Blue proudly. Acceptance of that is not what Starlight delivered, peering aside at Blue, as if she had just said something ridiculous. You cast that, and you don't have the letters down? I had a very specific goal. Blue sounded perfectly confident still. I reached for that specific goal, then I grasped it between my hooves. Now I spread out what I've learned, and am finishing my magical education. Right, but she shook her head. You obviously managed it. It just seems odd, to me, that such a high-level spell didn't use every letter at least once. Then you aren't considering the nature of the letters. A habit Blue had learned a lot of ponies had, which confused her. What would the rune of floating and air have to do with it? Sorry, what? She hiked a brow a moment before a smile spread on her face. Oh my, father's going to have so much fun with you. Starlight laughed as she swatted Blue on the shoulder, then hurriedly trotted for the ticket line. To Sire's Hollow, kindly. Do you have a royal coach? Asked Blue as she came closer, not in the same way. I am a baroness. The pony looked past Starlight to the one making the request. Blue floated out a little signet ring. Ah, of course. He brought out 2 tickets, hesitating. Are you 2 together then? Of course, crooned Blue, gathering herself to her full height in her fluffy frills. This is my guide and tutor for the moment. Right, down came a big stamp on both tickets. Here you are, second from the back. Blue gathered her ticket in her magic. Much obliged. She turned away from the ticket vendor towards a train. Let's be off. Starlight raised a brow, following after Blue. Twilight never got a special train for being a princess, and you aren't even that. I'm going to hazard a guess she never asked for a special train. If one does not raise their voice, they're certain to lose out on things. Blue buffed a hoof on her fluffy front. Now, let's enjoy a ride in style. They entered and walked past the ponies on the benches. Starlight had seen them many times before. She had planned to perch on one just like it, but onwards they pressed towards the back. So what is the royal coach like? One befitting a pony who has one of these. Blue swerved the ring around for Starlight to see. Only noble houses that are properly recognized get one, and exactly one. She tucked it away out of sight. It is proof. Any pony can say they are of refined blood, but the ring removes all doubt. She turned an ear. My parents gave it to me. They had no real interest in what came with nobility. You show that ring to my dad, and you've made a new friend, promised Starlight as they pushed ever backwards on the train. So is this a real? Oh, why nice place. It's a hotel room, on wheels, promised Blue. If it's properly upkept, you'll barely know we're moving. She giggled a bit as she walked along, looking happier by the moment. I admit, I don't ride as often as I could, so this will be great fun for the both of us. And there it was, the last door, with the conductor helping ponies find their seat and keeping an eye on it. As they came closer, he broke off. Sorry, only. Blue displayed her ticket, Starlight a moment after. Oh, never mind then. Please, this way. He hurried to unlock the door and step aside. Enjoy your stay. If you need anything, there's a pull string. Inside, luxury. The air was scented of sandalwood. The furnishings were of high quality, wood where cushions or gold or silver didn't cover them from view. A bubbling hot bath occupied roughly a quarter of it, and gentle music issued from nowhere in particular. Starlight gazed around with wide eyes. You're telling me Twilight could have traveled like this? If she never thinks to ask, perhaps she doesn't deserve it. Blue stuck out her tongue a little. The door closed behind her without prompting, sealing them into the comfy room. Now, do avail yourself. You're my guest. I'm the one that's supposed to be showing you around. My domain, my room, countered Blue. In both cases, you are my guest, and as thanks for your valuable service, you are to enjoy yourself. That's a royal command. She winked softly. One I trust you will not resist too strongly. Starlight extended her tongue as she looked over the drink bar. Well, if you insist, I suppose I owe. Her horn glowed as she picked a bottle up. I never see this anywhere. She got a pouring not one, but 2 glasses of it. Have you had it before? Blue took a glass in her own magic, drawing over the bottle as well to have a peek. HM? Oh yes, a good label. She set it down back where it came from. Here's to a productive trip. The 2 glasses met with a soft crystal ring of their impact, and they drank eagerly of the fine brew. Now, Blue clopped her hooves beneath her chin. Shall we begin? Now look, don't get me wrong. Starlight turned a hoof on herself. Who am I to talk? I did some strange things in my day, but I'm still curious. Blue's face fell into wariness. This is a common thing. Go on, get it out of the way. You sound like you've already answered this a few times. Saw the... She rubbed behind her head lightly. Still, I was curious if the runic approach changed the way you think about spellcasting. Blue blinked. That had not been the question she was expecting. Oh, well, certainly so. It helps inform my entire grasp on spells and how they work. She nodded softly, which leads into spell-altering additions. Starlight sat up with a big smile. I'm not the only one. Blue inclined her head faintly at that. You also modify spells then? Modify, combine, tear apart. She tapped her hooves together with each announcement. Messing with spells is half the fun. It's so nice to talk to some pony else that isn't just cast the spell as it's written about it. I swear, Twilight, you're a doll, but you're way too by the book. Blue tittered softly, imagining Twilight's approach. She does have that streak about her. I noticed it as she lent me a hoof in learning. I do appreciate it, mind. HM, still, it is good to meet another that can reach outside the box, as it were. Exactly. Starlight bobbed her head up and down. But now you have me thinking I might be better off learning the runes instead of just the letters. Perhaps we could exchange knowledge, proposed Blue as she reached up and took off her hat, setting it aside. We could both learn things by the end of this trip. Not a single argument there. Starlight almost bounced in place, looking excited. Though it still blows my mind that I'm getting magic tips from a unicorn that hasn't finished all the letters. I'm full of surprises, she sang with a smile. Let's learn. And thus they did, chewing on available snacks and exchanging letters and runic meanings back and forth. We are a bunch of oddballs, noted Starlight suddenly. But we were drawn towards our talents, I think. I'm not sure about you yet. Blue blinked at that. My talents? Well, I'm still a fine baroness and a talented magic user, I'm told. Sure, both of those are nice. I'm a magic user too, but when it comes to cutie marks, it comes easily. She clopped her hooves together. Other ponies find the idea of doing what I do really daunting. I'm not showing off, promise. Blue considered back on her own spells. I was told that the change I enacted is one of extreme complexity and challenge. Are you saying it's my talent? Maybe. Starlight inclined her head, chewing a cookie. To you, this was just a thing you had to do, and I get that, I really do. I was in a place where I did things I thought I had to do, She laughed nervously, worrying her hooves together. Your thing is way less worrying. She lifted her ears. Oh, how's Mayor life treating you? That is the first question you had about it. And what an innocent one, overall. Doesn't it bother you? Why should it? She lifted her shoulders a little. You won't be a mayor, and now you are one. Ta-da. Sounds like magic being awesome. She nodded confidently. I'd be really annoyed if I decided I wanted wings, and people got all up about it all the time. A unicorn gets to make that choice, so there. I appreciate that. Blue wasn't entirely sure, but that sounded supportive and void of judgment. I have heard of that, trans-tribalists. I never met one myself. I bet they're like you. She pointed at Blue. You just went over a different line. Still a line, still one you went over, still in defiance of the natural order of things. She rolled her eyes, clearly losing no sleep over the idea of flipping nature the big one. Natural order would have half of us die before we saw our 18th. She sat up on her haunches, considering Blue. But if you're a natural at long-term biological changes, maybe you should lean into that. Making things different has been a specialty so far. She ran a hoof over her front as her magic reached out, ripping her own clothes apart in favor of assembling a simple but fetching dress around Starlight, singing the extra little notes to make it temporary. She did like that dress. Like so. Starlight squeaked in surprise, scrambling to her hooves and looking back over herself. Warn a mare before you do that. Oh, wow. Is that what I've been doing to ponies? She slapped her head with her hoof with a low thunk. Dummy, a habit of yours. Blue sat up, her form visible without the dress covering it. Still, there it is. Changing things is what most of my spells do. I should learn more. I bet you'd learn the teacup spell really fast. Starlight nodded softly, and be less likely to use it on improper things. Teacup spell. BlueBell inclined her head. Do show me. But Starlight was not focused on that. Instead, gazing upon Bell's bottom. Oh, nice cutie mark. What's it mean? Mean. Blue glanced back at it and back to Starlight. I got it when I was but a foal. I found my way, led a gathering of other foals out of a little wilderness excursion. Wildly inappropriate for noble foals, but there we are and I got it. She nodded with confidence. With a bright flash, her dress was returned, and Starlight was promptly stripped back to nothing. Ah, there we are. I'm getting better at that. Starlight skewed her ears, one up and one to the side. You did that on purpose? Show me. She clopped her hooves together. But that's beside the point. In both cases, you were helping something find where it needed to be. She pointed to the covered cutie mark. You are a compass? Magic that helps things find themselves. That's kind of neat. And yours involves cutie marks. She rubbed at her chin softly. I admit, I'm not sure how I'd use that specific specialty. I already did, sang out Starlight. Worked out pretty well in the end. I only almost broke down. She laughed nervously and waved it away. So that trick? Do share. Only if you share one too. With a smug smile, she secured another arcane secret from Starlight, exchanging her metamagic in return for it. If you know the runic meanings, the metamagic makes sense. You're casting a spell and adding, but only for this long at the end. The way you say it and how strongly you say it determines how long the spell will hold before it snaps back. The longer you make it, the more draining it will be, explained Blue confidently. I suggest keeping it to about a day at most if you don't want a really aching horn. Right. She went over the symbols with her horn and mouthed them out with silent lip flaps. Right. I want to try that. Why not with that teacup spell? She inclined her head at a bottle of wine, which promptly became a teacup filled with wine. How long did you do it for? Starlight hiked a brow at the teacup suspiciously. 5, 6. You aren't going to tell me, are you? 8, 9. That's just. The teacup flashed, resuming its life as a bottle. Blue nodded smugly. A harmless enough spell to practice with. Just try not to cause too much damage to the train's property. Right. I won't practice by turning you into a teacup, temporarily. Blue blanched at the idea. Heavens forbid. That is not the sort of fine look I'm looking for, I promise. Just kidding. Starlight waved it away as she looked around for a valid target. Ah, she pointed to a discarded napkin. Teacup, but only for this long. Her words, of course, meant nothing. She was playing the magic with her horn, and that was what the universe was actually paying attention to. The napkin snapped together and folded into the shape of a teacup before, poof, it became actual ceramic, waiting to be used. Perfect. Now, if it turns back, I did it right. And if it does not, you did it wrong, but not much lost there. Blue nodded in steady agreement as she turned in place to look at a map on the wall. Oh, we're almost there. Sire's Hollow, here we come. Starlight pumped a hoof in victory. My dad, by the way, swears he's getting better, and I think he is, but I'm still his little filly, and he will dote on me given half a chance. You know, just so you weren't surprised. He means well, I swear. You have many admirable traits, assured Blue. Even if royal decorum isn't on that list, any father should be proud of you. Starlight blushed faintly. Your show's a bit much. You'll see when you run into it, probably right next to me. He'll be our first stop, seeing as he be the one that knows about you, your family, and all that. She waved it away. Forgive me, I don't really know any of that. Then you can learn, assured Blue, stepping towards the door. Let's be ready to disembark and begin our trip in earnest. The moment the door opened, the spell was broken. The noise of a train was audible. Other ponies were there, also rising to prepare for the next stop. They weren't alone in their lap of luxury anymore, however nice that had been. "Thank you, that was quite good." Blue offered her hoof to the conductor. He kissed it gently, though she didn't feel the electric charge through at that time. When he pulled his hoof away, a big golden bit rested on it. "You don't owe me anything, ma'am." Perish the thought. "You keep that and get something nice with it," insisted Blue. "If you feel guilty, share it with whatever pony kept the room clean and well-stocked." It was delightful. She led the way towards the exit with Starlight as the train began to slow down beneath them. "Here we are. Sire's Hollow," called out a conductor, not the one they had just passed. The train came to a full stop and the doors swung open. Blue hopped free, almost tripping over her dress as her glowing horn got things back in position. "Dear me, I do need to remember a mare has different freedoms than a stallion." "It's the dress," noted Star as she landed beside Blue and cantered around her. "I'm a mare too. You don't see me tripping over myself." "It's a nice dress though. Nice enough to be worth a bit of mindfulness," decided Blue out loud as she turned to regard the small town they had arrived at. It really wasn't large. In her mind, she wondered how it had even earned a train station. "Regardless, it's my domain." She put on a big smile and straightened herself. "Let's see it. Just this way." She pushed open the gate leading in. "Welcome to Sire's Hollow," echoed a female voice in an enthusiastically chipper way. Starlight frowned at that. I thought she had gotten rid of that. Blue was too busy studying the gate, trying to find the source of voice or the spell. Either way, she was looking about quite intently. "How delightful. Oh, it gets old after the 10th time here." Star chuckled softly under her breath. "Enjoy the novelty while it lasts. By the way, that voice is my friend's mom, good mare, but she's all too eager to try new things, which included a greeting spell in the gate." Starberry, a stallion, was trotting towards them with a huge smile. "There you are. I thought you were coming later." Her little scheme to get some time to unpack before running into it failed. "It just worked out," she lied with a false smile. Soon they were hugging gently. He, to his credit, avoided rubbing and pinching her cheeks. "And who is this? A friend of yours?" He was looking at Blue curiously. Blue tipped her head faintly. "Baroness BlueBell, here to see my domain." Firelight, Starlight's dad, blinked in complete shock. "Baroness? Why, I could have sworn. Welcome." He rubbed behind his head awkwardly, trying to figure things out. "Are you the mother of Prince Blueblood?" Blue inclined her head, a little frown developing. "Prince Blueblood is no more. You behold Baroness BlueBell. I apologize for my family's sudden departure. I mean to rectify the gross damage caused by the impropriety." Firelight rubbed his cheek softly. I see. The more times he said it, the less likely it was that he saw anything. "So you're Prince Blueblood?" Starlight applied her hoof to her face. Blue frowned. "There is no Prince Blueblood. I was born with that name, but it is gone and done. I am Baroness BlueBell." She took a slow breath. "I am here to resume my duty as your Baroness." Starlight implied you wouldn't know where I should begin. Starlight threw a leg over her dad's neck, drawing him away. "Smooth going, Dad. You're insulting her. She's trying to do her best. I mean, I don't get noble pony stuff, but she is trying." "Sorry, honeycakes. I wasn't trying to hurt any pony." He glanced over his shoulder to where Blue waited impatiently. The rightful heir to that throne was a stallion, and he became she. Starlight rolled a hoof in the air in front of her dad. "And she's tried her best. So if you could get over what's between her legs and focus on things, you could learn more about their family than you could with years of prodding old books." His eyes sparkled at the idea. Starlight had grasped his attention fully. "I see. BlueBell, my lady. Sorry for the confusion." He slipped around Starlight, heading back towards Blue. "The castle still stands, but no pony has lived in it for some time. It will need repairs." He rubbed his cheek softly. "If you come with noble funds, that could be arranged?" "Of course I have." Blue rolled her eyes. "My word is money, dear." She smiled at that. "If I say something is to be done, it will be done. Word will spread to Canterlot, and dear Annie will move the bits as required, provided I keep my head on straight." Firelight began to get other ideas. Perhaps it was time to restore a few things around Sire's Hollow. "Let me help then." Chapter 16, Sire's Hollow. "You know," noted Blue, trying her best to strike a good tone, "this town was once." Listening Glade blurted out Firelight with a big smile. "I thought no pony else outside the library even knew that anymore." Blue's smile was more subtle, proud that she had succeeded in her attempt. "I understand I confuse you a little." She turned a hoof back on herself. "But let us be clear. Mare, stallion, or whatever else, I am the rightful ruler, and I do plan to do right by you. Can you help me do that?" Firelight's ears twitched softly. Actually, the first ruler of this area was... It was Blue's time to interrupt with a grin. "My very own grandmother. She was a mare of great distinction. I like to think I follow in her hoofsteps and hope to make her proud." One could almost see Firelight calculating a few things out. "You were very young when she passed. Do you remember her?" "Only so faintly," she admitted. "But I've learned more about her recently." Blue fished out her royal ring to show to Firelight. "She's the one that earned this. I plan to prove worthy of that gift. It's a..." Firelight rubbed behind his head. "Pardon me. On some level, it is nice to have a proper mare in charge of things." Traditionalist that he was, A mare being in charge only made sense. Of course, there were traditions older than that which allowed a king to rule over unicorns and Pegasi. One had to draw the line somewhere in the same time. It was actually leaning that way on its own, as if it were a natural pony property. Blue raised a brow at that. I think I heard of her. Starlight mentioned her. Speaking of that mare, Blue looked around and saw exactly 0 Starlights in view. She had snuck off. A radicalist? That sounded a bit harsh, but she's one for new things. Overall, agreed Firelight. She's not a bad pony. She never broke any laws. She just looked for new answers to problems. Then I will not motion for her punishment, decided BlueBell out loud. Still, I do need to know if she will stand with me or against me. Firelight rubbed behind his head. Are you going to issue a formal challenge? BlueBell's brows went up together, considering the very idea. She has not yet insulted me, and she is not a peer. Those being the 2 levels at which she could issue a challenge and not come off as a bore. Let's not draw blades before the battle is on. Well, good. He looked happier as he began to trot off. Let's see the castle. It's been cordoned off for some years, too dangerous to wander around inside, and no pony had the will or bits to restore it. He led the way a short distance out of the main body of the town to what was clearly a run-down castle, looking ready to fall apart under a stiff enough breeze. I've seen drawings. It was really a nice place back in the day. Blue struggled to imagine it as more than fallen rocks and empty, darkened hallways. I see. Ah, her turn to not see. Well, HM, I do see it. I will consider it. She raised a hoof to her chin as she turned away towards the town proper. How was the town itself? Are the ponies here happy? Right as rain, he promised. Oh, you have to try some. He began to lead the way back to town, with Blue trailing behind. We have a baker who makes real heritage bread, baked with the most ancient of grains. Said baker looked up as they entered. One of those ponies, he knew. Morning, Firelight. His eyes moved to the gussied-up mare that looked like she belonged in a city more than her quiet little town. Mom, Firelight gets the bar. CK at her with a grin. You stand before Baroness Bluebell, our ruler. Your Highness would be the proper greetings. Howdy. He shoved a great wooden thing into an oven and pulled out a fresh bit of bread. Hungry, Blue smirked faintly. There was a commoner who wasn't too worked up about titles and things. A common trait among commoners in that day and age. At least he hadn't decried her position. I would sample it. Can you offer a small slice? Sure thing. He brought out a knife that was more a butcher's knife than a bread one and brought it down with a great slam, knocking a piece of a loaf off. There you go. Blue blinked softly. That was not normally how bread was cut. Still, it would be rude to back away. She wrapped the small piece in her magic and brought it over. I'm certain it will be. She bit down into it, her teeth slamming into the bread that was more of a stone. My word, it's so delightfully traditional. Practically sung Firelight, bouncing in place. Blue felt certain that was not the bread any sane pony would eat. I will save it for disposal. Firelight, while we are here, shall we not see more of the town? Oh, certainly. He lead the way back out towards the main thoroughfare. Are you a book fan? Blue's ears pricked. If you have any on runic magic? Firelight's brows went up together. Oh my, I didn't think any pony had a sincere interest in that. How interesting. Well, that removed him from being someone to talk to about. Not something you use, I gather. Use? He seemed confused at the idea. It's a way of... He rubbed his cheek, confusion only growing. It was what early ponies used to explain what they didn't understand. A grand tradition, surely, but how would one use it? Blue inclined her head faintly, giving up on that, at least with him. Still, a fascination of mine. Humor me. Have you any books on the topic? A number. His smile returned as they headed toward the building. Behold, our library. I'm sure it's not much compared to what you've seen in Canterlot, but it's ours, and we do have books they don't. He buffed his chest with a hoof. We take meticulous care of them. Blue's eyes raised to the sign. It seems to portray itself as more of a bookstore than a storage of books, or a library, as many would say it. Oh, that. It used to be. He nodded to the Mares standing guard over the books, who were eyeing BlueBell suspiciously. Since I named it a historical monument, ponies stopped buying books and started protecting our past. He gestures widely over the collection before them. Behold, Blue's gaze swept left and right, considering the books. I would like to see what you have concerning runic magic, and if you have some on my family line, I would appreciate that as well. She tapped her hoof softly on the floor. Now, kindly, one of the librarians scurried off, cowed by the stern command. The other was less impressed. Why should we listen to you? No books can leave the area. We're protecting the... Easy there. Cut in Firelight, his cheeks warmed. This is Baroness Bluebell, rightful ruler of the town. If she wants to view a book, she has the right of it. Blue nodded with satisfaction. If one of you wishes to accompany me and read the book to me, that is acceptable. Firelight waved at Blue. See, perfect. You can protect the book, and she gets to read it at the same time. How lovely. Celestia appeared around the dinner. With Blueblood gone, there was no pony stopping her or any threat that they returned suddenly. There must be a reason. A pony did not go from magically uninitiated to casting spells like that so quickly. A magical pier with twilight sparkle and starlight glow, and neither thought that was strange. This is why she was princess, she supposed. She let out a slow breath. That smell, it was there, faintly teasing at her. It had a meaning, she was sure. That's it. She trotted from the room, determined. Bitch, cursed the imp, visible as soon as Celestia was gone. And stay gone. Celestia was unaware of such slights, walking with purpose. She soon found herself in much the same wing that Blueblood had found himself. I should have put a stop to that. She nodded to the guards on the way past, none of them daring to question or stop her. She did not go to the books, instead, a librarian. Good day. Your Highness. The librarian dipped her head. How can I serve? She was technically a royal highness. Celestia was not one to dote on such titles. I would like a survey done of the books, and like a title of all those currently missing. The librarian inclined her head. Are you afraid of thieves? No, the books should stay in the castle. At least whatever books her nephew, niece, had taken. I would like a list. No other action need be taken. How long should that take? If I have permission to press the guard into helping, no more than a day, 2 at the outside. She angled a hoof, looking around Celestia to the guard standing firm. We don't get many ponies trying to break in, I assure her. With their help, it will go much faster. Granted, allowed Celestia with a little smile. Let me know when you are done. You can have the list sent to me. Thank you. Always a pleasure. The mare dipped her head in obedience. I'm on the case. Celestia strode away, confident that she would get part of the answer soon. Still, there was another mystery to be solved. She perused the shelves, her magic feeling along each spine in time with her slowly scanning eyes. Here we are, 1,001 peculiar smells and their meaning. She had thought the book quite unlikely to come to use, really, but perhaps it had been spoken well of, or it wouldn't be in that library. That was not a place for quackery, still so specific, and yet precisely what she needed. She flipped through the book, glowing in her magic. There it was, and there was not. Egg was further subdivided, taking up a small but notable section of the tome, depending on what sort of egg, depending on the quality of the smell. Sweet, sour, spicy, but how about? They are rotten. But that too was subdivided. When considering egg smells, one must understand that rotten eggs can mean a great number of things, wrote the author, going into great detail on the specific nuances of scent one had to go through. And all Celestia had was the memory of scent. Uni deal, but easily fixed. She moved for the exit. I'll be bringing this one back. She held up the book in her magic to see. Of course. The librarian took note of it, scribbling it down. Should it be on the list? I think I'm aware of it, she said with a little smile. Loyal, but perhaps too eager. Thank you for your service. And off she went with the book floating beside her. She would get her answers. Inicias. Fleur flopped, not against Fancy, but on the couch, which was how he knew she was truly upset. Sister, you know she'll be back. She just wanted to see. I know, cried Fleur. That doesn't make me not miss her. She has so much to learn. She pressed her 4 hooves together. And who else will teach her? Miss Starlight? I am thinking not. Perhaps in things magique. This I allow. She is better than wine. But in ways of man? Nah. This is where I must be. Fancy gently patted her shoulder. She will be back, and I imagine she will gladly return under your wing, dear sister. Why did she not bring a mirror? Fleur huffed in an equine fashion. Then we could speak despite the distance. Silly Polish, what am I to do with you? She sank back to her belly from her agitated sitting room. I'm hoping her trip is done soon. Fancy smiled faintly. If it helps, I also miss her. Oh, my cher frere, how thoughtless I am being. She sat up, smiling at him. You just found a mare you adore, and like that, she is gone. Of course you are neighbor with worry and unhappiness, and here I am, sobbing at my small things. Forgive me. Fancy inclined his head. It is not a contest, sister. We are both saddened for the loss of a dear friend, temporary or not. He touched noses with his upset sister. Let's wait patiently for her turn. Oui, she sang, nodding. I feel better. I have such a good brother. She patted him on the head, her own problems feeling smaller. When she gets back, we could surprise her. HM? A little something she's not expecting that will bring a smile to her face. He chuckled softly, a chortle really, and afterwards, a little something to convince her how terribly we've been inconvenienced. Oui, cher frere, you know my thoughts without my saying them. They met, hoof to hoof, and unified in purpose. They would welcome back BlueBell, then make her pay for making her sad. It was the proper answer. Belle was delightfully unaware of so many ponies plotting around her. There you are. She had spotted Starlight speaking to some mare she didn't know. I thought you were guiding me. Isn't Dad handling that? She looked past Belle to Firelight, who was smiling nervously. The mare with Starlight huffed softly. Figured you couldn't even walk royalty around? I would have thought that would be right up your alley. The mare looked Belle up and down. Now let's be clear. I am in charge of the modernization of Sire's Hollow. I have been for a while. And just because you rolled in here doesn't mean I'll bow all polite-like and let you roll over us. Firelight frowned and stepped forward all the more surely. Now see here, Stellar. He clopped the ground meaningfully. I've been showing the lady around quite nicely. Haven't I? He looked to Belle, deferring to her. Quite so, she easily agreed, looking Stellar over curiously. The head of the radicals, and the one most likely to stand right in her way. We both want the same thing, do we not? Stellar raised a brow at Blue with obvious doubt. How do you figure? I have a 10-year plan that doesn't have you in it. Starlight laughed a bit too loud as she walked between the two monarchs. Bluebell, Stellar Flare, calm down. We're all adults here, right? We can work this out. Firelight rolled his eyes. Stellar, she hadn't done anything yet. This is how we got into our little spat. She could do a lot. Stellar's brows lowered, just like you did and still do. As I was saying, Starlight turned to face Stellar. I wanted you to meet a nice pony who happens to be noble. In fact, she loves your gait. Stellar blinked with surprise. She did. Oh, Belle put it together. You are the mother she spoke of, the one who put that charming little greeting on the gate. Blue pointed towards it. Marvelous that. I would love to see the spell involved. Stellar's rage was popped like an overinflated balloon, leaving her stuttering. Well, I didn't make it myself. I had a commission. She cleared her throat softly. It came out just as I'd paid the bids for, even if I had to have it modified afterwards. Belle looked momentarily disappointed, but a question came to her. Say, what change was required? Did sound different before. Now that she could hear her speaking, she did sound like the recording. Sensible. It would play too often. Stellar sighed, looking to Starlight. You and my son helped me see that. It only plays at most once per 10 minutes or so. To avoid being annoying, Starlight lowered a hoof to her chest. We were only trying to help, promise. Just like Bluebell is trying to do. Blue nodded at that. Quite. This town has been injured by my family's lack of care. It is my responsibility to make right what they made wrong. Waved a hoof. There are a number of things out of place that I would see fixed. Why? No, barked Stellar and Firelight together in a moment of solidarity. Firelight darkened quickly. Sorry, my lady, I would need to see what you had in mind before giving leave as, the pony in charge of the preservation of the treasures of the town. Stellar nodded in continued agreement. And we already have a plan for the future. I won't have some random noble coming in and making a mess of it. Do I need to write the princess? I feel certain she would take our side of it. We've managed this long on our own. It wouldn't take much for her to declare us an independent town under a crown, of course. Of course, agreed Firelight. The idea of rebelling against Equestria was quite distant in his mind. Still, let's not be hasty. She hasn't acted unreasonably so far. I just asked that you confer with us before taking action. It was a worst-case scenario. The traditionalists and the radicals had agreed against it. Blue frowned, trying to gather herself. I see. This is our fault. She turned up her nose. We became an outside element of our own domain. Shameful. Stellar nodded with a coy smile, deciding she had won. Precisely so. Your plans are half-baked and will be adjusted, countered Blue with a smile. But I have something you want. Stellar inclined an ear at the noble that could dash her plans. I doubt that, but do tell. What have you that I would care about that I haven't already factored into my plans? Why, capital, of course. Blue nodded surely. While I feel certain you are doing your best to finance your initiatives already, an infusion of bits would certainly speed things along. She raised a hoof, cooked towards Stellar. If even just my influence can help my domain prosper, well, that is why I am here. Don't be so hasty to toss me aside. You wouldn't know she was a stallion, noted Firelight with some amount of being impressed. Starlight applied her hoof to her face. Blue shrank, ears folding and going red. Stellar blinked slowly. By was a stallion. Do you mean she's a he right now, under the clothes? Blue huffed at the idea. No, I am Baroness Bluebell, Lady of Sire's Hollow. Then, Stellar clucked her tongue softly. Then it seemed to click. Oh, you. Her brows went up. Our noble is transgender. I was surprised too, noted Firelight. Stellar put up a hoof to Firelight, her eyes on Blue. That's surprisingly metro chic for a noble. Blue blinked at that. Pardon, I didn't think any pony that called themselves a noble seriously could ever also accept that title. Trans, that is. She tapped her chin softly. I would think your peers would scoff at you unendingly. They did. Well, some of them. Wait, why was she discussing that? We are here for the future of Sire's Hollow. My place in the Royal Strata is not up for debate. Of course not. As if she were a peer, she casually touched a hoof to Blue's face. Poor thing. Ponies get all nervous around new things, like some ponies I know. She glanced at Firelight. Well, don't you worry. We understand new things here. What pronouns do you prefer? Blue was entirely confused, blinking slowly. I'm a baroness. She's slasher then? Guessed Stellar. Simple good. I'd feel bad misgendering a trans. Stellar. Starlight nudged against her from the side. Don't know if you can see it, but you're making Blue change colors. Blue was unsure how to feel. On one hoof, Stellar was being supportive. On the other, she was also assuming way more familiarity than was proper. They were not close friends. Stellar Flare. I want your plans. Make a copy for me. She turned to Firelight. Firelight, I want a list of historical landmarks that are to be preserved. If you can include what damage they have already sustained, that would be ideal. Even as Firelight saluted and scurried off, Blue had her eyes on the less fast Stellar. When can I expect it? It would. She frowned at Blue. Wait, why should I? Because I'm asking, because I'm the Baroness, and because you want the bits. She tapped her hooves together with each point. You lose nothing by sharing those plans with me, but you stand to gain a lot by doing so. It's an easy decision. What if I went to the Duke? Oh, the wicked smile on Stellar's face. Wouldn't he be interested to know how little attention your family is paid? Why? He may name one of us as the replacement barony, or simply dissolve the barony entirely. Wouldn't that be a shame? Blue went rigid. That complaint wasn't hollow. The barony was part of the duchy. The bad word of the Duke would spell political doom for her and her family. They could, in the worst-case scenario, be cast out of Canterlot. They could be stripped of their nobility. They could. I'm offering help, not seizing what you have worked hard on. She presented a hoof. Let me be a part. Starlight thudded against Stellar, trying to cool things down. Stop threatening her. She hasn't done anything wrong. Stellar rolled her eyes. I will show you the plans. I promise nothing besides that. You'll have to sign an NDA and a non-competition agreement before of. I can't have a pony taking my work and turning it against me. She turned away and began trotting. I will inform you when it's ready. Blue was left, breathing hard and scowling where the mare had gone. That could have gone better. Could have been worse, argued Starlight, moving to get Blue somewhere to relax. Celestia poked her nose into the dark room, the book floating beside her as she read over. Oh, there. She could smell that strange Pacific scent. She began running through the directions. Rotten eggs with a hint of yes. Her eyes darted over the page as she got closer and closer. Infernal presence read the page clearly. That smell? The sign of things from dark places come into the morning. What have you been doing? She grumbled to herself, folding the book shut and tucking it under her leg. That's it. No more games. Her castle had become home to foul taint. She willed the door open and poked her head out. Guard? Ah, yes. She had met the eyes of one passing by. I want this room torn apart. The stallion saluted sharply. Are we looking for something, Your Highness? Anything unusual? Celestia emerged from the room, her magic pulling the door closed behind her. Tear everything out of place. Leave no brick unturned. I fear my delay may have already allowed harm to come to us. If you see anything odd, no matter how small, bring it to my attention. She clopped a hoof down firmly. Assume everything can move. If it can't, make it move. She nodded with certainty. Of course. The stallion bowed low before scurrying off to get some help at the job. Chapter 17, Doing My Part. Blue's horn glowed, signing her name with a floating quill, then bringing over her ring to stamp the floating page firmly. Not a scroll, she took note. A modern-day common preference? In either event, she would sign it properly. Here you are. Stellar snatched the paper away and turned it around. You have a family stamp. Her eyes darted to see that the signature was in the right place. A bit extra, but extra won't hurt in this case. She folded the paper in half and in half again to tuck away. Do you understand the terms of what you signed? Blue met her eyes, but said nothing. You're waiting for me to say. Stellar smirked faintly. It means first what you see, you will not speak of outside of you, me, and the ponies working to build it. And even then, only the parts they already know about. Stellar chuckled softly, tapping her right forehoof. It's a need-to-know basis. Not a problem. She inclined her head. But that is not all. I should think not. She pointed. Ted at Blue. You. If you have the means you imply you do, there is nothing stopping you from trying to rush ahead and do it ahead of me, which is exactly what is prevented. You're not allowed to use my ideas. They're mine. Thank you. There. Do we have understanding? I did sign it. Blue inclined her head where the paper vanished, which means nothing if you didn't understand what you signed. Now you understand, I do hope. Blue considered that a moment before nodding. I appreciate you being forthright in your dealings. Some would be happy enough knowing the paper was signed. She inclined her head at Stellar. Are you prepared to show me your plans? So long as you remember, they are my plans for the future of the town. She gestured grandly over the small town. I have big ideas that will ultimately breathe new life into this sleepy burg. Belle smiled de gentille. Speaking of that, I feel you're a mayor that would understand. Can we speak of the Heritage Bakery? Stellar blinked in clear confusion. Not a place I frequent often. The bread is awful, concluded Blue. The two nodded in agreement. I think something is clearly wrong. While interesting, you should bring that up with my backwards-facing friend. Stellar drew out sheets of paper to plaster the walls with, moving to the first one. Step 1, nutrition. And you thought I wasn't paying attention. The modern pony needs modern things to eat. A modern pony is in a hurry, so they need to eat quickly. She slapped a hoof against the diagram, which is why liquid refreshment is the wave of the future. Blue peered at the drawing of a pony dressed oddly with a straw poked into their snout. Is it popular? She couldn't imagine liquid food being. They don't consume things like that where I'm from. Stellar squinted at Blue in reply. Your city, while wonderful, is not the picture of modernity. Celestia prevents it. She holds things back from moving forward, at least around her. She shook her head vigorously. Now, try visiting places like Baltimore or Manhattan and you'll see. Shakes and smoothies are the in thing and will capture on the idea. She tapped busily at the picture. Do you see? Blue nodded slowly. What is step 2? She asked, sidestepping giving her agreement. Step 2 is about appearance. Stellar turned to the next sheet of paper, but it had no pony. It looked more like a view of the street. We look old-fashioned. We have to do away with that. Modern storefronts to capture modern eyes. Even the street signs need updating, to say nothing of standardization of the street names. She nodded in agreement with herself. Firelight has been quite a pain on this front, insisting some of the names are historical. Still, we could get a lot done around him to bring this place forward. Blue made an appreciative noise as Stellar gladly went on and on about how she'd turned Sire's Hollow into the next metropolitan star of Equestria. Some of the ideas seemed fine, the others maybe less so. She's bold. She sat down in another room, Starlight there. I can't speak of the ideas specifically, but I can say that some of them seem quite fine, while others are concerning. Blue inclined her head. Your father is much the same way. He would protect everything that appears to be from the past, ignoring how well it works. Starlight laughed thinly at that. Wow, tell me about it. Been there, got the shirt. She shook her head softly. But she's willing to work with you now. To a point. Blue smiled gently. She's willing to assume I may be a useful asset, but she doesn't want my input. She's missing a vital point in her quest. Oh, Starlight leaned in a bit, a smile on her face. Do share. I want to hear this. Blue cocked a brow at Starlight's eagerness. She wants to make this the next great city. All well and good, but this is not a city. It lacks the ponies, and nothing she plans to do will change that. Not a single thing she has in mind will cause ponies in other cities to migrate here or draw them from other towns, barring temporary tourism, which she is not moving to capitalize on. Starlight sat back and up. Vite. That sounded way. That was not what I expected at all. Blue's cheeks tinted red. Did you think I was just a royal pony with no mind for business at all? Well, yes, confessed Starlight with a little laugh. I'm all right being proven wrong. So what's the plan? A work in progress. She tapped her chin softly. This is a delicate matter. Stellar is not only a challenge, but a threat, a true one. She could harm me and my family greatly, given motivation. Well, hold on to your horses there. I'm not angry at her, assured Blue with a little smile. Starlight inclined her head. You just said she was a threat. She is, agreed Blue easily. The snake on the side of the road is a threat, but that does not mean I am angry at it for being what it is. I will figure my way forward, or perhaps I deserve what I have coming. This. She pointed at the ground before her. This is a true test of my worthiness to call myself a royal pony. If I fail, I deserve it. Starlight suddenly bopped Blue on the nose. Sorry, but I've seen too many ponies go down this road. You will not forget you have friends. HM, feel free to ask us for help, and it doesn't make you any less of success. Blue stuttered in shock, rubbing her nose a moment before her smile returned. You are a trying friend. Still, down came an arm, wrapping around Starlight's neck and drawing her closer. But friend you remain. Thank you. They got a planning how to move forward. This sucks. Fire Paradox have been forced to flee the room as it became more and more crowded with soldiers and guards, thumping everything out of the way. There was no safe space there, even invisible. She was sent to wander the hallways with a scowl. There was a very good chance they'd, eventually, find the room with her mark on it. It was just a question of what they did with it. It seemed unlikely any of them were trained in infernal arts. They wouldn't summon her back to it, probably. They would destroy it, which was arguably worse. The symbol would resist mightily with the strength of her pact. But enough brute force? No, they would eventually break it, sunder it, and smash the stones it was built into, probably. Then she'd be set adrift. She'd be stuck in a mortal world. On the bright side, she would no longer be bound to that tranny. Fire snorted softly, then sighed. Even if he made a lousy stallion, she wasn't an awful mistress, and she was a safe person to talk to and work on. My plans. She was sure she was getting Blue closer and closer to the right place to jump off an edge and do something delightfully interesting to see. Ruined. It was all ruined. She couldn't even go home in a terribly annoying catch-22. With the symbol, she had the power, but was forbidden from leaving the world. Without the symbol, she would be free, but stripped of much of her power. She would not be able to flee home. She would become less able to weave magic than her student. That wasn't fair. That wasn't even slightly fair. A shudder ran through her. It begins. They found the symbol. They were attacking it. Felt like they were striking her directly. At least I get to share this. Celestia looked upon the strange mark, her face one of impassive consideration. Destroy it, she ordered simply. If you find any others, let me know. The ponies saluted and got to work chipping and smashing it. They'd already tried just removing a brick, but that hadn't worked, as if they were all magnetically attached to one another. Good job. She didn't leave, instead parking herself within sight to make sure the job was done. This bears further investigation. Just what was Blueblood up to? Nothing good, it seemed. It fell on her to put things to right. Blue wobbled mid-step. You all right? Starlight was walking alongside her. We didn't even get there yet. Just stay. She set her teeth against the strange vertigo that swept her. Maybe I should sit. What it meant, she had no idea ultimately. The day's taken more from me than I had first thought. Starlight guided Blue to park herself off the beaten track. Want a drink? That sounds. Nausea swept up to join the vertigo. Actually, no. Bell sagged to the right, leaning against the hoof. How unseemly. This is hardly the proper decorum I should be displaying. You're not my Baroness. Blue peered at Starlight. Not as an insult. Just mean you can be yourself around me, and I won't tell any pony else. Her horn glowed, and they both faded from view, hidden under a shroud of magic. There we are, your shame hidden. You are too good. Blue could only smile a little, strange throbbing pain building alongside everything else. I don't know what's come over me, but at least I have a solid friend at my side. That's the spirit. Starlight sat beside her and gently leaned against, seemingly willing to just sit there and wait, which is exactly what Blue wanted, so that worked out delightfully. It's the strangest thing. I feel like something important is being attacked, is in danger, but I don't know what or where or what to do about it. I'm losing something. It was all she could gather, instinctually, without proper knowledge of how things worked. I don't understand. It's all right. Sure, Starlight had no idea what was going on either, gently stroking Bell's back. And it happened. Somewhere far away, the symbol broke, faded. It felt like something had just torn inside of her, ripped free. Bell sagged against Starlight, breathing heavily with the effort she knew not the reason why for. She had lost a valued tied to an assistant, but her frayed spirit was again free. In that moment, she only knew the pain of it. Are you all right? A maid was staring at her. Fire frowned softly, her head aching. Was it the headache or just her lack of magic? She couldn't tap into that power anymore. Diminished, perhaps she couldn't be invisible anymore. Certainly not as long as she'd like. Can you show me the way out? She rose to her hooves, her naked tail giving a flick. I think I got myself turned around. You know how it goes. Not a problem. The maid quite obediently showed Fire to the nearest exit. You have a nice day, ma'am. Thanks. Fire staggered out into the light, squinting against it as she moved to put distance between herself and the angry princess that would likely not treat her well if they ran into one another. Damn it, she just had to figure out one of two things. How to find her student and use them as a shield, or how to live on her own in that strange city filled with ponies that probably feared her very appearance. The door slapped open. Luna looked towards it in time to see her sister storming in with a frown. Good evening, Luna called, though rising as a brush worked with magic through her mane. Rare is it you come to see me awaken, and I imagine it is not idly. What concerns you? Your nephew. She scowled as she came closer, only to be met with a sudden barrier of magic. Epaleyes, demanded Luna flatly. 4. Celestia raised a brow. They were involved in demon summoning. Luna inclined her head. You are overspeaking, sister. She felt she had a fairly good grasp on BlueBell. Dirtying their hooves with such things seems far out of character. Celestia's horn glowed as a replica of the symbol appeared over her. I saw this in their room. Tell me why else it would be there. Luna slowly clucked her tongue, considering it. I'm no expert, which is who we should consult. Is not Star Swirl available? He would delight in having his talents called upon. I should think. Celestia sat up, blinking. That is a good idea, sister mine. I do have those once in a while. Luna smirked victoriously, but it fell away. How did you find that? I identified the scent that lingered in that room as a sign of it, and had it torn apart. Celestia brought down a hoof heavily. I was right to do so, this proves. Sister, they are manipulating you. They are not, she hotly denied. I have seen them at their lowest, broken and lost. She's a better pony, put back together in my hooves. She brought her 4 hooves together softly. I admit, part of me thinks she has favored being a mare in some way to imitate me. It's flattering. Celestia cocked a brow. That is not healthy. A whimsy on my part, deflected Luna. She speaks of her grandmother as more direct inspiration. Now about that apology. You never said about that, chastised Celestia. We're discussing important things. And so am I. Stop referring to BlueBell as a stallion. She clopped softly a ring of metal on the stone. She is a baroness and your niece. She has learned well how to comport herself as a mare, which she is. She rolled her eyes. Even physically, not that you should deny such a small request, even were it not the case. They are far from the first pony to hold such a desire. Celestia hiked a brow. You are in a position to have seen that, she allowed. Very well, if you insist on it, sister. Blueblood is a mare. BlueBell. Luna crossed her arms. You would not address a pony by their old names if they did not wish it. They are far from the first to change theirs for countless reasons. Even if she is guilty of all you imagine, calling them what they wish to be called is not a grand request. Celestia let out a slow breath. She has tested my patience for countless years, hanging from my train and enjoying what riches they can gain in my proximity, while making every pony around them miserable. I feel no desire to do as they want. Luna approached, the shield gone as they met, nose almost to nose. Sister, she has changed greatly. If you would but see it. We live in a time where a many great villain has been turned to good ends. Her face parted into a little smile. Can you not believe that this once it was I that turned a pony away from darkness to better things? Explain this. Celestia pointed up at the symbol. Their room stank of it, and we found this. Her eyes narrowed a little. It has already been destroyed before you asked to see it. A shame. Celestia raised a brow. Why do you sound so flippant about it? The physical symbol would have been of some use. Luna inclined her head. Why do you look so surprised? One cannot combat foul magic without knowing the basics of how it works. Celestia waved a hoof at the situation. It is too late to lament that. It is done. If you are such an expert, what would the next step be? Is it not obvious? Luna smiled softly. We need find what was summoned and try to draw the truth from them. And when were you trained in how to combat such magic? Celestia peered at her sister suspiciously. You do not know all of my talents, remarked Luna with a triumphant smirk on her face. Regardless, that looked like a binding symbol to me. Something was bound to it. Find it, and our answers are there. Her eyes narrowed at Celestia. In the meantime, put her room back in order. She will be so upset if she comes back to a mess. A book was suddenly thrust at Luna. This is the book she used. Luna's magic overtook it, turning it around. Oh, I recognize this one. She began to flip through it idly. She must have used my pass too. Why did he have your pass? Celestia stamped in place, looking all the more angry. You let him into the forbidden section, and look what came of it. Her, she reminded in a deadpan. She was looking for magic, and this is clearly one of. Her voice trailed off. Now you see. Celestia turned for the exit. I will fix your mess, sister. Luna closed the door behind Celestia. I should have seen how fast you were going. She raised a hoof to her chin, tapping it gently. Still, to summon a tutor of all things. Silly niece, you could have just leaned on Twilight or myself. Even Celestia is a capable teacher, though. She could imagine their bad blood would have gotten in the way. Bad blood, blue blood, both in the past, or so she liked to think. Still, the symbol had been broken. Let's see if we can't find a demon. Luna moved to the window and pushed it open. I'll be back later, she shouted, knowing her guards were there. Listen, I will announce my return. The trouble with watching an Alicorn princess, sometimes they just left out the window, which is what she did, wings spreading wide as she took out over the city under cover of the darkening sky. Just the right time to find a demon, perhaps. I have just the idea of what place you may have gone to. The dizzy, awful feeling had passed. Thank you. They say you can learn the true measure of friendship by what they do when you are at your lowest. Starlight let the magic fade, causing them to be visible again. How'd I do? Remarkably well. Blue extended a hoof to Starlight's side. You're a true friend. Even if you were a commoner, I would learn more about you and of you. Starlight snickered at that. A pleasure to do so well by my common blood, she said with obvious humor. Seriously, feeling better? Much. Blue rose to her hooves and shook out faintly, dress rustling in the motion. Now, as we were, I have a baker to speak to. They proceeded to that place that created stony baked good. Good luck. Blue advanced past Starlight inside. Good day, Mom. He turned towards her with a little smile. Couldn't keep away from the loaves? I couldn't, she admitted, not entirely sincerely. I want to know what and where you got your unique ingredients from. I seem to recall the most ancient of grains being mentioned. Oh yeah. The baker nodded softly, pointing up. From the old grain silo. I hear it's been there since this place was built. Keep the rodents out of the grains. He snorted softly. Important that. I should imagine. She didn't want to think about rodents running about in what she ate. Better to have a nice, strong silo with no mice. Thank you. Wait, aren't there farmers? Of course there are, he readily agreed. What? What's wrong with their grains? The baker raised a brow. It ain't the same. Grains changed over time. Bigger yields, but tastes different. I stick to the old one for that real old-fashioned taste. I see. BlueBell strode back on the road, feeling closer to an answer. Starlight, thank you for waiting. That is our next target. She pointed to the silo in the distance. Let's see what's happened there. Oh, not the first mystery I've been part of, but this one has less monsters or insane ponies involved than usual, which seemed to please her as she trotted along with a smile next to Belle. Let's solve it. Too right, agreed Belle, returning that smile. I didn't think you'd be as interested as I am fixing things around here. This isn't your domain. No, but it's my hometown. Why shouldn't I care about it? She smirked a little. Besides, I'd like to know what it's supposed to taste like besides rocks. Ido wonder. They hurried out of town and up the road to the large silo. It is impressive looking. There were no ponies standing guard, just a door. Is it locked? Her magic pulled at the handle, jiggling it. Blast it. Not a problem we can't get past. Starlight's brows were wagging. We are unicorns, wizards, in fact. Like a simple lock could stop us. She scoffed at the idea, her look of victory growing wider. Shall I? This I would like to see. Belle sank to her haunches. Don't harm it, if you could. We're here to see, not vandalize things. Starlight inclined her horn at the door. I'm channeling my inner Trixie here, but behold. She waved at the door as a spell was cast. A loud click reached their ears. Tada, unnochkid. Huh, and Twilight said its spell would be useless. Oh, remind me to relock it before we go. Of course. Belle inclined her head. Why did you learn a spell for locking and unlocking things? Despite that question, she pulled the handle open with her magic, allowing them to see into the dark interior. A few somethings were on the floor, and she hurried up for a peek. It's stone, more of the stony grain. She collected it, but went on past it. We need to see more. I just like magic. Starlight followed after a friend, closing the door behind them. Besides, ponies lose their keys or forget them. Being able to spring a lock is useful, the way I see it. Not like I'm stealing anything. See that you don't pick up that habit. Blue took a sharp left as they hit an intersection, sniffing the air gently. I smell something this way. They followed that nose to a room full of grain, overflowing. It was a great chamber of it, stacked so high it reached towards the ceiling. The only reason it didn't spill out into the hallway was the clever way the lid was shaped so only a little spilled out for gathering or inspecting. Stone was what she first saw and reported, but that smell. She began digging with her hooves. Help me, kindly. She was a noble pony. Digging through grains was so not her job. Chapter 18. Did you fall all the way? Luna pressed past the gyrating and undulating forms of ponies that moved in beat to the music, mostly. Some of them seemed to move to the beat of their own drone, but they all moved, part of the living organism that was the nightclub. The ponies of modern times had ceased being entirely inactive during her time, but the things they did were curious indeed. Far out, spotted, a stallion with a bright green mohawk nodded appreciatively at Luna. Welcome to the nightlife. I bet you know it pretty well. He snorted with humor he found greatly amusing. Want a drink? Most of the drinks Luna could see looked like they would impair her. I'm on duty and seeking a specific creature. What kind? He looked around the room. We get all sorts around here. Precisely the answer I hoped for. A little smile emerged. This one would. Demons came in a lot of forms. Which would this be? Well, Luna figured it couldn't be too hideous, or Blue would not have tolerated its presence and sent it away. Something uncanny, as demonic beings tended to be, but not too far off. A pony with a special something. She clucked her tongue, an idea striking her. I want to make a video, she lied boldly. I need a creature that fits. Whoa, huh? I didn't know you were a movie maker. That's kind of awesome. He did not have the answer, but moved to find the one that did, by raising a hoof beside his mouth. Hey guys, he hollered over the music. Luna's looking for someone to be in a wicked cool night movie. Who has that, something special? The noise, already quite elevated, somehow managed to get more intense as ponies began to talk over each other. Mares and Stallions both pushed ahead to try to be the one selected, but the crowd had selected another. Fire Paradox was shoved ahead of the others despite her complaints, landing in a heap in front of Luna. Luna smiled at the strange pony, her bright red fur, her long naked tail with its heart. You are exactly who I was looking for. They were surrounded by stony bits of grain scattered about. Starlight and BlueBell dug into the seemingly endless pile of the stuff, making more of a mess. Here, called Blue from the midst of it all, her magic hovering a single grain with a big grin on her face. Right here, Starlight squinted at it, missing it. That looks like all the others. But it's not. Blue brought it closer to Starlight. Smell. Starlight whiffed gently. Yeah, that isn't stone. Precisely. Blue threw her hooves wide. The grain in here is so old. It's what's the term? Fossilizing. She dove back into the pile, slowly amassing a few more precious grains that weren't yet ossified in a rock. When she came up, she saw Starlight was hovering a bunch of her own. Splendid. She swam forward through the grains to her friend. We need to simply remove all the grains here. This entire silo need be emptied. Starlight hiked a brow. I doubt the baker or my dad will enjoy that idea. I should imagine not, but she drew the grains in her magic closer. We have the answer. These are the ancient grains. We have but to plant them and allow nature and some good farmers work their magic on them. Starlight clopped her four hooves together. Great. Now, can we get out of here? She waved an arm, sending a small wave of stony grains flowing. As much as it's interesting to swim in pre-bred, we have no more need to be. Everything flashed. They were just in front of the silo. Here, Starlight's horn stopped glowing, and she put two and two together. Do ask before you do that in future, dear. Sorry, but I was done with that. She shook vigorously, sending flecks of stony grain flying in all directions. We have what we came for. So the next step is to get a farmer? Precisely so, agreed Blue with a bright smile. You're getting the idea. Get them to work with these seeds without trying to modify them in any way. To HM, what would the word be? Preserve. It. Then, only then, can we taste what ancient grain bread is really like. She nodded in firm conviction before it hit her. Where do we find those farmers? On farms? Suggested Starlight. Sounding confused, it was even a question. Where else? And where are those? Starlight inclined her head. Usually outside of towns, big fields, or orchards of trees. She rolled a hoof in the air, but she could see Blue wasn't getting it. Right, you're a city noble pony. You've never been to a little town and don't know how that works. Blue began to go red in her cheeks. I am learning. You are. Gently agreed Starlight with a little smile. Let me show you to some farmers. She turned in place and trotted off. This way, just before they could go, Blue pointed back at the silo behind them. Do lock that. All right. She rolled her eyes as her horn glowed, the lock clicking loudly. There we are. Onwards. BlueBell's magic gently pulled at her dress, as they seemed to be heading even further from town. Even the dirt seemed dirtier. She kept it held aloft away from the muck. Ponies live like this. Of course they do. Shoot. A few of my friends make it their living. Starlight looked over her shoulder and saw BlueBell struggling to advance. Look, your dress is lovely, but this is really not the place. You have the magic. Put it away until we're done. But I won't look the part at all, complained Blue with a bit of pout. Oh, but you will. Starlight smiled easily. We're visiting farmers. They're not expecting big fluffy dresses. Match the situation. This line of logic made sense to Blue, her expression relaxing. Too right. How daft I'm being, insisting on high class when I've left as being just as dull as wearing drab clothing to walk. Yeah, exactly. Not the way she would have put it, but the meaning was there. So tuck that thing away. You do have a spell for that. Not precisely, which wasn't a no. Her horn began to glow as she played the song of the spell she knew well, reweaving the fabric of the dress. With a flash, she wore an ornate hat that rested comfortably on her head, her ears poking free of holes perfectly aligned with it. There we are. Oh, transforming it into a hat. Sure, that works. She resumed her advance. Not exactly farmer wear, but a lot less odd than a big dress, and safe from dirt. Sweet mercy for that. Blue advanced with more confidence, even if I will require a bath when this is done. Still, easier to clean herself than her delicate dress. Howdy, they found a farmer in the field, looking over his crops. How can I help? Hey, that you, Starlight? Shoot, been a long moment since last you were out here. Starlight bowed her head briefly. Hey, wow, it has been a long time, come to think of it. She inclined her head back, hoof raised as she thought about it. How are things? A mite better with a friend. He advanced, and they shared a brief hug. Who's your friend? She has a mighty funny hat. Like it. Blue's expression darkened until the last part, rebounding to a smile. Good day. I am Baroness BlueBell, ruler of the local area. She wobbled a hoof around. And you're precisely the pony I was hoping to find, I think. Yeah, Starlight pointed out to the fields. We need you to grow some grains. Already do that. He nodded to the field. Growing and good. I expect a bumper crop. Fantastic. Confirmation that she had found the right place clearly brought up Blue's spirits. We would like to pay you to grow a different kind of grain. The farmer inclined his head, his straw hat coming off kilter. Pardon? I'll make my whole living off this crop, for my whole family. And I will match that, and you get to keep the profits from selling the result, argued Blue, looking quite confident. Now, one thing, I need you to not optimize this. Don't, she looked at Starlight. Starlight picked up on it. Don't pick the best seeds with the biggest, yields? Yeah, that's the word. Just regrow it as it is. Keep it the same. The farmer was looking at them, as if they were suggesting something very odd indeed. Why wouldn't I go fare the best seeds? Blue gave her best patient smile. We need a very specific taste. If you interfere with it at all, you could go off that flavor, even subtly. That is why I will pay you. You will be a museum keeper of this grain and pay for the work. Can you do that? There you are. Firelight was hurrying towards them with a big smile. I couldn't find either of you anywhere. Get in line. Stellar Flare thumped into him from the side. I have plans I want to get her hoof print down on. Soon both would-be civic planners were gathered, looking to Blue for attention. Starlight waved a hoof. Whoa, hold on there. We were already in the middle of something. Let's not be rude, interceded Blue. Actually, Firelight, this involves you. Firelight perked up. It does. Stellar looked less than thrilled. If this has to do with the past, this will help draw ponies to a unique flavor, noted Blue with a coy smile. You want to be in on the ground floor. Stellar recoiled at that. Are you lying to me? You wouldn't do that, would you? She squinted suspiciously, but she went quiet for Blue to continue. Starlight picked up where Blue was going. We discovered what was wrong with the ancient grains. There is nothing wrong with them. Firelight stomped a hoof. They're perfect, perfectly ruined, but salvageable, argued Blue with one raised brow. Here, she jostled the seeds in her magic. These are original seeds, waiting to be planted. Ancient grains, waiting to happen. Starlight bobbed her head. Most of them went old and moldy so hard they turned to rocks. We need new grains, but that doesn't mean they can't be new old grains. Too right. Blue gently tapped her side against Starlight in uniformity. And the result will be a new taste of the deep past. The farmer rubbed his cheek. How can I be sure you'll actually pay? Stellar shoved forward. Because you'll be in business with me, and you know I always do things according to plan. Her eyes shined, seeing potential new futures in those floating seeds. You get those growing properly and leave the rest to me. Firelight coughed into a hoof. The old grains won't do you a thing without a proper pony trained in the old baking techniques. And I know just the pony. Blue sat and brought her hooves together, forgetting for the moment that she was sitting in dirt. How lovely. We will wed a preserved past with a strengthened future. I would like to hire you both. Both of them looked at her with surprise. What? This was my idea. She pointed at herself. As the Baron of these lands, I would like to hire the best talent available, which you two are. As local-minded ponies with their hooves secured on the ground, I can think of no other better talent for managing this project. Stellar and Firelight peered at one another from the side before looking to Blue. Firelight cleared his throat softly. It would be a pleasure to oversee the protection of this piece of history. Stellar narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You can keep the stock pristine, but it's up to me to package it and present it in a way that will appeal to modern ponies. She raised a hoof to her chin. Can you liquidate this? Starlight cringed, but Blue was already on it. Ponies want that old bread taste. Make it into buns, into sandwiches, into loaves and cakes. Things they know that will all taste uniquely of itself. That's the idea. Uniquely of itself. Stellar wobbled a hoof as if tapping something invisible. How interesting. I'm gonna need to draft up some new plans. She marched off to do just that, not even looking back. Blue let out a little breath, looking between Firelight and the farmer. Back to you two. He'll be doing the actual farming. Blue pointed at the farmer. Much like your baker friend, I trust you to help manage the people who actually do, and that I will do proudly. He puffed up with pride. I'll get some books on the proper care of these grains. He smiled at the farmer broadly. We'll make a historic return of the ancient grains. How exciting this will be. The farmer shook his head softly. Well, if she's good fair the bits, I'll get on it. How much do we need? Just a small field? Firelight rubbed his chin. Actually, yes. We'll start small, make sure we get it right. If Stellar finds uses, we can expand, and that lets you keep most of your farming to what you normally grow, right? Right. They met hooves in solidarity. Never thought I'd work with you. Firelight. I admit I didn't see it coming either. Firelight inclined his head. Not that this is a bad thing. One thing, noted Starlight suddenly. That. She pointed to the silo in the distance. It needs to be emptied entirely. Assume everything in there is bad, because most of it is. Also tell your friend to stop baking with stones. How does he even manage that? I swear, earth ponies. Hey, objected the earth pony farmer. Saw the, not an insult. I mean, earth ponies just have the craziest talent sometimes. She rubbed behind her head awkwardly. Unicorns do too, I admit. Blue cleared her throat and stood tall. That aside, it would appear we have an agreement. I will draft a letter to Annie to ensure the funds are sent to cover this. She brought her hose together before standing fully. How delightful. Today was quite productive. She made her way back into town with Starlight, smiling with confidence that her life was looking up. Tell me everything. Celestia sat across from a maid she had spoken to before, about the same subject even. Leave out not a bit. Am I in trouble, Your Highness? The maid shook like a leaf in the wind. Celestia set a hoof on her shoulder. No, you have done nothing wrong, she gently assured. You may, in fact, be the secret to a project of mine. Anything you can tell me would be of assistance, I assure. I'm not mad at you. The maid smiled, confidence daring to return in part. If you're sure, ma'am. They were in the reading room. Reading? I suppose that's a given, but assume nothing is a given, interrupted Celestia. You will not bore me. Tell me every detail. She looked like she didn't want to be there, continued the maid. That odd mare. She had a funny tail, all long and naked. She was, if you ignored her tail, almost pretty. She dared a little smile. It's hard to place. Her body was pretty, but she had so much that seemed off. I didn't trust her. You have good instincts, encouraged Celestia. Please do go on. They were reading about family trees. I think BlueBell's family line. Who? Oh, did they discover anything? She's a baroness, noted the maid. Every pony's talking about it. BlueBell, that is not the strange pony. If she's related to any pony, I don't know it, man. Baroness, one of the least landed nobles. Celestia made a note to look up that history. What did she look like? She smiled gently. I would know everything about this strange pony. Describe her. At least she would know the appearance of a demon. Luna sat in a booth. Across from her sat a mare with a sneer that held both contempt and yet a measure of fear. I'm not here to banish you, began Luna. I would know more. And why should I answer? Because banishing is on the table. Luna tapped Wolf softly, and I don't have to aim for your home. The mare went still at that, tense with worry. The threat was received entirely. You wouldn't. I'd rather not. Perhaps you could indulge me a little. HM? BlueBell is a precious niece of mine, and I am told you helped them a great deal. For your own ends, I feel certain. Oh, how that demoness scowled at Luna. I gave her exactly what she asked for. And what did she ask for? Inquired Luna with a soft smile. I know it is against your nature, but to assume I am your enemy will not get you closer to your goal. What do you know about my goals? Spat Fire Paradox, staring daggers. Only what you tell me, which is quite a little. Should I assume the usual of your kind? Luna inclined her head. Demons do have very specific defaults when it comes to such things. Fire set a hoof on the table, her hoof burning into it a little, leaving a cloven print behind. She wanted to know how to cast a wickedly complex spell in a sinfully short amount of time. The request reeked of hubris. A hubris you gladly consented to. Fire's renewed glare was confirmation enough. What did you imagine would happen? Truly, she smirked as she leaned back, pushing against the table, into the cushion of her seat. At first, I imagined he back then, would self-destruct in a satisfyingly grotesque and stupid way, reach for magic too fast, and use symbols he didn't grasp in a way that wasn't meant to be. It would have been quite tragic. Luna tried to keep her face impassive despite the wave of discomfort, imagining that lamentable fate that almost befell her niece. But she did not fall into that first trap, nor the second, or the third. Her brows went up. What do you call a pony who acts of hubris, but accomplishes what they reached for? What do you call that? Talent. She smiled, a vicious smile full of teeth. Little BlueBell had talent, so I revised my approach. Luna could not fight the frown that came to her. In what manner of way did you instruct her? Sincerely. She hiked a brow. What? See, not a creature expects that. She clucked her tongue. What do you think I am, a devil? Jerks, they would have followed the word of the law to the end, what they do. She shrugged softly. We demons are so much more fun. Luna leaned over the table a little, looming. That is my niece you were speaking of. She called me, not the other way around, retorted Fire. I'm Fire, by the way. Fire Paradox. That is not your true name. Duh. She smirked with vicious joy. Why would I give that out? You could get my attention with Fire Paradox, though. Good enough. You feel like a pony that knows how this works? Or you wouldn't even ask that, would you? Wicked little mare. I bet you called out once or twice. Luna glanced away, dismissing thoughts of her foolish youth times. Irrelevant. The rune of binding was destroyed. You know that. Hard to miss, grunted Fire, crossing her arms. Was it your sister? Little prissy bitch. We do not always see eye to eye, but my sister she remains, huffed Luna, and she cares for the state entire with all the passion that I pursue the happiness of my niece. Speaking of that, she has learned the magic. Is not the condition of your summon complete? Oh please. Fire rolled her eyes. If that was true, I'd be gone. She turned a hoof flat side up, its cloven nature more clear there in the dim light. I'm not a devil, I remind. I'm bound to her until she breaks the deal herself, the hard way, which happened, or she's satisfied with the knowledge she gained, which didn't happen. You were there. Luna pointed at the demon. When she cast the spell. I remember the smell. That's just rude. Luna smirked faintly. The truth can hurt. Now, you're stuck here. Who said that? She huffed in almost a pout. The fact that you're here, you don't want to be. Luna smiled slowly. I could get you home. Well, why haven't you then? Or have you decided you like being around demons? She raised her tail into view, the heart at the end wobbling. You may be fun to play with. Pass. Your caller is being accused of vile infernal arts. Guilty, sang Fire Paradox. We both know that. Tell the truth, if you're capable of it. She did not call you with evil in her heart. I would have come anyway. Luna glowered. What? No. He, at the time, had a dark heart full of gunk. I figured it'd be an easy corruption, but he kept cleaning up his act the longer I was around. I swear, it's like I was doing it all in reverse. I hated it. That was not the exoneration she was hoping for. If Blue was guilty, even if she later changed her mind, that complicated things. For now, you will remain at my side. There, you are assured safety from others that wish to see you hurt. Fire began drawing on the table with a hoof. Sign on that. Luna smirked most viciously. I thought you weren't a devil. Fire met her look, eyes locked a quiet moment. Touché. Fine. If you don't want a contract, we can at least do a pact, heart to heart. Her drawing continued, only for Luna's hoof to come down on her, blocking it. What? You would draw that here? On a club table? Luna raised a brow at the fire demon. Have some dignity. She rose and flicked her tail. This way, she would discover the whole of the truth and save her niece along the way with any luck. Chapter 19. She reigns. A floating pen drew a smooth signature with a soft scratch on contact. There we are. Stellar nodded to BlueBell with solidarity. I'm not entirely certain how these will do in comparison to the smoothies, but Blue extended a hoof. The smoothies already exist. You are chasing a trend. This will be something you will be at the head of. How large and how well it does, entirely in your hooves as you take charge of it. Make it dwarf the other, and even were it half the size, the benefit will be more than doubled for your position, will it not? Stellar let out a soft one. You have a point there. A little smile touched her lips. I already have quite a few plans. It's been a pleasure working with you, my Baroness. She tipped her head. But I'll take it from here. She pointed at the still, floating paper. I will send you updates as the situation changes, of course. Of course. Blue let her go off to work. Just like that, the animosity between them had been dispelled. There would be no formal speaking of its rescinding, nor did she expect it. Stellar was a common pony, but she would have navigated noble circles fairly well, BlueBell decided. She will keep me honest, Blue spoke to herself. That threat was still on the table. If she strayed, her noble superior would be approached. She had to do right by her people, or they would lash out at her, and through proper channels even. Blue looked to Starlight. Thank you for being there and the assistance. You were invaluable for this trip, and I shan't forget a favor given. It's what friends do, assured Starlight with a firm nod. Are we that? We've scarcely met. Blue reached up to adjust her hat, her dress back to its fluffy state. Though I do appreciate it, truly. Now you're being silly. Starlight rolled her eyes. We've been on a road trip and not try to kill each other. You're doing better than some pony else I know. That sounds like a story, perhaps one you care to share on our way back. She inclined her head towards the train station. I've sent a letter to Auntie. There isn't much else to do here just now. Do we get to ride on the secret car again? Starlight smirked at the idea. It's good to be royalty. Too right, agreed Blue, but is also full of responsibilities that I have taken care of responsibly. I do hope. You're doing great, assured Starlight. Really, I expected something else. She rubbed behind her head with a hoof, laughing awkwardly. Thanks for proving me wrong. It is I who have been proven wrong, argued Blue gently. This is royalty, not the fancy clothing and spotless everything. She shook her head softly with a huff. I had been living a lie, thinking the way I comported myself was enough to earn the title. No, I must take actions to better the lot of my ponies. Their suffering must be mine, and their success a thing to relish in. Starlight sat to bring her four hooves together in applause for a new friend. That a girl, I can get behind that thought. Speaking of that, though, how do you plan to do it if you're leaving? Blue raised a brow at Starlight. These are modern times, dear. I have the addresses of both of my agents and will be in constant dialogue. With a glowing horn, she drew free a quill. Behold, the mightiest tool in a royal's arsenal. She waved it at Starlight in faux threat. Watch where you point that. She got out in a laugh, not at all threat. All right then, mission accomplished. And without glowing, what's involved? Boggle? Starlight went faintly red. Nothing. You are full of tales yet untold. Mused Blue as she led the way towards the train station. Mayhaps after a magic lesson, you would indulge me? There's a deal I can sign the dotted line on. Starlight sprang forward, ready to leave her full hood home again. It was a less tense parting than the last time she had come. A victory. Starlight. She paused and turned to see Stellar. Don't look too surprised. I just wanted to ask how my son's doing. You two are quite close. I figured getting it from you would be faster than waiting for him to reply, seeing as you're here. Only Stellar Flare could make an unexpectedly good thing sound both nice and worrisome at once. He's doing great. In fact, she brought her hooves together. Did he tell you the big news? Stellar blinked rapidly, mind a-whir with possibilities. Something good. Quite. He did it. Got himself a reliable job with prestige and respect. Stellar took a step closer. Starlight, we've known each other for a long time. You aren't playing a joke on me, are you? Are you going to tell me he's begun the vital task of trash collection? Out with it. What job did he get? Blue looked between the two, unaware of the parts at play, but having the foresight to keep her mouth closed as it was worked out. He's the vice principal, the assistant head mayor, stallion in this case, of Twilight School of Friendship. Starlight gestured dramatically at a sign that wasn't there. He'll be working with me to run it. Twilight can't run it, on account of planning to become the Princess of Equestria and all that. So, it fell to me, and I selected him as the best pony for the J. Her cheeks were captured by the hooves of Stellar, staring into her eyes. I thought you had abandoned him. Just as suddenly, Stellar shoved Starlight back. This is great. This is big. This is not expected. Starlight. She looked up to Starlight from where she had been looking down and away, her eyes rimming with tears. I thought my little colt would have been lost forever. I was ready to love him anyway. He never stopped being my precious little foal, but she drew a shaking breath and turned away. This is unseemly. And in front of my employer, Blue raised a hoof up towards her chest. Put away that fear. I will not hold the emotion of a mother for their child against them. She inclined her head. Besides, this does sound like most fortuitous of news. Very fortunate. Stellar trembled with emotions she struggled to contain with limited success. Very fortunate indeed. Excuse me. She fled at a full gallop to find somewhere to celebrate properly, possibly with many tears involved. Starlight turned back towards the train station in a slow motion. Did I say the wrong thing? I should think not. Blue closed in with her friend. She is a mare of plans, and this just dashed them into bits, but in the most wonderful way possible. She will recover, I should imagine. Now about that lockpicking spell. I thought you said that was an improper spell, she sang in a taunting way. What a wicked little noble mare you are. I learned from the best, she crooned with pride. Now reveal your secrets. How bold. It'll cost you. They laughed together, headed home with the glow of a trip well spent. What a wicked little royal mare you are. Fire smirked viciously at her host. She was perched on her belly on a nice soft pillow in Luna's darkroom, keeping a demon in secret. What would your sister think? She would be furious. Luna snorted in a loud, equine way. We both know that. You know fun. Her ability to nettle Luna about her shady dealings was diminished by the matter of factly nature. She accepted them. So what do you plan to do with me? She rolled sinuously on her side. Legs arranged just show in a faux display of vulnerability. I am at your mercy. You could do anything. My interest in a mare ends at a warm embrace, stated Luna flatly. And that diminishes when said mare is trying to, quite unashamedly, manipulate me. She raised her right ear. I will need to reveal you. To your sister? She'll rush for the sharp implements. You know that. I do know that. You promised. Hissed Fire. That would be demonic? Taunted Luna. I suppose it would be. No, I will keep you from harm, so long as you don't cause harm to me or mine. Her eyes half-lit at Fire. One trick, a little trick. All ponies are mine. I watch over their dreams, and I know them well. Cunning bitch, cursed Fire even as she smiled. Are you sure you aren't the devil? Twisting the letter of the law like that. Time teaches things. Luna locked eyes with her demonic guest. You are awfully calm for being in the hoof of someone that can hurt you. Because you won't. Fire ended up on her back, hooves cycling in the air slowly. You want to know more about your niece, little Bluey, and you aren't really that mad at me, because I didn't do anything that bad. It could have gone bad, but it didn't, and it would have been her own damn fault. You would know well the qualifications of damning. As if I haven't heard the joke a million times. She pawed at the air, one ear skewed towards Luna. Still, why don't you get to the point? You aren't keeping me here for my charms. You placed a sharp blade in the reach of a foal, then watched with a wicked smile, hoping they'd cut themselves on it, but ready to blame the child, for it would be at their own hooves in the end. Luna huffed at Fire. You are lying to me or yourself. It matters little in this case. Demon, this is your nature, but know that I am not fooled. Fire raised a brow that smoldered with flickers of faint heat. You are all fools to me, even you, princess. Going by your logic, the only right thing to do would be to make funny faces at you and tell you that even a good pony and maybe prepare a light snack. Or, I can assume you're a grown pony is able to make decisions for yourself. It was a line of logic that stabbed Luna deep. In her eyes, Blue was but a child in need of guidance, who could grow up to be so much more. But she was one perspective. The demon before her, another. Even in Blue's own eyes, she was an adult, even if she had been terribly confused and unhappy. She would make her choices, for good or bad. I will presume at no point did you make it clear the dangers ahead of her. Is that my job now? Fire clopped her hooves together. Does every window maker make sure that ponies know not to leap through them? Does every cake maker warn sternly to be careful of the number of cakes a pony gluts themselves with? I imagine not. Her eyes narrowed at Luna. Stop playing games of morality with me. You are under-equipped, and it feels like I'm picking on a child. Now come here and let me soothe the burns I placed on you, dear little foal. Luna did not accept that offer for solace. I must go. Stay here, and don't cause more trouble. I will do at least one of those, sang out Fire, her tail whipping about, a cunning smirk on her lips. Have fun. She brought her hooves together in a rapid little clip-clop. Have you heard? I should imagine not, dear sister. You just received the call. He inclined his head at the mirror that had held a pony's image a moment before. You wish to share? Oui. She bounced up to her hooves. She's on the way. Soon we will be reunited. BlueBell has entered the train and is SE precipiter this very moment. She bounced delicately on her hooves, cantering in place with a bright smile. Soon, we will exact our vengeance terrible upon her. He chuckled in soft good-naturedness. I will ensure that the plans are in place then. Do you have a specific time? Oui, she sang, providing that needed information. See that it is all in perfection. Not a piece will be left to chance, he assured. Event planning is something Princess Celestia trusts in me, and I will treat this with equal gravity. As if I could expect any less from you, remarked Freya. She planted an affectionate peck on his cheek. Go, and may your hooves be light. Fancy walked determinedly to make sure the final steps were ready. They both had a dear friend to welcome back to town in their own special way. Blinding light erupted into the crowded and noisy place, competing with the music that stalled out almost instantly. I require a moment of your time, boomed Celestia over the suddenly silent nightclub. There is word that a specific creature was seen here. They appear as a pony with a long tail. She raised her hooves to express how long this tail was. More like a lion's than a pony's, with a heart shape at the end. A very unusual appearance with bright red fur. Has any pony seen such a thing? One lanky young mare poked free of the crowd. I saw a pony like that, she noted, chewing gum as she did so. Went off with your sister. Celestia raised a brow. I'm going to assume that is not spoken in jest. She had heard plenty of your mother jokes, but with your sister was a new twist. Nah, she blew a big bubble that popped as loudly as most as the room had grown quiet. They walked off. Didn't she say something about a video? Yeah, cut in a stallion with a green mohawk. She said she wanted to make a movie and walked off with that far-out pony. I see. Celestia turned back for the door where her guards were waiting. Please, resume your festivities, and sorry for interrupting. The music was already thumping before she left, with her permission given to not focus their attention on her. Sister, what game are you playing at? Luna flipped through pages of a book, each with tales, countless tales, one on each page, quite detailed in their drawings with a litany of information under each, including a page number to go to read more about them. She had been browsing for some time, trying to find the one that matched her guest. There, long, smooth-furred until that heart shape at the end. Luna brought down a hoof on the page with triumph, a smile on her face. Finally, she trailed the hoof down to the right, typically denoting demons that specialize in lusts and desires. Such demons take great pleasure in dealing with the appetites of those they interact with. Carnal, financial, political power, or otherwise matters little to them, so long as the one they're dealing with wants it passionately. If having what they wanted would make them smile as broadly as denying it would drive them to tears, it's just up this kind of demon's main mode of interest. Luna nodded softly as she read. That matched what she had learned of the demon. But what do they want? She asked the book, which had the nerve to not reply. Well, it did have a page number to continue her hunt, as well as a list of common true names, none of which were likely to be the right exact one. Also included were some symbols, things commonly seen in relation to the demons. One of them looked quite right as a fit to the summoning symbol, of course. She willed the book to flip to the desired page. Vile creature, you have done me a boon, but I am not foolish enough to think that makes you harmless. Fire paradox could still be the source of great trouble and mischief. It was in her very nature. While devils are known for intricately wrought hierarchies with Byzantine rules between them, this fashion of demon blur the lines slightly. Aware of social order, it is most comfortable when its place and those around are clear to it. Even if such a demon were to discover it was an inferior to another, it may draw comfort in having such a superior, provided said superior always prove they were worthy of the title. Summoners of this manner of demon take note. It is easy to assume this makes them easier to control by placing them beneath the summoner and considering that enough, but it rarely is. This manner of demon will always be on the watch out for flaws and weaknesses, while it will serve willingly as a subordinate. Its eyes are keenly waiting for the opportunity to become the master itself. Luna shook her head. Her niece's royal demeanor had come into play and proven useful in this specific case. She had, Luna guessed, assumed she was in charge of this strange creature. It didn't argue that fact. And so they became master and servant without either agreeing to exactly what that meant. It could have gone so very horribly, depending on what demon had been called and Blue's reaction to it. Though, that perhaps explained why the demon had been so relaxed despite its perilous situation. She was in charge compared to it, and she had assured its safety. It would do as she pleased, until that weakness was found, and then she would find herself in a precarious position alone, with a heart-tailed demon there, smiling and ready to offer assistance, if only for the oath of fealty in return. It was all very neat and all very terrible. These demons have a weakness common to all of them. Luna pricked an ear at the words on the paper there. They are very vain. If one can get them to reveal their true form and one mocks or belittles it, it causes physical pain to them, and they will agree to almost anything to stop the attacker. Likewise, their confidence in their schemes is so powerful that to point out imperfections in it is similarly agonizing to them. Doubly, so if the revealed flaw can be proven to be valid. Neither appear to be easy to use by surprise, unless she dug out some manner of spell to reveal the demon's true form on demand. Perhaps worth looking into. In either event, being subjected to either pain will cause immediate loss in social status for the demon, as far as it's concerned. This resets any advantages it has gained, even agreed on or sworn. Any bound to the demon subserviently are freed. Those to whom the demon is bound to subserviently become aware of who has attacked its servant, for them to react as they please. If the demon is without a master, it is a simple matter to take it at this point, if such is your desire. Luna shook her head at the thought. Binding fire paradox was not her goal, nor specifically belittling and attacking the demon. Still options. Usual abilities. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Tell me more. The book would speak nothing, but its words were there to be read. Shape-shifting. Spellcasting, moderate to advanced. Beware, their magic typically only has arcane signatures without verbal, somatic, or material manifestations. Heat, odors, and other signals are often present. Be wary. Seduction only seems to work if one feels attraction to them at first sight. If such a demon can approach a pony a second time without them realizing it, in a new form, they may get a new chance for that first sight hook, as contradictory as that might seem. Linguistic mastery. A language they cannot speak has not been found, but this mastery does not seem to reflect in their use of written words. They seem to have no love of reading or writing. Luna inclined her head in thought. A realm-wandering monster. This sort of demon clearly wasn't. Still, it had more than enough power to cause all manner of trouble for those foolish enough to bring it into the mortal world. It was, perhaps, a small miracle that BlueBell had not gotten into so much more serious trouble than she had. Luna came the firm authority of one of the few ponies that could get her mane to lift on command. We have words to share. Luna sat up straight, looking towards the door where Celestia strode in front of her. Ah, sister, you can cease the act. You found the imp. Celestia inclined her head faintly, and didn't tell me. Why? Sister, I would hear your own words on this, though my thoughts run wild. Demon, corrected Luna, tapping the book before her. I was performing research to take the next step with care, something all the other ponies around me seemed to have forgotten how to do. She threw up her free hoof, including my niece. Your niece performed infernal magic. Celestia clopped down a hoof. That is a punishable act. Luna tapped one hoof to the other. So, is time travel, but I don't see twilight moldering in any cells for some reason. Celestia brought her head in close, thumping her forehead to Luna's, their horns jutting out to the side of the other's head, narrowly avoiding impaling each other. Twilight Sparkle is a very special pony, and few episodes aside, has proven she is a pure heart and is an eager servant of the kingdom. Blue is working very hard, huffed Luna. This was a one-time mistake, and one I am quite ready to chastise her on. But stop speaking of dire punishments that would do nothing but make you happier in vindication. You are biased. Luna arched a brow at her sister, though their faces were mashed quite close together. Seriously? Of course I am quite serious. She drove her head against her sister, the two vying for position, horns clattering in contact. Your relationship to Twilight is the definition of bias, sister mine. Do not speak of that. Luna rolled the eye facing Celestia dramatically. If we need to get a third pony involved, I will gladly tell the story from the start. If bias is our enemy, then neither of us are fit to judge. Celestia suddenly drew back. You may be correct. We're both so entangled in this that we couldn't possibly judge this fairly. She pointed at the book suddenly. What did you find? Luna blinked at the whiplash. It is a book of infernal identification, using their tales as a guide. Very specific, but also quite on point. She tapped at the book, identified the demon in question, and know how she basically functions. I can report, gladly, that this is not the sort of demon likely to grow to 10 stories tall and go on a rampage through the city. Small mercies, sighed out Celestia, her magic wrapping around the book and lifting it into easier viewing, her eyes darting left and right. A sex demon? Of course they call one of those. Her nose crinkled in distaste, eyes sweeping as she read on. Vainglorious to a fault. Huh. Birds of feather. Luna inclined her head. It is little wonder to me that BlueBell called forth this demon as she was. The demon hates it, by the way, as Blue has drifted further and further from her ideals, as it's called. A demon has ideals? Celestia scoffed, setting the book down where it started. Now I know you were joking. Even creatures full of malfeasance can be charged with ideals, just not ones we would ever agree with, argued Luna. But that is aside the point. Find an impartial judge if you think my word insufficient. It should be a pony that does not bow to either you or me. A tall order to find such a pony within Equestria. Why did Celestia look so confident? Chapter 20, Homecoming. I was wrong, noted Starlight. Starlight inclined her head at Bell. In my head, I'll just admit it. I heard of you as a stallion. I figured somewhere there'd still be, stallion hiding in there. Blue looked a bit taken aback. Sorry, I said it was a thought, and one you dispelled. You fit your new form quite nicely. I should hope so. She raised a hoof to her own chest. I feel more like me these days than ever I did before. Even in action, I feel I'm drawing closer to the ideal me. And it is a journey I'm glad to be on. Now that's a thought I can get behind. I might have done a few naughty things when I was lost. My self-discovery had less bodily changes involved, but I completely get you otherwise. She nodded along with her mused thoughts, but it was just as transformative, just in here. She tapped herself on the chest. Feel free to ask Twilight about it. Well, I did nothing naughty, Belle scoffed. Aside from give some rude Mara as what they had coming. She glanced left and right. Don't tell Rarity, I said that. I forgave her, and I. Starlight burst into laughter, her eyes on a window. Hey, I think we're Canterlot, came a muffled cry. Next stop, appears you were correct. Belle gathered her things and moved to the door, ready to disembark. Thank you again. You were a delight to work with and learn from. I'll learn a thing or two, she quickly assured. We exchanged. Let us exchange more in the future, offered Belle with a warm smile. They stepped off the train together, ready to leave the trip behind. We need to speak. Celestia looked down at Fancy, an imperious air about her. Any time, Adam, he assured. Though you have caught me in an awkward time, I do admit. Rare were the things that would make Fancy Pants even considering delaying. Social function already underway. Actually, yes. Fancy nodded firmly. Just putting on the final steps to exact a little, as they say, tasteful revenge on a pony the most deserving. You know how it is. I certainly do. Well, not exactly who had revenge coming on them, or why Fancy would need to exact it. But I must ask you, set it aside. I need an impartial juror. Fancy's monocle threatened to fall from his face. My word, I am at your service. Even as he sighed ever so deeply on the inside at the idea that he'd not be able to finish his plans. What makes me an ideal juror? You're a peer of the accused. Celestia began to turn away, as if she had other things to get in order. You will be the closest to being on my side, but you also have the greatest understanding of the situation. No other pony can serve this role better than you, I feel. If that is the case, I will do my best. Fancy set a hoof on his chest. Duty came before pleasure. Are you serious? Star Swirl's face was that of a frown, almost glaring at Celestia with accusations in his soul. Celestia smiled faintly. Did you not ever miss it, the intrigue? No, stated Star Swirl firmly, a faint shake of his head to go with it. I very much enjoyed avoiding you back then and now. You know that. I do know that, she confessed. But the accused stands trial for very arcane crimes. Star sighed softly. I see then why you consider me. Is this old magic? Ancient. Celestia inclined her head. This is the sort of thing they'd worry about before you were sealed away. Right? He stroked his beard slowly. Then I will get my hoof. There are a few others I can imagine that knew exactly what I know, not to brag. Celestia smiled faintly. That was a little brag, and she knew it. Glad to have you. She had planned to get a meal, say hello to a few ponies, and was undecided on teleporting or riding the train back. Either way, she did not expect Celestia to barter away. Hey, Selly. Impertinent to a fault. It was exactly the quality Celestia had trusted. Starlight glimmered. I require your services. Equestria requires your services. Starlight hiked a brow, her body leaning to the left a little, as if sizing away past her. What for? You are a pony that understands unsavory magic. Starlight wilted at Celestia's words. I'm not accusing you. Twilight stood over your punishment and reform. That is done. But another now stand accused, and I would have you stand in jury as a peer. Starlight lifted an ear. You want a naughty pony to judge other naughty ponies? A little smirk spread on her lips. That actually sounds kind of fun, sure. Marvelous. She turned onwards, her jury team coming together. Luna peered at the three ponies assembled before her. Fancy bows when you enter the room, she huffed indignantly. How is he impartial? Celestia gestured to the noble of the three. He may defer to me as a matter of strict decorum, but he is chained not to me, but to that decorum. Fancy does things properly, to a razor's edge. She inclined her head at him. If he thinks I am wrong, he will speak if the situation allows. And this is precisely the situation where he is not only permitted, but it is his duty. Aside that, he's a peer of the accused, and you can't deny that. Fancy cleared his throat softly. To right, even if they're an associate of mine, if they have broken laws and deserve punishment, I will judge fairly. Star Swirl frowned softly. When do we get to the heart of the matter? What was done? Luna nodded at both stars. They're fine. She had no particular issue with either of them. Very well. When do we get this over with? She looked to her sister, an impatient air growing. Don't look at me that way, sister. Celestia smiled faintly, perhaps amused at her little sister's show of impatience. The accused will be informed of what then. No, cut in Luna flatly. I will tell her directly. When and where do we need to be? Celestia inclined her head faintly. Very well. If the others are agreeable, why don't we get this over with as quickly as possible to let them back to their duties? The jurors appeared agreeable with that idea. She's back, is she not? She is. Luna nodded firmly. She's in her room, no doubt. Would you give her pair? Completely. Assured Celestia, though none of this was explaining anything to their jurors. Go and fetch her and bring her here then, though we're moving to the throne room. To the throne room, got it. And off Luna went and tried. Fancy started to wonder. A female just returned? Could it? No, impossible. She had done nothing worthy of such a panel of jurors and the attention of both princesses. Surely it was some other ne'er-do-well he'd be judging. All of them other than Luna went to the throne room, where a small stand had been constructed for them to sit in to the side and watch the proceedings. Starlight gave a soft tone. I was never in one of these before. You too. Once before, admitted Fancy. Ghastly case, but justice was served in the end. Several times, Star Swirl nodded slowly, thinking into the distant past. Ponies trusted me to have an even eye. Seems they still do. Even eye. Then why was she there? I'll do my best. All we can ask. Fancy nodded with a gentle smile of support. Consider the facts and judge fairly. That's it. Not like they destroyed Equestria, or maybe Equestria, laughed Starlight a bit nervously as the two other jurors gave her a look. Only theoretically. The door opened, admitting Luna with a comported Bell behind her. As I said, she quietly spoke back to Bell, her face forward, eyes even with her sister. I have brought BlueBell to stand trial, and another to serve as witness. Celestia inclined her head. We have. You brought the demon. I did. Luna's horn glowed, and Fire Paradox sprang into being with a bright smile. Here she is. We have an agreement. She will behave herself. If it means I get to do this. She trotted right for Celestia, who recoiled, ready to defend herself. Boo! She poked the Sun Queen right in the nose before turning away. I'm satisfied. She glowed with golden magic, hefted up by Celestia, and moved rapidly to the side. You stay right there in sight. Blue, Bell, step forward. Blue walked forward, not a trot. Princess Celestia. Not Anne or Annie, not that day. Baroness. She returned the favor of acknowledging the title. Do you understand what you are on trial for? Two of the jurors shared glances, the third, unmoved by the review. Still, it was improper for jurors to start chatting after things had begun, they had. I'm told that my magic instructor is offensive, though the nature of that offense, it eludes me. She's a bit rough, but she has proven skilled and fair. She raised a brow. Did she insult some pony while I was away? Celestia raised a brow. You can think of no other reason your instructor might offend? Fire burst into a fit of giggles, clearly amused at the naivety on display. Luna set a hoof over her face. My niece is a fool, not a villain. Blue colored dark red at that, but managed barely to resist biting back at Luna. She had no idea what she was doing. I should have taken a closer hoof with her education, but I was busy with my duties. Your crimes do not absolve her. Celestia looked to Fire Paradox. Since you brought her, let us hear her words. I call Fire Paradox to testify. Fire stepped forward with a cocky smile. She had no fear under the protection of Luna. What is it? She also had no niceties to offer Celestia. You stand in a court of law, demon. Though it against your nature, try to respect that. Celestia softly snorted in an equine way, giving Fire a glare. And speak truthfully. What was asked of you? These pacts are not done in a void. What did you offer? I offered to make his back when he was a he, his dreams come true. A little smirk grew, and I informed little Bluey that I did propose. That was enough. Blue drove a hoof down with a loud clop, getting several layers. She crossed her arms and quieted to little grumbles. Celestia raised a brow. Truly, that was all you offered? That was it. What is dream fulfillment not enough these days? She raised a hoof to blow a kiss towards Celestia. Give it a try before you discount. Luna raised a hoof. That is not enough to determine motivation. I have knowledge that proves it is not what you imagine this to be. Celestia regarded her sister who had moved up to sit next to her. Do you? I do. But I will require BlueBell's permission to speak. This is confidential information, and I will not break my vows. She nodded with severity, unmoving on that point. Celestia fixed Blue with a look. Do you give her that permission? I can only assume this is some sensitive bit of psychological information gained from knowledge of your dreams. You are not beholden to allow it to be spoken, but we can't use that information unless it is presented. Blue looked to Luna, not Celestia. Thank you, Auntie, for respecting me enough to ask first. If it will help put aside this dreadful affair, please. She glanced aside at the guards. One request. Could those not required for the proceedings leave for a moment while this is done? Luna lifted her shoulders. I see no harm. Celestia did not share that feeling. We are in the presence of a demon. By your own research, she is very problematic, and you would have me send the guard away? Star Swirl's horn began to glow. I can send her home. Banishment spells are one of my specialties. Sending things to other realms a thing he had practiced with. If she tries anything, Luna nodded to Star. Excellent. We are safe, with one of our champions at the ready. Fire gave Star a guarded look, but kept herself still and composed. She would not be so easily intimidated, at least while she was under the protection of a ruler of the land. Celestia made a soft gesture with a hoof, dismissing her guards. Step outside until called on. And they obeyed her, if hesitantly. They cast glances back at the dangerous pony, demon, whatever that was. Celestia clearly was concerned about it. So they were too. Luna nodded with growing confidence. Very well. When last I saw any hint of such things. BlueBell has no sexual desire. The jurors softly coughed almost in unison, though each with a slightly different reaction. Fancy looked away, shame seen on his features. Starlight looked like a foal just told something naughty, covering her mouth. Star Swirl glanced off, perhaps the idea striking too close to home? As a result, there is very little chance she called Fire Paradox, that's her name, the demons, for such purpose. Fire rolled her eyes dramatically and raised a hoof. Celestia raised an ear at the demon. Thank you for asking to be addressed instead of just talking. She was clearly surprised such courtesy had been offered. Do you have something to add? Bluey is as cold as a rock. She flopped a cheek against a hoof. Trust me, I tried that angle. I couldn't light that fire. They're nice, but not that way. Celestia shook her head. We will put aside any carnal misgivings. That isn't why we're here, really. This is about the pursuit of power through dangerous means. She thrust a hoof at Fire. And you are a dangerous mean. Admit it. Guilty, she admitted without delay, her heart-tipped tail swaying sinuously. As some pony else said, I'm a sharp dagger, dangerous in the hooves of foals. Luna frowned faintly. That was not what she had said. Celestia nodded softly, looking towards the jurors. As you can see, the Baroness had ample opportunity to pursue education. Had she asked, I have a school for just such a thing. Luna raised a hoof. A school for foals, sister dear. Hardly befitting a completely grown adult pony. Order. Celestia rang her horse shoe on the ground. Let us speak one at a time. She looked to Blue. Why did you not seek more conventional education? If Twilight could manage it, then how hard could it be? Argued Belle. I was a fool, of course. I realized after the fact that magic is quite complicated indeed. Miss Paradox drilled me on the points when I feel certain I would have otherwise given up. She knew I was an adult and treated me like one, except when I was making fool of myself. And she was not shy to remind me of that fact either. Fire snickered softly, not arguing anything said. Luna waved at Belle. She was attempting to educate herself, not look for shortcuts. Teaching yourself magic is exceptionally dangerous. Celestia looked to Star Swirl. You are an expert on such matters. How dangerous is this? Starlight thrust a hoof up suddenly. Yes, I taught myself magic and it all worked out. She puffed out her chest confidently. You threatened the future and past of Equestria, and almost killed Twilight several times. Celestia inclined her head. Not the endorsement you were going for. Star Swirl cleared his throat. Teaching oneself magic is possible for those strongly enough motivated. Ethics tends to be what can fall to the wayside without other ponies present to instill such things. Starlight went red and shrank a little, called out on her spotty past. Blue remained sitting up tall. Luna smirked softly. I would like to call another witness forward. Another? Celestia raised a brow. Were multiple demons summoned? Just the one sister, assured Luna. But there are other ponies that can stand witness. In the interest of the jurors' time, Celestia waved a hoof towards them. Let us not turn this into an excuse to call ponies far and wide. Of course not, assured Luna. The first is right here. I call Starlight Glimmer to testify. There is no rule that a juror couldn't be called to speak. Starlight pointed at herself, confusion on her face. Me? All right. She stood up and vanished, appearing just outside the juror's box. What's up? This is highly irregular, noted Celestia. Against the rules, no, but she could still point that out. You selected the jurors, reminded Luna. It is not my fault they may serve equally as well as witnesses. Starlight Glimmer, you have experience with the defendant, do you not? Yeah, she nodded towards Blue. We just went to my old home in Sire's Hollow. Did you speak of arcane matters during the trip? A safe question. The idea of Starlight not bringing up spell casting with a fellow wizard was an odd one. Sure did, she quickly confirmed. I learned a few new spells, and so did she. Starlight looked towards Fire. So, sorry for not knowing, but was she that so dangerous? I am the one asking the questions, reminded Luna. Though you bring up an excellent point. Outside of a small selection of ponies, it is unreasonable to assume any given pony knows the threat of Fire Paradox. Though alarming to some, none immediately thought she was a threat. Celestia's horn glowed, a book lifting into view. I would interject. Luna graciously allowed it with a twirling hoof. Please, but then I must finish my questions. This is the book the defendant used to summon Fire Paradox. She set it down heavily. It warns of exactly why one should be wary, at best, when using magic from within it. Despite that, she went ahead and did it. Luna raised a brow, looking to Blue silently. Blue had the presence to blush and look ashamed. I was excited to try a real spell, Annie. I went directly for the part that had magic in it, and all ponies, save BlueBell, placed a hoof over their face. Luna cleared her throat. That aside, may I proceed? Please, sighed out Celestia. That you have been foolish is, at the least, beyond argument. Starlight was grinning like an idiot. You started with a teleportation spell. She saw Luna, giving her a look. Sorry, please go on. Summoning magic is not teleportation, advised Luna. You have seen the mirror portal. Consider a spell of a similar effect, drawing creatures from another reality entirely. That's not better, Starlight quietly grumbled. As I was saying, you two spent time together, teaching and learning. What sort of magic user did Bell strike you as? They say it takes one to know one. Was this another potential problem waiting to happen? Starlight waved grandly at the Baroness. She spent the whole time working her flank off, making her ponies happy, and getting it done. I mean, we did all our magic stuff on the train there and back. While we were on the job, she didn't have any time or desire to talk shop about spells. Luna raised a brow. Fascinating, but let's stay focused. That faint smile was all the hint she gave at the news made her proud. During the magic exchange, what manner of magic user did she seem to be? Excitable. Starlight started tapping her hooves as she counted. Eager, knowledgeable, generous with her knowledge, and eager to learn. She's exactly the kind of pony I like in an arcane peer. Celestia tensed faintly, realizing the error she had made in juror selection. Luna nodded, confidence building. Did they seem like a pony that flaunted the rules? They weren't all that shy about little things. She held up two hooves close together. We picked a lock to get into a silo, but that was for their own good, promise. Celestia raised a brow. Two mischievous arcanists got along famously. Sensible. Luna cut off Starlight, a hoof extended. Let us return to civility. So then, you mentioned she was assisting her little ponies? Oh yeah, she's Baroness. She snort laughed at that. Can you imagine? I had a Baroness and never knew it? Well, she is, and she came in and got right to work helping every pony out of bed she could. Hardly the typical action of a usual infernalist, noted Luna meaningfully. She turned towards Fire with a grin. Is this the behavior you've been teaching? Fire turned a little green in the cheeks. Gag me, later, if you wish. Luna turned away from the startled demon. Did she abuse her newly found royal powers? Celestia raised a hoof. Objection. Her usage of royal powers is not in question, and she gained no new royal powers to abuse. In that you are wrong, sister dear. Luna shook her head softly, identifying she was a landed noble, in addition to her royal status, gave her additional power and responsibilities. Her behavior towards them is quite revealing as to the base nature of the pony being accused. Starlight extended a hoof towards BlueBell. Hey, if Twilight didn't already own me, I wouldn't be unhappy having her for a boss mare. Luna snorted gently, as if either could actually command you. Still, thank you. Your answers are revealing. You may take your seat, unless my sister has questions to add. Celestia considered a tense moment. When practicing spells, did the defendant use them in odd ways? Odd ways. Starlight blinked confusedly. Not really. I don't mean spells for odd things, but approaching them in odd ways. She brought up her hooves to pantomime. Unlike you or Twilight. Starlight stroked her chin a moment before she perked up. Oh yeah, she reads runes oddly, each one having a meaning. It's such a strange way of looking at it. Imagine if every letter of the alphabet meant something. She snorted in a chuckle. My mind hurts thinking about it, but she pulls it off. Celestia clucked her tongue against her teeth. How unusual, how dated, corrected Luna. You should remember, sister mine, such were more popular habits long ago, before our falling out. They were not as fresh for Celestia as they were for Luna. Celestia frowned softly, thinking back on it and dredging through millennia of memory. Were they? HM. She had long ago forgotten those meanings herself. Was she given to leaps of vanity? Luna looked perplexed at the question. Starlight nodded though. Oh yeah, she liked wearing nice big fluffy dresses and got upset when they get dirty. Not obnoxiously or any. I see, cut in Celestia. Would that be more in line with you? Fire perked at being addressed. What? If you're gonna be somewhere, be noteworthy and sexy if you can help it. She buffed her hoof on her chest. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Luna waved for Starlight to return to her seat. That there are any similarities with another creature, good or bad, is not the question we are here to answer. Speaking of that, I have a question for you, sister. Celestia's attention was squarely on Luna. What would that be? What happened to the letters? Luna pointed to BlueBell. She had sent some, I hear, concerning her barony. What were they about? Chapter 21. You've got mail. Request for money. Celestia sounded bored and mildly offended. I glanced them over and little more. Luna raised a brow. Truly now, I submit those letters as evidence. If they are frivolous things, they will support the poor character you have imagined BlueBell to have. Celestia's horn glowed, several scrolls popping into being and floating towards Luna. If you insist. I trust the sender of the mail has no issues with Luna reading them. Blue shook her head quickly. None at all. She couldn't think of a single reason she wouldn't want Luna to see those missives. Luna unfurled the first. Then allow me to begin. Unto Her Majesty, the Princess of Equestria, Baroness BlueBell of Sire's Hollow sends greetings. I have made contact with a local business mayor with grand, if a touch overzealous, plans for the improvement of the settlement. I would oversee them and try to guide her towards more reasonable options. While I do this, if you could kindly send 1,000 bits for me to work with as a show of faith towards her, it would improve my situation. I think she may be key to getting to the bottom of things around here. Yours faithfully, Baroness BlueBell. Celestia scoffed at the end of the letter. I saw no need to finance her whimsies and attempts to earn favor. Luna set the scroll aside calmly, not responding to Celestia's statement. The second letter. Unto Her Majesty, the Princess of Equestria, Baroness BlueBell of Sire's Hollow sends greetings. Splendid news. I have located the root of the problem and set in motion the cure, but it is not without its financial requirements. Sire's Hollow will be renowned, not for chasing the fancy of the moment, but for reviving an old taste to the delight of those who come here. With the agreement of the defender of traditions and the chaser of new things, this community stands united. I trust that you are quite busy ruling Equestria. Please do send that 1,000 bits whenever convenient. It would help things progress so much more smoothly. Faithful servant of the crown, Baroness BlueBell. Luna set that scroll aside with proper ceremony. I'm going to guess you didn't even bother to read that one. Celestia set her teeth. She hadn't. She had assumed it was just another foolish request. Her eyes went blue. Since you are here, Baroness, why don't you tell us how these bits would see use? With pleasure, she puffed up, taking great pride in her first true work as Baroness. The ponies of Sire's Hollow were sitting on something quite valuable, the ancient, unmodified seeds of grain that once made their bread and baked goods. With Starlight's help, we secured them from the silo where they had been hiding among fossilized remains of grains. Celestia inclined her head faintly. A fascinating tale, but it does not explain the bits. I'm getting to it, in her excitement. Auntie had returned. We have hired a farmer to begin fostering the return and growth of the seed, untouched to retain the original flavor. He requires compensation for his time and effort. Similarly, construction must be made, repairs to the bakery, and construction of new places to market and display the results. She nodded with complete confidence, thinking about it. Not to mention education and advertisement. Both of their community leaders, hired by me, are hard at work, but the bits would go a long way to making their path smoother, and Sire's Hollow a greater success. She put a hoof at her chest. This is not a request to constantly pay for my domain. I feel confident that once this transition is complete, they will be able to pay back what they were granted, and their income will increase, resulting in greater taxes over time. A clear win for Equestria. Luna gestured at her grinning niece, flush with royal pride. Behold, my greedy niece, seeking ways to enrich Equestria and her ponies. Celestia let out a slow breath, then nodded. You have caught me. She met Luna's eyes. I'll let my ponies down. Whatever gripe she had with BlueBell, that much seemed clear. Blue, since you were here, I presume you do not want that money given to you directly? Blue applied a hoof to the side of her head. Too right. I should have sent a third letter. Please address it to Stellar Flare. She has a good head for an economic plan. Luna looked only more victorious. Are you certain? You don't want a single bit. Blue glanced aside at Luna with confusion. Auntie, why would I? This is for Sire's Hollow. Luna dipped her head. And I rest this case. Celestia nodded softly. The money will be sent immediately. Good luck to your ponies. Her eyes darted to the juror's booth. I call fancy pants to testify. I thought that was irregular. Teased Luna, fire impishly giggled. Celestia rolled a hoof. As you established already, this is permitted. Fancy, I am present. He stepped out of the juror's booth. How may I serve? You were present at the Grand Galloping Gala 2 years ago. She sat up tall. Kindly describe the defendant's actions. I may not. Celestia started. That was not the response she had been going for. Why not? Because forgiveness was asked for and obtained by all sides of that conflict. Fancy nodded softly. To bring it up after that would be a gross injustice, and one I cannot tolerate, being the pony who presided over that process. Fancy had. Celestia sagged. Her choice of jurors was becoming clearly flawed. You may sit, she miserably allowed. Star swirled. He looked towards her. I would hear your thoughts on this. Star nodded, rising to his hoofs. The defendant is clearly guilty. There was really little room for doubt there. They summoned the demon, and had all the means to know not to. Sully nodded along with that, features brightening a little. However, her expression fell. To say it was done with malice is hasty. I have a question for the defendant, if I may. Celestia looked to Luna, who looked to Blue. Blue nodded and met Star Swirl's eyes. What is on your mind, honored sir? Madame. Star Swirl looked Blue over. When you performed the summon, think back to that moment. What is it you truly wanted? What was your goal? He gestured at Fire Paradox. She is a very particular kind of demon. There are others even more versed in arcane knowledge. So I struggle to imagine that was at the forefront of your mind if it resulted in her. But I did want to know magic. She glanced off, hoof at her chin in consideration. But I had also decided I was unhappy with my body. I had begun to question the very nature of my physical being. Annie dear, I do not mean to accuse you, but it was you that nudged me on this path I now trot along confidently. I was in a confused place, growing more and more uncertain of myself as a stallion, and looking fondly at myself as a man. Her tail flicked gently at the air, though no fly was present to meet the motion. Does that answer the question? You were hungry for physical gratification, even if it meant a long-term growth, decided Star Swirl, looking confident in himself. And that is what called the Tempter Demon, one who had some knowledge of magic. Yes, they sent precisely the correct demon. He leaned forward softly. One last question. Knowing now that Fire Paradox is a threat to Equestria, would you stand in the way of our banishing her? All eyes went to Blue. Her agreeing to send the demon home would likely be the end of the case. All of Celestia's standing has been worked out from beneath her. All Blue had to say was yes. All the jurors gasped. Luna drove a hoof into the floor. Surely you misunderstand. Niece, let us send Fire home and be done with this. I will not. Blue sat up tall. She has served me well and performed no crimes. Is it not Celestia herself that champions we should give other creatures a chance? Fire Paradox has been an excellent teacher, whatever her origins. I will not return that with malice. Fire clopped her hooves to her cheeks. She looked somehow between being offended and endeared. You make a terrible infernalist. Sully sighed, sagging her head. A truer statement was never spoken. Luna, I think this trial is at an end. Luna nodded softly. Jurors, do you need time to consider your verdict? They looked among each other before Starlight hopped to her lips. We do not. Then what is your verdict? Not guilty, declared Fancy Pants firmly. At least of infernalism. Deer needs to never use that particular book. Agreed, echoed Starlight. We have so many other fun spells to try. Star Swirl inclined his head. Guilty. The other jurors looked towards him. What? It is true. She did summon the demon and will not banish them. Celestia clopped the hoof. Order. With Luna's approval, I declare the defendant not guilty of infernalism. I do find them guilty of reckless magic use. She waved a hoof at Blue lightly. Seeing as no Pone was hurt in the process, I motioned she be remedied with community service and remedial arcane tutoring, so this can be avoided in the future. That is fair. Luna nodded at her niece. Let me know then, my niece is not an infernalist. She turned to the jurors. Thank you for your time and input. The jurors rose to depart, that court affair complete. Celestia let out a slow breath before her eyes met with Fire's. As for you, none of this makes you any less of a demon. Can't argue that. Allowed Fire, her heart-tipped tail swaying. But I've been good. I only teased one little stallion. It worked out even. Blue lifted an ear. First she'd heard of that. Luna nodded softly. She has been well behaved in my care. Having fulfilled her side of the bargain, I would not see harm visited her. Sully spread her hooves. Don't you want to go home? You can't find your position with BlueBell to be that satisfying. Fire pressed her hooves to her cheeks. She grows on ya. Her eyes settled on Blue, considering like a hungry wolf would a lone sheep. She's got so much more to learn. Luna smirked at that. Will you feel that way after I properly instruct her on exactly what limits to have in place? She will be a guileless part of this no further, if that is what you look forward to. Fire gave Luna a glare at that, taking some of the fun out of it. I've seen the rest of your spells, graceless and lacking in style. She put a hoof to her chest. Consider an arty. Stick thing. I'm bringing sexy back. She waggled her bottom in an invitation. The guards, having returned, peered at her nervously. Luna brought up both hooves, striking them together. Then I motioned she remain under my care until after BlueBell has received a full education on the matter. Fire grumbled but did not object. It still bothers me, sister, that you know as much as you do on this topic. I watch the night, sister mine. I've seen things. Luna rolled her eyes softly. This little demon is practically cute compared to many of her kin. Suddenly, she thrust a hoof at Blue. And remember that. You were lucky, very lucky. You could have been torn to bloody pieces or had your mind thrown clear to make room for another with far grander plans. Fire wobbled her head left and right with hoof motions to follow. She's not wrong. She knew the sorts of things that inhabited her world. Celestia rose to her hoofs. This matter is settled then. BlueBell, your barony will receive your requested funds shortly. Luna, I trust the demon to your care. It is your responsibility that it not cause mischief. Luna snorted softly. Come along, Fire. We're done here. She strode from the room, and Fire went trotting right behind her without a complaint. It seemed Luna had placed herself as the leader and been accepted. Blue left just after Luna, shaken but relieved. Blue, she stopped cold, looking over her shoulder at Celestia. Yes, Auntie. Celestia inclined her head. I admit I was wrong. Blue blinked softly. She hadn't expected that. Thank you, Auntie. I have learned I was wrong about a good number of things. She smiled gently. If ever you wish to compare our wrong assumptions, I would be delighted. Celestia returned the smile. I am proud and ashamed that you grew so much without me even noticing. She was still a moment, but Blue could feel more coming. My school has need of you. Blue blinked at that. My school, it is quite well prepared for young learners. Celestia gestured at Blue, but is woefully unprepared for grown ponies who wish to expand their horizons. I have been wronging them, denying them the chance to safely learn and practice. Think of all the great wizards we missed because we slapped shut the door to the opportunity at such a young age. It can be difficult, admitted Blue. I considered giving up several times, but with a proper teacher, perhaps it would have been easier, assured Celestia gently. Preferably one that is not a demon. Preferably, laughed out Blue. I still don't entirely understand what a demon is, Annie. I trust that to Luna's care. She stepped down from her throne, but that leaves open this question. Are you available? It seems to me you've settled things in your domain. It is not unusual for a landed noble to engage in other goals, especially productive ones. Yes. Spending her time at Celestia's school would hardly be reason to think she was shirking her duties. She was helping Equestria. Allow me time to consider your most generous offer, Auntie dear. I will eagerly await that reply, allowed Celestia with a dip of her head. Blue strode, free of the court, a smile on her face, freedom in her heart, and a soft silk bag thrown over her head. Wait, I say, she was being nudged along by some unseen assailant. Unhoof me this instant, she demanded, but they would not. She was being moved, but couldn't tell where towards. She was urged to climb some stairs, then crash down on something soft. A seat? They were moving. She could hear wheels clattering on the road, and the vibration of the carriage. Around them? Is this about money? I have but a few bits on me at present, but a royal could be worth more, if kept safe. But they didn't say anything, which was the worst part, really. Whatever do you want? They wanted her to move, being nudged right back out of the carriage and forced to walk in darkness. Her horn wasn't bound or otherwise stopped. She could do magic. Maybe she could even turn the bag over her head into something else. But then she'd start glowing, and there was a good chance they'd notice. She was suddenly shoved forward, thumping to the ground in an ungainly heap. I say, the door she didn't know was there before slammed shut behind her. This is most uncalled for. Au contraire, sang a smooth French voice. This is what you have coming, exactment. A French assassin? Or a ransomer, perhaps? What do you want? Tuesday, whispered the unseen voice in her ear. You as objet de désir. Now then, the bag over her head began to glow, then was plucked free to reveal the grinning face of Fleur. Welcome home, my petite sir. This is for making us wait in misery while you were gone. Fancy circled into view. I do hope you weren't too startled, my dear. Blue let out a wheezing laugh, realizing the truth of things. You terrible fiends. She bounced her hooves with a big smile. It is a delight to return. Petite sir, I hear you were charged with crimes most terrible. Fleur pressed her nose into Blue's closer cheek. Poor thing. Quite an event, that. Fancy nodded in soft agreement. But put behind us. I hear you've been quite busy being a baroness. Oui. Tell us more of that. Fleur began clopping her hooves in giddy applause. And so Blue did, telling them the tale of her travels. I'm looking forward to word of their success. It certainly sounds like you put them on that path. Fancy's horn glowed as he pulled over several tall glasses, passing one to each of the others. A toast to royal duties well fulfilled. They each took a good sip, happy smiles on their faces. Fancy pricked up at Blue's words. I feel there's something we should discuss. Whatever would that be? Fancy inclined his head. I'm sorry I had to stand in jury for you. Terrible business that, but they hadn't told me what pony would be tried at that point. Not that. She was actually pretty happy her jury had included two friends. What luck? It's about what Luna said. She looked between Fancy and Fleur. I'm not asexual. Fleur coughed, cheeks going red. What brought that on? This feels as if it came from nowhere at all. Fancy shrank back, ears folding in shame. Don't force yourself for my sake. As a gentle pony, your comfort comes long before my own, Baroness. And my comfort includes you. She set a hoof on his shoulder. Last time we talked about this, I was still so... I didn't know. I still don't entirely, but I want you there in it. If we come to that point, I feel confident you will handle it. And me, with the utmost of care and diligence. And I can't imagine a single other pony I could trust more. Fleur suddenly grabbed both ponies. My heart aches with a more Ecrescent. My brother, my sister. She squeezed them tightly, a bright smile on her face. This is not a path I can follow you on, bien sir. But my wishes, they follow you. Fancy looked less certain, though he was smiling, daring to return the embrace, which grew more certain as Blue joined in, all three clinging to one another. If it helps, you'll be the first proper mare friend I had. Blue frowned at that. You're kidding. I've seen you in the company of more than a few mares, Fancy. Don't fib. Quite a number. He inclined his head lightly, but only for an evening each, and only for a specific function. None were ever promised or given more than that. Blue set a hoof on her own chest, feeling her heart thumping inside. I'm really the first, the very first, assured Fancy with a gentle smile. And I am proud to have waited until something worth the time came along. You're flattering me. Despite her protest, she melted a little. The fact that she wanted to hear those words, not a secret from a single pony in that room. Fancy, you have been beyond an excellent friend to me, before and after, and you have not. Fancy tipped his glass towards her. You were a good friend long before this came up. We are changing our relationship, but not starting it. Fleur could find no words, so she just hugged the two some more, even if they had stopped returning emotion. Now, a question that is perhaps improper. Fancy coughed into a hoof as if to excuse himself of the mistake he was about to make. How are you enjoying your dresses? I rarely see you outside of one of these days. Blue colored at that, feeling for just an instant like a stallion caught dressing like a mare. But she was not a stallion. She was a mare. I adore them. They feel lovely, and they look nice. She drew back from Fleur and began to turn. And they look nice on me, do they not? Fancy nodded appreciatively. I feel it almost unseemly to agree, but you make that dress look even better, madam. Fleur giggled with delight. It is a funny thing, Venerpen, sir. I so very rarely adore myself. Around you is the only time I feel underdressed. She inclined her head at Blue. Jumin Coquine, you make your sister question herself. Blue colored at that. Heavens no, you are a vision of loveliness no matter how much or little you put on top, she assured in a frantic hurry. But if you want to go dress shopping, I know a lovely place and will be delighted to come along. Now that. Fleur tapped her chin softly. Un rendezvous. She nodded. We will set the dates later. For now, treats. Her horn glowed as platters came closer, burdened with all manner of sweet things prepared for their get-together. All your favorites. Blue took a careful bite of what she presented, a satisfied noise in its taste. I prepared it. Fancy was buffing his chest. You're kidding. You have more talents than ever I would have guessed. Blue threw an arm over Fancy's neck, hugging him. When did you pick up that trick? And so they enjoyed their little party, just the three of them. Larger groups were scheduled for later. The entire upper class of Canterlot had to be informed of BlueBell's triumphant return in due time. Chapter 22, Remedial Lessons. Twilight tapped a pointer held in her magic. Now, BlueBell, I know you must feel awkward, but let us begin by noting that making a mistake like this is more common than you would think. Blue had heard Twilight had gotten into some kind of trouble. You say? I do. She tapped the board. For instance, Starlight once threatened all of Equestria with time travel. Oh my. Blue set a hoof at her cheek. Did she also require remedial lessons? As a matter of fact, yes. Twilight nodded firmly. She is learning under me, and now I've been trusted with another talented but misguided pony. But, she waved the pointer at Blue. I have an admission. Blue leaned in closer, just as Twilight wanted. I also use forbidden magic. Blue gasped dramatically. Whatever did you do? You seemed quite the stickler for arcane rigor. And normally I am. She colored faintly, thinking back on it. I had worked myself into quite a tizzy. Twice if I'm honest. Once involving mass mental alteration, the second with a little time to travel myself. I am happy to report that Equestria as a whole was not threatened by my foolish mistakes. Thanks for small reprieves, my dear. BlueBell inclined her head, considering Twilight in a new light. We all make our mistakes, which is exactly why I came. I heard what you did, and it was wrong, but I'm still convinced you're a good pony and a great wizard, so I want to foster both of those things. She clapped her hooves together. Did Luna explain what a demon is yet? Today's lessons were to be about that precise subject. Blue nodded softly, raising a hoof before it fell back down in an aborted motion. Was that what you wanted to go over? Actually, no. Twilight shook her head. I don't know much about them, besides the mythological view, which, I will note, is enough to make me not want to deal with them. She leaned in, eyes shining. And you just casually made friend with one? We weren't friends. Blue waved that thought away. She was my employee, and a good one at that. While our relationship was cordial, to speak as if we were peers is quite unseemly. Twilight let out a soft huh at that response. Maybe I'm using the wrong word. Her tongue poked free in her intense consideration of the matter. Were you happy to see her? Of course. Blue lifted an ear faintly. If I did not look forward to the presence of a particular servant, then I chose quite poorly in selecting them. Did I not? Twilight deflated slightly, seeing she had gone on the wrong path. Let's put that aside. This is the problem, and it is a noble problem. A noble problem? She recoiled at the idea. I've just come into my own in that regard. I did quite well. More defensive than anything else. I'm not questioning that. Twilight placated gently. But, as a noble, it is your job to select your retinue carefully, knowing they reflect on you. This is entirely true. Blue allowed a shallow nod. Poorly selected servants can make a terrible mess of one's reputation. Not to mention, not getting things done that need to be done correctly. Which is exactly the problem. Twilight's smile grew, confidence building. Your demon servant, she came from bad stock, terrible reputation, even if she was trustworthy and capable. Blue slapped a hoof against her cheek. It all makes sense now. As if the entire demonic thing had just been alien to her, which it had been in large part. Poor thing, to come from such a distasteful lineage. And there I am, dirtying my hooves along the way. She sank to her belly with a delicate frown. I made a right mess of things. Celestia forgave you, hastily reminded Twilight. But Fancy Pan saw it. Blue set her hooves on Twilight's shoulders, shaking the olicorn vigorously. He knows I hired and defended such a distasteful retinue. He must be thinking of it, speaking of it. She slid back to the floor, on her belly, trembling with visions of her peers whispering to one another about the utterly tasteless selection she made in Mentor. My reputation. I was told he found you not guilty. Twilight looked at her student, unsure of how to proceed. Let's focus on what we will do, rather than what is already done. It isn't that easy. Blue clopped down, and she drew herself back to stand, the shake sending her dress rustling around her. He is a dear chap, and said nothing to my face. Of course he wouldn't. He's far too dignified for that. She was breathing hard, envisioning the series of events. But as soon as he was alone with another upper-class pony, he would whisper, "We all do it. We all do it." She threw her hose wide, just to collapse over backwards, facing the ceiling with tears stinging at her eyes. I thought I was coming into my own, but I had ruined everything before I took even that first step. Blue lamented, chest quivering with a fresh wave of sniffles and tears. Every pony's probably already talking about it. Look at BlueBell. She can't even hire even one pony before she's got her nose in trouble. Did you hear? They were a demon. Any pony with sense would know better. Most ponies have no idea what a demon is, dryly countered Twilight, watching Blue melt down. On the other hoof, I can see why Rarity made up with you. Blue peeked up out of her misery, confused. Whatever do you mean? You and her share. She waffled her hoof in the air, uncertainty rising. Certain coping strategies when faced with social calamity. They are perfect. BlueBell, I feel certain it's not as bad as you're imagining it. How would you know? She rolled up to her haunches regarding Twilight. You are a princess, there's no arguing that. But you don't navigate Canterlot circles by habit. I would know I don't see you there. While true, I didn't know Fancy Pants. She leaned in a little. And he's run into a pony with questionable choice in social connections before. He has. What did he do? Suddenly Twilight was the center of Blue's world. Did he gossip? I probably would have, she admitted without shame. He defended her. While unusual and unconventional, he saw the good side of Rarity's friends and stood up for her even as the other ponies were ready to look down their upturned noses. Twilight half-circled Blue. Of all the ponies you could have had such a faux pals with, Fancy is the least worrisome. Truly, Blue drew a ragged breath as she rose to her full height. You're not just making that up? Stick a cupcake in my eye, Twilight said with a gravity that such a whimsical statement did not deserve. Blue inclined her head, snorting gently. Dear, I haven't the foggiest what that means, but I understood your meaning. Very well. If you vouch for Fancy, I will accept this. She pointed at Twilight accusingly. But I will be back if you're wrong. Accepted. Now about that teacher of yours. She pressed her hooves together, her cheek resting against that union. That's quite the interesting teacher to have. That explains some of the odd habits you're picking up. I heard from Starlight that you have learned well from me and this demonic tutor. Even if your spellcraft is a bit odd, it's certainly effective. How is it odd? Blue squinted a little at that offensive word. I can read, recite, and cast spells quite well. Of that I have no doubt, though she placed Blue in the talented caster bucket. Blue had shown no real desire or ability to research obscure spells or make up any new ones. A valued place to be, despite that. The number of talented casters was lower than the number of unicorns by quite a margin. I am curious, do you want to know more about magic itself? Or are you happy with the effects of the spells? One casts a spell to cause its effect, she answered in an uncertain way. You're confusing me. Oh, do you mean to ask if I want to learn more magic? I do like collecting spells, quite the bad habit I've grown fond of. She clapped her hooves in a little applause to herself. Starlight whispered that to you, didn't she? Naughty gossip. She didn't sound at all ruffled about that gossip happening. She did mention it, but more to the point, when you see a new spell, your thought is, what can I do with this? Bell's brow raised high. Whatever else would I be thinking of? And there, drawn in the sand, the difference between Twilight and Bell, between a researcher and a talented caster. They can do so many lovely things, and using them to proper effect is the pinnacle of wizardry, is it not? Twilight felt the urge to contest that, to loudly argue the discovery of magic was the height, but she bit back her words, calming herself. A vital part of any wizard, she agreed instead in a tepid sort of way. Equestria needed both talented casters and researchers. Having the two biting at each other's rumps for not being the other was, she was a princess. She could rise to better than that. Besides, Starlight was a talented caster, one of the most talented she knew, and she was a great pony and wizard. But I would ask that you vet your information sources better in the future. I will. She got out in a mixture of wine and a solemn oath. I feel like such a fool, making such an inept move like that. She rubbed her cheek with the flat of a hoof. But she's a good teacher. Whatever did her family do to earn such terrible opinions? Twilight let out her breath in slow motion. Well, we can go over a few of the more famous times. Indeed, so Twilight began to tell the old tales of when ponies and demons met by accident or on purpose. Usually, it ended very poorly for the pony involved, sometimes for the demon, many times both. Some say that the world they come from, the abyss, is a magnet for unharmonious energy. Bits of that energy is drawn from elsewhere, including here. Imagine any pony you ever met that was acting poorly. Some bit of that unkind energy makes its way to the abyss, to give form to the demons. Blue looked towards a brightly lit window. That sounds like a bit of an old mare's tale there, the sort of thing you tell a little foal, so they behave properly. She scoffed softly at the idea. But the origin, I can see how that would create quite the negative impression. She tapped at her chin softly before approaching that window, looking out across the clear sky and the city below. Poor Fire, poor Fire. Twilight watched Blue intently, but stayed seated where she was. Pardon, Fire Paradox? My teacher. Blue looked over her shoulder at Twilight. She really has been a model instructor, but she comes from such horrid lineage that to even be in the same room with her is to risk my own reputation. This simply won't do. She began to pace back and forth, the wind from that open window teasing at her mane. She's done nothing wrong, but that is no shield against the tarnished family line. Fixing those is quite the undertaking. Twilight corked an off-kilter smile. I don't think you're going to fix the history of demons. I agree. She nodded sharply at Twilight. But this is about Fire Paradox. Miss Paradox trusted me. She placed a hoof at her chest. She trusted that I would be a good employer, just as she is trusting Luna now. And what has Luna done? She has not abandoned her. I will not abandon a good worker. She is a member of my retinue. I made that mistake, but it is made, and I will not turn tail and flee and leave a mess behind for others to fix. She clopped a hoof down, an increasingly determined look on her face. I bet that's what they expect of me, but I'm built of better stuff. There was some pride in her decision, that she couldn't be chased away from what she wanted. Twilight smiled a little, trying to grasp that viewpoint. That belle saw herself as a bright and shining example of ponydom, and deserved all the privileges that came with it, but also that it was an eternal task to prove that point. She had moved from her snobbish start, but that proud core of herself had not changed. It had just become something of a strength instead of a grown-worthy liability. I'm glad to see you standing beside a friend. She quickly added, or employee, coughing to cover her mistake. But there are other issues, which I feel Luna will tell you all about. Miss Paradox has some specific abilities. They come naturally to her, just like magic to a unicorn or flying to a Pegasus. She wobbled a hoof through the air, and they're a part of her. I understand you want to make sure she only uses them harmoniously, but knowing where she starts is vital to that. I would look askance at any other pony that quivered in fear of my magical abilities. She turned up her nose at the very idea. Polite ponies simply do not behave that way. She colored faintly. Don't tell Starlight I said that. Twilight burst into laughter at the idea. I won't, and we both know she's gotten better. Much better, what a darling. And that is precisely the way we will go with our little demon. Just because she comes from... She sagged a little. Let's not joke on the matter. Her blood is as murky as spoiled mud, but we work with what we have, do we not? Now, let's move on to actual magic. And so they set aside talk of demons and the troubles relating to them to instead speak on spell casting and the proper do's and don'ts of being a responsible wizard. Luna inclined her head towards her guest. Fire is staying with me for the time. Fire fluttered her lashes. I've had worse arrangements. She chomped on a chocolate blasted into the air with a gust of flame, snapping it before it could start to fall. She has good taste. I understand now. Blue dipped her head at Luna, standing tall and firm. Fire's family has a terrible reputation, far beneath one such as I to be dealing with. Fire frowned at that. Well, screw you two then. Blue raised a hoof. Watch your tongue, Miss Paradox. I was not finished. We entered a deal, and one I will not put aside for sake of political convenience. She has comported herself with dignity and competency, two traits I happen to value highly in any creature of unfavorable lineage or not. Luna nodded slowly. I see. Do you understand what that entails? I will have to endure the undue insults of my peers for selecting such an unfavorable mentor. She sighed out visions of a mocking social street. But this is the price for having convictions and standing by them. She suddenly leveled a hoof at Fire. But that doesn't exclude you from having to work, both for me and for yourself. Your family is relying on you to help turn their disastrous reputation around. Fire met Blue's steely glare, the moment quiet, the room still. At least until a blurted pfft escaped her, bursting into musical laughter, a wave of heat washing from her in all directions. Get this. Check her out. Oh wow. You just made my day. She wiped away the tears of laughter, still giggling. Oh, wow. Wait, you're serious. She could see Belle's resolve, though wobbling a bit under the laughter. Now I'm not sure if I should laugh more or pity you. Fire rose to her hoofs. Let's start with some truth. That sound all right? She looked to Luna for permission. Luna tipped her head faintly. That feels productive. Please proceed, as you command. With a rush of heat, much like a changeling, though more fiery red instead of the poisonous green, her form was revealed in its true form. She had cloven hooves and delicate spiral horns. The fur of her tail had burned away entirely, leaving it naked and exposed as it swayed sinuously. I am not a lost pony, she insisted, licking over her sharp fangs. My family isn't a family. I hate most of them and fear the rest. They deserve every bad word said about them. And probably more, considering how easily you accepted my services. She stepped towards Belle, a cruel smirk on her face. In a gross display, she became a stallion. If I had my way, I'd pin you down and show you exactly what I think. You would do no such thing, declared Blue, not a hint of fear in her voice. You will sit down. Fire raised a brow but did sit. You're not scared, impressed, something? Your appearance is quite unique, allowed Belle, considering it. But this is a magic. You are like a changeling, able to be whatever you want. Quite a trick, and I will admit some amount of jealousy. If I had that, I wouldn't have had to try so hard to learn magic. A serene smile spread over her face. But I'm glad I did. I've grown thanks to that adversity, and thanks to you. Now, teacher, I would thank you to never make such an uncouth suggestion ever again. You are not of the correct social strata to attempt to woo me, and that fashion of courtship is so far beneath me as to be buried beneath the mountain we sit upon. It is not only beneath me, it is beneath you, and I will not stand for you debasing yourself further. Luna cleared her throat. Well, that was a lesson delivered, and not to Belle. Fire had shrank back, looking physically pained. Are you not impressed? She asked in a weak voice. Dear, I'm not scared. Why would I be? Attracted? Of course not. She shook her head slowly. I have a stallion I wish to suit, I think, and you aren't them. Fire slumped in growing misery, tears stinging at her eyes as her core identity was so violated without even any effort put into it. I'm everything you ever wanted. Belle set a hoof on Fire's head. You are. Fire looked up with a hint of hope. You are a fantastic teacher and a confidant. I would like to have your services again if you're still available. But I do have requirements of my employees, so this. She waved towards what made Fire stallion. No more of that. Yes'm. Fire rose, a mare again, her ears sagging. Do I disgust you? Belle looked Fire over with a new appraising eye. You're not a pony. This much is even more clear, but as creatures go, I've seen far worse. He pointed down to her cloven hooves. Like a Kirin or a goat. I am reminded more of a Kirin with your magical aptitude, and they are considered quite comely creatures. Though I think we could enhance your appearance with a proper dress. Suddenly, she clapped her hooves. Oh, do you want to go shopping? Getting you looking like a proper royal servant would be lovely. Luna raised a hoof flat side up. I'm inclined to agree. I also suggest you stay like this. And by suggest, I mean command. Fire wilted. Don't look like that. Most have no idea what your appearance means. And Equestria is learning about other creatures. You'll just be one more exotic form among many. But no more lying about it, agreed Belle quickly. Be proud of what you are, even if it has some unfavorable reputation behind it. You can prove it wrong. She nodded with building confidence. Speaking of, did you not hear me? Fire scowled at her former employer. My family's trash. I'm not here to redeem them in the public eye. Then sever contact and redeem yourself, advised Belle, as if that were obvious. There is no reason you can't be accepted. Fire waved at Belle, looking at Luna, silent as she desperately waved. Check this out. What is this? These were words she tried to convey as her mouth betrayed her, silent and non-functioning. My niece has the best of intentions. Luna moved to stand next to Fire, but she does not understand the nature of things. It is you that does not understand, snapped Blue. You act if she were a monster, and perhaps she is. She nodded towards the strange, unpony-like form of her teacher. But if a monster can talk and can be reasoned with, then why shouldn't I at least try to be civil when civility has been offered to me? Blue's cheeks began to darken. I mean, no offense, Auntie dear, because I do not want to see my niece hurt, answered Luna in a moment of quiet honesty. Because the idea of that is terrifying enough to make me ready to throw civility to the side, if it means I can avoid that situation. If I have to be rude to a monster to keep you safe, to hold this happiness that we've found, then I will do it, and am doing it. They met one another's look, stern motherly care crashing into Belle's desire to do what was right in her eyes. Belle shrank back a little. I understand that, and am deeply humbled to think you would hold me as such. Auntie, you are bringing tears to my eyes. But she wasn't crying, she was smiling. I am no foal of yours by blood, which only makes this more of an honor, to be accepted in such a way. Luna's stern look gave way, becoming a gentle smile. Dear niece, I am the one that tipped you from the comfortable rut you lived in. It is my responsibility to see it through. That is not what he said. Belle approached with a little bit of a silly grin. You care for me more than some royal duty, done out of responsibility. Luna glanced away, but Belle kept coming in. You care for me, and I am humbled and grateful beyond words. Luna, I gladly accept it, if this is true. She nudged Belle away with an unfurling wing, then stopped treating her like some new, interesting creature and more like the dangerous demon she is. She is not dangerous. Both Fire and Luna squinted at her. She is not. No more than any other pony, in the end. Uncouth at times, perhaps, but that can be fixed if she will allow me. She dipped her head towards Fire. So my statement and my offer remains extended. There's a position for you, waiting if you wish to fill it. I will endeavor to be an employer worth working for. Fire flopped down to her haunches. So, what's this pony like? The one you have the hots for. Fire smirked, a wry expression as her nose wrinkled. they a real musclehead or a smooth talker? Belle's cheeks quickly darkened. My word, he is an impeccable gentle colt that understands the proper way to handle just about any situation with style and finesse. He's been my friend for countless moons, and maybe we'll deepen that connection. Belle began to worry her hooves together. But I'm still exploring that, and it's none of your business, she finished with scorn. Chapter 23, Social Strata. I would like to be frank. Fancy considered Blueblooded. Of course. Why would that be in question? He smiled a little. It wouldn't be the first thing you've confided in me, and I will keep it to myself. You are too good. Belle fluffed her mane a little, delaying her talking for just a moment. You have your share of servants. This is a known fact. A fair number. Fancy nodded, then his ears pricked. Is this about your magical teacher? Blue huffed softly. Let a mare arrive at her point. She clopped a hoof, a bit red in the cheeks at being cut off so sharply, and with a perfectly accurate guess at that. But yes, sir. She sagged a little. I am informed that you will keep that discreet, despite my not asking it of you. There is nothing to be discreet about, at least not especially. Fancy reached a hoof towards her, but delayed. Blue seemed a bit on nerve, and the hoof hovered awkwardly around. I was asked to render judgment, and I did, and you were found not guilty. Were any pony to ask, I would gladly inform them that you were found to be a law-abiding pony. You are too good for this world. Without thinking, she touched her nose to that hovering hoof. Thank you. He colored and drew his hoof back, setting it on the ground. I do what is proper, BlueBell. It's one of your more admirable traits. Blue nodded with more easy confidence. But back to the topic at hoof. I want to educate Fire Paradox, much as she had for me. She showed me arcane secrets, and I will show her social ones. I mean to make a proper lady of her. While I am no expert on the topic, he circled around toward a collection of delicate glasses, pouring a dark red fluid into one. I was given to understand her particular heritage was already given to social interactions, usually to the detriment of the other involved. He tipped the bottle towards BlueBell in silent offering. Blue tried to snatch the bottle with magic, but Fancy did not release it, instead pulling it away and starting to pour her a glass, ever the gentle pony. Well, yes, but being able to throw the proverbial wool over a pony's eyes is not the same skill as weaving through our world with grace. She smiled as her magic curled around the glass, then 3/4 full. I have no interest in Fire Paradox, the scoundrel. I want Fire Paradox, the lady, not to dissuade you. He smiled with a determined manner. In fact, if I dare say, I rather fancy you like this. Belle darkened. W, whatever do you mean by that? The fire in your eyes. He raised a hoof under her chin, raising it to match her eyes. The determination in your voice. You are quite the warrior when you set your eyes on something, and I find that quite. He trailed off, the thought lost as he gazed in her eyes. She, the pony that had once been one of his guy friends, though not one of the deeper ones. They had shared in camaraderie and jokes, often at other ponies' expenses where they could hear. It had changed, but was it a bad change? Pardon me. He trailed his hoof away. Blue, I simply mean to say that you have grown as a pony, and I am honored to be a part of it. Blue smiled brightly. Fancy. Her ears did a little quiver. I'm just as happy to be here. I may have grown, but what about her? I would like to help another pony behind me. Just as Luna held out a hoof. Yes, paying it forward, I believe it's called. Fancy nodded as if things had suddenly clicked for her. I understand completely. Assuming Miss Paradox has agreed to this, I will be proud to take part in it. Blue nodded once firmly. Jolly good. She has not entirely done that. She curled a hoof about towards herself. I'm still working on that. Poor thing is quite intimidated, and who wouldn't be? Noble life is quite the trick, as we both know. She was technically one step above that, but no reason to rub that in poor Fancy's face. She had expressed some interest in you. His ears danced. Has she? Blue rolled her eyes. It may well be of a base gossiping sort. She knows we are in the midst of courtship and wishes to know more about the pony that caught my eye. I wouldn't worry about it overmuch. Fancy did not seem entirely mollified. I see. Do be careful with her, BlueBell. While we are trying to help, her unsteady background is not entirely undeserved. She threw a hoof wide, almost crashing its hard wall in the glass that had been floating. Oops. She floated it closer to her head and sighed, taking a sip. Quite nice. You must share the year in vintage. But, as I was saying, I will not tolerate such talk. We are trying to raise above unfortunate origins. Fancy pants. I've known a great dragon in my day. Spike was not much of a great dragon, but a good one. But that they have fire goes without saying. One must be aware of the situation, is all that I urge. This is not a reason to not be civil, and I will help how I can. Of course, of course. She took another light sip, dabbing her lips clean with a floating cloth napkin. I always know I can rely on you, Fancy. Thank you. Think nothing of it. It was then that he shared the source of the wine, in case she wanted to get some herself later. She had freedom, of a sorts. Luna allowed her to roam the castle, and Fire Paradox was glad to take advantage of it. Watching Luna sleep was, at best, boring. She had to be in her true form, which itched. She didn't like it. A pony could call her out, make fun of her. That was a petty little thing for a pony. They could laugh it off, or would just ignore it. For her, literal injuries could result. Her mind could be flayed and drawn over hot coals to have someone degrade her form. And there it was for all to see. She flicked her heart-tipped tail with a little frown. A curious double-edged sword that, allowed free, but thrown out naked and exposed to danger. Ah, there was a maid. They were too polite to say anything harmful. You. She jerked with surprise that brought a smile to Fire's face. Their discomfort was so cute. Where can a girl get something to eat? The maid regained her composure quickly. Ah, yes, of course. She turned and extended a hoof. Just down the hallway on the left is a dining hall. If you prefer more intimate arrangements, we have many smaller rooms where food can be served. On one hoof, being with people who could respond to her sounded meaningful. On the other hoof, being alone was safe. Safety. Boredom. She huffed softly. Show me to the dining hall. She had enough boredom. Anyone interesting there? The maid did not provide that information, simply leading Fire Paradox to the door and waving to it demurely. Fire advanced with uncertainty. There could have been anyone on the other side. Any pony at all. Whatever. She threw it open to see a unicorn nibbling on something. Unicorns were the most common. Sword and Canterlot. She was white-colored in her pelt, and a deep purple in her mane and tail. Oh my, she gasped out, seeing Fire. Fire frowned. Lovely. Trapped with a single little snooty flower. Good evening, she said with false sugar, a smile on her face. That mare was just the sort to start throwing insults. They serving anything good? Oh, well, yes, actually. Her horn glowed as she willed a plate to lift. I must recommend these little morsels. They are to die for. Fire lifted an ear with surprise. She had expected the unknown mare to make comments about her. Her cloven hooves, her naked tail, or maybe the horns. Screaming shrilly and fleeing also would have met her expectations. Yeah. She hopped up a chair down from the mare to find a portion of the snack floating just in front of her. Thanks. The buttery chocolatey combination that flowed over her tongue wasn't too soft, just enough crunch to chew on. Not bad. She was keeping her eyes on the mystery unicorn. I'm getting such crossed signals in this castle. Darling, I know what you mean. She waved it away, setting the plate down with her magic. I blame Celestia, lovely as she is. She keeps a tight rein, but she does not move with the times, dear. Even Canterlot as a whole moves in odd ways around the anchor that is the castle. Was the mayor casually gossiping with her? I thought you were startled. I was, easily she confessed, sipping from a teacup. Never saw a creature like you before, but I was also being rude, so apologies for that. I'm Rarity, by the way. Nice to meet you. She offered a hoof, hovering there in the air. Fire focused on her namesake, warming herself as she reached out a hoof to meet it, cloven against solid. Rarity jumped, just as Fire had hoped. Oh my, wait, she tapped her chin. Are you one of those, Kieran? Applejack mentioned her. That was the second time they had been mentioned. Fire frowned a bit. Was someone ruining her good? Her bad name? I don't think so. Tell me about them. Well, now that you have me thinking about it. Rarity bobbed a hoof in thought. They were armored here. She pointed just above her eyes and trailed a line back across her head. Right down their back. Usually quiet and reserved, they could become quite fiery when agitated. Why? Even their names usually reflected that dual nature of sorts. Things like Rain Steam or Autumn Blaze. Cool Hot. What a fascinating little thing. I never saw one myself, I admit. Now that you have me thinking about it, of course you aren't that, but you made me think of them. Of course, tepidly agreed Paradox, drawing a plate over with a hoof. Ugh, she had to forge a new pact and get her magic back properly. A shame Luna had disagreed with each proposal. I'm Fire Paradox. Oh, Rarity inclined her head, looking thoughtful. A fiery contradiction. Oh, no, a warm contradiction. Something that leaves you befuddled, but you want to get closer. Fire lifted one ear as the other went asking. Huh, am I off? No, it was actually a fairly apt dissection of her name. You're a clever pony. Rarity fanned herself with a hoof, tittering softly. I do try to keep up, darling. Now, just to be certain, you are a lady, correct? I don't want to assume. You aren't a pony, as we established. She couldn't hide her non-pony nature, much to her annoyance. I'm whatever you're in the mood for. Rarity hiked a brow at that. Oh my, that's quite an offer, Miss Paradox. She fanned herself a little harder. But my taste is very specific, and you don't fit that, I'm afraid. Don't you worry. I feel certain you didn't come to the castle to look for me anyway. Fire Paradox brought together her cloven hooves. Say, do you know a fancy pants? Rarity's expression brightened immediately. What a darling stallion. Now, you didn't hear me say that, but that is more my speed. Her brows waggled salaciously. What stallion? Now, what were you asking? Somehow that made sense. Snooty upper-class Mares wanted snooty upper-class stallions. I hear he's friend with BlueBell. Blue, oh. Yes, of course. It had taken her a moment to recall the name and remember the pony attached to it. I hear they've been associates for quite some time now. What of it? Not associates. Fire leaned in a bit facade. I may not be your cut, but I hear he is hers. Know anything about that? Her cheeks quickly darkened. Oh, dear me. I couldn't rightly blame any mare for thinking Fancy Pants was worth chasing, truth told. Perhaps that's part of the reason I never tried that myself. I can only imagine he has more than his share of potential suitors. I value him more as a peer than to ruin it with a misplaced attempt at courtship. Suddenly, she burst into titters. Oh, look at me, considering him a peer. My, have I come quite a ways? She saw Fire, gazing confusedly. Sorry, darling. I used to be quite a bit below him, but that's changed with time and effort. She buffed her chest proudly. I climbed a sheer cliff between us, and I forgot how hard that climb was for a moment. Yeah. Fire Paradox slapped down a hoof, causing the plate she hit to flip, sending a fish cake into her waiting maw. You think I can climb that cliff? Rarity's expression spoke more than her words, doubt across her features. Not the same way I did, clearly. You haven't struck me as the business-minded sort to begin with. She suddenly waved it away. But never mind that. You don't need to copy me. You'll make your own path, your own way. The pony she met kept being supportive. Had Equestria really become so nice since the last time demons had come to visit? Hey, you ever hear of a demon? She curled her heart-tipped tail, waving it in view with a predatory grin. A term usually used for ponies that are quite ruthless. Rarity nodded. Ruffians and unkind. You don't want to run into one of those, darling. Is some pony picking on you? You can tell me. Paradox paused a moment, caught between feelings. Rarity was offering a hoof even while telling her to avoid demons, which she clearly did not understand. I'll keep that in mind. She licked over her lips and stepped to the floor. I should get going. I'll see you around. Keep your chin up, darling. You'll make it. And so Fire Paradox departed under Rarity's smiling gaze. Blue, Rarity closed with the pony in her vision. I have been looking for you. Have you? She turned a hoof on herself. Whatever for, dear. We had discussed a meeting of the bells. Do you not recall? Blue's brows went up together. Oh, yes. Your little sister, was it not? Are they a foal or a foal? She lowered her hoof close to the ground and slowly raised it. Rarity's magic took hold of Blue's hoof as it reached the correct height. She's quite an advanced filly, I assure her. She already runs a successful business. I'm so proud of her. She let out a little pleased sigh. Why? She might have been able to help you. Pardon. Blue blinked at the idea. However, do you imagine that? She and her friends are cutie mark specialists. Rarity pointed to Blue's own mark. She would have figured out, given chance. You did it on your own, darling, and you should be quite proud of that. Some ponies never do. I don't imagine you ever faced that challenge. I confess, I had it easy. She laughed, snorted, hoof over her snout. Diamonds for the pony who adores making things pretty and enabling ponies to look their best. A match I mostly had straight from start. But just because it came to me doesn't mean it's easy for every other pony. I get that. She nodded with solidarity. And even with knowing that, I had a lot about me to figure out. I can't argue that. Not that she had forgotten how she met Rarity to start with. I would like to meet this other belle. Perhaps we have more in common than just our names. Perhaps not, but I will be on my best, and I will tell her to do the same. Rarity looked more like a stern mother than a caring sister without her. You tell me if she misbehaves. Blue gently smiled. If they're a sister of yours, I'm certain it will work out. Right. Sorry. She hasn't really rubbed elbows with that many upper-class ponies, but she really should. Thank you for giving her the chance. She leaned in and landed a peck on Blue's left cheek. See you in a few days. And off she trotted, pleased with life. Blue knew that kiss meant nothing. Just a kind gesture, no more than a random patting one might give, even if she was sure she rated above such familiarity. Rarity, she sure liked to imagine herself as a high, standing noble. Silly mare. She was a well-to-do merchant, which was not nobility allowed in just barely. Still, she would not hold that against Rarity. She was not a bad pony. Teach me. Fire rolled right over on her back, hooves cycling in the air. Modern Equestria is so strange. Her eyes flickered with flame. I don't understand it, but I want to. Show me. She could imagine younger demons had a better grasp. Their insults made more sense, looking back. She was basically a fossil in her eyes. I want to understand it. Luna inclined her head. That is a feeling I know well. Blue reached to set a hoof on Fire's chest, flopped over as she was. Sit up. No need to throw yourself prostrate before me. I already offered the position and listed the terms, which includes educating on matters of societal expectations. Did I not? Fire sprang up to her hoofs. Then it is a deal. She offered a hoof, the tips of its cloven points strangely sharp. Luna thrust out an arm between them. Must you make this a pact? Fire glared at Luna, but her tension ebbed out. She dared not challenge the most powerful there. If I am packed, I get my power back, which makes me a more useful servant, which you keep refusing to do. She clopped down a cloven hoof. You have no idea how miserable this is. Blue, imagine you had a hoof tied against your side, and you had to walk on the other three all day long. That sounds miserable. She perked an ear towards Luna. Is that what it's like for her? I'm not a demon. Luna shrugged gently. So I couldn't say with confidence how they feel any particular thing. Then take it from me, who is a demon. She rolled her eyes. Besides, you get to set the terms of the pact. You don't like it, set it right. Demons are tricky bastards. This is me not arguing that, but that deal is binding on both sides. I did your windows. Blue stroked her chin softly. It was true. Her windows have been kept spotless. Then I know exactly the pony I would consult. Both Fire and Luna looked to her. Auntie Celestia's favorite secretary. She will fashion a contract to both of our satisfactions. Raven Inkwell. Luna nodded, the confusion fading quickly. She's quite talented at her job. I have no doubt she could avoid loopholes if directed properly. She rose to her hoofs, which I will now do. She strode from the room without any further delay. Blue huffed at Luna's retreating form. She is a dear, but I know how to make a request to the servants. She sat down despite that. Nothing for it. Luna is hard to influence when she had her mind set. Tell me about it. Fire glanced off and back at BlueBell. I kind of missed working with you. I as well. You are my first and only true servant, who belonged to me and no other. She set a hoof on her chest, and I mean to be a good employer. Even my subjects, who labor under my directives, are just that, subjects, not servants. There is a difference. You are adorable. Fire clasped Blue's cheeks between her cloven hoofs. I just want to gobble you up. A less idle threat with her sharp teeth. I will need to read that contract, by the way. As will I. Blue inclined her head, drawing back from the trapping hooves. Signing contracts without being aware of their clauses is an easy way to invite trouble. I like trouble. Her heart tipped tail swaying eagerly. But only trouble I'm starting, not the target of. A trickster that can't take a joke turned back on you. Blue smirked wryly. Not the most mature, Miss Paradox. Bite me. She flopped down to her belly, a cloud of brimstone escaping the point of impact. I told you to not court me. Fire blinked slowly. What? No, that was not an invitation. She huffed, a little smoke escaping. I was being annoyed, and you're making it worse. Then I will refrain from biting you. Blue lifted her head to the right a little. Do demons bite each other often? Fire slapped her hoof over her own face. Sometimes, but rarely in a fun way. If a demon offers to bite you, turn it down. She bared her teeth, razor daggers and gleaming eyes. You don't want these guys anywhere near your pretty flesh. I imagine not, though she was now imagining different ways that could work out, and she colored faintly. Did you have friends that you left behind? Well, I called you that is. A couple. Fire shrugged. Less friends and more people that both thought it sucked, and you could complain at. Companions in misery? Belle considered a moment. Is that why you would rather not be sent to your old home? You win the prize. Fire slid upwards and trotted to the window. Nobody likes it there, the demons least of all. We're just good at sharing our misery, without consent. That does sound unfortunate. Blue tried to imagine a world so miserable, but she really had no perspective to do so. Not a single maid in sight. You had to clean things yourself. Oh, and fire, there would surely be fire. And the food was poorly prepared. Oh, and you had to make it yourself. She shuddered at her imagined hellscape. I am in no hurry to pay your old home a visit. They would eat you alive, and that's not even kind of joke. Fire glanced over her shoulder. It would hurt a lot. You stay away from there. Blue came in closer from behind and to the side, setting a hoof on Fire's back. That goes for you too. You are too good for such a ghastly place. They had the chance to have you and squandered it. Pity for them. You're mine now, and I plan to take full advantage of the situation. Take advantage, huh? Yes, of course. Blue nodded with growing confidence, a smile on her face. You are my first servant and a fine tutor. We will teach each other and grow. I do look forward to when I can take you to functions. You'll have so much fun, I promise. Fire inclined her head slowly at the grinning fool of a noble mare. You are too innocent for this world. She wasn't sure if she should looking for ways to exploit that. Probably. It was what came naturally. She had to learn more about. So about this stallion of yours. I hear he's a real catch. Oh yes, a gentle pony of stunning pedigree and upbringing. Blue nodded, pride in her chosen courting partner growing. You should meet him in time. Chapter 24. So, it is written. With a glowing horn, Raven set down the last sheet of paper in a stack. Here they are, as Princess Luna commanded. She had quite the exhaustive list of requirements. Fire slapped her hoof down on the pile, drawing it towards herself in a bit of a mess as papers slid against paper, but she managed it. Let's see what you have here. Blue was opposite her, nodding at Raven. I do appreciate you taking the time. I imagine Annie has many other tasks waiting for you. She does. Raven smiled, though, looking more pleased than anything else. It's what I'm here for. Blue felt a twinge of jealousy. There, that was a servant that reveled in their position and took such enormous pride in it. Would she inspire such things in her own servants, given time? She is lucky to have you. Would you like a copy? Raven's glowing horn started to draw out fresh sheets. I brought 2 sets. You really do think of everything. Blue took the second set in her magic and held it up before her eyes. Let's see. It started with the basics, a perfectly standard agreement for a servant and employer, with terms of termination for both sides. Though there was a twist there, namely that she couldn't just put in her 2 weeks and walk away after that. In the event of such an end of the deal, she was to be returned to Luna, and only with her acceptance would the agreement come to a proper end. This was Luna's request, I do assume. She pointed at that clause and turned the paper so Raven could see. Oh yes, she was very specific. She nodded firmly. Any objection? I see it works both ways. She couldn't just fire Miss Paradox. Such a thing only binding in the presence of Luna. Sensible, if a bit overcautious. You're kidding me. Blue looked up to see a most sour face on Fire. I have to ask before I cast anything? You'll unbind my hoof just to make me ask a question before each step. Blue's brows fell together. I would not appreciate that. She liked using the spell she had learned. Miss Inkwell, Might you add a clause that allows uses of spells to be generally permitted? I have little desire to be asked repeatedly for the same thing. Raven was still a moment before a slow nod came. It would have to be limited in scope to a specific target and spell. Blue snorted at the idea. So, if she has a cooking spell, I have to authorize every dish. Please see page 4, paragraph 6. She was calm and stoic, unfazed by Blue's irritation. Blue flipped on quickly to the 4th page, eyes darting down to the name paragraph. It was a reformation decree, noting the process by which her servant could be considered redeemed and some rather specific steps required for each part of the way and the privileges granted with each. However, magic was largely constrained until the very end. Is her magic really that worrisome? That was Princess Luna's specific request. Raven nodded with steadfast confidence. I was informed that the first party, Fire Paradox, is most likely to cause mischief through use of magic. Fire Paradox sank to her haunches. She's not wrong, exactly. I still hate it. She leveled a cloven hoof at Raven. How am I supposed to serve my mistress properly if I have to keep bothering her? Too right. Despite that, Blue went on to reading other parts. See Changeling Provisions? Penned into law recently. Raven inclined her head. It covers potential identity theft issues when a citizen can assume the appearance, voice, and even smell of another. As the name implies, changelings inspired the thought. Fire crossed her arms over her chest. You aren't letting me have even a little fun. Blue set down the packet of papers. What you have prepared is very safe and thorough. Raven nodded. Of course. And cruel and entirely lacking in even a scrap of trust. Blue shook her head with a low sigh. How can we expect her to grow if we can't even begin with some amount of trust, even if it's enough for her to show her true colors? Red. Fire smirked with triumph. My true color is red. Not much hiding that right now. Hush, dear. I'm arguing on your behalf. Blue kept her eyes on Raven. Besides, more of a burgundy. Raven looked to Fire Paradox. Correct me if I am wrong, but you have the magic to, without restraint, cause a great deal of trouble. So does she. Fire pointed at Blue deflectingly. I don't see her with a bunch of rules shackling her in place. Her chains are less visible, but arguably even more solid. Raven nodded at Blue. Decorum has many demands of her and how she uses her abilities. Decorum, I'm told, is not something you feel particular allegiance to. Blue's eyes widened a little as she stood up. Are we to start with the assumption that Fire Paradox knows not a thing of common courtesy then? Fire sank to her belly with a little sigh. They aren't completely wrong, only mostly. It's not like I don't know what you would prefer, I did most of the time. Raven, there was Celestia, poking her large head into the small room. There you are, Miss Inkwell. She paused, taking measure of the situation. Am I interrupting? Raven inclined her head just enough to gesture her horn at the sheets of paper the other two were looking through. Your sister, Princess Luna, requested I draft the agreement between these two parties. She lifted a hoof to point at the two of them, one hoof to each. An interesting proposition, considering the abilities of the first party. I can easily imagine. Celestia stepped inside, regarding Blue and Fire. Fire Paradox. The demon stiffened. Can your kind truly not break such a deal? It is, in the end, a promise. Promises made between souls. Spat out Fire, peering at Celestia oddly. It's not the same as the idle drivel anyone can let tumble out of their lips. Sealed in blood, bound in spirit. This is a promise you don't break. Until death do you part. She inclined her head. Sometimes longer. I've heard of those. Then to accept this is to accept the surrender of yourself. Her large horn began to glow, collecting the papers that had been in Blue's arcane grip, but Blue did not contest it. I can only imagine you usually prefer to have them agreed upon by those who don't know better. Fire's teeth set. That was true, but she didn't have to admit it. Bluey signed one pact with me and didn't die, or even get hurt. Her heart-tipped tail began to sway behind her. I'm not that bad. Fire Paradox has rendered services quite faithfully, defended Blue with a huff. Auntie, I do need to finish reviewing that. Of course. She lowered it and allowed it to be taken, moving from one magical grip to the next. I thought I heard arguing? Blue tensed faintly. Of course Annie had heard. She had been playing. The terms are quite firm. She raised a hoof to tap at the floating paper. Miss Paradox is essentially forbidden from using any magic without my permission before of. I once released a spirit of chaos, who tormented the land, and me, for quite a time. I allowed him some measure of freedom, in the care of one I trusted. She regarded Blue critically a moment, a smile slowly forming. While the trust one feel is not the same variety. Blue sat up tall. I accept this responsibility, Annie dear. They are my servant, and their actions reflect on me. Never forget that, but also remember that you are just as vulnerable to being harmed in this. She set a hoof on Blue's shoulder. Are you certain you accept this? Fire looked between the two. Were things really going to work out that way? She dared not utter a word. Miss Paradox is a valued servant. I value her services. I value her insight. I promise to show her how to be a proper lady. And she can't be that if she's chained to the floor while I do it. She clapped a hoof down firmly. To grow, one must have the room to make mistakes, Annie. This is unfortunately true. Celestia looked to Raven. If you would, amend it so that she may use magic, but only when she is sure she is acting for the best interest of those around her. Raven made a little noise as she gathered up both copies of the contract and a typewriter, getting on the needed revisions. Before I finish, are there other matters I should see to? Blue inclined her head at that. I didn't get to finish reviewing, I'm afraid. That goes for me too. Fire rolled her eyes. Still progress. Yes, quite progress. The two share nod, unified in that thought. Hiring a servant was never promised to be a simple or rapid thing. But let's do it right. Celestia turned to leave. Miss Inkwell, I imagine you'll be quite busy for a time. Go and relax when you are done. I can't do that, ma'am. Raven was typing busily, hooves bouncing between the two keys that made it up. You know you have several appointments today, and I will not be absent for them. You are too diligent. Celestia could but smile at one of her faithful subjects. Don't work yourself to injury. But she knew better than to argue it further, leaving quietly. While we're negotiating, Fire was glaring at the pages being typed. How about, besides putting more rules on how I shape-shift, letting me shape-shift at all? I saw that line. Blue blinked, but the page was not there for her to review. I didn't arrive at it. What did it say? It said I could only change after reaching stage 3 of Reformation. Fire rolled her eyes dramatically. That's not even fair. Your appearance is not that bad. Why are you so eager to change it? Sure, the demon wasn't what BlueBell would have desired, but as objectively as she could try, there wasn't anything inherently wrong with it, she thought. Didn't I tell you? She stormed up on her employer. I am exposed. I could be hurt. She squeaked, admitting fear in her voice. I thought you cared about your servants. And I do. Blue raised a hoof to her chest with an affronted expression. If a pony were so boorish as to belittle a servant of mine, they have stern words coming. You don't get it. Fire shook her head slowly, sighing with mounting frustration. It hurts. Not, oh no, the bad pony hurt my feelings hurt, but this pony is unraveling what I am, and I'm dying hurts. She thumped Blue in the chest suddenly. This is like asking me to be all right with someone stabbing me. It'll only be a little jab, and you'll be really angry with them. So it's all right. Blue regarded her would-be employee. This is that important to you? Yes. She threw up a hoof. All the yes. I can't say yes strongly enough. She leaned in, face close to Blue's as she heaved for breath. I know you. You'll be busy. I get it, whatever. But it means you will not be there when a random prick of a pony decides to attack me. Language. She tapped the ground, head held high. Propriety was not something to forget. This aside, he turned to Raven Inkwell. Surely if she had one other form, the one she and I both know well, that shouldn't be too much to ask for. I admit, I was a little used to it, but there is nothing wrong with this either. She waved a hoof over Fire's true form. I think it's, what's the term? It's metal, yes. I never did quite understand the meaning of that. Fire burst into light laughter. Don't use terms you don't know. Not that she looked offended by it. At least some ponies were more ignorant than her of modern conventions. Yeah, let me go back to that. Raven glanced between the two. If you were in agreement, a single specific form shouldn't cause too much undue harm. The typing resumed busily. I was given to believe that this was a conflicted arrangement between the two parties. You seem to be on the same side. Blue huffed at that. She is my servant and a valued one at that. Starting that on a confrontational footing seems counterproductive and rude. Too innocent for words. Fire settled, tails swaying more like a cat's than a pony's as she watched Raven type. We're on the same side, don't you see? Raven drew the paper free with her magic, and soon had a copy for either to review, if it is to your pleasure. And so, I secured my first official member of my retinue, with the blessings of both of my dear aunts. Blue gestured grandly at the grinning red earth pony beside her. Say hello to Fire Paradox. Hey. Fancy inclined his head thoughtfully. Good day, Miss Paradox. I'm Fancy Pants. I do hope you will forgive the same, but I do know of your troubled past. Fire scowled at him. I didn't forget you were there, but you said she was innocent. I did. Fancy nodded softly. But that doesn't mean you are, madam. Blue puffed up, cheeks swelling. Fancy, treat Fire with respect, kindly. I don't mean to be rude. He dipped his head lightly. It is just that I am very protective of Miss Bell, and would not see the Baroness hurt, even on account of her charitable heart. Blue began to color at that. Fancy. She hadn't asked for a shining knight to protect her, and yet the thought of having one tickled. She was in a confused place. Be that as it may, she is my servant, and I will not have my retinue insulted. If she misbehaves, you are to inform me. She tapped herself on the chest, and I will act promptly, as is appropriate. Of course, he deferred to her. Welcome, Miss Paradox. Have you met my Strapian? None. There was Fleur, eyes on fire with clear attention. What an interesting pony you are. I feel there is yet more behind you, especially from the way my brother is speaking. Je peux parler français aussi. Bonjour, jolie jument. Fire smiled at Fleur, the exotic tongue stumbling out of her as if she were a native speaker. J'espère que nous pourrons parler plus souvent. Blue blinked softly, looking between the two as they began speaking animatedly at one another, having a merry conversation that neither she nor Fancy could discern. I thought that was just a made-up language she enjoyed using. Fancy chuckled as he slid into beside her. French? No, a true language. I can't say how Fleur learned it. Just came naturally, but there's an entire kingdom of ponies that speak it besides her. I didn't expect your servant to be one of the ones that used it, I confess. She is a mare of many talents. Blue coughed into a hoof. I don't mean to interrupt. That was exactly what she had just done, both looking toward her. But only you two understand one another. Fleur cradled her chin between two hooves, fluttering her lashes. Never before have you complained of it, petite sir. Still, you're not wrong. I'm being très simply. She blew a kiss at Fire. We will speak later, d'y accord? Fleur trotted away, looking quite happy with the world. Fire returned to Blue's side. She's a nice one. I'm glad you two are getting along. Already her servant had made one upper-class friend. Success. If you allow her, she will introduce you to others of upper standing, and she will admonish you when you misstep. She's my older sister, and she's good at the job. She seems like she'd be a more fun teacher than Luna. Don't tell her I said that. She pantomimed, zipping her lips and throwing away the key. Fancy nodded softly. A little gossip is only fun when kept between understanding parties. He had half an eye on Fire, keeping tabs on her. So, you wish to enter proper society, then? That is the idea. Fire flicked her heart-tipped tail. Even the rest of it was back to being more hairy like a pony instead of naked. I hear you're quite the mover and shaker in those circles. Fancy colored faintly, more out of proper embarrassment of being complimented. They say many things. I'm no pony special. He waved the idea away. I just try to do what is proper. He's the definition of a pony. Every pony must know. Blue leaned against her good friend, pride swelling. There's hardly a social affair he couldn't navigate without a thought. On that you are wrong. Fancy held up a hoof. It is with an abundance of thought that one navigates troubled waters. To avoid mistakes, one must be ever mindful of one's actions and how they reflect on oneself and what one represents. What did I tell you? Crooned Blue, looking ready to dance in place with her swollen pride for her chosen stallion. He even gets top ranks for humility. Fancy coughed awkwardly. You're going too far. I needn't be so praised. Now, he nodded towards Fire Paradox. The Baroness clearly thinks well of you. I will try to have an open mind and give you a chance to reveal why that is. He offered a hoof towards her. To a fruitful friendship, Fire drew a slow smile. Isn't it typical that kind of thing is done over a drink? Oh, too right. His hoof lowered, and soon glasses approached, filled with a dark liquor. A proper toast to fine idea. He gave a glass to Blue, allowing her to take it in her magic, but then hesitated. Madame, I confess, my experience with earth ponies is not as deep as my knowledge of unicorns. I know how saddle Arabians receive theirs. Is it similar to that? Fire inclined her head. If they haven't changed the way they do it in a few hundred moons, yeah, that'll do. The glass settled just in front of her for her to dip her snout into and sip from. Good stuff. Here's to new starts. To new friends, echoed Fancy. To new chances. Blue tinked her glass against Fancy's, only for another glass to raise up and join in. Fire had her magic back, which she showed off with a grin before setting her glass back down. That's not a spell, she taunted. I'm allowed to use it. Clever. Belle drained her glass in one long pull. I see nothing wrong with that. Fancy inclined his head. You're not allowed to cast spells? I admit, that would do little to me. I know a precious few spells to begin with. He gestured to Belle. Unlike our talented Baroness, she's learned quite a number of them at such a speed. With the help of my teacher, Belle waved towards Fire with a big smile. Best tutor I ever had, even in the moments I found to be quite trying. That's when you were learning the most. Fire left her cup, mostly drained, and approached Fancy with a smile. Now, I hear, you are quite the stallion. My status along those lines are not appropriate for this company, he assured, unruffled. Thank you for helping BlueBell come into herself. Sure. Fire aborted her attack, considering Fancy, unsure of what she had actually wanted or planned to do next. Life had been simpler, if more miserable, in the bowels of the abyss. You learn anything about what I am. I admit, I had not explored it. He raised a hoof to adjust his monocle. I suppose I'm given a reason to do so now. You look different. Noticed, huh? She was more pony and less demon by far in her hidden form. Like it. She turned partway, displaying her body to the stallion. But he was looking to Blue. I must admit, being in your employ, I thought she'd be dressed far more grandly. Not being dressed at all, Fire had certainly failed that measure. Blue looked contemplative. Fleur, we need to go on a shopping trip. Your new friend will be along. We'll dress her up something fierce. We came from another room entirely. The support of Fleur secured without effort. Fire grit her teeth, taking a step back. The deal didn't say I have to wear whatever you say I do. Of course not. Blue waved it away, a gentle smile on her face. You like what we offer, and trot out of the store looking like a loony pants. Fancy pants is correct. Clothing can really make the pony, and if you want to navigate upper class, you must look the part. She clopped her hooves together. No more excuses. Besides, Fleur will be there, and you do like her, do you not? She seemed nice enough, Fire tepidly agreed, running one fetlock over the opposing leg. But I get the last call. Of course, practically saying out Blue. There will be nothing in our shopping bags that you did not want. Well, unless I find something for myself while we're there. She chortled, mind filled with thoughts of tripping over an especially pleasing hat or dress. It'll be fun. Stop worrying about it. Besides, I'll be paying for it. This is your uniform, as I request. so it is only proper it be a part of my finances, not yours. Well, if you're covering it, it meant she was getting something for nothing. That was the best price to get something. Let's see what you ponies have. Her eyes drifted over Blue. It looks fine enough on you, but I don't want frilly. That's half the fun, sighed out Blue. Her dreams of a nice and frilly fire blue. But at least try it first. We'll find something you like, I feel certain. It is easy to forget. Both Mares looked to fancy. But BlueBell here has shopped for other styles before. Show your employer a little trust, and she will not lead you astray. A little trust. Not her instinctual desire or inclination. Still, better be good, or I won't take it. She sat on her haunches and crossed her arms, looking more like a pouting filly than a terrifying demon. And Belle walked past Fire, close enough to brush against her on the way. It'll be a chance to just be out and about in the city, right alongside an upper-class mare or two. It'll be a valuable lesson or 3 mm. She turned to Fancy. By the way, have you met Rarity's sister? She's also named Belle. Belle. Oh, sweetie Belle. He nodded lightly. I saw her at the Grand Galloping Gala once. Well-behaved and reasonably well-spoken for a filly of her age and upbringing. What of her? We are going to meet. Belle struck a pose as if she had managed something grand, instead of a play date with a foal. One belle to another. I hear she takes after her sister in merchantly pursuits. She's more of a counselor. Fancy brought over the original bottle, topping off glasses that had been drained. But I imagine you can have quite the meeting. Do tell me how that goes. Of course. Belle sipped from her renewed glass. How do you find so many interesting flavors? It's like you never drink the same one twice. Chapter 25. To the next level. Fancy gazed out a window, watching the city below with its many occupants bustling about, unaware of him save for his reputation in that moment. None of them were looking up at him. None of them were likely thinking of him in that instant. He was alone. Well, not really. The animated chatter of BlueBell, his sister, and Fire Paradox was drifting in from the next room over, but he had not rushed to join them. Fancy, there was Blue. Why are you hiding in here? She strode in, right rear leg connecting with the door to knock it shut along the way. Is all this talk of fashion boring you? No, no. He waved that thought off, turned to face the mare. Nice hat. She had a new one, with such wide brims she almost didn't make it through the door. It was ostentatious, which was a bit of her style. I gather it was a success. But you aren't there to see it. She got out in a bit of a whine. What? I can see some of it now. A little smile, too little. What's wrong? She stepped in place, looking him over with little leans to the left and right. Something's off, I can feel it. He trailed off to a sullen silence. Tell me. She began marching towards him. She was a PRI Baroness. Either of those titles meant a pony walked when they wanted to walk. This is not like you. Close enough for it. She raised a hoof to his chin, forcing it upwards half an inch. Did you drop something on the floor, the way you keep looking? Blue. He sat back on his haunches, eyes meeting hers, though sliding away. I was thinking. A concerning habit, some say. She chortled, amused with her own humor. What about? I have confessed my feelings and you yours, but there are steps outside that. He looked back to the window. And most of them are complicated, since all parties know you as a stallion, and the questions that result. Blue sucked a loud, hissing breath. Oh, humor was gone. The weight of what was being thought of like a physical impact. But I'm not a stallion anymore. Lady Belle, you are aware of this, and I am aware of his. He danced a hoof between them. But neither my parents, nor yours, is aware of this. Both must be consulted, if we are to do this properly. And properly was exactly the way that Fancy Pants did things, Belle knew. It was a thing she liked about him, even if it was not bringing him joy at that moment. Beside that, his eyes fell, searching for whatever he had dropped, not that Belle thought he had actually dropped anything. I start thinking about how I feel. I do still remember you before. I did not want to kiss that. Blue's cheeks colored darkly. And that did not want to be kissed by you. That is gone. She waved it away in a violent motion. Prince Blueblood is dead. Long live Baroness BlueBell. She rose herself up as high as she could go, nose upturned. And she's the one that has an interest in you, not any dead pony. Fancy inclined his head faintly before he gathered himself up. That is not a bad way to put it, my lady. You are still, at once, a mare I am new to knowing and one whom I have years of experience with. Are we moving quickly? Or is this a classic tale of a childhood friend turned to romance? Both situations have expectations. He slowly changed his footing, one hoof to the next, eyes on Blue. For that matter, we still haven't. Blue stepped in and touched her nose to his, silencing his complaint for the time. Eyes locked, she angled her head, and he, the other way, and their lips met in the middle. Delicate equine lips, capable of gently brushing, moving more than any human could even dream of. They snorted faintly, inhaling the scent of the other as they pressed in closer, kissing with all the passion they had been brewing but holding to themselves. It was their first kiss. Blue could feel her heart thumping loudly in her chest, and yet she felt as if she were drifting so slowly down a stream, carried away in a moment. She wasn't excited. She was elated. Her eyes on him, she could but wonder if he felt the same. His hooves came up and wrapped around her. She gasped through their met lips as he drew her in closer, and she could but return the favor, wrapping her arms around him, pressing her hooves into his back as she drew him tight. She could smell him, smell the stallion she favored, and in that moment, that was exactly what she wanted. He had soft hints of a cologne he applied gently and tastefully. Was he enjoying her perfume? She hoped she hadn't put on too much. No pony wanted to be mashed against a pony that stank of overdone scents. Excusez-moi. In came Fleur's snout, only for her eyes to go wide. She withdrew right back out the way she came, the door clicking shut behind her. Despite any attempt to leave quickly, the magic was broken instantly. They separated from one another, struggling to catch their breath, blew more loudly than Fancy, who insisted on looking proper despite it all. Fancy brushed a hoof along his shirt as if to straighten it and himself out. We shouldn't leave them waiting. Too right. Blue took a slow step back, only to reconsider. Fancy, I know it may be improper to, as they say, kiss and tell, but this is the pony you kiss, so do tell. She leaned in. Did you like it? She just had to know. That was her first romantic kiss as a mare. Did she do it right? Was it good? Despite his best attempts at composure, his cheeks darkened. Even he, in that moment, struggled with what the proper answer was. I should like to do that again, another time, when the time is right. And he made her heart skip by leaning in and touching his nose to hers as she had done, their sensitive snouts rubbing for that precious little moment. For now, we should stop being rude. Blue swiveled in place towards the door. Fancy, if you have an objection, let's see my parents first. Fancy matched her step, both heading out. Have you spoken to them about this? He waved at her whole of being, top to bottom. I haven't, she admitted in a small voice, admitting then and there that there was some hesitation. But I should, and I'm going to do that. I may as well completely update them. HM, the son you had is gone, and your daughter's heart has been won over. Fancy did not look nearly as confident in how that would go. I will accompany you. It would be quite improper to leave her on such a request. Do you ever miss it? Pardon. She turned an ear at him as her horn opened the door for them. Miss what? Your old self. He shook his head. I apologize if that is a rude question. I honestly do not know, and would like to understand you better. She stopped, turning in place towards him. Do you remember? You used to wear a different coat. The coat he had on was practically what every pony expected him to be in, but it wasn't always the case. The beige one, dotted hang-down tie. She gestured towards the spots each article would have been on. He cringed with a smile. I thought I could make a fashion of it. A great attempt. She sat to bring her hooves together in a single clop. Do you miss that? Things were quiet a moment before he nodded. I see. Thank you. He advanced past her. I feel I understand better now. Lovely. Blue hopped back up to her hooves and trailed after him. I don't regret the past, but I'm not eager to return to it. You'll pardon my admitting that I do regret that. Fancy chortled, joined by her in their communal agreement that his fashion sense had improved since then. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Blue twirled in place to face Fire Paradox, who had perched on the bed, as she favored doing. You smell. Fire smirked at Blue's affronted reaction. You smell a stallion, and a different perfume than usual. No, her nostrils flared. No cologne. You get some action? Her brows wagged salaciously. Go on, tell me all about it. That is none of your concern. Blue turned away, nose upturned high. What is it that I agreed to visit my parents? Fire brought her hooves up to press them together. Ah, you gonna bring me home to meet the parents? Is that a noble thing these days? Introduce your first servant to the folks. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. That's kind of sweet, but also kind of dumb. This isn't about you. Well, in part one, suppose it is. She pointed firmly at Fire. You are coming. Duh. Fire rolled her eyes, heart-tipped tail swaying. As if you'd let me wander around outside your sight for that long. Right. Belle took a slow breath, trying to calm herself. But this is to display my boyfriend, not my servant. Fire burst into laughter, almost a cackle as she flopped to her side, and then her back, hooves pedaling in the air. Oh, now I recognize it. That's Fancy's stink on you. Did he cover you too? Or just his cologne? Her cheeks darkened as she slammed a hoof down. Fire Paradox. Fire flinched, perhaps accepting the anger in that outburst. You will not use such crude and vulgar language to describe Fancy Pants. He is a complete gentle pony. Just a joke, Fire grumbled as she flopped over to sit up on her haunches. So he didn't, huh? No, he did not. Belle practically shrieked before taking a measured breath. Since you will not leave me alone on this matter, we experienced our first kiss. It was lovely. They're happy. Yes. Fire brought the heart of her tail to brush just under Belle's chin. I bet you were cutely awkward. Wish I'd seen it. So, tell me, did you want him? She pedaled a lone hoof through the air, trying to encourage Belle to go on. You are thoroughly incorrigible. Belle tapped her troublesome employee on the end of their nose. Speaking of that, why aren't you dressed? Her demonic cohort was right back to being nude. I thought that was for being fancy. Fire shook her head slowly. Don't need to be fancy to talk to you. Being in my employ is already being in a state of fanciness, she almost sang out. You should always endeavor to look the part of your station. She leaned in and over her sitting servant. Be proud. You are the only servant of royalty. No other pony can even claim the title, and even if one could, well, you'd still remain the first. Fire buffed her chest with a hoof. Well, I guess there's only one of me, so be proud. Blue nodded firmly. And look it, She directed towards their shared dress collection. Go on, we got a selection, so find the one that speaks to you today and look your best. Fire slid down her front to her hooves on the floor, trotting over to that grand collection of clothes. I have 3, which is already more than I need. How do you even keep track of this many? Her eyes darted over the dizzying array of dresses, hats, and other accessories that Blue had for herself. Were you this way before? I remember you having a lot of the same thing. Becoming a mare has awakened the joy of dressing up. Blue began clopping her hooves, a giddy smile on her face. Each one has a different story to tell, and selecting the one that tells the world what I have in mind is a serious decision, but one that brings joy to me every day. Yeah, Fire trailed a hoof across the 3 choices she had. This one says, my boss made me wear this, but it isn't bad, I guess. She went to the next. This one says, maybe she'll let me go out and have some fun. And on to the last. And this one, now this one. She tapped it rapidly. This one says, haha, look at me, all pious and a demon. It makes me laugh, and that's the only person that matters. She had the smuggest grin on her face. The dress was as pious as she had claimed, looking more like a nun's habit than anything else. The face did not have a veil as some habits did. Yeah, going with this one. She was soon garbed as a demonic nun, her back end swaying as she giggled. I'm looking good. Blue considered Fire in her getup. I admit, I don't understand your specific attraction to that, but it is made well, and you wear it well. I argue the second part is more important. She nodded firmly. Now that's better. Don't you feel better? No. Fire bounced right back onto the bed. So, we're going to your folks' place? Oh, yes, yes. Blue sighed sufferingly. And they get to meet the new me. And if they don't like it, they can take a long walk off a short pier. Fire's smirk grew 3 sizes that day. You've already taken over Baroness' duties. What can they do? File a formal complaint. Don't be so uncouth. She glared at Fire, but only for a moment. They're still my parents. We do not socialize as much as perhaps we should, but their approval still has some measure of value to me. You're correct there, I will admit. I usually am. Fire sat up, watching Blue pace. Which part, to be specific? Oh, I have claimed the barony. She swiveled on Fire. They abandoned it in a shameless display. It's mine now. I don't think any pony would side with them on that front. I am Baroness BlueBell. She set a hoof on her chest, pointing at herself. Kind and benevolent ruler of Sire's Hollow. Faithful subject of the crown, long may her reign be. Long has her reign already been. Fire rolled her eyes. Always figured ponies would be used to royalty, coming and going. Celestia really threw that habit out of things, didn't she? Her coif bouncing on her head as far as her ears allowed it to, holes in place to allow them to poke right through. Now me? We're used to that kind of thing. We? Belle's horn glowed as she set her hat down, and she instead selected a pin that she put in her mane. We? Fire waved at herself with a snort. Demons? We don't die of old age. You are so ignorant, it's almost cute. Blue stuck out her tongue at that. A most distasteful thing to consider. She, flush with the vibrancy of youth. Well, young adulthood? Well, adulthood. So you've had precisely one ruler for? All time then? As if. Fire rolled her eyes at the thought. Everyone wants to be on the top of the pile. Better to be the one with your butt planted on someone else's head than to be the one holding up some demon else. She waved a hoof as if to banish an odor. Trust me, been there, not rushing to get back to it. Vulgar. Belle inclined her head as she turned in place. Then have you been there, ruler? Flatterer. Fire stood up on the bed. Demons, like me, don't often get that job. We're good at what we do, which isn't smashing skulls in. So, when push comes to shove, well, they tell us to shove off. She sank to her belly, waving her tail with a wry look on her face. I bet we'd do all right, if they gave us a chance. Blue's magic grasped that heart-shaped ornament of Fire's tail. You know, you could do something with this. Fire squeaked, batting at the magic, however little that actually accomplished. Warn a girl before you go grabbing. Terribly sorry. Blue did release it, but her eyes were still on it. You got the rest of you garbed, but I can think of such cute accessories for this. I'm not putting a sock over my tail. She rolled her eyes. I like my heart. Nice and visible. As well you should, purred Blue in agreement. It's a big, strong symbol of what you are. Why we hide it? That seemed to lessen the tension in Fire. I want to accentuate it. Blue sat to bring her hooves together in a pantomime. Draw eyes towards it, not hide it. We're not ashamed of it. Fire regained her easy smile. Once in a while, you really remind me why I like working with you. She pounced off the bed, tackling Blue in a fierce hug. You're all right. Blue was sent spinning once, laughing as her magic wrapped around Fire, setting her back and down to their haunches. I thank you for your support. I do, but first you should see what I have in mind. Once you see it, then you have my full permission to become overwhelmed with joy. She threw her hooves wide, slid up tall, and strode into her closet to root through bits of clothes. Here we are. She came out with a bow tie in her mouth, Blue. It had once been an accessory. She wore almost every day. She had learned to enjoy many other accessories, lowering how often she needed it. Besides, her new ones were sized for a mare, that one, a stallion. But that did not matter for what she had in mind. She floated it up in her magic, and with a clop, it came undone, flopping free. She brought the undone tie over towards Fire's tail. Now hold still. Fire twisted to look over her shoulder, tail curled upwards as she watched what was going on. I don't think a bow tie on a tail is a style. Not as a bow tie, but she tied it up quickly into an ornate ribbon, just beneath the heart. As a ribbon. There we are. The blue really works well against your red, does it not? Fire coiled and twisted her tail, examining it and its new accessory from different angles. Overwhelmed, are we? Blue looked so smugly confident. Too confident. Fire booped that proud nose. It looks all right. Well, she actually kind of liked it, but that smile was too smug, all right? She wagged her newly ornamented tail with a new grin. Think ponies will like it? They will if they aren't criminally unfashionable, scoffed Blue, rubbing her booped nose lightly. I knew it would suit you. A new thought came up. Since you've prodded into my affairs, turnabout is fair play, I should imagine. Blue set a hoof on Fire's chest. Is there any creature that has caught your eyes? Fire pushed Blue's hoof away. Look, if someone turned me on that way, they'd know, you'd know, and I need you to not come in this room for a while. She pointed a hoof at the door. So pay attention if I hang a do not disturb sign, huh? Blue blanched at the idea forced into her mind. Vulgar, though this does bring to mind that perhaps you should have. No, cut in Fire. No. Blue raised a brow high. Do you not want your own room? Actually, no. She wobbled a hoof. Call it immature, but I like having someone else around when I sleep. Preferably someone more powerful than me. Preferably someone that. She trailed off. That can protect you. Finished Blue with growing understanding. Poor thing. Forget I suggested it. She waved the idea away. You're safe here. 2. Pure. 4. This. World. Each world had a great big pause for meaning as Fire pressed her hooves in on either of Blue's cheeks, squishing her face between them with a big happy smile. I love you. I mean, not romantically. You know what I mean. I do, and I am touched. She drew back from the hooves that trapped her, just to dart in and touch noses on the way towards turning. Now about meeting my parents. They will need to meet you too, of course. I expect you to be on your best behavior. No vulgarities. They are proper noble ponies and a choice bit of. That sort of thing could very well send them swooning. You're giving me reasons to do it. Fire's ornamented tail wagged with the thought of literally knocking out some snooty pony with a choice, unkind word. Restrain yourself. Blue approached a window that she threw open with her magic. Making a good impression will open more doors than the cheap thrills of shocking them once. Besides, they occupy the very circles you wish to join, so making a poor name will slap those same doors shut. Who gave you the right to start talking sense? Fire crossed her arms before herself and looked a bit pouty. You're not wrong, though. Fine. I'll be good, honest. Now about your meltdown. Yes, we had put that off. Blue turned back to Fire, fear returning to her features. They haven't seen me like this. They will ask questions, and they will doubt it. They'll probably think it's some kind of whimsical fancy. How do I even start to explain? Fire walked up to Blue in that panic. You're already an adult. You know it. I know it. At worst, they need to be reminded of it. Fire waggled her brows. You were busy fixing their messes. Yes, I did do that, but that won't make them accept this any more easily. Blue huffed softly, dancing from hoof to hoof with clear agitation. I must be firm, without being offensive. I refuse to get married without having my parents in attendance. Fire's expression shrank in smugness as she walked alongside Blue, waving her heart-shaped tail just in front of Blue, the ribbon tickling. Oh, you're getting married now. No, Blue squeaked, coloring rapidly. I didn't say that. Well, she had, but she denied it anyway, fleeing towards the door. I need to get some air and to regather myself. Fire watched the door slam shut behind the retreating unicorn. Poor thing. She trotted to the dark mirror that rested in the corner and set her hoof on it. Sometimes it's the help that has to get things done. She bade it to bring a particular pony on the line. She'd protect her owner, even if Blue never found out about it. Chapter 26, Mother's Day. Blue walked with purpose. Fancy is waiting for us. Sure is. Fire was not at all surprised, donned in her fanciest dress. Not her favorite, but it was fancy. At least she got to keep her tail ribbon. We could have met at your folks' place. We could have. She didn't continue from there. They could have, but they had not, and were not going to. Fancy. She smiled, veering off as she laid eyes on the stallion. And guests. Behind Fancy were 2 older ponies, a stallion and a mare. Fancy stepped aside to gesture at them. I present my father, Royal Purple. His voice lowered in a whisper, not actually royalty. Charmed. Royal inclined his head faintly. And my mother, Foxy Bouquet. He gestured to the mare, who hurried pa. He danced a hoof between them. But neither my parents, nor yours, is aware of this. Both must be consulted, if we are to do this properly. And properly was exactly the way that Fancy Pants did things, Belle knew. It was a thing she liked about him, even if it was not bringing him joy at that moment. Beside that, his eyes fell, searching for whatever he had dropped, not that Belle thought he had actually dropped anything. I start thinking about how I feel. I do still remember you before. I did not want to kiss that. Blue's cheeks colored darkly. And that did not want to be kissed by you. That is gone. She waved it away in a violent motion. Prince Blueblood is dead. Long live Baroness BlueBell. She rose herself up as high as she could go, nose upturned. And she's the one that has an interest in you, not any dead pony. Fancy inclined his head faintly before he gathered himself up. That is not a bad way to put it, my lady. You are still, at once, a mare I am new to knowing and one whom I have years of experience with. Are we moving quickly, or is this a classic tale of a childhood friend turned to romance? Both situations have expectations. He slowly changed his footing, one hoof to the next, eyes on Blue. For that matter, we still haven't. Blue stepped in and touched her nose to his, silencing his complaint for the time. Eyes locked, she angled her head, and he, the other way, and their lips met in the middle. Delicate equine lips, capable of gently brushing, moving more than any human could even dream of. They snorted faintly, inhaling the scent of the other as they pressed in closer, kissing with all the passion they had been brewing but holding to themselves. It was her first kiss. Blue could feel her heart thumping loudly in her chest, and yet she felt as if she were drifting so slowly down a stream, carried away in the moment. She wasn't excited. She was elated. Her eyes on him, she could but wonder if he felt the same. His hooves came up and wrapped around her. She gasped through their met lips as he drew her in closer, and she could but return the favor, wrapping her arms around him, pressing her hooves into his back as she drew him tight. She could smell him, smell the stallion she favored, and in that moment, that was exactly what she wanted. He had soft hints of a cologne he applied gently and tastefully. Was he enjoying her perfume? She hoped she hadn't put on too much. No pony wanted to be mashed against a pony that stank of overdone scents. Excusez-moi. In came Fleur's snout, only for her eyes to go wide. She withdrew right back out the way she came, the door clicking shut behind her. Despite any attempt to leave quickly, the magic was broken instantly. They separated from one another, struggling to catch their breath, Blue more loudly than Fancy, who insisted on looking proper despite it all. Fancy brushed a hoof along his shirt as if to straighten it and himself out. We shouldn't leave them waiting. Too right. Blue took a slow step back, only to reconsider. Fancy, I know it may be improper to, as they say, kiss and tell, but this is the pony you kiss, so do tell. She leaned in. Did you like it? She just had to know. That was her first romantic kiss as a mare. Did she do it right? Was it good? Despite his best attempts at composure, his cheeks darkened. Even he, in that moment, struggled with what the proper answer was. I should like to do that again another time, when the time is right. And he made her heart skip by leaning in and touching his nose to hers as she had done, their sensitive snouts rubbing for that precious little moment. For now, we should stop being rude. Blue swiveled in place towards the door. Fancy, if you have an objection, let's see my parents first. Fancy matched her step, both heading out. Have you spoken to them about this? He waved at her whole of being, top to bottom. I haven't, she admitted in a small voice, admitting then and there that there was some hesitation. But I should, and I'm going to do that. I may as well completely update them. Ichem, the son you had is gone, and your daughter's heart has been won over. Fancy did not look nearly as confident in how that would go. I will accompany you. It would be quite improper to leave her on such a request. Do you ever miss it? Pardon. She turned an ear at him as her horn opened the door for them. Miss what? Your old self? He shook his head. I apologize if that is a rude question. I honestly do not know, and would like to understand you better. She stopped, turning in place towards him. Do you remember? You used to wear a different coat. The coat he had on was practically what every pony expected him to be in, but it wasn't always the case. The beige one? Dotted hang-down tie. She gestured towards the spots each article would have been on. He cringed with a smile. I thought I could make a fashion of it. A great attempt. She sat to bring her hooves together in a single clop. Do you miss that? Things were quiet a moment before he nodded. I see. Thank you. He advanced past her. I feel I understand better now. Lovely. Blue hopped back up to her hooves and trailed after him. I don't regret the past, but I'm not eager to return to it. You'll pardon my admitting that I do regret that. Fancy chortled, joined by her in their communal agreement that his fashion sense had improved since then. What was I thinking? Blue twirled in place to face Fire Paradox, who had perched on the bed, as she favored doing. You smell. Fire smirked at Blue's affronted reaction. You smell of stallion, in a different perfume than usual. No, her nostrils flared. No, cologne. You get some action. Her brows wagged salaciously. Go on, tell me all about it. That is none of your concern. Blue turned away, nose upturned high. What is it that I agreed to visit my parents? Fire brought her hooves up to press them together. Ah, gonna bring me home to meet the parents? Is that a noble thing these days? Introduce your first servant to the folks. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. That's kind of sweet, but also kind of dumb. This isn't about you. Well, in part one, suppose it is. She pointed firmly at Fire. You are coming. Duh. Fire rolled her eyes, heart-tipped tail swaying. As if you'd let me wander around outside your sight for that long. Right. Belle took a slow breath, trying to calm herself. But this is to display my boyfriend, not my servant. Fire burst into laughter, almost a cackle as she flopped to her side, and then her back, hooves pedaling in the air. Oh, now I recognize it. That's Fancy's stink on you. Did he cover you too? Or just his cologne? Her cheeks darkened as she slammed a hoof down. Fire Paradox. Fire flinched, perhaps accepting the anger in that outburst. You will not use such crude and vulgar language to describe Fancy Pants. He is a complete gentle pony. Just a joke. Fire grumbled as she flopped over to sit up on her haunches. So he didn't, huh? No, he did not. Belle practically shrieked before taking a measured breath. Since you will not leave me alone on this matter, we experienced our first kiss. It was lovely. There, happy. Yes. Fire brought the heart of her tail to brush just under Belle's chin. I bet you were cutely awkward. Wish I'd seen it. So, tell me, did you want him? She pedaled a lone hoof through the air, trying to encourage Belle to go on. You are thoroughly incorrigible. Belle tapped her troublesome employee on the end of their nose. Speaking of that, why aren't you dressed? Her demonic cohort was right back to being nude. I thought that was for being fancy. Fire shook her head slowly. Don't need to be fancy to talk to you. Being in my employ is already being in a state of fanciness, she almost sang out. You should always endeavor to look the part of your station. She leaned in and over her sitting servant. Be proud. You are the only servant of royalty. No other pony can even claim the title. And even if one could, well, you'd still remain the first. Fire buffed her chest with a hoof. Well, I guess there's only one of me. So be proud. Blue nodded firmly. And look it. She directed towards their shared dress collection. Go on. We got a selection. So find the one that speaks to you today and look your best. Fire slid down her front to her hooves on the floor, trotting over to that grand collection of clothes. I have 3, which is already more than I need. How do you even keep track of this many? Her eyes darted over the dizzying array of dresses, hats, and other accessories that Blue had for herself. Were you this way before? I remember you having a lot of the same thing. Becoming a mare has awakened the joy of dressing up. Blue began clopping her hooves, a giddy smile on her face. Each one has a different story to tell, and selecting the one that tells the world what I have in mind is a serious decision, but one that brings joy to me every day. Yeah. Fire trailed a hoof across the 3 choices she had. This one says, my boss made me wear this, but it isn't bad, I guess. She went to the next. This one says, maybe she'll let me go out and have some fun. And on to the last. And this one. Now this one. She tapped it rapidly. This one says, haha, look at me, all pious and a demon. It makes me laugh, and that's the only person that matters. She had the smuggest grin on her face. The dress was as pious as she had claimed, looking more like a nun's habit than anything else. The face did not have a veil as some habits did. Yeah, going with this one. She was soon garbed as a demonic nun, her back in swaying as she giggled. I'm looking good. Blue considered Fire and her getup. I admit, I don't understand your specific attraction to that, but it is made well, and you wear it well. I argue the second part is more important. She nodded firmly. Now that's better. Don't you feel better? No. Fire bounced right back onto the bed. So, we're going to your folks' place? Oh, yes, yes. Blue sighed sufferingly. And they get to meet the new me. And if they don't like it, they could take a long walk off a short pier. Fire's smirk grew 3 sizes that day. You've already taken over Baroness duties. What can they do? File a formal complaint. Don't be so uncouth. She glared at Fire, but only for a moment. They are still my parents. We do not socialize as much as perhaps we should, but their approval still has some measure of value to me. You're correct there, I will admit. I usually am. Fire sat up, watching Blue pace. Which part, to be specific? Oh, I have claimed the barony. She swiveled on Fire. They abandoned it in a shameless display. It's mine now. I don't think any pony would side with them on that front. I am Baroness BlueBell. She set a hoof on her chest, pointing at herself. Kind and benevolent ruler of Sire's Hollow. Faithful subject to the crown, long may her reign be. Long has her reign already been. Fire rolled her eyes. Always figured ponies would be used to royalty coming and going. Celestia really threw that habit out of things, didn't she? Her coif bouncing on her head as far as her ears allowed it to. Holes in place to allow them to poke right through. Now me? We're used to that kind of thing. Belle's horn glowed as she set her hat down, and she instead selected a pin that she put in her mane. Fire waved at herself with a snort. Demons? We don't die of old age. You are so ignorant. It's almost cute. Blue stuck out her tongue at that. A most distasteful thing to consider. She, flush with the vibrancy of youth. Well, young adulthood? Well, adulthood. So you've had precisely one ruler for all time then? As if. Fire rolled her eyes at the thought. Everyone wants to be on the top of the pile. Better to be the one with your butt planted on someone else's head than to be the one holding up some demon else. She waved a hoof as if to banish an odor. Trust me, been there, not rushing to get back to it. Vulgar. Belle inclined her head as she turned in place. Then have you been their ruler? Flatterer. Fire stood up on the bed. Demons, like we don't often get that job. We're good at what we do, which isn't smashing skulls in. So when push comes to shove, well, they tell us to shove off. She sank to her belly, waving her tail with a wry look on her face. I bet we'd do all right if they gave us a chance. Blue's magic grasped that heart-shaped ornament of Fire's tail. You know, you could do something with this. Fire squeaked, batting at the magic, however little that actually accomplished. Warn a girl before you go grabbing. Terribly sorry. Blue did release it, but her eyes were still on it. You got the rest of you garbed, but I can think of such cute accessories for this. I'm not putting a sock over my tail. She rolled her eyes. I like my heart. Nice and visible. As well you should, purred Blue in agreement. It's a big, strong symbol of what you are. Why would we hide it? that seemed to lessen the tension and fire. I want to accentuate it. Blue sat to bring her hooves together in a pantomime. Draw eyes towards it, not hide it. We're not ashamed of it. Fire regained her easy smile. Once in a while, you really remind me why I like working with you. She pounced off the bed, tackling Blue in a fierce hug. You're all right. Blue was sent spinning once, laughing as her magic wrapped around Fire, setting her back and down to their haunches. I thank you for your support. I do. But first you should see what I have in mind. Once you see it, then you have my full permission to become overwhelmed with joy. She threw her hooves wide, slid up tall, and strode into her closet to root through bits of clothes. Here we are. She came out with a bow tie in her mouth. Blue. It had once been an accessory she wore almost every day. She had learned to enjoy many other accessories, lowering how often she needed it. Besides, her new ones were sized for a mare, that one, a stallion. But that did not matter for what she had in mind. She floated it up in her magic, and with a clop, it came undone, flopping free. She brought the undone tie over towards Fire's tail. Now hold still. Fire twisted to look over her shoulder, tail curled upwards as she watched what was going on. I don't think a bow tie on a tail is a style. Not as a bow tie, but she tied it up quickly into an ornate ribbon, just beneath the heart. As a ribbon. There we are. The blue really works well against your red, does it not? Fire coiled and twisted her tail, examining it and its new accessory from different angles. Overwhelmed, are we? Blue looked so smugly confident. Too confident. Fire booped that proud nose. It looks all right. Well, she actually kind of liked it, but that smile was too smug, all right? She wagged her newly ornamented tail with a new grin. Think ponies will like it. They will if they aren't criminally unfashionable, scoffed Blue, rubbing her booped nose lightly. I knew it would suit you. A new thought came up. Since you prodded into my affairs, turnabout is fair play, I should imagine. Blue set a hoof on Fire's chest. Is there any creature that has caught your eyes? Fire pushed Blue's hoof away. Look, if someone turned me on that way, they'd know, you'd know, and I need you to not come in this room for a while. She pointed a hoof at the door. So, pay attention if I hang a do not disturb sign, huh? Blue blanched at the idea forced into her mind. Vulgar, though this does bring to mind that perhaps you should have. No, cut in Fire. No. Blue raised a brow high. Do you not want your own room? Actually, no. She wobbled a hoof. Call it immature, but I like having someone else around when I sleep, preferably someone more powerful than me, preferably someone that. She trailed off. That can protect you, finished Blue with growing understanding. Poor thing. Forget I suggested it. She waved the idea away. You are safe here. 2. Pure. 4. This. World. Each world had a great big pause for meaning as Fire pressed her hooves in on either of Blue's cheeks, squishing her face between them with a big happy smile. I love you. I mean, not romantically. You know what I mean. I do, and I am touched. She drew back from the hooves that trapped her just to dart in and touch noses on the way towards turning. Now, about meeting my parents. They will need to meet you too, of course. I expect you to be on your best behavior. No vulgarities. They are proper, noble ponies and a choice bit of that sort of thing could very well send them swooning. You're giving me reasons to do it. Fire's ornamented tail wagged with the thought of literally knocking out some snooty pony with a choice, unkind word. Restrain yourself. Blue approached a window that she threw open with her magic. Making a good impression will open more doors than the cheap thrills of shocking them once. Besides, they occupy the very circles you wish to join, so making a poor name will slap those same doors shut. Who gave you the right to start talking sense? Fire crossed her arms before herself and looked a bit pouty. You're not wrong, though. Fine. I'll be good, honest. Now about your meltdown. Ah, yes, we had put that off. Blue turned back to Fire, fear returning to her features. They haven't seen me like this. They will ask questions, and they will doubt it. They'll probably think it's some kind of whimsical fancy. How do I even start to explain? Fire walked up to Blue in that panic. You're already an adult. You know it. I know it. At worst, they need to be reminded of it. Fire waggled her brows. You're busy fixing their messes. Yes, I did do that, but that won't make them accept this any more easily. Blue huffed softly, dancing from hoof to hoof with clear agitation. I must be firm, without being offensive. I refuse to get married without having my parents in attendance. Fire's expression shrank in smugness as she walked alongside Blue, waving her heart-shaped tail just in front of Blue, the ribbon tickling. Oh, you're getting married now? No, Blue squeaked, coloring rapidly. I didn't say that. Well, she had, but she denied it anyway, fleeing towards the door. I need to get some air and to regather myself. Fire watched the door slam shut behind the retreating unicorn. Poor thing. She trotted to the dark mirror that rested in the corner and set her hoof on it. Sometimes it's the help that has to get things done. She bade it to bring a particular pony on the line. She'd protect her owner, even if Blue never found out about it. Chapter 26, Mother's Day. Blue walked with purpose. Fancy is waiting for us. Sure is. Fire was not at all surprised, donned in her fanciest dress. Not her favorite, but it was fancy. At least she got to keep her tail ribbon. We could have met at your folks' place. We could have. She didn't continue from there. They could have, but they had not, and were not going to. Fancy. She smiled, veering off as she laid eyes on the stallion. And guests. Behind Fancy were two older ponies, a stallion and a mare. Fancy stepped aside to gesture at them. I present my father, Royal Purple. His voice lowered in a whisper, not actually royalty. Charm. Royal inclined his head faintly. And my mother, Foxy Bouquet. He gestured to the mare, who hurried pa. St the hoof, as if her calling was a signal. She was on Blue instantly. Look at you. She circled around rapidly. Look at you. This is him. Look. She sat and clopped her hooves together, a bright smile on her face. You've become a wonderful-looking mare, and I hear you've been up to such lovely things. Please tell us all about them. Corrected Blue. There's not a doubt about that. Foxy nodded slowly. And soon to be my daughter, Both Fancy and Blue colored at that. Look at you two. So precious. She grabbed for them both, trying to hug her children without shame, but there was another pony in the way. Royal was gently nudging her back. Honey dear, you're embarrassing them. Well, too bad. I'm in love with my children, and I will fawn over them if I want to. Foxy brought down a hoof with a loud clop. Blue coughed softly into an upheld hoof. We are still in the courtship stage of things, Miss Bouquet. We haven't even formally accepted one another as boyfriend and girlfriend, as they say. Fancy shook his head. That is not entirely correct. Blue swiveled an ear, the rest of her lagging behind it. How is it not? It would be a lapse of etiquette for a courting couple to exchange a kiss in such a manner. Things became quiet. Blue's eyes widened. She had done that. She had pushed the relationship forward and not even realized it. You didn't stop me, she weakly defended. Baroness BlueBell. Fancy extended a hoof, crooked. Would you do me the honor of being my? Foxy had her hooves pressed tight together, watching with trembling lips and a giddy smile. Royal was far more comported, watching with a proud, fatherly gaze. Girlfriend? Things were not going according to how she saw the day. She glanced at Fire, who was not even a bit of help in that situation. She didn't want that, right? I accept you as my suitor instead of in courtship. There was a big difference between the two. She was rewarded by being pounced upon. Foxy got an arm around either of the two, hugging them tight and close. Congratulations, she sang out, looking happy with the world. And to think I was sure I'd just get to meet a darling mare today. But no, my daughter. Blue smiled sheepishly from the grasp of the older mare. It is a pleasure to meet the two of you. It's, to be quite honest, a weight off my shoulders to know you approve of us. One set of parents down? Fancy, I thought we were to see my parents first. And today? Fancy rubbed behind his head, equally as trapped by a loving mother. That was my plan to start. They called me and insisted on coming to meet you immediately. I don't know what got into them. Fire finally made a noise, giggling a bit to herself. Royal glanced over. There you are. All eyes were on him, but he was looking at Fire. Thank you for calling us. She was gesturing wildly for him to stop talking, but it wasn't working. To think that little foal we once knew has gone through so many changes for the better. Blue was darkening rapidly. As nice as it was to be told one had grown, it meant being called out on needing such growth in the first place. I wasn't that bad. Royal coughed into a hoof raised for the purpose. I didn't mean to imply you were, Baroness, but you were hardly suited for a proper relationship with our son. That did not help a bit Blue's intense coloration. Her old self, in a relationship with Fancy Pants? The court would whisper endlessly. They may anyway, but it was a better situation, right? I don't mean to be rude. You two have been absolutely delightful, but I do need to meet with my parents. A thought hit her. Birth parents, she hastily added. Foxy released the younger ponies. Well, don't let us hold you back from your busy days. She giggled, a joyful smile on her face. Boyfriends and girlfriends have to meet their parents. After all, it's only proper. Too right. Royal Purple seemed in simple agreement with the idea. Not to be a show-off. A clear warning that he was about to show off. But I would wonder at the senses of any pony that was told Fancy Pants may enter their family and would be anything other than delighted. Liberated, Blue went for the sheepish-looking Fire paradox. What did you tell them? She hissed. And how? The proper response is thank you. Fire extended her tongue, the tip flickering like that of a snake before it snapped back in. I gave them a call, told them what you were up to. You used my mirror. Blue's ears went stock straight up. I didn't even know you knew how. You asked it to talk to a pony. Fire rolled her eyes dramatically. I can cast spells of mind-bending complexity, but you think saying a pony's name is too hard. How did you even know their names? Fancy ahemed gently. Dears, we really should be off. Blue reached up to fuss with the Ned in her mane. This isn't over, but yes, we have places to be. Fancy flagged down a cart that slowed for them to climb aboard. Besides, it was my fault. Blue's erect ears quivered and fell, one angling towards him. Yours? I have difficult imagining that. I mentioned them before. Fancy adjusted his clothing, settled in his seat. Not long after she got her new wardrobe. Fire waved at Fancy from across Blue. You said, and I quote, I hope they accept our courtship, but Royal Purple can be a very uptight pony. Using first names for parents, that's cheeky and not very appropriate. Fancy sat up tall. We have an understanding. There is no impropriety if it's understood between the parties involved. He actually prefers I use his name when he's not present, and father when he is there. A curious line to draw, but not one I begrudge. Blue burst into titters, as if Fancy would make such a mistake. Still, what a surprise. A bad one. Fire looked way too smug about how her surprise had went. Fancy looked to the window, where Canterlot could be seen going past them. Whereabouts do your parents live? A nice enough manor on the west side. Blue pointed ahead. They were heading towards it. They've done well for themselves as aristocrats. Oh dear. Blue perked an ear at that. What? You very rarely use that word, and never in a good way. Fancy shook his head. Should I be ready? Blue went quiet, considering the word she had used. You're not wrong. They are rich and fancy for the sake of being those two things. She wobbled a hoof in the air. Like I was, I suppose. He threw a hoof over her, arm coming down on her neck. He didn't draw her in closer, but it was still quite the forward display. You've grown in a number of ways. Be proud of that. But it wasn't inappropriate for a suitor, which she had just said he was. She had a suitor, a boyfriend. She burst into quiet giggles, realizing that she had taken a boyfriend out of the bachelor pool that so many other Maras would have loved to snag. He was hers. You look pleased. Fancy was watching her, the emotions on her face. Care to share? Oh, she'd been an open book for all to see. I'm just taking measure of how things have changed again. Fancy pressed his hoof into her shoulder supportively from the far side, a hug of sorts, though he was not putting enough pressure to slide her closer. That is a feeling I understand. These are shifting times for us both, though not in a displeasing way. Fire suddenly crashed into Blue, forcing her rump to slide over the cushions, bumping into Fancy. Now kiss, she encouraged with a big grin, sliding away. Blue gasped, fanning herself. Miss Paradox, that is not acceptable behavior. She slid herself back into position. I'm terribly sorry, Fancy. She's learning, I swear. No harm came of it, he assured gently. He did bring his hoof back to his side, detecting the time to have his arm draped over Blue had passed. We're arriving. Blue pointed at a building of no particular importance. But it was their neighbor's house. She remembered that. Now, Fire, I need you on your absolute best. I got one set of parents on your side. Let's go for 2 of 2. Fire willed the door open and hopped free to the ground with a clop. What are you so worried about? Oh, thank you. Fancy had not expected a hoof offered as he descended, but he accepted Blue's kind gesture, however much he was sure he could manage the distance. Your servant isn't wrong. Now would be a fine time to tell us what to expect. Blue waved off the cart driver, seeing it a way to give rides to other wealthy ponies. Fancy, dear, surely you've met them before? Mayhaps. He slowly turned in place, settling on what he figured was the manner they would approach. When we were but foals, there's a high chance you met mine as well. Our parents navigate similar circles, but you did not know them. Mortal problems. Fire was dancing in place with an eager energy. So spill the intelligence. They're not an enemy, I hope. Look, the real problem is that I have had no chance to introduce them to the new me. Blue waved a hoof over her body vaguely. In their eyes, they see a dead pony. They expect their prince to come by for a visit, not a baroness. Not their baroness. Oh dear. Fancy raised a brow just half an inch. Why didn't you call them and at least let them see then? Fancy, dear. Dear. Blue raised a hoof to pat Fancy on the shoulder. They don't have a calling mirror. If I'm honest, I didn't either until recently. Either way, that wasn't an option. We spoke the old-fashioned way with letters. Fire sank to her haunches. And you never even mentioned going mayor. And I never even mentioned it, wailed Blue, confirming what Fire had smugly predicted. They're going to hate me. You would have feared the same thing. Fancy gestured out vaguely where they had come from. My parents, I mean, but they took to you with open arms and bright smiles. Why, if we can keep that trend going, your family will adopt me on the spot. Blue burst into a titter at that thought. That would make us getting married a little awkward. I knew it. Fire pumped a hoof on a roll with social predictions. Fancy walked past Fire, as if she weren't there. Shall we say hello? Let's. Perhaps feeling better, Blue began a proper walk, one leg at a time on the way towards the front of the house. Mother, Papa, I do hope you're ready. There's a button beside the door that Blue pressed a hoof to. An appropriately wealthy noise issued from within the house. It's been such a time since I heard that, she nostalgically sighed. Quaint. Fancy's disapproval came in his lack of compliment. Oh, don't be like that. Blue swatted at him, but kept her attention on the door, which cracked open a moment later. Yes, there was their butler. Ma'am, don't call me that. Blue waved the thought away. House, it's me. The butler, House, looked quite confused. All right, the pony formerly known as Prince Blueblood. His eyes widened. Ma'am, I don't mean to be rude, but that is quite the claim you have just made. He pointed past her, towards the castle in the distance. Prince Blueblood resides there, and... It clicked. He did inform us of his arrival. His eyes went over the mare in front of him. Your parents will have words, I should imagine. He turned away from the door. I'll see you to the sitting room. You do recall where it is. House, of course. Blue began into her old home. Fancy, this is House Pony, Mom and Papa's butler. Charm. Fancy inclined his head faintly. I am sorry about the surprise. Not your fault. House gestured at a room he was about to walk past. Wait here. I'll inform the master and mistress. Blue returned the favor for the others. As if they hadn't seen House, just do it. Everyone in. Only after Fancy and Fire had gone in did she follow, closing the door behind her with her magic. I wonder if Mother's still. Her magic snatched an urn from atop a cabinet. Here we are. Fire peered at the curious object. Is that some pony's ashes? Oh goodness no. Blue's magic twisted, grabbing the lid and pulling it free. Here we are, and out came a parading band, held in her magic, a line of small cookies that set themselves out on a fine plate. A little something for guests, hmm? Jolly good. Fancy did not hesitate to take a sample, chewing neatly. I'm glad to report that they are not the same cookies you remembered. Blue colored, even as she laughed. I would certainly hope not. Down came the lid, sealing the urn for the next time they were required. I would wonder if my parents had taken leave of their senses. I had the same question. The voice came from a mare that stood in the doorway, open. 2 moons. Her voice had a cool steel of accusation in it. Blue twirled to face the mare. Mother. But there was little warmth coming in the other direction. Did I catch you on a bad day? I'm a mother. She stepped closer to Blue. Of a darling son. A darling son who, apparently, decided they did not like what I gave them. She raised a well-groomed brow at Blue. And do you know what the worst part is? Blue cringed back. Her companions were not leaping to assist. To get in the way of a mother and their child was a fool's game at the best of times. I am uncertain, mother. What was the worst part? So glad you asked, dear. She raised an accusing hoof, leveling at Blue. It took that son 2 moons to even tell me what happened. Then, out of nowhere, he wants to come home, to rub what he's done in my face, to gloat in my discomfort, and to be absolutely certain I know that he does not care what I think. Mother. Tears welled in her eyes. It had been 2 moons. She made an absolute mess of things. I'm so sorry. And even if one were to forget that mare was not done. One remembers how much he discussed this with us, this. She wobbled a hoof up and down at Blue. Not even one word. Not one word. Just done. We lost a son, just like that. Not a word before hoof, and not a word afterwards. You just want us to accept it. I'm sorry. She flopped to her haunches in abject defeat. Ma'am. Fancy Pants took a single step forward. I do apologize. You are clearly. If you know you're doing something wrong, how about you just stop? She shook her head at Fancy Pants. Really, don't they teach foals any manners these days? This is between my. She trailed off there. I don't know what they are anymore, but it's still none of your business. Ma'am, I must stand my place. He glanced aside. As rude as getting in your way is protecting the mare, I'm suiting rates as an equivalent task. You are hurting her, and I'm honor-bound to stand in her defense. Blue's mother turned, her attention sliding entirely onto Fancy Pants, her eyes taking measure of him. You do realize, wait, Fancy? Fancy, you could have any mare in the city, and you want one that was your play friend, cold friend? You two exchanged boogers, and now you're swapping saliva? Is that how it works these days? Ugh, suddenly announced Fire. Who died and made the mistake of making you queen? Politeness was not a thing standing in her way. I never, she did not say. It was more of a shrill shriek that shook the room they were in. You have fallen very far, and have company to prove the fact. I didn't mean to hurt you, hurriedly blurted out Blue, moving to get between her mother and Fire, lest they exchange more unpleasantries. I came here to announce this, and so much more. I didn't think this through, finished the mother, frowning. But that, at least, has not changed. It was always about what you wanted, hasn't it? That's never changed and never will. At least, in this, the world is stable. I made a mistake, several. Blue raised a hoof to her chest. May I introduce myself from the start? The mother met Blue's eyes, the two silent, the room quiet around them. You don't deserve it, she finally hissed. But go ahead. Tell me what you have degraded yourself to. Blue's teeth set, lady competing claws. She dipped her head in front. I present to you, Baroness BlueBell, ruler of Sire's Hollow, faithful subject of Her Majesty, Princess Celestia, your daughter, who still loves you very much, however much she bungled things. Baroness? Baroness. Competing stomped the ground. You do not get to take our title away. We haven't given it to you. Besides, it belongs to your father. He will be furious when he hears this. I should hope not. Blue inclined her head faintly. The barony was in need of direct management, which was not being provided. I have settled affairs, and Princess Celestia is already aware of that fact. I'm not here to oust my parents. That is literally what you just did, shrieked Competing, dancing in place with a new wave of fury. How else can this be taken? Maybe you should have done your job, grumbled Fire quietly, a flick of an ear revealing that Fancy heard her, but did not speak of it. This can be taken, as your child taking pride in the family's holdings. Blue turned a hoof on herself. This can be taken as a sign that your foal is ready to accept responsibilities. Responsibilities you did not ask us about. Competing thumped Blue in the center of her chest, but ended up impacting Fancy instead. Pardon me, I'm afraid I can't do that. Competing scowled at Fancy. A mare is allowed to discipline her child. A stallion is allowed to protect his girlfriend, he returned with equal conviction. I'm terribly sorry, but I cannot back down. I deserve it. Blue tried to nudge Fancy out of the way, but he would not budge, moving only when he had to do so to keep himself between the two other ponies. Let her. I will not. Madam, BlueBell is not a perfect pony, but she has been trying to better herself, her situation, and those around her. I'm honored to know her, and, though it is not my place to say, you should be proud to have parented her. Fire rubbed her hooves together, watching the conflict with obvious interest. Competing stomped in place, giving up on shoving past Fancy. You always fancied yourself a proper pony. Proper ponies do not drop their body parts. That is not in vogue and never will be. Blue's ears swiveled against her head. I did not drop any parts, mother. Competing leaned to the side. I know what you had, and it isn't there. That dress doesn't conceal that. In truth, it did completely. Not a pony could see what Blue had or didn't have. Of course, Competing still knew of its absence. I didn't drop it, mother. It's right where it always was, just looks different, is all. She coughed softly into a raised hoof. You have one yourself, mother dear. That isn't the lack of something, I hope you would agree. It would be if I were a stallion before. She sank to her haunches. Sup? Her shout summoned a stallion to hurry in. Yes, dear. He looked quickly over those gathered. Oh, I thought, this is my husband, Subclaws. She gestured at him. Darling, are you aware that our child has proclaimed themselves as Baroness? Sub inclined his head a little as he came fully into the room. Oh, did you go there? Blue smiled brightly. I did. It was very educational and productive. The ponies are well in hoof. That's good. Sub nodded gently, not really seeming all that upset about it. You're not taking our bits, are you? Papa. Blue went for him and set a hoof on his shoulder. I would never dream. What I'm doing isn't, sir. Princess Celestia doesn't do that very thing if she thought our family was neglecting our duties. That makes sense, Sub agreed easily. You're a good foal. He inclined his head a little. Even if you're mayor now. That's confusing, but if you like it. Blue nodded quickly. Then it's all right by me. Princess Celestia must be all right with it. Competing began to turn colors. Sub, what kind of father are you? You're just all right with them chopping bits off your son. If my son wants to be my daughter, then I get to be the father of a lovely daughter. He nodded with confidence. And she brought home a stallion? He was looking at Fancy. I may be assuming, terribly sorry. No forgiveness needed, assured Fancy with a little smile. You guessed correctly. Sir, I wish to suit your daughter. May I have your leave? What a good-mannered pony. Sub raised a hoof, and it soon met with Fancy's. If she'll have you, then you have my blessings. Blue was already colored, shifting from shame and emotional fatigue to one of joy. Father, this means so much to us. Competing, on the other hoof, was looking increasingly livid as her summoned backup not only failed to launch an attack, but had supported the two completely. 2 moons. You took 2 moons to tell me. That's unforgivable. Blue nodded slowly. You are absolutely right. Mother, I was a terrible child. I should have told you, right away, if not before oath. We should have talked, as a family. That was a mistake. She gestured towards Sub. I can see at least some of you would have supported me, and the others might have too, if I hadn't been such a complete bore about it. I am sorry, Mother. I messed up, no excuses. Competing danced from hoof to hoof a moment, glaring at Blue, then Fancy and back again. You did? Her eyes went past them, to the plate of cookies already sampled from. You still like my cookies? Mother, there simply isn't a cookie on this planet that can compete. That will never change. There was agreement, a little something to build from. Chapter 27, My Daughter. They sat around a table. Fire was chatting with Sub animatedly, as if they had been friends for a long time. And she did what? Asked the demon, her ribbon tail flicking back and forth. She stepped right into that petticoat of hers, the one she had just been gloating about, laughed out Sub. Made quite the spill, right in front of every pony. She did not live that down for some time, let me tell you. Blue colored with memories of annoyingly similar times she had stumbled over her ostentatious dresses. Fashion comes with prices, father. Competing inclined her head at Blue. You used to have a very simple, dignified wardrobe. She had wore the same thing, basically every day, forever. I've awoken to the possibilities, mother. You woke up to a lot of things. Competing was watching Blue with critical eyes from across the table. They weren't shouting at one another, a step up. Oh, parents, interesting news. Sub inclined his head at the idea. You'll have to aim high to surprise us at this point. Then I will so endeavor. Blue looked confident in her ability. Princess Luna accepted me, taking on the role of custodial parent. Competing blinked slowly. Why would she do that? You have 2 parents. She pointed at Sub and herself. We're right here. Blue cleared her throat, trying to straighten herself. And, as lovely of parents as you both are, you were. She looked to her father. Had I come to you with thoughts of this, ideas and concerns, what would you have told me? Sub's ears flipped against his head. Oh, I would have been supportive, but a little helpless. Sub nodded slowly. That sounds about right. A little chuckle worked in there. Would have done my best. I hold not a thing against you, Papa, assured Blue. If you think you were confused, I was that and so much more at the time. I hardly knew which end was up. Fancy was watching Competing. Ma'am, would you have had a better response? Competing rested her cheek on a hoof. My first answer is not one you will like, but I can't help but think maybe I could have avoided the whole thing if I'd been involved from the start. Blue thumped a hoof down on the table, only to color immediately after. Sorry, that had been rude. But, mother dear, I'm happier now. Happier than ever had I been before. You hope you could have stopped me from finding this. That wasn't what I meant. She sat up properly. There are other ways to be happy other than all this. She waved over Blue's form in general. Is being a mayor so awful? Blue corked a little smile. You seem happy with it. She's got you there, added Sub suddenly. Now me, pretty happy being on the other side of that fence. He matched eyes with Fancy. You're happy being a stallion, right? Completely satisfied. Easily agreed Fancy with a proper nod. Competing reached across the table, a rude act, pressing a hoof just under Blue's chin. When a mother is heavy with child, there are some things that happen to her. Do you know them? Have you learned yet about that part of being a mare? Blue's ears folded tight, but she didn't shrink away from her mother. I have not gone over that, I confess. Will you tell me? That is a mother's job, just not when I thought I'd be performing for the son I had created. She glanced away and back. During that time, a mare will dream vividly of the foal they will make. They will see their face and their smile. Tears began to well in her eyes. They will hear their voice, not full sentences, but one thing is crystal clear. A mother knows the name of their foal. She sat back heavily, her hooves back under her. And you changed yours without even talking to me. You told me that precious little voice I listened to was wrong. Destiny itself was wrong. I was wrong. It was all just wrong. Competing sagged with defeat. That is a heavy thing you're throwing at me. Sub adjusted his collar line despite no pressing need to do so. Conversation around the table had died awkwardly. Mother, it wasn't wrong. You weren't wrong. But you're not Prince Blueblood, she reminded a bit sharply. I am not. Blue smiled thinly. I changed. I was that. That was true, but I changed. Was it something I did? In that moment, Blue could see her mother was vulnerable and lost. Mother, no. You were, and are, a dear and precious part of my life. I apologize for everything. We must reunite. Fancy just ate, as if the conversation was not happening. It was not proper for him to be at all involved. Sub did not have that excuse. Well, I'm glad you did come to visit. I'm still a bit tickled at learning I'm a father of a mare the same day a stallion appears to ask for her hoof. He laughed at that. Some kind of record, I think. Competing's laugh was a pained one. That is not a source of comfort, dear. She looked from Sub to Blue. You have been a mare all of 2 moons, and already you're throwing your hoof away? Her vision shifted to Fancy. He's a nice boy and all, but isn't this fast? She gestured at him. No offense to him, but really? Blue smiled a little. That line of questioning was a step up. We have known each other for many years, and you know that, mother dear. He knows me. The good and the bad. He even knew me before and after. He knows all the ugly parts, and he still accepted me. She licked over her lips lightly. And, truth told, I always respected him before. It's just that respect changed in color somewhat now. I should imagine. Her eyes darted to Fancy. You know, you've known Blue here for years on years. Is this? She rolled a hoof at Blue. Is this? The question wasn't being finished, but Fancy could figure out the question despite it. Ma'am, BlueBell is more satisfied with herself, and it has driven her to reach higher. She is becoming a better pony almost by the day, and she even means to drag others around her for the ride in self-improvement. He inclined his head towards Fire. Take our, sometimes inappropriate guest. She comes from most disadvantaged breeding. Hey, but Fancy did not apologize. Despite that, Blue has made it her mission to raise Miss Paradox up and show her how to better herself. It's not an easy task, or a short one, but one she is doing faithfully and without complaint. I do apologize on her behalf if Fire's heated words offended. That wasn't much a question. Blue's maternal-like care for Fire Paradox's future and self have caused some amount of defensive desire, pressing the limits of proper behavior. Competing blinked slowly, looking between Fire and Blue. Who are you and what have you done with Blueblood? She suddenly blurted. There's no way he'd associate with someone of inferior breeding. And her mothering the wastrel? How can this be the same pony? It was as much a surprise to me, assured Fancy, even as Blue's expression went through various clashing emotions. Even in a court of law, they upheld Fire Paradox's good behavior and adherence to contractual law to such a point that she succeeded at mounting a defense against Princess Celestia herself. Competing sat back, flopping against the back of her chair. You're joking. Blue, you faced Princess Celestia in court, and you won. She threw a hoof high, and you didn't think that was news worth telling? Gonna have to side with her on that one. Sub nodded firmly. I gotta hear about this. But how? Belly worried her hooves together. Well, you see, Miss Paradox's lineage is so ill-favored that even to associate with her can be considered a dubious act of great concern. I wasn't aware of that at first. I blundered right into it. A little smile, a quirk of one. Old habits do not go away, mother dear. Please forgive your clueless foal. She's trying to get better, I promise. Competing rolled a hoof quickly. Yes, but then? She was clearly invested in the story. How did you turn that around? It sounds like Princess Celestia should have been able to hang you out to dry easily. Fire suddenly laughed. I think I need to step in here. See, most ponies that associate with people of my lineage do it because they want power and use it for, all kinds of nasty things. She waggled her brows suggestively. But Blue here, little cream puff that she is, well, she never once used all the power I showed her for anything but the nicest things. She leaned forward, resting her chin on a hoof. Did she even mention she's a full-on wizard now? Sub whistled sharply. She did not mention that. Congratulations. I always wondered what it'd be like to have a proper wizard in the family. He brought his hooves together in a soft applause, clopping with a smile. Competing inclined her head left slowly, just to go to the right, just as slowly. She did not mention that. Blue, you're a wizard. She raised a hoof to her cheek. You really have changed. Sub suddenly sat up, hooves on the table rudely as he leaned up on them, more like an eager colt, tail wagging furiously. Did you use magic to solve the problem in our domain? Blue allowed a little smile. There was some magic involved. Knew it. He threw a hoof down across his chest, a big grin on his face. But also some statesmanship. Blue nodded with confidence. They needed a leader, and I filled in that vacancy long enough to get them on the right track. Dear, Competing was looking at the puppy dog that was her excited husband. Down. As he slid back in his seat, she looked to Blue. Thank you. Blue reared back a little. What am I being thanked for? For resolving that issue. She wobbled a hoof a bit. It is our family's responsibility to manage that estate. Thank you for taking on that task. With magic, giggled out Sub, clearly enjoying that part of things. Can you show us some magic? Papa. Blue's smile was back, easier. Her parents were both being supportive. I never knew you had such a fascination with magic. Do I? I love magic. He waggled his hooves with growing enthusiasm. But all the wizards I ever knew about were all so stuffy and hard to approach, and pow. Like that, my daughter's a wizard. This is great. Quick, turn me into a cat. All the other ponies present blinked at Subclaws. Supporting set a hoof down flat on the table. I think we've had more than the family's fill of physical transformations. Blue shook her head slowly. Besides, I admit, I did not learn that spell. I can do this, though. Her horn glowed with magic as she vanished from view. But Sub was not impressed. Did you teleport? Some unicorns can do that. If I teleported, the air spoke from where Blue had been. I sure am talkative for it. Why? Sub reached out, only to feel Blue's body, still there, but invisible. Remarkable. I take it back. Magic. He threw out both hooves, clearly delighted at the display. A dim glow could be seen, an invisible horn still prone to it. The same glow swept over Sub, who began to giggle and laugh with excitement, perhaps wondering what would happen to him, but clearly looking forward to it in any event. He was not expecting his tie and hat to become a beach bum's bright colors in a thin t-shirt across his front to match the flip-flops on his hooves. I say, jolly good. He clopped, or tried. The sandals did not make the proper sound, paffing against one another as he laughed with joy. Fire inclined her head. With extra twist there, I saw that. Your clothes will go back to normal in about 2 minutes. Blue faded back into being. Another thing I neglected to mention. Fire Paradox is my magical tutor. She gestured at Fire, and a quite capable one at that. Sub's eyes sparkled. Can you teach me? Fire smirked cruelly at the eager stallion. Are you willing to work? Sub shrank back at that. You can't just cast a spell. Fire rolled her eyes. There's no spell to learn how to cast spells. That'd be stupid. She blew him a kiss, but no points off for asking. Out came supporting Claus's hoof, as if to catch that flying kiss, and swatted aside. As we were, I am proud. She nodded at Blue. As your father said, we never had a wizard in the family. That is an honor I cannot deny, even if that wizard is a mare. Blue smiled hopefully. Supporting rolled her eyes. If we're being honest, truly talented wizards these days tend to be mares. Stallion wizards fell out of favor before any of us existed. Suddenly a brow went up. Why didn't you just say that? Say what, mother dear? Blue had no idea what realization her mother had just had. You want to be a wizard. She brought her hooves together. And so you became a mare. Completely logical. Society will gladly accept a mare wizard with open arms, but a stallion one would raise so many questions. Completely logical. Why didn't you just start with that? Dear, we could have avoided so much of a display. Blue blinked slowly. That was basically the opposite of how things had gone. She had learned magic to become a mare, not the other way around. Still, there was her mother, clearly ready to accept that. To accept her, to accept that choice, and I was being foolish, she got out at last. Just hadn't come to my mind. Truth that. You're not being fair, dear. Eyes turned to Subclaws. She likes being a mare. She wanted to be a mare. She even learned magic to be a mare. Sounds to me like she did her part, and now she's a mare. I do wish she had talked to us about it. Even if I probably wouldn't have been that helpful. He rubbed behind his head with an awkward smile. But she did it, and I'm proud of her for reaching what she wanted and not letting any pony tell her not to have what she wants. Even Princess Celestia can't stop our little Bluebell from getting what she wants. Fire smirked at the purity being displayed. Even if she wanted to take your bits, you take that back, he shrieked in self-defense. You wouldn't. He looked to Blue for support. Blue gently patted him on the shoulder. Never, Papa. The family's wealth is, well, the family's. Not mine. Of course, yes. He sunk in place, rattled but recovering from the idea of his wizard daughter snatching up all his riches. Our family is not known for taking no for an answer. Competing smiled thinly. So I suppose there is not much I could say that would suddenly change your mind. No, but I'm not trying to throw you aside, mother. You may not understand the step I have taken, but I should still like you there at my side. Blue offered a hoof halfway across the table. Besides, who else could make those cookies? Competing swatted her hoof away. You just want those cookies. But her tone was full of mirth, not anger. You haven't changed. Little spoiled brat. You're little spoiled brat, she countered. My little spoiled brat. She leaned in, and Blue did the same, their noses meeting there over the wobbling jello plate as they rubbed noses against one another. Ugh, now that you brought it up, this is all perfectly in line with our family. You may not be the pony I remembered, but you are so one of ours. Coming into my home with news like this, and expecting us to just go with it. But she laughed, one of pain but acceptance. I shouldn't have expected anything else. I'd do exactly the same thing. It is our family motto. Sub pointed to the family crest they're hanging on the wall. It will be as we want it. It read in such thick entitlement that it could choke a pony. You've lived up to it quite well, I should think. Blue began to color. She had walked the family line without really trying. She wasn't sure how to feel about that part specifically. Let us want for better things. Yes, if they were making things better, that attitude was perfectly fine, right? Mother, Papa, I'm still your foal and gladly so. The date is not set yet, but I'd love to. Of course, cut in sub. I prefer those little oat dogs. He held up hooves close together, with a dash of mustard. What are you agreeing to? Competing raised a brow at him. To attend their wedding, of course. Sub nodded with complete confidence. Right. Oops, there went. Fancy brought his hooves together in a silent joining. It would be an honor to have the parents of the bride present. Ma'am, do you have any dietary preferences we should bear in mind? Competing's ears danced. Oh well. She shook her head slowly. When it comes to parties like that, I tend to just nibble a little. Don't fret over me on that account. Just be sure there's some nice, calming music playing. It's a wedding, no need for theatrics. She rolled her eyes. Ugh, were you there for Princess Cadance Union? That music, ugh, completely lacking in taste. Her eyes fixed on Blue. No child of mine will have music like that at their wedding. I know exactly the pony and the philharmonic I will request. Blue nodded with confidence. She plays an enchanting cello, and her fellow musicians are just magic. They've played for Auntie Celestia no few times. Now that sounds lovely. Competing brought her hooves together with a bright smile. Now tell us when the date is, and if you show up that very day with the news, I will end you. I would deserve it, chuckled Blue. The very instant we have the date set, you will be informed, and there will be at least a moon of warning in advance, if not more. Fancy nodded. Proper weddings can be quite a complex event to schedule. I've done that planning no few times. He looked towards Competing. I am one of Princess Celestia's trusted advisors in such matters. Competing inclined her head. I thought a mayor was in charge of events at the castle. What was her name? Lemon Hearts. Oh, a dear compatriot. Fancy nodded at that. But she helps schedule and manage events more broadly through the city. Quite the daunting task, don't get me wrong. Celestia trusts in me to handle her events specifically, though I do get some support from Miss Lemon Hearts. She's good at what she does. I see. Competing nodded slowly. I confess, my circle is the last generation. She cycled her hoof, as if rewinding things from there. So I have not crossed paths with Miss Hearts as often as one might think. In any event, I will gladly take up the task of planning my own wedding. He nodded with conviction. I wouldn't be able to relax if I let any pony else take charge of it. If you want it done right, chuckled out Sub. For the work she does, mused Blue. She sure doesn't dress the part. She rarely bothers to dress at all. I don't understand it. But it is up to her how she wishes to portray herself. Fire clapped her hooves with a sudden strike. So, if we're all buddies now, can you pass me that jello? It looks kind of tasty from here. Several horns glowed at once, the plate wobbling with so many influences on it at the same time, but they got it over to land before Fire without spilling it. Thanks, sang out Fire before she began attacking it without cutting off a piece for herself, ruining it for anyone after her. Blue set a hoof on her cheek with a little sigh. My work extends far in front of me. I'm quite proud of her for asking and for saying thank you. Full steps. Competing chuckled softly. What is it with wizards being such social bores? All of them, I swear. The newest princess? She's a mess. Star Swirl? Complete cad, socially. I hear Twilight took on a talented pupil, who is also a social outcast. She narrowed her eyes at Blue. Are you going to prove you can be a wizard and still have some sense of decorum? Mother, dear, you taught me better than that. Blue set a hoof on her chest. I will not forget my royal upbringing. I know my actions reflect on the family. I'm glad to hear you remember that, with or without magic. As if any spell could fix a lack of manners. She rolled her eyes in distaste. Why? Do you remember Sombra? He was a stallion wizard, and quite a cad. Fancy inclined his head. I admit, I am surprised to hear you bring it up. That was not a common topic or thing ponies really discussed. I am not an empty-headed noble mare, Competing huffed. In any event, he had magic. He had a lot of magic, and he was terrible with it. And he controlled ponies. He had it all, and they still talked quite poorly about him when he wasn't in view. They still do to this day. All I'm saying is that magic can't cover for good manners. Now that, Mother dear, is quality advice. Blue nodded in complete agreement. My advancement as a wizard has not changed my need for propriety, but does allow me to do this. With glowing magic, the jello split in two. The portion Fire was attacking remaining to be slain, but the rest, save, becoming a new freshy wobbling, serving on its own plate that quickly hovered to move over and sit where it had started. And if I can save my mother's cooking, well, that's a good cause. I didn't cook that one, admitted Competing with a blush. You're old enough to know the truth. Cookies are the only thing I do know how to prepare. We have chefs for a reason, silly fool. Why ever would I get my hooves dirty every day just to make our food? What are they being paid for? Fancy inclined his head. I must admit, I feel that statement. I have not prepared an entire meal in some time. Not me. Join sub. I pay ponies good bits to have that done by the time I get there. Got more important things to do. They all nodded in agreement. Cooking was best left to the professionals. Well, except Fire, who took a moment to appreciate the rich entitlement of the ponies around her. They wouldn't last a single day where she came from. Some part of her wanted to see exactly how comedically horribly that'd turn out if it happened. Probably for the best, it wasn't up to her if that happened. They wouldn't cook their meals, except Mom's cookies. She could, and should continue doing that. Please. Chapter 28. To be betrothed. Bye. Sub waved energetically with his little paw. Sure, the paw was an illusion. He was not actually a cat, but he looked like one, and the big feline smile on his face revealed he was thrilled with the opportunity. Competing had a more comported face on. I look forward to news of the date, but also to be kept abreast. Dear, tell us. She leaned forward a little towards Blue, one brow raising subtly. You're leading a fascinating life. You can't tease me with that and not keep me updated. Blue colored just faintly. Of course, mother dear. Oh, a mirror. You really must get one. Competing squinted at that. I have no few number of them already. Fancy chuckled softly. She's referring to the talking mirrors, ma'am. They allow one to speak to another at a distance. Quite remarkable devices. I thought those were just an idea. She raised a hoof to her cheek briefly. How much are they? Blue quoted what she had seen them for. A not inconsiderable sum, but worth every bit involved. Then I can call you any day, in UI, without having to plan out an entire visit. Fire's smile was quite smug. Because you didn't have one, Fancy's parents found out about this before you. Competing slapped down a hoof with a scowl. That will be addressed, she promised in cold tones. Now off with you, all of you. With goodbyes said and promises made, the two families parted ways. Fancy was the one to offer Blue a hoof onto the cart, and snuck a kiss on her hoof on the way. Blue settled in her seat, lightly colored. It felt so naughty, such things with her longtime friend. But also kind of nice. Fire thumped down last, her long tail drawing the door shut behind her. One disaster down, and not a single life lost. Wasn't so bad. Fancy inclined his head faintly. It was a trying time, but we all made it through. I hope I was sufficiently supportive. You were perfect, quickly assured Blue, setting a hoof against his side on one of his legs. You even knew when not to speak, and that is a trick many ponies do not have. Fancy quirked a little smile at that, the cart shaking under them as it moved through the city. I had wanted to say so much more, but there are proprieties. Then tell them to me now. Blue nodded confidently. It's only us. Yeah, only us, echoed Fire with more malign grin. Tell us. Fancy glanced between the two Mares flanking him. I do not think they grasped how much you've grown, my dear Baroness. They're looking for specific accomplishments, which you have also managed. But, I dare say, even had you none of them, you, as a pony, have grown considerably. He raised a hoof to his chest. There may be a time when I miss my old compatriot. We had good times, immature times. You were like a pressure valve I could safely release with. Blue's ears danced atop her head. I'm not that anymore. I should say not. He shook his head slowly. You're not a spoiled colt, poking fun and giggling. Don't get me wrong. I happen to enjoy the company of that colt. Blue's coloring grew deeper, unsure how to take that. But now you are a mare, a caring mare. Hey, he paused, trailing off. Hey, you've gone from foolish to mothering overnight. It is a magical thing to consider, but one I am proud to associate with. Blue threw up a hoof, but came down almost as quickly in a limp motion. I do not feel like a mother, nor am I certain what that would feel like. I suppose that is a possibility now. Her cheeks darkened, but that does not mean I am used to the idea. Go on, encouraged Fire without hesitation. You like him. He likes you. Do what nature commands. Her brows waggled salaciously. It'll feel good, promise. That had both of them coloring. Don't be like that. You're both chomping on that bit. Blue glared at her testing servant. Propriety demands that such be delayed until after a proper wedding. I thought you didn't like lying. Fire crossed her arms, sneering at Blue. Fancy inclined his head. Pardon? In what fashion is BlueBell lying? Fire rolled a hoof. Unless I missed it, you're not a virgin, Bluey, but you've also never married. Gee, wonder how that works. Blue began to color brightly. That was different, she gasped out in almost a sputter. A colt. Both looked at Fancy. She was a colt, fascinated with foolish things. I'm glad to hear she has grown out of that. We will do things properly, in the correct order. Yes, she nodded firmly, but then it hit her what she had just agreed to later. She began to worry her hooves together, thinking about that. Fire just snickered, also clearly hearing, but not rubbing it in more than she already had. Do. Blue licked over her lips lightly. Do you see yourself as a father? I do not. He inclined his head. But I also am not one yet. I will endeavor to be a good husband first. Blue pawed at him, brushing her hooves against his shoulders. I can't even imagine how you'd be better than you already are. You flatter me. He was not blushing. But I am your betrothed, not your husband just yet. Speaking of that, we really should start that planning. When we get out of this cart, agreed Blue, and no argument came. They would enjoy the ride back home. A greenish pony smiled brightly at Fancy Pants. I hear you want to have a wedding at the castle. Oh, that's so exciting. She sat and raised her hooves in a merry little clopping. I know just who to call. That will not be necessary, calmly assured Fancy. Huh? Lemon Hearts inclined her head with obvious confusion. This is going to be a big event. The terror of the castle, getting married. I have to make this the best wedding ever. Princess Celestia, I can handle my own wedding, ma'am. Lemon raised a brow at the proper stallion. Look, you know how to follow the rules, I get that. You're super useful to have around, especially for some things, but I'm the event manager for the castle. She pointed at herself. And this is an event. She pointed to the ground. At the castle, Fancy had not been entirely truthful about his role, or Lemon's, with Blue's parents. Be that as it may, this is my wedding, Miss Hearts. I must see that it is without imperfection. You think I don't know how to do a wedding? Lemon stuck out her tongue at the idea. Been there, bucko. You sit back and worry about being a groom. That's worry enough. Let me handle the rest. Fancy sat there quietly, watching the incensed mare. This is not the first event I oversaw. No. She angled her ears towards Fancy. But this is literally an event for you. You are by every possible definition kind of involved. I will not let a friend drown themselves like that. She reached suddenly, thumping him on the chest. Just be a groom. I swear I'll do it right. His teeth set, a sign of extreme distress on his part. Will you not reconsider? I will not. She stuck her tongue out at him. Putting my hose down on this. I will make this a perfect wedding, barring sudden changeling invasion. I can't really stop that. I should imagine not, he chuckled softly. Though I can envision your valiant attempt to do so. He let out a soft huff. Miss Hearts. Yeah. Lemon cocked an ear at him. I have a very specific list of demands. His glowing horn produced a scroll from a pocket, unfurling before her. I would be ashamed to be that sort of pony, but you are bringing this on yourself. These are not negotiable needs. Lemon's magic took hold of the scroll, the color shifting to her hue as she took the scroll. I'm on the case. She sprang up to all fours and turned in the same motion, landing in the right facing. You just worry about your part. You're getting married. That's a big enough deal. Before she could flee, Fancy set a hoof before her, cutting off her retreat. Yeah. I apologize. He tipped his head as he said it. But what do you think? But it seemed to click. Oh, of you and Bluey. It's adorable. She began to clop her hooves anew. I hope you two are super happy together. Still blows my mind a bit. I remember what she used to be and look like. But she's a good pony, and you're a good pony, so you'll be super great together, right? She flashed a bright grin. Now, I have a wedding to plan. He let her escape off towards that task. He had just been stripped of his plans for the day. I say, focus on being a groom? What exactly did that entail, specifically? Fancy did not like admitting that he wasn't entirely sure. A groom spent time with the bride? Surely that was part of it. He trotted towards Blue's room. Fancy. There came Jet Set with a confident little smile. There's a stallion with places to be. His wife, upper crust, tittered softly. Fancy is always doing something, dear. Usually something worth knowing about. Precisely why I want to know. Jet Set nodded at Fancy. What is such a perk in your steps, good pony? Fancy had not yet told them, or much any pony else. The date remained unset. His notes included that it required at least a moon of such time, but that was it. He had planned to work that out just that day. In fact, until Lemon had dropped right on him and kicked him off the task. Is this a bad time? Jet Set was watching him, taking measure of his souring expression. It must be difficult, being the pony every pony must know. Upper laughed at the idea, as if he regrets it. You absolutely devour it. She chomped once at the air for emphasis. And we love you for it. Now really put my dear to rest and tell him what you're up to. But that didn't mean he couldn't start. Jet Set, upper crust. I'm about to tell you something very few ponies are aware of yet. Oh, the way their eyes sparkled. This was exactly the kind of gossip they were hoping to hear. He was making their day, and their joy was a little infectious. Yes, it was news. It was important news. Ponies should be excited to hear it. I, Fancy Pants, am now formally engaged. The event is being planned, and formal invitations will be sent as soon as appropriate. Upper crust sat, hooves up to quiver. Oh, my Celestia, are you joking? As if you'd ever joke about something like that. Congratulations. Now, you simply must tell us who the other pony is. Who's the lucky mare? It doesn't have to be a mare, noted Jet. Fancy is forward-thinking enough to follow the call of his heart, I imagine. Fancy cleared his throat softly. A well-meaning but awkward thought that they're a mare, a baroness. Both of the nobles oh-oh-oh'd and leaned in, hungry for details. You've met her before. They both nodded, silently bidding he continue. Good friends, in fact. Upper set a hoof on her chin. I don't remember any close friends that are baronesses. Jet, nor I, he admitted. You are teasing us, Fancy Pants. Stop with the torture and tell us. Who is this mystery mare? Yes, tell us. Joined Upper, almost vibrating with excitement. You can't leave us without knowing. Well, he was far too far into it to not tell them, without coming off as rude, which was a thing he labored to avoid. Baroness BlueBell of Sire's Hollow. Baroness Blue. Upper's big smile soured into quite the scowl. Blueblood, you. Jet inclined his head. I say, chap, you could have any mare in Canterlot. You could likely steal mine away. That got a titter from upper crust, not denying it exactly. And you go for the one that was a stallion? I must confess, I don't understand it. You're joking. I said you wouldn't, and you took it as a challenge, didn't you, dear? Upper crust was nodding, so confident in her reasoning. Is this revenge for when we chewed up that royal upstart before? We're sorry for making a mess of your shindig, dear, but this joke is precisely at its end. Now, truly, who is it you're to be wed to? Yes, please tell us. Jet Set easily fell into his wife's logic. Surely that was just a jest. Haha, all too funny. You've had us in suspense long enough. Fancy remembered their rough denial of blues coming out. He had forgotten, perhaps overwhelmed with the enormity of what was to come. I have spoken the truth. He stepped forward towards them, looming over them a little. Do you mean to turn your sharp tongues on me? It was quite the risk to try to take a shot at Fancy Pants. Jit swallowed audibly. Of course not. We wouldn't do that. Not if you wanted to be involved in anything worth being involved in. I just don't understand. Give me that at least. That I will. Fancy smiled a little. This whole affair has been very confusing to many of the ponies involved. All I ask is that you show some bit of tact, old bean. If you can promise that, I will see you are invited. Upper shook her head slowly. I trust you, Fancy, but I imagine Blue will be holding quite the grudge, and their wedding is just the right time to get it. I will not stand for it. Fancy stood all the taller. Any pony that means to secure my hoof ought know that impropriety will not be accepted. Treat me and mine with courtesy, and it will be returned. Now, I really should be off. Will I see you there? Jet flashed a bright smile. Wouldn't miss it for the world. We'll be on the lookout for our invitations. Jolly good. He dipped his head at the couple and resumed his trip further into the castle. Upper leaned in, whispering, I really thought he'd get some pony better. The heart can be blind to quality, chuckled Jet Set. Still, Fancy's involved. It should be a good and proper wedding. True, and off they trotted together, apparently satisfied enough with the status of the world and their place in it. Ugh. BlueBell glanced up from her papers to see Fire Paradox on her back, on the bed, hoof cycling. Something bothering you? Yes. She flopped over to her belly. You said I should be honest, right? Yes. Blue nodded. Please, speak plainly. Well, all right. She rose to her hooves and pointed with her heart-shaped tail, forming a nice arrow, right at, well, where the tail came from. Being with you has been a lot of fun a lot of ways, but I am lonely. Not that I want a friend kind of lonely. I haven't had a chance to mash sensitive parts with anything in too long. She turned a hoof on herself, her disguise fraying enough to allow the hoof to be seen as cloven. I am a demon of passion, and I happen to very much like the physical kind, which you do not provide. Blue processed that a moment. I said, she almost wished she didn't see it. It is not considered appropriate for employers to provide, or expect, that manner of release from their employed. Is it different where you come from? Fire flopped down to her belly, tail swaying agitatedly. Ugh, yes. Especially when a demon like me is involved. Now, normally I could talk the one involved into some debaucherous fun, but you're mostly immune to that, so that's a no-go. She pointed her tail at Blue. You're all. Moon of warning in advance. If not more. Fancy nodded. Proper weddings can be quite a complex event to schedule. I've done that planning no few times. He looked towards competing. I'm one of Princess Celestia's trusted advisors in such matters. Competing inclined her head. I thought a mayor was in charge of events at the castle. What was her name? Lemon Hearts. Oh, a dear compatriot. Fancy nodded at that, but she helps schedule and manage events more broadly through the city. Quite the daunting task, don't get me wrong. Celestia trusts in me to handle her events specifically, though I do get some support from Miss Lemon Hearts. She's good at what she does. I see. Competing nodded slowly. I confess, my circle is the last generation. She cycled her hoof as if rewinding things from there. So I have not crossed paths with Miss Hearts as often as one might think. In any event, I will gladly take up the task of planning my own wedding. He nodded with conviction. I wouldn't be able to relax if I let any pony else take charge of it. If you want it done right, chuckled out Sub. For the work she does, mused Blue. She sure doesn't dress the part. She rarely bothers to dress at all. I don't understand it, but it is up to her how she wishes to portray herself. Fire clapped her hooves with a sudden strike. So if we're all buddies now, can one of you pass me that jello? It looks kind of tasty from here. Several horns glowed at once, the plate wobbling with so many influences on it at the same time, but they got it over to land before Fire without spilling it. Thanks, sang out Fire before she began attacking it without cutting off a piece for herself, ruining it for anyone after her. Blue set a hoof on her cheek with a little sigh. My work extends far in front of me. I'm quite proud of her for asking and for saying thank you. Full steps. Competing chuckled softly. What is it with wizards being such social bores? All of them, I swear. The newest princess? She's a mess. Star Swirl? Complete cad, socially. I hear Twilight took on a talented pupil, who is also a social outcast. She narrowed her eyes at Blue. Are you going to prove you could be a wizard and still have some sense of decorum? Mother, dear, you taught me better than that. Blue set a hoof on her chest. I will not forget my royal upbringing. I know my actions reflect on the family. I'm glad to hear you remember that, with or without magic. As if any spell could fix a lack of manners. She rolled her eyes in distaste. Why? Do you remember Sombra? He was a stallion wizard and quite a cad. Fancy inclined his head. I admit, I am surprised to hear you bring it up. That was not a common topic or thing ponies really discussed. I am not an empty-headed noble mare, competing huffed. In any event, he had magic. He had a lot of magic, and he was terrible with it. And he controlled ponies. He had it all, and they still talked quite poorly about him when he wasn't in view. They still do to this day. All I'm saying is that magic can't cover for good manners. Now that, mother dear, is quality advice. Blue nodded in complete agreement. My advancement as a wizard has not changed my need for propriety, but does allow me to do this. With glowing magic, the jello split in two. The portion fire was attacking remaining to be slain, but the rest, saved, becoming a new freshy wobbling, serving on its own plate that quickly hovered to move over and sit where it started. And if I can save my mother's cooking, well, that's a good cause. I didn't cook that one, admitted competing with a blush. You're old enough to know the truth. Cookies are the only thing I do know how to prepare. We have chefs for a reason, silly fool. Why ever would I get my hooves dirty every day just to make our food? What are they being paid for? Fancy inclined his head. I must admit I feel that statement. I have not prepared an entire meal in some time. Not me. Join sub. I pay ponies good bits to have that done by the time I get there. Got more important things to do. They all nodded in agreement. Cooking was best left to the professionals. Well, except Fire, who took a moment to appreciate the rich entitlement of the ponies around her. They wouldn't last a single day where she came from. Some part of her wanted to see exactly how comedically horribly that'd turn out if it happened. Probably for the best, it wasn't up to her if that happened. They wouldn't cook their meals, except Mom's cookies. She could, and should continue doing that. Please. Chapter 28. To be betrothed. Bye. Sub waved energetically with his little paw. Sure, the paw was an illusion. He was not actually a cat, but he looked like one, and the big feline smile on his face revealed he was thrilled with the opportunity. Competing had a more comported face on. I look forward to news of the date, but also to be kept abreast. Dear, tell us. She leaned forward a little towards Blue, one brow raising subtly. You're leading a fascinating life. You can't tease me with that and not keep me updated. Blue colored just faintly. Of course, mother dear. Oh, a mirror. You really must get one. Competing squinted at that. I have no few number of them already. Fancy chuckled softly. She's referring to the talking mirrors, ma'am. They allow one to speak to another at a distance. Quite remarkable devices. I thought those were just an idea. She raised a hoof to her cheek briefly. How much are they? Blue quoted what she had seen them for. A not inconsiderable sum, but worth every bit involved. Then I can call you any day, in UI, without having to plan out an entire visit. Fire's smile was quite smug. Because you didn't have one, Fancy's parents found out about this before you. Competing slapped down a hoof with a scowl. That will be addressed, she promised in cold tones. Now off with you, all of you. With goodbyes said and promises made, the two families parted ways. Fancy was the one to offer Blue a hoof on the cart, and snuck a kiss on her hoof on the way. Blue settled in her seat, lightly colored. It felt so naughty, such things with her longtime friend. But also kind of nice. Fire thumped down last, her long tail drawing the door shut behind her. One disaster down, and not a single life lost. Wasn't so bad. Fancy inclined his head faintly. It was a trying time, but we all made it through. I hope I was sufficiently supportive. You were perfect, quickly assured Blue, setting a hoof against the side on one of his legs. You even knew when not to speak, and that is a trick many ponies do not have. Fancy quirked a little smile at that, the cart shaking under them as it moved through the city. I'd want to say so much more, but there are proprieties. Then tell them to me now. Blue nodded confidently. It's only us. Yeah, only us, echoed Fire with more malign grin. Tell us. Fancy glanced between the two Mares flanking him. I do not think they grasp how much you have grown, my dear Baroness. They are looking for specific accomplishments, which you have also managed. But, I dare say, even had you none of them, you, as a pony, have grown considerably. He raised a hoof to his chest. There may be a time when I miss my old compatriot. We had good times, immature times. You were like a pressure valve I could safely release with. Blue's ears danced atop her head. I'm not that anymore. I should say not. He shook his head slowly. You are not a spoiled colt, poking fun and giggling. Don't get me wrong. I happen to enjoy the company of that colt. Blue's coloring grew deeper, unsure how to take that. But now you are a mare, a caring mare. He paused, trailing off. You've gone from foolish to mothering overnight. It is a magical thing to consider, but one I am proud to associate with. Blue threw up a hoof, but it came down almost as quickly in a limp motion. I do not feel like a mother, nor am I certain what that would feel like. I suppose that is a possibility now. Her cheeks darkened, but that does not mean I am used to the idea. Go on. Encouraged Fire without hesitation. You like him. He likes you. Do what nature commands. Her brows waggled salaciously. It'll feel good, promise. That had both of them coloring. Don't be like that. You're both chomping on that bit. Blue glared at her testing servant. Propriety demands that such be delayed until after a proper wedding. I thought you didn't like lying. Fire crossed her arms, sneering at Blue. Fancy inclined his head. Pardon? In what fashion is BlueBell lying? Fire rolled a hoof. Unless I missed it, you're not a virgin, Bluey, but you've also never married. Gee, wonder how that works. Blue began to color brightly. That was different, she gasped out in almost a sputter. A colt. Both looked a fancy. She was a colt, fascinated with foolish things. I'm glad to hear she has grown out of that. We will do things properly, in the correct order. Yes, she nodded firmly, but then it hit her what she had just agreed to later. She began to worry her hooves together, thinking about that. Fire just snickered, also clearly hearing, but not rubbing it in more than she already had. Blue licked over her lips lightly. Do you see yourself as a father? I do not. He inclined his head. But I also am not one yet. I will endeavor to be a good husband first. Blue pawed at him, brushing her hooves against his shoulders. I can't even imagine how you'd be better than you already are. You flatter me. He was not blushing. But I am your betrothed, not your husband just yet. Speaking of that, we really should start that planning. When we get out of this cart, agreed Blue, and no argument came. They would enjoy the ride back home. A greenish pony smiled brightly at Fancy Pants. I hear you want to have a wedding at the castle. Oh, that's so exciting. She sat and raised her hooves in a merry little clopping. I know just who to call. That will not be necessary, calmly assured Fancy. Huh? Lemon Hearts inclined her head with obvious confusion. This is going to be a big event. The terror of the castle. Getting married? I have to make this the best wedding ever. Princess Celestia, I can handle my own wedding, ma'am. Lemon raised a brow at the proper stallion. Look, you know how to follow the rules, I get that. You're super useful to have around, especially for some things, but I'm the event manager for the castle. She pointed at herself. And this is an event. She pointed to the ground. At the castle, Fancy had not been entirely truthful about his role, or Lemon's, with Blue's parents. Be that as it may, this is my wedding, Miss Hearts. I must see that it is without imperfection. You think I don't know how to do a wedding? Lemon stuck out her tongue at the idea. Been there, bucko. You sit back and worry about being a groom. That's worry enough. Let me handle the rest. Fancy sat there quietly, watching the incensed mare. This is not the first event I oversaw. No. She angled her ears towards Fancy. But this is literally an event for you. You are by every possible definition kind of involved. I will not let a friend drown themselves like that. She reached suddenly, thumping him on the chest. Just be a groom. I swear I'll do it right. His teeth set, a sign of extreme distress on his part. Will you not reconsider? I will not. She stuck her tongue out at him. Put my hooves down on this. I will make this a perfect wedding, barring sudden changeling invasion. I can't really stop that. I should imagine not, he chuckled softly, though I can envision your valiant attempt to do so. He allowed a soft huff. Miss Hearts. Yeah. Lemon cocked an ear at him. I have a very specific list of demands. His glowing horn produced a scroll from a pocket, unfurling before her. I would be ashamed to be that sort of pony, but you're bringing this on yourself. These are not negotiable needs. Lemon's magic took hold of the scroll, the color shifting to her hue as she took the scroll. I'm on the case. She sprang up all fours and turned in the same motion, landing in the right facing. You just worry about your part. You're getting married. That's a big enough deal. Before she could flee, Fancy set a hoof before her, cutting off her retreat. Yeah. I apologize, he tipped his head as he said it. But what do you think? But it seemed to click. Oh, of you and Bluey. It's adorable. She began to clop her hooves anew. I hope you two are super happy together. Still blows my mind a bit. I remember what she used to be and look like, but she's a good pony, and you're a good pony, so you'll be super great together, right? She flashed a bright grin. Now, I have a wedding to plan. He let her escape off towards that task. He had just been stripped of his plans for the day. I say, focus on being a groom? What exactly did that entail, specifically? Fancy did not like admitting that he wasn't entirely sure. A groom spent time with the bride? Surely that was part of it. He trotted towards Blue's room. Fancy. There came Jet Set with a confident little smile. There's a stallion with places to be. His wife, upper crust, tittered softly. Fancy is always doing something, dear. Usually something worth knowing about. Precisely why I want to know. Jet Set nodded at Fancy. What is such a perk in your steps, good pony? Fancy had not yet told them, or much any pony else. The date remained unset. His notes included that it required at least a moon of such time, but that was it. He had planned to work that out just that day. In fact, until Lemon had dropped right on him and kicked him off the task. Is this a bad time? Jet Set was watching him, taking measure of his souring expression. It must be difficult, being the pony every pony must know. Upper laughed at the idea, as if he regrets it. You absolutely devour it. She chomped once at the air for emphasis. And we love you for it. Now really, put my dear to rest and tell him what you're up to. But that didn't mean he couldn't start. Jet Set, upper crust. I'm about to tell you something very few ponies are aware of yet. Oh, the way their eyes sparkled. This was exactly the kind of gossip they were hoping to hear. He was making their day, and their joy was a little infectious. Yes, it was news. It was important news. Ponies should be excited to hear it. I, Fancy Pants, am now formally engaged. The event is being planned, and formal invitations will be sent as soon as appropriate. Upper crust sat, hooves up to quiver. Oh my Celestia, are you joking? As if you'd ever joke about something like that. Congratulations. Now, you simply must tell us who the other pony is. Who's the lucky mare? It doesn't have to be a mare, noted Jet. Fancy is forward-thinking enough to follow the call of his heart, I imagine. Fancy cleared his throat softly, a well-meaning but awkward thought that they are a mare, a baroness. Both of the nobles oh-oh-oh'd and leaned in, hungry for details. You've met her before. They both nodded, silently bidding he continue. Good friends, in fact. Upper set a hoof on her chin. I don't remember any close friends that are baronesses. Jet. Nor I, he admitted. You are teasing us, Fancy Pants. Stop with the torture and tell us. Who is this mystery mare? Yes, tell us. Joined Upper, almost vibrating with excitement. You can't leave us without knowing. Well, he was far too far into it to not tell them, without coming off as rude, which was a thing he labored to avoid. Baroness BlueBell of Sire's Hollow. Baroness Blue. Upper's big smile soured into quite the scowl. Blueblood. You. Jet inclined his head. I say, chap, you could have any mare in Canterlot. You could likely steal mine away. That got a titter from Upper Crust, not denying it exactly. And you go for the one that was a stallion? I must confess, I don't understand it. You're joking. I said you wouldn't, and you took it as a challenge, didn't you, dear? Upper Crust was nodding, so confident in her reasoning. Is this revenge for when we chewed up that royal upstart before? We are sorry for making a mess of your shindig, dear, but this joke is precisely at its end. Now, truly, who is it you're to be wed to? Yes, please tell us. Jet Set easily fell into his wife's logic. Surely that was just a jest. Haha, all too funny. You've had us in suspense long enough. Fancy remembered their rough denial of blues coming out. He had forgotten, perhaps overwhelmed with the enormity of what was to come. I have spoken the truth. He stepped forward towards them, looming over them a little. Do you mean to turn your sharp tongues on me? It was quite the risk to try to take a shot at Fancy Pants. Jet swallowed audibly. Of course not. We wouldn't do that. Not if you wanted to be involved in anything worth being involved in. I just don't understand. Give me that at least. That I will. Fancy smiled a little. This whole affair has been very confusing to many of the ponies involved. All I ask is that you show some bit of tact, old bean. If you can promise that, I will see you are invited. Upper shook her head slowly. I trust you, Fancy, but I imagine Blue will be holding quite the grudge, and their wedding is just the right time to get it. I will not stand for it. Fancy stood all the taller. Any pony that means to secure my hoof ought know that impropriety will not be accepted. Treat me and mine with courtesy, and it will be returned. Now, I really should be off. Will I see you there? Jet flashed a bright smile. Wouldn't miss it for the world. We'll be on the lookout for our invitations. Jolly good. He dipped his head at the couple and resumed his trip further into the castle. Upper leaned in, whispering, I really thought he'd get some pony better. The heart can be blind to quality, chuckled Jet Set. Still, Fancy's involved. It should be a good and proper wedding. True, and off they trotted together, apparently satisfied enough with the status of the world and their place in it. Ugh. BlueBell glanced up from her papers to see Fire Paradox on her back, on the bed, hooves cycling. Something bothering you? Yes. She flopped over to her belly. You said I should be honest, right? Yes. Blue nodded. Please, speak plainly. Well, all right. She rose to her hooves and pointed with her heart-shaped tail, forming a nice arrow, right at, well, where the tail came from. Being with you has been a lot of fun in a lot of ways, but I am lonely. Not that I want a friend, kind of lonely. I haven't had a chance to mash sensitive parts with anything in too long. She turned a hoof on herself, her disguise fraying enough to allow the hoof to be seen as cloven. I am a demon of passion, and I happen to very much like the physical kind, which you do not provide. Blue processed at a moment. She almost wished she didn't see it. It is not considered appropriate for employers to provide, or expect, that manner of release from their employed. Is it different where you come from? Fire flopped down to her belly, tail swaying agitatedly. Ugh, yes, especially when a demon like me is involved. Now, normally, I could talk the one involved into some debaucherous fun, but you're mostly immune to that, so that's a no-go. She pointed her tail at Blue. You're all. Pure. You can barely think about being topped by your stallion, let alone doing a thing with me. We're both Mares, Blue defended as if it was obviously a perfect line of logic. I can't provide what you're looking for. Fires take me. Fire set a hoof on her forehead. Look, newsflash. You take any two things that can think about it, put them together, and they can have fun. Any two things. Any. I am not exaggerating. Not even a little. Just because you are a pure and innocent muffin doesn't mean the rest of the universe abides your rules. If I didn't think it would get me thrown to Luna, I'd show you personally. How improper. Blue frowned at her servant. Still, it was at my hooves that you were invited here, to where such things were improper. It would seem to me. A firm knock at the door interrupted her. Hold that thought. Her horn opened the door. Who-oh? Fancy Pants. She smiled brightly at the sight of him. What brings you around? Fancy inclined his head faintly, looking between Blue and Fire. Good day, ladies. The task of planning our wedding was usurped, leaving my schedule for the day sadly barren. Blue came right up and pressed her nose into his cheek. That must have burned. I know you were looking forward to that so very much. I really was, he admitted, deflating a little. Lemon Hearts insisted I focus on being the groomed. Fire grinned at the two. Well, don't let me stop you. Go on, make a mare out of her. Blue heaved a great sigh, gesturing at the demon she had accepted. Perhaps you could help me with a problem, Fancy dear. If I can, what is the problem? Neither had reacted to Fire's improper suggestion, ignoring it entirely. Blue turned to Fire. Apparently, where she comes from, some amount of carnality is expected. This is not a thing I can assist with. I was thinking, you wish to find her a friend? A friend. Fire sat up on her haunches. Better be a friend with perks, with what I'm thinking. Blue coughed into a hoof lightly. Well, yes, an associate, closer to her own level. As much as I'm trying to be a guide, I am up here. She raised a hoof high, and she's down here. Down went the hoof. I value her dearly, but she deserves someone she can look eye to eye. That's only fair, is it not? I see. Fancy frowned with thought, his magic plucking free his monocle to polish it clean. I admit, my circle of lower-class ponies is a bit narrow, but I know just the pony to approach for advice, and you already have a reason to do so. Do I? Blue smiled brightly, hope building. Who is this mystery pony? It was a good day for ponies to want to know who he was thinking about. Rarity. She is a lower-class pony, elevated through successful mercantilism skill. She knows quite a number of ponies that would fit the bill. And if I recall properly, you owe her sister a visit. Too right. Blue brought her hooves together in a sharp clap. 2 birds from 1 egg. Brilliant. You've saved the day entirely. Does my vote have any sway on this? Fire eyed the two, somehow not surprised that they were still ignoring her for the moment. One thing. Fancy gestured with his head at the door. Jet Set and Upper Crust will be at the party. Be a dear and forgive them. Blue began to color, not one of shame, but anger. They were wrong, cut in Fancy, but 2 wrongs does not a right manufacture. We will be the larger ponies. Blue danced in place with a few angry snorts. Is this a test, Fancy dear? I won't fail that easily. She turned away, nose held up high. If they can mind their manners, they are welcome. That is all that I would ask. A faint frown showed. If they cannot mind their manners, you will be hard-pressed to eject them before I do. That got a press of her nose into his cheek, rubbing softly. My brave and proper knight, she sighed out in admiring tones. I was silly to think any creature could hope to bother me on that day with you there beside me. I will do my utmost. He looked to Fire. As for you, we will see if Rarity knows some ponies that would work well, preferably some that live close at hoof. Fire bobbed her head at that. I'm not looking for a pen pal. She leveled a cloven hoof at the mirror in the corner. And whispering sweet nothings through the glass would only be fun for a little while. I want a friend I can wrap my arms around. Is that too much? Blue inclined her head. Are you seeking a spouse? That's adorable. Fancy. She's grown jealous of me. Blue chortled aristocratically at the idea, clearly amused with a kind smile. A kind smile Fire did not appreciate. Stuff it, boss. I'm not looking for a husband or a wife. Husband preferred. I just want someone to play with. She rolled over slowly and stretched out along her side, her 4 hooves dangling off the bed in a mighty motion. I don't think that's much to ask, really. That is her way of saying, thank you for your consideration. Fancy nodded confidently. She does not have a mirror. Fancy inclined his head at the mirror there. But I know where she lives. Well, Blue flashed a smile. It seems to me you were taken off the project you wish to do. Perhaps, instead, you could accompany Fire and I. We have a little town to visit. Perhaps you've heard of it. It would be an honor. He dipped his head briefly before moving in. They embraced warmly, arms about one another. Fire rolled her eyes at the display. All the sweet hugs, and none of the passion. At least we get to go on a trip. I'll get dressed. She threw herself to the floor, trotting off towards the wardrobe to select one of her outfits with disgruntled mutters. She would not admit she kind of wanted to go on that trip. Chapter 29, Ponyville. Fire watched the scenery roll past them. The train was, at least, more comfortable than the carriage. It shook less and had nice plush seats for her bottom. Fancy. She peeked to see he had turned an ear at her. I want to apologize. Fancy inclined his head. While I'm always pleased to accept such a sentiment, what are you apologizing for? Fire rolled a hoof. I was being a bit dramatic. She stuck out her tongue a little. Not getting any won't kill me. Maybe she was right. She tossed her head towards Blue, who pricked at being mentioned. I'm a little, just a little jealous. Fancy nodded, the tension fading. I see, yes. Your closest ally is to be wed. If it helps, I do already consider you a part of my circle. He offered a hoof. You are not being tossed aside. Fire darted in and smooched the hoof with a mischievous grin. Not sure you want to use that phrasing. Blue poked Fire right in the side of her snout, brushing her away from Fancy. Stop that. This stallion is claimed. Perhaps we can find one for you. Not gonna lie, I wouldn't fight that. She flopped back against the window, watching the scenery. But they better be interesting, or handsome, or both. Both will be nice. Fancy coughed into the hoof that had been kissed. I should imagine there are a few other desirable traits, but will not speak them out loud. But you know them. Fire looked pleased at the admission. Good. Blue inclined her head faintly, hat shifting an inch. Have you been to other places? Blue pointed at Fire directly. We're going to small town, Ponyville. Surprisingly metropolitan in its pony tribes, but still quite small as they go. Have you been to such a place? Are you kidding me? Fire flopped against the wall, facing Blue with a lazy smile. Country bumpkins are considered a free pass when they put out the call for one of us. So easy to corrupt, to twist around our whims, make them think it was their idea. They have no idea what they're in for, and they march right into it. Blue crossed her arms at the report. Which is something you won't be doing. Right. Fire rolled her eyes with an annoyed grunt. Look, if I get an impressionable boy, gonna corrupt them. She flashed a smile. That's a thing Mares do. Don't lie and think you won't do it too, Miss Betrothed. Not in the way you're implying. Not that Blue was entirely certain which way Fire was implying. Would your corruption attract the attention of the royal sisters? Not that kind of corruption, assured Fire, waving it away before she just as suddenly flopped around to look back out the window. Is that where we're getting off? She tapped at the window. Fancy leaned to the left a bit to see past Fire. I should think it is. His horn glowed as he gathered his bag and rose to his hoofs. Blue joined him, moving for the door despite the train not having stopped just yet. Now, we are visiting a filly. She is not to be exposed to any tawdry talk. She turned her head to look at Fire pointedly. Do you understand? I have limits. Fire slid to her hooves off her comfy bench. Besides, the young ones don't know what you're saying. May as well pick on a loud rock. Fancy skewed an ear to the side. I am uncertain that thought comforts. I should think foals are of higher regard than an inanimate chunk of granite. Fire's brows fell. Reminder, we don't do foals. We're never little, adorable hoof suckers, and we don't make messes. Well, unless we want to. She waggled her brows with the implications. Either way, I'll be good. Blue let out a sigh that turned into a little chuckle. Dear, you are incorrigible. Please don't embarrass me. As a unit, they departed the stopped train among a few other ponies that scattered to the wind. There you are. Rarity approached them with a smile, a smaller unicorn trailing behind her. Darlings, right on time. The smaller one with her had her eyes not on Blue or Fancy, but Fire. You look familiar. Fire raised a brow at the foal she had been planning on ignoring. Do I? She leaned in towards the little pony with a smirk. In what way? Sweetie's nose twitched, and she nodded. Yep. She turned to Fancy and Blue. You are walking with a demon. Don't panic. My sister's a hero, and we'll take care of this. She gestured as if surrendering the stage to Rarity. Rarity laughed in a distressed nervousness. Sweetie, what interesting things fillies get in their heads. She turned away. Now, come along this way, and I'll show you to the rooms I have prepared for your stay. She isn't wrong, noted Fire, following with the others, though her eyes were on Sweetie. What a smart little filly. I'm impressed. Blue hurried between Fire and Sweetie. So, the other belle. Charmed to meet you. Sweetie raised a hoof to wave wildly. Hiya. Huh. Never thought I'd be part of Belle Club, but that is interesting. She curled the hoof to her chin. BlueBell, right? To right. Blue elevated a hoof up to point across herself towards Fancy. And this is Fancy Pants, my fiancé. She leaned in suddenly. That's French, which is a real language, believe it or not. Sweetie blinked softly at that. Oh yeah, of course. Her eyes darted towards Fire. So, how did you end up with a demon, and why are you pretty calm about it? She rubbed behind her head. I'm being rude, sorry. We made friends with a lot of interesting creatures, but a demon. Fancy adjusted his monocle with his magic. I must confess some amount of admiration that you know of them. It is far from a well-known topic of discussion. Rarity fanned herself with a hoof. That's my Sweetie, always reading up on interesting things and sharing it with the world. She laughed with audible tension. Don't let her bother you. Bother me? Blue set a hoof down on Sweetie's back. She's why I came here. Or did you forget? I would like to hear all she has to say. Fancy accelerated mildly to be at Rarity's side. Actually, there's something we were hoping you could assist with. Whatever might that be. Rarity smiled at the important socialite. If it's within my means. I hope it is. He threw his head back at Fire. She desires a friend. His voice lowered. Of a romantic nature. Stallion, please. Called out Fire, clearly listening in. And no prudes. Rarity's cheeks colored. Oh dear. She looked over her shoulder at the demon with a great big sneer on her face. I see. Now, forgive my ignorance, but you're a pony that knows many ponies. Surely, you know more than enough to find an appropriate match? Fancy set a hoof at his chest. We were hoping to find a pony not on our social strata. You are more familiar with ponies closer to her social standing. No offense intended, I assure. Of course. Rarity turned her head back towards the front, to her home and place of business coming up. I will put some proper amount of consideration into it. Did I hear you call me? Pinky landed in front of Rarity as if she had jumped off a building to be there. Because I am so ready to help with this. Rarity inclined her head. Actually, an escape, right there. Fancy, dear, Pinky is our town merrymaker, and as much as you're the pony every pony must know in Canterlot, she is the pony every pony must know in Ponyville. She gestured in a deferring way to Pinky. I bet she could find the right pony with scarcely a moment of effort. Fire hurried up towards Pinky, eyeing her up and down. Hey, so let's talk details on my ideal foo. Fudge? Yes, let's talk about that. Pinky threw an arm over the top of Fire, guiding her away. And your boyfriend? Rarity let out a relieved noise. Well, here we are. She pointed upwards once they were inside. Your bedrooms are up there. I wasn't sure if they were all to be separate or not. So I made them separate, since consolidating would be a trivial matter. Sweetie inclined her head, looking from one adult to the next. Why do adults share a bed sometimes with their special ponies, but not other times? She suddenly threw a hoof, a bright smile on her face. Oh, it's a married thing. All the married ones share a bed. That's kind of funny, though. Oh, wait, I get it. She hopped in place, looking quite triumphant. It's a symbol of your bound hearts. Ah, that's romantic. She turned on Rarity without delay. They aren't married yet, so separate beds. Fancy chuckled good-naturedly. Miss Bell has it completely figured out. Yes, indeed. Separate beds will be far more appropriate. Marvelous. Rarity resumed her tour, showing them to their individual rooms. How long did you plan to stay? Just so I can plan properly? Blue gave a thoughtful hum. That depends on two things. She pointed to Sweetie. First, we have to complete our introductions and conversations. Second, your pink friend has to complete her assigned task. I really am uncertain how long that will be. Good luck, huffed out Sweetie. I tried playing a matchmaker once. It was hard. Way harder than it looked at first, let me tell you. She waved away the idea, done with the duty. And Big Mac was such a nice stallion. Blue inclined her head at that. Is he still in search of some pony? Perhaps he got a girlfriend, cut in Sweetie with a fit of giggles. They're super happy together, all lovey-dovey. She pressed her hooves together just under her chin. Like you two. She glanced between Fancy and Blue questioningly. Fancy put an arm around Blue, drawing her closer, even as she tittered. We are quite fond of one another, yes. We've known each other for most of our lives. It's true, eagerly joined Blue. It was like discovering your best friend was also your special pony. Sweetie blinked, crashing to her haunches as she thought about her best friends. Wow, that would knock me for a loop. Rarity laughed nervously. Sweetie, dear, have no fear. You'll find your special pony when the time is right. You're already so sociable. I can't imagine it will take long when your heart is ready for it. Sweetie inclined her head. Only when we're all ready. Pardon? Rarity had not expected that answer, her ears dancing. When who is all ready, dear? Sweetie pointed to the nearest window. All of us. I've read enough books to know what happens if one pony goes and gets a special pony in a group like ours. Either we all go for it together, or we'll be happy right where we are. The Crusaders will not be broken just because one of us got hearts in their eyes. She stuck out her tongue in the easy defiance of childhood. Fancy laughed in jolly agreement. I can appreciate that you've given this proper thought, young miss. I assure, I've not lost friends in this. Well, he'd be testing some of them, perhaps. But it is a good thing to be mindful of. Too true, joined Blue with a nod. Very good of you. Rarity nodded along with the conversation. Very good then, dears. My home is your home. As Blue went off with Sweetie, the two chatting amiably, Rarity moved to cut off Fancy. A word, if I may. Fancy inclined an ear at Rarity. If you were wondering, we had not formed any romantic bonds at the time of our last meeting. Well, yes, that was one thought I had. Rarity glanced off nervously. But not the primary. Darling, I mean the best for you, but you are, and I say this with the utmost of respect, an extremely eligible bachelor, as they say. She raised a hoof to her chin. Are you sure? Without a shadow of a doubt. He smiled a bit thinly, though answering that specific question does tire. Oh, look at me. Rarity gestured off towards his room. Pardon me, you're a guest in my home, and I'm not going to ruin that with my silly thoughts. His hoof landed on her shoulder, and their eyes met. I accept your concerns spoken with kind intentions, but Miss Bell and I are betrothed, both with understanding of what it means. Of course, blurted Rarity, coloring in that moment. Sorry, truly, I wish you the absolute best. She raised a hoof. Between you and I, you have been a good influence on her. You two will be fabulous, this I am certain. As if you could avoid it. Hardly. He smiled gently and moved off to retire in his room. Way to shove your hoof in, sighed out Rarity, trotting off back to her work. Pinky worked a hoof down her filing cabinet, one of many. She had a lot of facts and a lot of ponies to keep straight. So Stallion. Yep. Fire was perched on a table, not really a seat, but she was loafed on it with all the ownership of a cat. One that isn't put off by the real me. Pinky looked over her shoulder. Well, you're going to have to show me the real you before I can judge that. She turned away from her filing cabinet, crossing her arms. You wanted to find the best match. Right, fine. The magic faded away like falling ashes away from her, revealing her true demonic form, still wearing a dress and ribbon. Terrified? Pinky was not terrified. Easy to see. Well, good. Maybe a little scared would have been nice. Pinky tilted her head left and right. Remind me of what Twilight was talking about. Boo. Pinky pointed up and to the right. Friend of mine, Princess, super smart, and she's been to this crazy world where the ponies have no tails or fur. Fire's eyes glinted. Humans? Pinky clopped her hooves sharply. That's the name. I forgot. Wow, you've seen him before. A much more easily seduced race. Fire tapped at her chin lightly. Got any of those? Fresh out. Pinky turned back to her cabinets, sifting through them. Now name 3 things you like to do for fun. Magic. She raised a cloven hoof, sparkling with fell intent. People watching. Foo. Fudge. Oh wow, me too. Pinky giggled. Wildly. That is the second time you've cut me off with the exact same thing. Fire rolled her eyes. Are you a prude? I want to mash my feel-goods against something else's. Sex. I want that. Are we being clear? Crystal. Pinky sat and tapped at her cheek a moment. But I wasn't really keeping track of that. That does not help me throw parties for ponies or put a smile on their face. Then you haven't been using it right. Chastised Fire with a victorious smirk. Fine, whatever. At least avoid the ones that seem to have intimacy issues. I don't have the patience to tease out a wallflower right now, or a pony that'll look ready to cry because I touched them. Pinky shoved an entire cabinet away. Gotcha. Those kind of ponies can be hard. I'm with you there. She resumed her sifting. So Magic wants to be close and physical and a real extrovert. She suddenly twirled, a folder landing in front of Fire, flying open on impact. Fire inclined her head at the image there of a pony. A doctor? Really? Dr. Horse. Pinky approached on light hooves, a smile on her face. When he isn't helping ponies feel better, he's a hoot to be around. He isn't scared about meeting new ponies, and you'd be hard-pressed to gross him out. He is a doctor after all. He's seen it all. Not who she would have thought of originally. Do you have any idea what his love life is? Available. Pinky nodded with certainty, as if that was all that mattered on that front. I can hook you two up on a date so you can get to know each other. Her eyebrows began to waggle. Maybe even get some smooching going on. Fire flashed with heat, resuming her disguise. I wouldn't complain if it strikes me right. She clucked her tongue against her teeth. All right, worth at least a try. Set us up, and we'll see how good you are at this. She paused an instant after she finished. Wait, one thing. Does he live here? She wobbled a hoof about. Because I'm in Canterlot with BlueBell, my boss. Dr. Horse can be wherever he wants. Pinky puffed at the idea. He is a doctor, and a good one too. I'd be kind of sad if he left, but he could. Fire sat up tall. So, you're inviting me to take what is yours, getting myself a stallion and denying the entire community a pillar? Pinky blinked slowly. I wouldn't put it that way. I accept. Fire clopped her hoofs. Let's see what kind of stallion this doctor is. Okie dokie Loki. Pinky gathered her folder back up and tucked it away in her seemingly endless mane. I'll drop by rarities when a date's set. Make it fast. Fire started for the exit at an energetic trot. I doubt they'll want to hang around for too long. On the case. Pinky's sharp salute was the last thing Fire saw before she closed the door on Pinky's private lair. Still, she has a lair. Plus 1 point in Fire's book, she figured. And you all ended up with the very same cutie mark? Sweetie pointed back at her displayed rump. Not the exact same cutie mark, but all very close, sharing the same theme, like that shield. She drew with a hoof along the outside of her crest. It was a magical moment. I should imagine so. Blue clopped her hose with a grand smile. How very rare and special to have a trio of unified cutie marks. I will be beside myself with pride. Sweetie burst into giggles, blushing a little at the praise. It wasn't as if we planned it. It just happened. That makes it more impressive, not less, argued Blue, brows raised. For a young pony, you have already made notable accomplishments. As befits a belle, that got Sweetie into a new fit of giggles. It's just a name. I bet there are some perfectly regular bells out there. I challenge you to find one before you say that. Blue inclined her head faintly. Until that day, I choose to assume all bells are special ponies deserving of the praise given to them. I humbly submit. Sweetie dipped her front, sweeping a hoof in front of herself in an overly ornate bow. Your logic is without flaw until and unless I find evidence to the contrary. So what about you? You've done some great things, right? You must, or you'd be proving your own theory wrong. Blue was all too happy to start extolling her accomplishments. And they were making bread with actual stone. Can you believe it? Sweetie let her head flop to the side. Wow, my teeth are glad you fixed that. As are mine. Blue eagerly agreed. Now, they're making proper and tasty bread. Oh, I really do need to sample it. Ah, yes. I perform an act of great and astonishing magic, the likes of which had Luna befuddled. Sweetie sat up at that. Luna knows a lot. She wouldn't even try a spell unless she knew how to do it. Or the need great enough, argued Blue. And I succeeded. Stop with the suspense, laughed out Sweetie. What was the spell? Blue gestured at herself. Once I was a stallion, but you can see the result. Sweetie blinked, dumbfounded in that moment. Blue inclined her head. Hardly the admiration I was expecting. No. She thrust up a hoof at Blue. It's impressive, really it is. Wow. I thought Twilight and Trixie were just joking. What joke is this? Her ears erect and directed at Sweetie, Blue leaned in. Please do share. Sweetie laughed, nervously a moment. There was this time, Twilight claimed she could make a mare into a stallion. She played a trick to do it. Which means she didn't really do it. She moved a hoof behind her head. Unlike you, who went the other way. On herself. Wow, that is kind of impressive. I'm still learning the basics. She fixed her gaze on a brush on a cabinet, Sweetie's horn glowing in fitful sparks and jumps as the brush danced and quivered, just to flop off the cabinet. I got it, assured Sweetie, forcing it up off the ground, hovering unsteadily towards them. There we go. And suddenly she was grabbed, face pinned between two hooves as Blue gushed. You adorable little thing. The brush fell, the magic gone. You're still learning how to use your horn. Have no fear, we've all been there. She rolled her eyes suddenly. Unless you're shining armor. Sweetie blinked with multiple sources of confusion. Shining armor? Blue released the filly. Oh yes, I hear he was a natural with that particular talent. She inclined her head. He wasn't any stronger, but he skipped right over those awkward first steps. Cheater, if you ask me. She chortled at the idea, clearly not really holding anything against shining armor. But you, my dear, don't be discouraged. She turned a hoof on herself. I was there once, and look at me now, a true and proper wizard. Sweetie's confusion took a turn. Wait, you're a wizard, not just haha. I can do funny tricks, wizard, but a real, bona fide wizard. As bona fide as they can be, assured Blue with a confident smile. I know over a dozen spells and know how to read magic, so I can learn more, or just cast one on the fly, if I so desired. Her horn glowed as she plucked up the abandoned brush and brought it over to Sweetie Belle. So don't be discouraged, not at all. You'll get past that. Sweetie took the brush in her arms, wrapping them around it. Gee, thanks. She smiled a little, but grew with time. That means a lot. She glanced away and back. So, since you're a wizard and really good at it, and all, could you? It would be a pleasure, assured Blue. I was told my cutie mark is guiding ponies. It would be an honor and no, a privilege to lend a hoof to your future magic mastery. Sweetie suddenly burst into giggles. Me too. She presented her rump anew. We cutie mark crusaders help ponies figure out their destiny. Maybe it's a Belle thing, mused Blue with a little joking smile. I can think of worse traits to have. Well, you don't need our help. She pointed at Blue's compass rose of a mark. You found your purpose quite well. She nodded with certainty. And I'm very proud of you. Blue burst into chortles at that. We will have to see which of us is more proud of the other. She reached for Sweetie and met no resistance. The two soon giving a warm hug of bonding. Here's to the Belle's bright and noble destiny. Now I kind of hope I don't find a disappointing Belle. Sweetie grabbed a cup of juice, floating it into reach of her hooves without making a mess. But I'll drink to that. Chapter 30, Flying Rainbows. Fire sipped from the carbonated sweet mixture in the tall cup before her, a curly straw poking free that made that task easier. So, doctor, huh? Yep. He inclined his head at her, considering her. Pinky mentioned you were hoping to make a friend. I want to make a little more than that. But she bit back, saying more than that. She had to seduce, dang it, and scaring them away would hardly do that. So what do you like to do when you're not fixing ponies? Read. He leaned forward with a little smile. I enjoy learning about curious things. Fire quirked a brow. What kind of curious things? A book nerd was not what she had in mind. For example, he tipped the wine glass he held in his magic. The reflection of a pony can often reveal their true nature. Fire started at that, eyes darting. She didn't see any mirrors pointed at herself. What? He chuckled softly, reaching up to fiddle with those glasses, magic bringing over a cloth to rub at one of the lenses. Your reaction is more telling, my dear. She colored at that caught. What did Pinky tell you? Enough. He nibbled on his burger, glasses perching on his nose. Enough to make me curious. Fire Paradox perked at that. Curious stallions could be the best variety. All right then, cards on the table. She set her hooves there instead of any card. I am exactly the mare your mom warned you to stay away from. Want to be a naughty little boy? I am a grown stallion, he said with confidence and a little nod. And proper stallions want to know a little more about their mares. HM? Now tell me. He floated up a bit of food to slurp up. Eyes on her. What sort of music do you like? Fire felt her heat rise. Part of her was annoyed he was brushing off her specific question. Another was intrigued. She wanted to know more, so she answered, and the dinner continued. Why am I here again? Twilight rolled her eyes. Rarity is playing host to a few important ponies. One of them I want to talk to. Yeah, cool, but you don't need me to do that. Rainbow pointed at herself before waving at Rarity's shop just in front of them. You don't need all of us. The others were there, all but Rarity. Applejack tipped her hat. She ain't wrong there. What do you got in mind that needs all of us to say howdy? Twilight set a hoof on her chest. She trailed off into a frown. She has only met us individually, and some of us hardly even that. We made a questionable impression at the gala. I want to reintroduce ourselves as a group. Fluttershy blinked with owlish eyes. Who is that? Pinky bounced in place with a big grin. Is it a secret? Twilight cocked a brow at Pinky. No. S. Baroness BlueBell and Fancy Pants, sang out Pinky, glad to get out what had been deemed not a secret in need of keeping. And their friend, Fire Paradox. She leaned in suddenly. Watch out for that one. She likes smooches but stallions only, so we're probably safe. Fluttershy began to blush vividly. Oh dear. Applejack chuckled softly. Well, as Pinky Dunn said, we're not stallions none, so we're safe from a smoochy mare. Best keep her away from Big Mac or feelings like to be hurt. Rainbow snickered suddenly, only to be elbowed by Applejack. Hey, you know what I mean. I know exactly what you mean. Applejack glared at Rainbow witheringly. This ain't the time or the place. Twilight let out a slow breath. I have no idea what any of you mean right now. Are we ready to go and say hello? While they're not an acting princess, they're a relation to Celestia. It would be better to make friends. Rainbow grumbled, tail giving an agitated swing. Sure, ready as I'm gonna be. Pinky hadn't stopped bouncing. Ready. Fluttershy hid behind her mane. Are they mean? Noble ponies can be very difficult. Applejack nodded at Fluttershy. She ain't wrong. They could be a right pain. What are we walking into? Twilight shook her head. Calm down, every pony. They're just a pony. We'll go in and say hello. Nothing more complicated than that. Rainbow snickered with renewed amusement. Ladies, we just got told by Twilight to relax. That's when you know you're stressed out about nothing. A round of laughter rippled through them, even as Twilight went red. Hey, still, they had calmed, and she turned her attention back on Rarity's shop. Let's go then. She approached, horn glowing as she knocked lightly. Rarity, are you in? Is that you, Twilight? Came her muffled reply from within. Do come in. And so Twilight did come in with the rest of the girls. Rarity, nice to see you. Twilight nodded as her eyes wandered over the workshop. I admit, I came to talk to your guests. Rarity looked up from where she had been working her sewing machine. I do appreciate your honesty. You met Fancy Pants before, have you not? Twilight nodded firmly at that. A nice stallion. And a long friend of yours, if I recall. Very much so, half sang Rarity as she abandoned her project for the moment. A dear lad, truly. Well, he's gone and found a mare that won his heart. She let out a wistful sigh. Good on him. Rainbow drifted closer, hovering as she was. Do I hear a little jealousy? That's not polite, noted Rarity, nudging Rainbow away, hoof to hoof. I'm very happy for them both, and thrilled to play a host for them. Why? His paramour has taken an interest in little Sweetie Belle. Twilight inclined her head. Oh, really? I mean, Sweetie's a great filly, but what drew them specifically to her? I thought the very same thing, darling, assured Rarity, clopping her hooves once together. Turns out it started as a name thing. Applejack suddenly perked. All right, Torner named BlueBell. Something fancy? Baroness BlueBell. Rarity rolled her eyes softly. They're hitting it off, famously. Why? She's offered the dear magic lessons. It was Twilight's turn to blink dumbly. Magic lessons? Well, perhaps magic is a bit much. Rarity worked her hooves in a circle. They're starting from the basics, getting her horn working properly. You know, grabbing a knitting needle from across the room. She did just that, horn glowing as the needle moved to float beside her smiling face. It's cute, really. Pinky bobbed her head. That sounds super nice. Why didn't you show her, though? You're both unicorns. Rarity went still a moment. Pinky, that is not a very fair question, dear. Twilight moved partly between the two. I feel certain Rarity did offer a hoof. Besides, normally your parents show you how to do that. Not your big sister, though they are a valid pony for the job. She put a hoof behind her head. And now I'm making it worse again. Rarity applied a hoof to her forehead. Darlings, really? I try to be a good sister. I've helped Sweetie exactly as much as she's wanted. It's not my fault she doesn't respect me because I'm not a wizard. Her voice became more shrill as she reached the end of that. Her face reddened. She took slow breaths, trying to regain herself. Pardon. Applejack removed her hat, a sign that things had gotten real. Now don't be saying that. Sweetie looks up to you something fierce. She loves you like no pony else. Rainbow bobbed her head. She totally respects you, Rares. Don't be like that. Twilight inclined her head instead. Blue is a wizard. All the others looked at her. What? I didn't know. There aren't many full-fledged wizards out there. I thought I knew them all. This is very surprising. Rarity suddenly tossed the needle she had in her magic aside, embedding it in the wall with the force of her throw. We're all lucky today, then. Now, you didn't come to talk to this boring unicorn. She directed upwards with a flare. The interesting ones are all upstairs. Applejack swatted Rarity suddenly. Now, that's enough. She popped her hat back on her head. You're the right welcome part of our little squad. And we ain't replacing ya. Twilight brought us here cause we made a right behind of a cells at the gala, and figured we could turn it right gain. Fluttershy bobbed her head. I'm very sorry if I made you feel bad, Rarity. If it helps, I look up to you a lot. A timid smile spread on her face. The way you can navigate ponies the way you do, I'm quite jealous, if we're being honest. You do it so well, unlike me. Pinky leaned up against her classy friend. I can throw a party for any pony, sure, but when it comes to a high-class thing, well, you got me beat, not gonna lie. Rarity snorted softly, but a smile was emerging. You? Thank you. She took a more deep breath. Do you want me to come along? Twilight started past Rarity. We will be delighted. Let's go. Rarity joined the flow of ponies headed towards the stairs. You will be surprised. The old Blueblood is gone entirely. That brought the crowd to a stop. Oh, did you not know? Fluttershy looked up the stairs, not moving. Blueblood, the stallion you were, making a right fool of myself in front of, yes, that one. Rarity applied a hoof to her face. The well-dressed one at the gala. Applejack raised a hoof to her chin. And that fancy one was the one you're making a scene in front of. Ugh. Rarity turned to her friends there on the stairs. Is today kick Rarity while she's down day, and I missed the memo? You simply have to inform a mayor of these things, darlings. Twilight advanced to the next step. Sorry, Rarity. We're here for the exact same reason. Let's put our mistakes behind us. They all made it up to the second floor. From under one of the doors, lights sparkled and jumped a moment before a celebratory whoop came. Sweetie celebrating something out of sight. I did it. That you very much did, came BlueBell's muffled reply. Quite good. Twilight inclined her head. Well, found one of them. Rainbow flew over without a delay, clopping a hoof on the door. Hey, Sweetie Blue, you two in there? A squeak came in reply. Rainbow. The door cracked open, allowing Sweetie to peek out. Oh, hi. I didn't expect you to be here. What's up? Rainbow lowered towards the ground without actually landing. We were hoping to talk to your new friend. Is she available? She isn't my door pony, assured a new voice the door swinging open further with Blue's magic as she was revealed just behind Sweetie. Ah, Miss Rarity, Princess Twilight. She nodded to each in turn, but she knew not the others. Twilight's friends. That much seemed certain. Applejack chuckled. Applejack. She tipped her hat properly. Pleased to meet ya, Pinky. She bounced in place. We met before, remember? I'm helping your friend. Blue's eyes widened faintly. Ah, too right. How foolish of me to forget so swiftly. How's that going? Miss Paradox has been quiet of late. A good sign. Twilight twisted to aim her head at Pinky. You're helping BlueBell? Sure am. Pinky nodded with certainty. Hooking up her friend, Fire Paradox, with a date to get some smooches. She kissed the air a bit dramatically, hopes clasped with a loud giggle. I think they. Re-hitting it off. It's so sweet. Sweetie burst into her own giggles. Wow, you're better than I am at that, for sure. All hail Pinky, bringer of smiles. Pinky bowed properly. Thank you, thank you. I'm just doing my part. She plopped to her haunches, giggling with building joy. Fluttershy advanced through her friends. I just, wanted to say sorry. I was not myself when we first met. Blue inclined her head at Fluttershy, lost in thought a moment. Oh yes, you were quite upset when you arrived, weren't you? I was not much better that night. I've already said my apologies to Miss Rarity, but I should also extend the same towards you all for such an unsightly scene. Applejack sat up proudly. I didn't make no messes to apologize for. Blue smirked faintly. You attended a fully catered venue with outside food you were trying to sell. Dear, I regret to inform you, but that is a bit of a faux pas. Rainbow launched into a little chuckle, bumping against Applejack from the side. Is you peg there. Twilight swatted Rainbow suddenly. Rainbow blinked and it hit her. Oh, sorry. Wow, way to be a heel. She clapped a hoof on her head for but an instant. Hey, sorry really. A pony decides they're a mare or a stallion. Whatever, that's their choice. You're not even the first I've run into. That caught Blue by surprise. Truly? You've met others. They don't dress up as well as you do? Rainbow tilted to the left and right, getting a better look at Blue. Like, seriously, how? You look like a mare from here. Because I am a mare? Blue raised a brow at Rainbow. Why wouldn't I look like a mare? I'm batting 100 today, half-laughed Rainbow. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Seriously, great job. Sweetie sprang up on her hind legs to gesture at Blue. I present Baroness BlueBell, master of Sire's Hollow and bona fide wizard. What makes a stallion? Nothing she couldn't fix. Sweetie sat with a big smile. She cast the spell Twilight faked for real. Twilight's eyes grew wide. You're joking. She raised her hooves to her cheeks, trembling along the way before she threw them out wide. That's incredible. That spell is beyond complicated, especially in that direction. Do you understand how many ways you can go wrong when adding the magical channels a mare has to a stallion? And you did it to yourself? Blue's ears flipped against her head, a bit overwhelmed by Twilight's response. I just want to be what I felt I was, so I made it so. So you just did it. Twilight let out a little delirious laugh, listing off the side as if she might collapse. And permanently? I'm not even sure I could manage that. Besides, Blue thumped the floor, sitting up. I'm still the same pony. I had the magic before. Are you saying mares are more magical than stallions? Star Swirl would be quite cross with you. Twilight lit up at her cheeks. I didn't mean to imply that. I'm speaking strictly internally. She waved a hoof at her body. In order for a mare to properly incubate a potential foal of any tribe, they have to be prepared to create an ideal environment for all varieties of tribal magic. This does not give any given mare any particular abilities of the other tribes, but those channels are there, ready to support a foal. So while mare is not better, they're more complicated. Rainbow nudged Twilight, easily knocking her over with a grunt. Oh, so you use magic? That explains it. She allowed as if that somehow made it less impressive, which confused Blue. Pardon? Is using magic a bad thing? Rainbow shrugged softly. No, you got what you wanted. Just, most ponies can't do that. They have to figure it out other ways. She crossed her neck with a hoof in a sharp left and right swipe. Gotta dress the part, act the part, They can't just magic it. Sweetie tilted her head. Wow, that sounds kinda hard. She bounced up to her hooves. I'm perfectly satisfied being a filly. She nodded with certainty. In a Cutie Mark Crusader, which is a filly club, she crossed a hoof to her chin. Just kinda worked out that way. I suppose if a colt wanted to help ponies the way we do, I wouldn't be that upset. It would just take a little time to get used to it, I'll admit. Rarity was upon her, hugging her little sister tight. That's my girl. What a big heart you have and an open mind. Sweetie wriggled free of Rarity's gasp with a giggle. Cut that out. She leveled a hoof at Blue. Lucky for you. You're so good at magic. Blue nodded a bit stiffly. Lucky me. She seemed to consider quietly a moment, eyes on Rainbow Dash. You seem to have some knowledge in this. Perhaps you would care to share? I would know more of these other ponies. Trans? Asked Rainbow with a shrug. Is that what they call themselves? Oh, look at me. I feel shamefully ignorant right now. Blue huffed, throwing her shoulders with a fidget. I'm that, am I not? Trans. You were a stallion, and now you're a mare. Rainbow nodded slowly. Yep, you're trans. About as trans as any pony can get, really. Applejack nudged against Rainbow. Not to argue, but how do you know about this? You're not that, right? Pretty right sure you ain't that. Rainbow huffed, though it turned into a laugh part-way through. AJ, you'd know if I was. That got Applejack to start blushing. But look, she tapped her hooves together. A mare and a stallion. The mare was born a mare, the stallion was born a stallion. They get together, foals happen. That's the classic version, right? It's what every pony expects. Fluttershy inclined her head with mounting confusion. That is the normal state of things, yes. Rainbow reached out to boop her fellow Pegasus on the nose. But it's not the only way of things. Sometimes a mare likes a mare. Sometimes a stallion likes a stallion. Sometimes a stallion or a mare wants to be the other. She gestured wildly to encompass the different gender ideas she was throwing. It happens. Shoot, sometimes a pony just wants to sit it out. She gave Twilight a pointed look. Twilight joined the heated cheek group of the moment. What? What do you mean? I'm a mare. Rainbow hiked a hoof toward Twilight. Sure you are, but when's the last time you ever had a boyfriend or a girlfriend? 10 bits on the answer being about never. Twilight's blush only grew worse. Our Rainbow, this is not the conversation to have in front of a filly. She reached to plug Sweetie's ears, but the filly danced away from such a thing. Have some decency. Sweetie was giggling. I know what those are. I tried to find a cold friend for my teacher, remember? Twilight sagged a bit. That did not end well. Not exactly. Sweetie did not look upset about it, a grin on her face. Pinky's way better at it. She gestured grandly at Pinky. Hey, can you help her out next? Pinky blinked, suddenly in the middle of the conversation. Well, for one, I'm a mare. She tapped her hooves together. And I'm pretty sure I want a stallion, yup. Mares are fun too, but a stallion, yep, with a foal, maybe a few. Like my parents. She nodded with building confidence, and not answering Sweetie's question. Now about cheerily, I'll ask if she wants me to. That's the kind of thing you could get a pony real mad with if you just poke your nose in. Sweetie flopped back. I'm being told to slow down by Pinkie Pie. Rainbow burst into laughter. If it makes you feel better, we got told by Twilight to calm down before. Is today opposite day? Sweetie gaped at the strange turn of fate. Blue cleared her throat. While this all quite fascinating, if you came to apologize for the Grand Galloping Gala, I accept. We were all, shall we say, off our game. It was not a good example of any of us. Let's put it aside. She gestured as if putting a box down to her right. How does all these preferences relate to you, Miss Dash? Rainbow leaned in, brows falling. I have to connect the dots? I'm not a standard case. As if I could be. I am Rainbow Danger Dash, and I fly to my own beat. She thumped herself on the chest with a cocky smirk. So, no, I won't be doing the full thing like ever. As if I'd slow down. I got my mare right here. Applejack was shaking her head wildly, but Rainbow Dash didn't see it or didn't care and went right up to her, threw an arm over her neck, and pulled her in for a big, loud smooch on the cheek. Ah, was Sweetie, Fluttershy, and Pinky's response, all giggling with accepting warmth. Twilight sank to her haunches, dumbfounded. Rarity rubbed at the side of her head. I did not see that coming, though perhaps that is more of a failing on my part. Blue nodded slowly. All right. She coughed softly, not covering the gesture, perhaps a bit startled. But how does that relate? Rainbow released AJ. Wow, you're a little clueless. I say, I'll learn it to you. Rainbow sat on her haunches. Since we're not the default, we ended up kind of sticking together. So we had more of a say, and more protection, from ponies that think normal is the only way. She wibbled a hoof. So, as a LGBT2 many other letters, I know and care about that kind of thing. She leveled a hoof at Blue. You're actually kind of an extra odd case. Technically, you're trans, all trans. So trans that you destroy the question. You're not a maybe mare, you're all of it, all the way to the inside. She reached to poke Blue in the chest. Not a bad thing, promise, just not normal. And that isn't bad either. Blue's ears twitched softly, absorbing the idea, or what it meant really. I would like to meet such a pony. Maybe I could help them. She tapped her hooves together. Not everyone had the chance to magic it, but if I could do it for them, that feels like something I should do. Just what I would expect. Fancy joined them suddenly, emerging from his room with nary a sound besides his words. My dear, your heart seems to only grow by the day. Blue's cheeks warmed quickly. Is it wrong? Perish the thought. He touched his nose to Blue's, and the two were quiet a moment, rubbing gently against one another before he leaned back and sat on his haunches. I would be quite proud to assist in whatever way I could. I'm no wizard, I confess, but there are other skills that could be put to work in such an endeavor. Rarity suddenly nodded. Oh yes, most certainly, dears. You want a proper venue, which fancy pants can line up. You want the proper ambience. You want to make sure everything is just right, and I can think of scarcely any pony else that could do the job. Hey, Rarity looked to Pinky with an apologetic smile. I take that back. Pinky could also do a reasonable job of it, but I imagine you're going back to Canterlot, and Pinky will not be there. Pinky stuck out her tongue a little. I'll forgive that. I've got way too many parties to throw in Ponyville before I have a chance in Canterlot, barring the map sending me again. She giggled with unrestrained joy. That was fun, though. Rainbow inclined her head. Before you get too far into that, gonna warn you that some ponies are gonna get mad if you tell them your way is the best way. Let ponies be what they are. Just make the option. Let the ponies who want it show up. If you get too pushy, you're part of the problem. Chapter 31, Royal Conference. Most of the others dispersed, their job complete. Twilight did not. I should apologize. Blue quirked an ear at the statement. I thought we'd already gone over that. For a new thing, Twilight smiled sheepishly. We've gone over most of what I got excited about today. She set a hoof against the side of her head. I got a little excited. You were poking into that spell before. We talked about the complexity involved before. You've had magic lessons from me before. She snorted softly. Sorry for acting like that never happened. Sweetie inclined her head softly. You learned from Twilight? No wonder you're so good at it. Twilight colored at the praise. Thank you, but I really haven't cast that spell, which bothers me now. Oh, the smug look on Blue's face, grinning at her fellow royal. That burn, the sweet, sweet burn of being beaten at one's own game. It would seem the shoe has moved to the other hoof. That just means I need to try harder. Twilight nodded with certainty. I should thank you. You've proven it can be done. While I certainly can't be the first to do it, simply having done it will satisfy me. And, like that, Twilight's world was restored to working order, and she had a new quest before her. I will perform the trick one more time, but without stage magic. Applejack tensed when Twilight looked at her. Nah, you ain't turning me into no stallion. And off she went, trotting away. Look with that. Rainbow bonked Twilight on the head. Didn't I just tell you she's my mare, and you're already trying to make a stallion out of her? Twilight stammered an apology, but Rainbow was already gone, off to whatever thing she had in mind. I would have turned her back, lamely defended Twilight. I wouldn't mind. Twilight looked to Fluttershy, mouth agape. You wouldn't. Fluttershy hit a bit more behind her mane. Mares and stallions are both, vital parts of the ecosystem. Besides, my brother, I wonder if I could be a better stallion than that. Probably not. I'd still be me. Twilight smiled a bit at that. And what's wrong with being you? You're a fine pony. Sweetie glanced between the two, brow raising. Will she sound like she did when she got into the poison joke? Blue shook her head slowly. Don't forget to add the temporary bit, dear, unless Fluttershy truly wishes to live the stallion life. Twilight prodded at Blue. I was going to use a temporary spell to begin with, and you need to show me that modification. I don't need to, countered Blue, smugness returning. Well, no. Twilight worried her hooves together. But it'll be very nice. Fancy gently nudged against Blue. Don't be rude. You're speaking to the future ruler. Blue's ears danced at that. Oh, annoying the future monarch was, perhaps, not the wisest action. I was speaking in jest. You took the time to teach me. Of course I will spare some time to return the favor. Twilight's smile was pure and untarnished, not even thinking of political motivations behind the changing of minds. Fantastic. Now I'm off to fetch that spell. She vanished with a magic pop. Fluttershy inclined her head faintly. Oh, I guess I should go home for now. She started for the stairs. She knows where to find me. Fancy waved at Sweetie. Now, we've distracted you more than enough. If you'd like to resume. Blue reached for Sweetie, who allowed herself to be plucked up and brought closer. You've worked quite hard today. A part of good study is knowing when to relax. Now, good fillies deserve good things. What would you like? Sweetie curled a hoof to her chin and thought. Are we talking little something good or big something good? Fancy chuckled, as if he could see the gears turning. Let's save the big something goods for after you have completed your lessons. He started back towards his room. Do call upon me, should you have any need. Sweetie's grin expanded. Then I know exactly the thing. May I invite my friend along? Blue inclined her head with some confusion. You did mention you were quite bound together. I scarcely see the harm in that. She set Sweetie back on her hooves. Now, where are we inviting them to? Fire squeezed the stallion with her tail, long, naked, undisguised. You're all right with this? Dr. Horse chuckled softly as he looked over a book before him. If I weren't, we wouldn't be here. I'm not complaining. Fire watched the doctor quietly a moment. But I don't understand why. Do doctors not have their own needs? He willed the book shut. And you're interesting besides that. You tickle a few things, a few boxes you check. He looked towards Fire. And you're not boring. Fire snorted out a laugh. I'll win by not being boring. It's an important step for some ponies. Now, don't get me wrong. There is too much of a good thing. Take, for example, he reached towards a filing cabinet, his magic doing the rest to grab a picture from it and show it to Fire. Rainbow Dash. She is quite interesting and exciting, but also intellectually a small-minded simpleton. Not to speak ill of her, but we're not a match. Fire peered at the rainbow-hued headshot. Huh, admit it. You like playing with what you shouldn't be. There is a touch of that, he admitted without much hesitation. You are a forbidden fruit, and a tasty one. Fire burst into laughter, heat washing from her. That was a dirty joke, more of a compliment than an admonishment, the way she said it. So, I'm naughty, but clever enough. And pretty. She cocked a brow at him. Yes, you do have a few interesting features. His magic pet along her tail, which I happen to find interesting. No, just use that word. He frowned, fishing for a better word. You're not a pony, but who cares? A lot of ponies do, she noted with a bit of smirk. But not this doctor I know. Creatures are in. He chuckled out softly. And I rather favor the one I found. But all this talk of you, who is lovely, and not a word of how I measure up. I guess that's fair. She went quiet, not providing the answer. He tapped her with a floating quill. Right, fine. She rolled her eyes. You like me, for me, and that gets points. You know how to top a mare like a stallion should. More points for you. Her brows waggled softly. But you're not afraid to experiment a little. That got him to blush a little. I admit, I was a bit inexperienced before you. Really? She cocked a brow. I admit surprise. I figured you'd been around a little. You acted like it. I did. His blush was only growing worse. Thank you. She leaned in, nose to his cheek. Was I your first? Darling little colt. And you didn't tell me? Who's the naughty one here? Not the first, he squeaked. But close. Ah, that takes some of the fun out. Not that she looked that upset. Does mean my virgin radar isn't broken. You have a specific sense for that. Here's a bit of forbidden information. She leaned in, snouted his ear to whisper seductively. Most sexual demons have that sense. It's part of the package. We like to know when we're defiling something new and pure. I would not call what you did defiling. He nudged her with that quill. We were both improved for the experience. Tease. She stuck out her tongue. Now about more pressing things. I'm going to head back to Canterlot in not too long. Coming with or not? He set the quill aside. I can't just go like that. I am needed here. But if you give me some time, I can ensure a smooth transition. He inclined his head. Before you give me a speech on being prim and proper, I would also need to ensure I can resume practice in Canterlot without delay. Dr. Horse without doctoring does not a happy horse make. Blue did not predict where they'd end up, but there she was, around a table with 3 younger ponies, all with great big smiles of joy. A sweet treat. Sweetie bobbed her head. This is our favorite ice cream place. She waved at the bar wildly. 3 of our usuals. Apple Bloom inclined her head. Thanks, fair treat in us. Scootaloo pointed at B. BlueBell, don't forget to get something for yourself. Blue floated the menu into view, considering with a soft hum. I confess this is not my usual. She pointed to Sweetie. I will have what she's having. Faith in my fellow Belle to have good taste. Sweetie burst into giggles. The pressure is on. I hope you like it. Soon tall ice cream floats were set before each of them. The fillies cheered as one, grabbing theirs and attaching themselves to the straws that were ready to assist in the task. Blue was slower about it, hovering her glass up to spin it slowly in view. Go on, encouraged Sweetie. It's good. Just a thought that struck me. Blue tapped at the glass. Ice cream is rather rare in my circles, and it just occurred to me why that is. She looked down at the fillies. I'd love to hear your thoughts on why. Apple Bloom began to wave a hoof wildly. Because you go and have those big parties. She threw her hooves wide. Buy open rooms. Hard to put ice cream in that without it be common slop. Scootaloo inclined her head. Never thought of that. Sweetie was grinning at Blue. Is she right? I can't say with absolute certainty. Blue took a sip of the frozen treat. A little noise of approval. But I feel that is likely a reason. This, of course, means you're giving me a rare treat when the goal was to give you one. How terribly naughty of you. Clearly not upset by it. Blue took another little sip of the float. Told you it was good. Scootaloo trained an ear on her smugly satisfied friend. Yours is so basic. Apple Bloom burst into laughter. There ain't nothing basic about a good shake. She slurped up a good portion to swallow, just as quickly. Want a trade? And, just like that, Apple Bloom and Sweetie swapped, both enjoying the others without complaint. Blue smiled faintly at the antics of the young ones. You're all good friends. It's delightful to see. Sweetie waved at Blue as if showing off a new prize toy of hers. Blue here made her BFF into her special Sumponi. She burst into giggles at that idea. Isn't that sweet? The other two odd in combination, their giggles rising in unison. Apple Bloom looked up at the adult among them. So what are they like? They a mare or a stallion? Blue coughed in surprise, sending a little frozen delight flying in the act. Is that a normal question? She had only just learned that such things were common enough recently. Apple Bloom inclined her head. My sister gets smooched on by Rainbow Dash whenever she thinks no pony's looking. Her eyes half-drifted closed. She ain't very good at the subtle thing. Scootaloo sat up suddenly. Wait, what? She grabbed Apple Bloom by the shoulders. I thought Rainbow Dash was way into Soren. Sweetie blinked slowly. Oh, sorry, Scoots. I kinda have to confirm Apple Bloom there. Saw it with my own eyes. She pointed at those large pony sensory balls of hers. Rainbow Dash likes Applejack a lot. A lot. She burst into little giggles. They're cute. Rainbow Dash is not cute. Scootaloo looked offended at the very idea. She's awesome and daring and super amazing. She thumped the table between them. Beater of bad guys, Wonderbolt, hero, and a lesbian, finished Apple Bloom like it was nothing. Why are you so upset? Not like it makes her less of any of the other things. Scootaloo sank to the table miserably. Mayans get to be that. They're sweet and awesome, but Rainbow Dash is something else. Blue rubbed at her cheek, suddenly feeling like she was the third wheel there. Miss Dash is quite the renowned athlete. I do not think her choice of special Sumponi changes that. Besides, they were of equal social strata, so the problem eluded BlueBell. Did you say your aunts? Scootaloo perked up. Oh yeah. She waved it away like it was nothing. They're special Sumponis to each other. Never got married, but they basically are. She burst into giggles, easily able to discuss that relationship in regard to her aunts in a way she couldn't with Rainbow Dash. They help take care of me, and they're super awesome. Apple Bloom leaned in, lashes fluttering. Super amazing. Yeah. Daring, proposed Sweetie Belle with an equal grin. Yeah. Scoots could feel herself being set up, but missed it. Why? Because they are, agreed both of her friends. Apple Bloom nodded firmly. Just like Rainbow Dash. Now, you don't have to be like that, but don't go sassing on the ponies that care for you so much. Sweetie bobbed her head. All three of them care about you so much. She hugged herself tight, giggling all the more. I almost get jealous. Scootaloo shoved Sweetie. Stop that. You have your parents and a super cool sister. I did say almost, laughed out Sweetie. We all have great ponies. She looked to Apple Bloom. You're the only one with a brother, and he's amazing too. Blue considered a moment. I just recently repaired things between my own family and I. All three girls were looking to her intently. I hadn't told them I was doing rather large things to myself. It was rude of me. I apologized and invited them to my wedding. Sweetie put those pieces together. You became a mayor, and they didn't know. The other two looked at her, then new shock came over them. You were a stallion, blurted Apple Bloom, peering at Blue with a new intensity. Wow, Scootaloo rubbed behind her head. Huh, not a lot of specific thought in that little statement as she gaped at Blue. Didn't that hurt? Blue blinked at that. It had a moment of discomfort, but nothing I'd call too painful. She waved away those thoughts. But, yes, I went and did it without telling them, which was quite boorish of me. I will have to take extra steps to show my contrition. Sweetie burst into giggles suddenly. I thought I'd be the only one to use that word in casual conversation. A Bell talent, assured Blue with a wan smile. Now, my little ponies, I did not purchase these, she tapped at her glass, for them to melt. We all have ponies worthy of our companionship and adoration. Let's rejoice in that. With a chorus of a cheer, the conversation was set to rest. They had frozen treats to conquer, and that was worth a moment of attention. Can I keep him? Fire was draped over Blue, her eyes on Fancy. You may not, stated Blue with certainty. I have claimed that one. Not that one. She dismissed Fancy with a wobble of a hoof. Doc Horse. Blue's ears pricked. Fancy spoke first. Ah, your date was successful then? Fire flared with renewed heat. It wasn't one date, but just a date. She licked over her lips with a musing expression. I like him. I want to keep him. May I? Blue colored faintly. I am delighted to hear your venture went well. Tell me more about them. Go on, show off. Since you insist, laughed Fire. I'll do just that. He likes me, the real me. He thinks my horns are sexy, and my tail is sexy, and the rest of me is also sexy. He even thinks my brain is sexy. She tapped at her head. And he isn't wrong. The biggest central organ we have. And he adores mine. And I like his big, smart, sexy brain, too. He knows exactly how a mare is built. Her eyes half-lit. You should see when... Fancy coughed into a hoof softly. I believe we have gotten the idea, Miss Paradox. Blue nodded softly. I have little doubt of his abilities if you are pleased with them. Fire clopped her hooves together sharply. Damn right. Demons knew about damning things. He'll come to Canterlot after he settles things around here. So you won't stop me from being with him, right? I'll still get the chores done, but I called dibs. He's mine. Of course he's yours. Blue set a hoof under Fire's chin. We are allies, as if I'd stand in the way. She snorted softly. I will remind it was us that wanted you to find a compatible pony in the first place. Too right. Fancy consider a moment. No offense, ma'am, but my tastes lean elsewhere. Fire rolled her eyes mightily at that. Pretty sure I know which way that leans. She nudged into the BlueBell she had pinned. Whatever. You two be happy. Just tell me I can be too, and stop avoiding the question. Blue tapped Fire on the snout. Because there is no question to answer. Of course you can, and should, see the stallion that pulls at your heart. So long as you fulfill your duties, it's not a bother to me. She perked one ear, the other going to the side. Dr. Horse is a respected member of the community. Being involved with him will only raise your standing. No corrupting, reminded Fancy with a raised hoof. You don't want to draw the royal sisters towards you again. Yeah, Fire groused with a huff. But he's already plenty corrupt under that innocent shell. The grin on her face grew with the thought. Another reason I like him. Suddenly she hugged Blue from about the neck from above. Thanks. No more complaints from me. Blue smiled with simple satisfaction, less fiery than her servants. Very good. This trip has been quite productive all around. Miss Sweetie Belle has come well in her horn mastery. It is a matter of practice at this point, I feel. With all our duties complete, perhaps we should return home. I wouldn't be so hasty. Fancy pointed with a turn of his head. Miss Belle will be quite put aback if you leave without some amount of ceremony. Too right. Blue applied a hoof to her face. I need to get better at communicating with the ponies I hold dear. That goes for you too, Fire. Go say goodbye to your boyfriend, at least for now, and I will do the same with my student. Blue. Starlight came up with a big grin. Been too long. How are you, Starlight? Soon they were in a gentle embrace of warmth. Good to see you as well. I would just come and share a few words with the princess. Is she in? Princess. Starlight inclined her head a moment before it snapped right back upright. Oh, Twilight? She's at the school. She pointed the way. Busy doing school stuff, so kinda busy. What's up? That is a shame. I wanted to go over the spell. A rolled-up scroll popped into being, floating beside BlueBell. Starlight's eyes were locked on it. What kind of spell? You can't just tease me with a new spell and not share. Blue brought it in to poke Starlight on the side, near her shoulder. You've seen the spell, or at least its effects. That is more teasing, not less. Starlight grabbed for it, but it floated away from her. Stop being mean. Well, the scroll suddenly vanished. I say, Starlight unfurled the scroll she had transported. This is what you get for playing games with a fellow wizard. She stuck out her tongue, reading eagerly. Huh. Oh, wait. She inclined her head softly. I don't think I've seen this spell. I do confess. Blue set a hoof on the hovering scroll. I may have misspoke slightly. You saw its mirror reflection, a stallion to a mare. This is mare to stallion, blurted Starlight with a blush and a giggle worked together. Why are you walking around with this? Change your mind. She looked over Blue suddenly. Something wrong. I am perfectly content as I am, assured Blue, hoof at her chest. This is for Twilight. The scroll suddenly fell, clattering on the ground from Starlight's numb grip. Twilight. She wants to be a stallion? You think you know a pony? She flopped to her haunches, stunned. Even if she did, I would hope you would support her, or him. In that case, of course. Of course. Starlight raised her hooves placatingly at BlueBell. I'm just surprised. Really? I would not have guessed in 1,000 moons. Good, because it's not true. Blue retrieved the scroll with her glowing horn. Twilight wants to cast it, but not on herself. She's quite pleased with her usual form, I can report. Starlight let out a sudden gust of air, implying she was relieved to know that. Oh, good. Still, why? Who? She reached out, tapping at the scroll. What mare is becoming a stallion? Fluttershy, if I heard, sir. Fluttershy, interrupted Starlight with wide eyes. Flutters? Is this another joke? Tell me you're joking. I've lost touch with all my friends. She rested a hoof on her head, as if to keep herself propped upright. I don't know anything. Just an educational thing, assured Blue with a little smile. And only temporarily. Twilight simply wants to show she can cast a spell. Poor dear was beside herself, knowing I beat her to the punch, but at least catching up will sate her pride. Oh, Starlight floated the scroll closer to herself. In that case, her eyes were sweeping, reading the spell. I can tease her if I cast this first. Blue arched a brow. You need a pony to cast it on? And I refuse, dear. I have no particular desire to go back to whence I came. Starlight shrugged. Then I'll just cast it on myself. You said it was temporary, right? So what's the big deal? Blue attempted to wrest away the scroll with her magic, but Starlight's power held it still. Starlight, this is a much larger jump than you think it is. Starlight cocked a brow at Blue. You're underestimating me. I've turned into stranger things, including a human. Oh, that was a strange day. She snorted as she read right on. I'll manage being a stallion for a little bit. What are you even imagining will happen? If I hate it that bad, I'll cry myself to sleep until it wears off, and that'll be that. Human. Not a term Blue had heard before. Starlight, honey, please. I'm just worried for you. Starlight set a hoof on Blue's cheek. And that is one reason, among many, I think you're a great pony. That, and you bring me new spells, so big points there. She tossed the scroll aside, even if it was caught by Blue before it hit anything. Ready. Let's cast a spell and see what happens. Shouldn't you at least make sure you've learned it? Blurted Blue, eyes wide with worry. You've only just skimmed it. I'm ready. Starlight nodded with simmering confidence. But, since you're here, stay and spot me. If I mess up, at least I have a trained magic pony to help me out. With that, what have I got to be scared of? Nothing, that's what. Say goodbye to Starlight. Say hello to Night Gleam. Her horn began to glow as she worked the magic heedless of the warnings. She had magic to do. Chapter 32, Hello Night Gleam. Blue quieted herself. As much as she did not want Starlight to continue, she was already casting the spell, so interrupting could have as many consequences as finishing it. It was too late to argue it any further. She could but remain there to lend a hoof if it was required. There was, however, a bit of an issue. Twilight had the spell to turn a mare into a stallion. She was quite the scholar when it came to such things. Blue knew that. What she didn't have was the permanent one. She had no need for it. She had planned to hop over and go over how to apply the twist to make it temporary with the deer. Twilight had been quite eager to learn that, and she had planned to use that spell. It had seemed like such a lovely idea, really. There was no problems at all, at least until Starlight got involved. Not that Blue was angry at her, really. Worried was a far better term. She could see Starlight mouthing the spell as she ran through it right in the process of casting it, wrapping herself in a case of magic as she began changing inside and out. Her features began to bulk, growing larger all around. Whoa, she declared with a voice cracking, still deepening. Starlight wobbled in place, taking an unsteady step forward. Wow, they arched their back with a bright flash. I feel like the world is, back there. They peeked under themselves at the part that a mare just didn't have. Is that what it's like to have one of those? His voice had settled, a stallion. Huh. Blue was left with wondering how to inform Starlight of the situation. Night Gleam, corrected the stallion, standing up properly. Unless you wanted to start blue-blooding you. Blue colored at that. You wouldn't. I would if you returned the favor. He stuck out his tongue at Blue, eyes alit with mischief. That spell wasn't so bad. A few tricky bits, but nothing I couldn't handle. You are a talented magic user, allowed BlueBell considering. But I do wonder, did Trixie hear magic? Trixie poked her nose in from outside. Great and powerful magic. Her eyes darted between the two ponies. Trixie does not recognize either of you. Is Twilight's castle being invaded? Her brows fell. I'm not above being bribed. Blue did not recognize Trixie in kind, inclining her head at the new unicorn. Night Gleam, on the other hoof, immediately trotted towards Trixie. You don't recognize me? He turned to present his rump. Doesn't this look familiar? Trixie is. She trailed off, seeing the cutie mark. It clicked. Starlight. Wrong. Night gleam. He smiled cockily at the confused magician. I cast the spell that Twilight faked on you. Trixie clopped a hoof against her head. I am very confused, and maybe a little interested. She trotted up to Night Gleam, circling the new stallion. Now that you are a stallion, Trixie has more right to you than that full friend of yours. Sunburst. Night tried to keep looking at her, which was hopeless without spinning, which he wasn't doing, so he had to twist left and right with his neck to keep her in view. What about him? He's a fan of magic, and Trixie can appreciate that. Trixie nodded, sitting down. But he's not a wizard, which you are. If Trixie were to get a boyfriend, she'd want a wizard, and finding a wizard stallion is quite a bit trickier than even Trixie thought she could manage. She leaned in a little. But there one is, and he already knows and is friends with Trixie. What luck? Blue gaped quietly, realizing he was watching an accelerated courtship. St. Night Gleam. Oh, the bitter taste of having that difficulty thrown back in her face. They only just arrived, and already you are proposing yourself as a suitor? Want to make sure everything works? Night Gleam was grinning like a naughty colt. Blue's face ignited in bright red hues, realizing what was going on. Night Gleam, have some barest amount of decorum. I expect that sort of thing from fire, not you. Night was leading the interested Trixie away. How long do I have? He called, not even pausing. Blue covered her face in her hoofs. As long as you desire it. That spell will not undo itself. Good thing I have a friend who knows the cure. And off Night went, apparently not even slightly worried about the news. Both were soon lost to sight, vanishing into the castle to do inappropriate things. Blue let out a miserable huff, drawing the magic scroll in closer. Not letting you get away, she grunted to herself, the scroll not caring to listen to her. She left the castle and its immoral occupants. There, the school stood tall and pristine, a place of learning and growth. She trotted out over the bridge that led to it, the wood echoing with the clops of her hooves. Charming, she noted, taking measure of the place. Not where I would attend. A royal place it was not, but for the class of student reported to be there, quite nice. She could appreciate a fine thing that she would not use. I do like the crystals. How had Twilight worked crystals into everything? One might think she had some insider trading with the crystal. Oh, of course she did. She was the niece and sister of the rulers of the CR. Istal Empire. They would certainly trade her all the crystals she wanted, at a discount. Likely a considerable one. Little show-off. Blue smiled a bit, not offended at the idea, rather pleased. Her world order was put back in place in a satisfying way. Nobles and royals made connections, and they adored showing off the fruits of those efforts. This was to be expected, and even applauded. You've done well for yourself. That cousin of mine is difficult to deal with. Blue had failed to secure any such preferential trading privileges out of Cadance. Not that she had tried very hard. Still, point to Twilight. She would give that. She pressed on through the hallways, still and empty. Were any ponies there? Or were they in class? Studious. Good. What students should be, should they not? She wandered up to a door and set an ear against it. Ah, sounds. Applejack was giving some kind of lecture. What commoners had to lecture one another about? That was something of a mystery to Blue, but the country bumpkin was clearly doing just that. Best leave her to it. Blue trotted away from the door with a little frown. Now, where's Twilight hiding? Darling. Rarity was coming up another hallway, eyes on Blue. Whatever are you doing here? Blue sat to produce one clap of satisfaction. Ah, Rarity, excellent timing. I was looking for Princess Twilight Sparkle. Might you know where she is? Rarity inclined her head down a third hallway. In her office more likely than not, dear. Would you like me to show the way? How delightful. Blue began T-Trail after Rarity. You teach here as well, do you not? I certainly do. Rarity nodded as they went. I never really thought I'd be much for it. Teaching, that is, but it grows on a pony. I can understand that. Blue could have said much the same thing, but educating little sweetie was quite pleasing. Something about passing a torch on to those who follow behind you. Oh, that's precisely it. Rarity nodded as they went. When did you get a poetic streak? Well, I began looking outside for a change. Blue accelerated past Rarity. Is this it? They were approaching a door at the end of the hallway. Is there decorum followed here? As if half the ponies here could be so civilized. Rarity rolled her eyes at the thought. She raised a hoof to clop on the door. Twilight, darling, BlueBell is here to see you. Came muffledly from inside. Send her in. Rarity rolled her eyes anew, as if any pony was being sent anywhere. Her magic opened the door a crack. Good luck with your visit. Thank you. The temptation to add a dear was there, but that word had been thoroughly co-opted by the commoner that saw herself as far greater. Oh, one thing. I would not visit Twilight's castle for a time. And in Blue went, leaving a confused Rarity behind. Princess, there you are. She crossed the office towards Twilight, who was just standing up to meet her. I came with a gift of magic. That's a gift of note. They met in the center of the room. But you didn't have to come all this way. I don't know your schedule, I'm afraid, and you lack a pony one should speak to about that. Blue inclined her head faintly. I know you're new at this, but if you want a few pointers, your staffing seems subpar for a pony of your station. Truly, how a princess can function without a single seneschal is beyond my understanding. I've managed quite fine on my own. Twilight arched a brow at the accusation. I never needed a butler or a secretary. When a pony need only think of themselves, this is true. Blue inclined her head. But as a pony rises through the stratum, they become responsible for an ever greater number of things. It is not a weakness to allow others to lend a hoof. She offered one of those hooves. Our minds are for grander things, and what makes the world work. Who has time to launder one's own clothing, or to keep track of a very full schedule? Now look at me, speaking of this while setting a poor example. She waved it away suddenly. It's true. I'm slumming it. Out here in the boonies with not a servant in sight. Trust me, I don't enjoy it, but I have also surrendered most of my duties. A vacation, if you will, separated from my demands. I can fend for myself reasonably enough. But you, she pointed to Twilight. You are in the middle of your domain. Surrounded with duties and responsibilities, it is not unreasonable to imagine that puts strain on any pony. Twilight sank to her haunches. I said, you mentioned magic. Blue perked right up. I did indeed. Out came the scroll, floating into view. This is the permanent version of mare to stallion. Twilight accepted it, the glow around the scroll shifting to her magic as she brought it closer. Thank you, but I didn't plan to make any mares into stallions permanently. Oh, is that so? The smug smile on her face, watching Twilight struggle to figure it out. Then you don't want to know how to cast this spell temporarily then? Twilight perked right up. Oh, yes, please. She unfurled the scroll, though her eyes were on Blue, not the scroll. Does this technique work on any spell, or is it something specific to this? She tipped her head towards the floating scroll meaningfully. Any spell, provided it would normally be permanent. Blue nodded sagaciously, confident in this knowledge. There's a bit you need to modify at the start, right in the center, and barely a flick of the tail at the end. She brought up her hooves. You are changing the sentence just a little. I want this, but only for so long. What would go at the start then? Twilight raised a curious brow. Your example implies the extra is entirely at the end. There's more to it, assured Blue, but she looked happy to explain it. The first bit is informing the magic that there will be a bit at the end. Otherwise, it will leap on the end of the spell, thinking you've finished it, which you have, but you have a bit more to say. Oh, Twilight nodded slowly. I can see how that would be uni deal. Fantastic. She brought her hooves together in a sharp clop. This is so exciting. So, the part in the middle? The start is to inform of extra. The last is the extra. What's the middle doing? Part of the end. Blue nodded softly. You have to work it into the spell right where you want to create the pivot, what will break apart later. So, in full, you're saying, here is a spell with extra. Pay attention until I say it's over. Here is the spell. Watch for that part there. And this is what I want you to do with that part. Got it? Great. Now I'm really done. Twilight's eyes shined with understanding. Fascinating. Please teach me. Magic alteration techniques sound like they could come in quite handy. I imagine there's more than just making a spell fail at a specified time. A number. Blue nodded, turning away from Twilight. But that is the one I will show you today. We'll have to speak more later if you want more. Bribery that, to keep on Twilight's radar. If that common-born was going to become ruler of the land, Blue would at least work into her good graces. Let's begin. And the lesson commenced. I'm home, announced Twilight with a great smile. And today was stimulating. Hey, Twee. Spike was waving on the way past. Dinner will be ready on time. You are absolutely the best. She rushed over to give her little brother a hug. Where's Starlight hiding? She wasn't in her office. Spike hiked a thumb upstairs. She's been having his own stimulating day. Twilight inclined her head, confusion only growing. Spike got into the kitchen and began setting up to prepare food properly. He goes by the name Night Gleam now, and Trixie likes what that means, and they've been getting, real familiar. Despite this, Spike was busy portioning things out to cook. Twilight, on the other hoof, slowly inclined her head. I don't. Wait. Then it hit her. She got BlueBell scroll before me. Oh, you saw it too? Spike peered into the fridge and grabbed something from it. Yeah, she saw it and cast it, not even a pause. That's Starlight for you. Night Gleam, corrected Twilight, deflated. Who is with Trixie? Yeah, I wouldn't go onto his floor right now. They're busy. Twilight grabbed Spike suddenly from behind. Spike, why are you so calm about this? Spike wriggled, trying his best to get back to cooking. Which part? Starlight to Night Gleam, or what they're doing right now? Is yes a valid option? Spike popped free, but landed facing her. Twilight, He rubbed behind his head. I get confused a bit, when it involves me doing anything remotely like that. I'm still, finding myself. Is that the right term? I don't like to pull out this card so often, but I'm still a kid, Twilight. Twilight nodded. No argument there, but, as a kid, why are you so all right with this? Spike hiked a thumb upwards. Twilight, you are dense and innocent. Spike, it's one of the best parts about you. Spike grinned a little. Your parents are not, without wants and needs. Twilight's confusion only grew. How did our parents get involved in this? Of course they have those things. Mother is hardly herself without risking everything in ridiculously over-the-top ways that would make Rainbow blush. Yes. Spike applied a hand to his face. They did their best for third full. I walked in one time. We had a nice long talk about that. Twilight's face began to ripen rapidly into a furious red shade. Words failed her entirely. So, yeah, I know what they're doing. He worried his fingers together. So, I'd like to get back to making dinner, please, and not thinking about that. Right, yes. Twilight allowed him to get back to distracting himself. What was she supposed to do? She emerged from the kitchen and looked to the stairs with a little frown. This is my castle. She was a princess, darn it. A princess of the very castle they stood in. She advanced up those stairs, confidence growing as she went. Ponies can't just take over. Bad enough when the yaks had done so, but they were foreign dignitaries, even undignified. So that was different. Starlight. She had meant to shout that with authority, but it came out far quieter than that. You hear? She felt and heard a thump. Everything all right? She hurried towards the sound, just for a door to crack with a frazzled, but pleased, Trixie coming into view, just her face. Oh, it's Twilight. Trixie was smiling with some strange new emotion. You can't bother me right now. Twilight inclined her head faintly. You're in my castle. Trixie only knows one phallic castle right now. She withdrew, the door closing just like that. Twilight was left sputtering. Trixie, you get. The door opened, but it wasn't Trixie. It was some strange stallion. Sorry about that, Chui. Trixie being Trixie. He rolled his eyes. Hey, welcome back. Yes, hello. She hiked a brow, though it became a squint soon enough. Who are you? It's me. He pointed at himself with a smarmy smile. Oh, right. You knew Starlight well. I'm that, but Starlight is now Night Gleam. He turned to the side to present himself. Behold, Twilight's cheeks found new bits of redness to get. Starlight, what? Night Gleam. He turned back to her, hiding what she didn't want to see. It now makes so much sense to me why some stallions really want to. Quite enough. Twilight crossed her arms, rearing up a moment. Thank you. St. Night Gleam. I'm glad you had a good time, but you're bothering Spike and me. She pointed past the new stallion to the closed door behind him. Please have your Trixie time somewhere else. I hear Trixie has a nice wagon. Night Gleam seemed to consider that. Think I could knock out its suspension? It has suspension? Cut back Twilight a bit sharper than she intended. Night, I want to be a good friend. I'm not your teacher anymore, so you get to make these decisions, but is this... She wobbled a hoof at Night. Is this what you want? Night's grin faded to a more serious expression. I get it. I'm not sure. He inclined his head left, then right. Let me explore it a bit. I'm having fun. Maybe it'll wear off, and I'll get bored of it. I'm not hurting any pony, am I? No. Twilight peeked at the closed door. But maybe yes. Night, doing things with ponies, and that can make other things happen. She sat and brought up her hoofs. When a mother loves a father enough. I know how foals are made. Night peered at Twilight with a flat look. What are the odds? Not zero. Night rubbed behind his head. Maybe it'd calm her down a bit. But Twilight's skeptical look did not abate. I'll make up my mind, promise. It's your body. Twilight began to turn away. I won't tell you what to do with it. But if you do something to another pony, I will expect you to handle that responsibly. Night came up on Twilight, matching her pace as he drew up on her side. I wouldn't leave Trixie hanging. We're friends. She trusts me, and I don't plan to take that for granted. We misfits gotta stick together. Misfits. Twilight turned towards Night. The door cracked open. Night. Trixie's snout was barely visible. You coming back? Night chuckled nervously. Speaking of that, I'll take her outside, promise. And off he went, back to his lady friend. Hey, change of venue. Let's go somewhere more comfortable. Twilight shook her head at the withdrawing unicorn. Starlight, and she went off to make sure Spike was all right. Is with great pleasure. Blue set a little jeweled ribbon on Sweetie's horn with all proper ceremony. That I declare you competent in the use of your horn. Sweetie was bursting into giggles. I'm still new at it. Toot toot. Blue tapped her fellow bell on the snoot. We are all capable of learning more. That you wish to do so is only a sign of your greatness, as a bell. Today remains a special day. Fancy was politely clapping behind her, not too energetic or too slow, just the right amount. Fancy was reliable like that. You have advanced to a new level as a unicorn. Now that you can output your magic evenly, why, this opens new potential paths for you. Perhaps the next time I visit, you'll be showing off your spells to me. Sweetie set her hooves on her cheeks. You think so? It was very unlikely. That is for you to say. She pointed towards Twilight's castle, hidden as it was due to them being inside Rarity's abode. You have a princess that is quite the arcane scholar and friendly towards you. She will only be tickled if you approach her for advice and lessons, I feel. Make use of that if you wish. Blue rose up to her hoofs. But for now, it is time for me and mine to head back to where we belong. If ever you find yourself in Canterlot, do look us up. Fancy dipped his head at the filly. We've always room for a charming filly like yourself. Sweetie's giggles only returned. Thanks. Have a safe trip. Oh, where's the other one? Her eyes went to Fancy, then Blue. The Letcher. The Letcher? Oh. Blue chuckled gently. My servant is saying her goodbyes just as I am. I can only hope it is going well. It's not fair. Fire leaned against the doctor as he did paperwork. I don't wanna. Nor I. But life is like that. He continued writing, horn glowing as he worked on whatever it is he was laboring on. I will join you when I can. Know that I look forward to it, as much as you do. I doubt that. He glanced towards her. Oh, fine. She leaned in, and he turned towards her without prompting, allowing for a proper goodbye smooch. But if you don't come, I will haunt you. That's a demon thing, for real. I'm uncertain if that's true, chuckled out Dr. Horse, his writing resuming. But I have little to fear. I will be there, have some faith. That is not something we are known for. She took a step back, glancing out the window and back at him. So, you gonna learn magic? You're dating one Hades of teacher. I have references. She smiled viciously, turned her life around. You had a nice horn. Why not do something with it? He reached to boop her nose, but she had moved, making the effort wasted. I'm a doctor, and a unicorn doctor already has a very specific use for their horn. He pointed up at it. We need it to be exceptionally even in use. Precision. Magic use is not like that. A doctor who is also a wizard is likely not performing at their best at either. One or the other. I already made my choice. He waved her close, and they were soon snout to snout. I will have to rely on your wicked spells for me. They are very wicked, she warned, rubbing her sensitive nose against his. And I plan to get wicked all over you. All the more motivation for me to finish what I'm doing. He placed a period at the end of his paragraph and slid the paper aside. I'm missing out on being wicked upon. Can't have that for even a moment longer than required. Damn right. She smooched the end of his snout. I'll miss you. Chapter 33, Situation Normal. And so their little adventure ended. They returned to Canterlot, where they belonged. But that did not mean all was well behind them. Starlight was alone at last. Well, Night Gleam. Starlight? They frowned at their reflection in the dimly lit room. That was fun, but was it who they were? They turned to head into the closet, thumping their head against a hanger that normally was over it. Damned alternate bodies. They rubbed the sore spot lightly and sat. What are you doing with yourself, Star? They had been rude to Twilight, to Spike. Even to Trixie if one thought about it. But Trixie wanted to be rude to in that moment, so that was already forgiven. You saw a spell, and you ran off with it. Story of their life, really. And now, look, the consequences of my actions. They gestured in the air despite no pony there to see it, but themselves. And, wait, they stood up and trotted from the room in a bit of a hurry. Twilight looked up from her breakfast. She watched as the new stallion descended the stairs, almost tripping over themselves. Are you all right? No, they rubbed behind their head, eyes darting fitfully. I just realized, you don't have a stallion to mare spell, do you? Not a spell I thought I'd need. It clicked. Oh, echoed the unicorn that was looking more frazzled. Tell me Blue is still around. Twilight pointed off into the distance. While on her way home, Starlight or Night Gleam, they sank miserably to their belly. You really goofed up this time. They beat themselves up with. And you don't even have a single person to blame. Twilight hurried over to her friend, setting a hoof on their back. You're not alone. We'll handle this like any other crisis. This isn't a random monster or a friendship problem. The confused unicorn got back to their hooves. This is entirely a magic problem, and one I made up myself. Go me. Twilight nodded at that. And one we will fix. A little smirk there. Also, not the first magic problem we've run into. First step is not panicking. Not panicking, right? They let out a slow breath. I'm sorry, really. I saw a shiny new ball and had to play with it, even when it was attached to me. I had a new toy and got right into it. And I was a lousy friend. I was a lousy pony. Sorry. It was a curious thing, hearing the stallion ask. Peeking otherwise, just as Starlight would. That was Starlight, in the end. Allow me to ask, am I speaking to Starlight or Night Gleam? Both are welcome here, just want to be sure. They slumped to their haunches. I think I'm ready to go back to Starlight now. Not gonna lie, it was fun, but it's not me. We'll get you back. Twilight pointed to a door that hid the stairs going down. We'll contact Blue when they get home, and they can share the spell with me. You will, without trying to do so directly, force me to use the more complex version of the spell. She laughed a bit tensely. I'll get to prove I'm just as good at least. Am I allowed to be Starlight? Twilight raised a brow, quiet a moment, but a smile came back. According to Rainbow Dash, you, Starlight, are now trans. What? You are a boy who would rather be a girl. Twilight gestured vaguely. That's wait, no. You're a boy externally who is very certain they, on the inside, are a girl. Because I am, then we're in agreement. Twilight nodded firmly. And it is not unusual for trans ponies, I have recently learned, to take on the name of their aspiring gender. So, Starlight, I welcome you. Night Gleam is gone. Starlight smiled faintly, looking so very unsure. Thank you, really? That is a little encouraging. Ugh, sorry. Stop saying that. Twilight bumped against Starlight on the way past. I'll get the spell from Blue as soon as they're home. Fire cycled her hooves in the air, relaxing on the soft bed. I can't wait until he gets here. Blue smiled at her clearly pleased servant. You've taken quite a liking to him, I see. I trust the feelings are mutual. Better be, growled the demon. But her more gentle smile returned quickly. Helikis me osme. No lies. No tricks. He likes little demon me. She cocked a brow, suddenly. Technically, that makes him quite the infernalist. Really, one ready to... Yeah, they would have burned a pony like him on the nearest stake they could find in the old days. Blue recoiled at the idea. Let us be grateful that this is not the old days then. Unless you desire your paramour to be assaulted? Nah. Fire flopped over to her side, then up on her belly, scooching closer to Blue. By the way, thanks. You are quite welcome. Blue dipped her head. But what are you thanking me for? This. Fire brought her tail around, waving the ribbon dangling from it. He loves it, the tail and the accessory. Jolly good. Blue's magic plucked at the ribbon, causing the tail so attached to dart away. I'm sincerely pleased that you have found some pony that can appreciate you as you are. Is that not what we all would want? No. Blue inclined her head at that blunt denial. No. Whatever do you mean? She pointed at Blue. You didn't want someone who wanted you as you are, back then. She gestured her head, as if to the past. And what you are right now is still a work in progress. Blue tapped a hoof against the ground. I cannot rightfully argue that. I am in a period of growth and refinement, but that is still a state of being. Fancy enjoys what I am, and what I am moving towards, and is that not ideal? You still didn't want that, back then. There were plenty of ponies who wanted you, back then. You sent them all packing. Fire smirked viciously, perhaps enjoying how uncomfortable the conversation made Blue. I did not know what I wanted, decided Blue, confidence rebuilding. In myself, or any pony else. I was a foal, literally one could argue. She raised a hoof to her chin. But I am growing. Her ears twitched an instant before the mirror began buzzing and chiming far more audibly. Whoever could that be? Twilight Sparkle helpfully announced the mirror, though it would have done that without being asked. Oh, the put heron. Blue hurried up to the mirror, her magic working to straighten herself out as best she could in the short warning. Twilight appeared. Hello. Sorry for intruding. Think nothing of it. Ah, the future ruler already had business with her. Good, good. How can I help? Twilight sighed, deflating a little. Starlight, and she is Starlight again, has realized how foolish she was being and wants to get back to her normal self. I don't have that spell. Blue resisted the urge to apply a hoof to her face or otherwise show her frustration. She should have seen that through to the end. How thoughtless of her. Do you need the name of the book? I know you're permitted in the wing it's stored in. Her expression rebounded, Twilight smiling brightly. That would be quite helpful. Any tips you wish to share would be appreciated as well. I know you've cast it at least once. So far just once, agree Blue. But you have reminded me of that other project I had in mind. Let's put that aside for now. Get the book, and I will gladly offer what assistance I may. Her eyes darted past Twilight. What is that behind you? Twilight looked over her shoulder at the odd contraption. Oh, that is a portal to another world, as implausible as that sounds. A very curious one. I have a student there. You do have a habit of collecting those. Blue's expression was not unkind. And here I am with only one. You're showing me up. Consider it calling, weakly defended Twilight. I like showing what I have learned to others so they don't have to learn it the hard way. Then perhaps we have something in common. Blue leaned towards a mirror. Go on and fetch that book, my dear. We'll go over its specifics and get Starlight back to her usual self. Blue gave the name and where she had last seen the tome. Twilight thanked her and vanished from view, presumably to go hurry off to grab the book. What was the other thing? Asked Fire behind Blue, sitting on the bed. HM? Oh. Blue turned back to Fire. An idea came to us during our visit. I can help other ponies who wish to be something other than what their body was built as. It's hardly fair that I keep it all to myself. She put a hoof on her chest. So, if a mare is trying to be a stallion, or a stallion a mare, I could help them. There's a demand for that. Fire shrugged lightly. I shouldn't be surprised. So what do you need? First, to talk. Blue turned back to the mirror and tapped it. Fancy pants, if you would. Not that the mirror needed, or even noticed niceties. Soon a pony appeared, but it wasn't Fancy Pants. Ma petite sœur. The pretty unicorn leaned in, smiling brightly at Blue. I hear you had quite the journey away. Mon Frere would not stop talking about it. I'm only upset I wasn't there too. She clapped her hoofs. But I know there are places where only couples should go. Did you enjoy yourself? Blue colored. Fire laughed. We did nothing as you are implying, my sister. Fleur leaned in. You didn't? Why ever not? You know he's entirely smitten with you. Do you not? Another thought seemed to strike her. Do you not know how to approach that as a jument? Her cheeks colored faintly. So quickly I forget that ever you were but a stallion. Blue's coloring grew worse by the moment. Thank you for your concern. She wasn't sure how to even properly address any of that. Is Fancy at home? Non. She pointed away. At a function. You know how he is. But perhaps your big sister can help. Well, we had plans to begin a new venture. I would offer ponies a chance to become the mare or stallion they're sure they should be, just as I did for myself. Cela semble excellent. She'd like to splatter more French on things when she got excited. Not for moi, of course. She shook her head. I'm pleased as I am, we. But to help others, this is a good thing. She frowned with obvious thought. I could serve as a model. We, my brother, and I cut telling figures. We could be the examples. She giggled with growing enjoyment of the idea. Become a proper mare or stallion. Like Noose. She spread her hooves wide, even as she stood up fully, balancing on her hind legs a moment before all four struck the ground. That will draw attention NSC pa. Blue considered that a moment. HM, not a bad idea. She smiled at the eager unicorn. Not that you're known for poor judgments. I will bring it up to Fancy when next we speak. Turning to that, she turned in place, though still facing the mirror. You let him know I wish to speak to him. We? Fleur launched into a new series of giggles. Petite Sir Lefolk, you do not need to try to copy me. She leaned in and smooched the mirror, leaving an imprint of her lipstick floating there. I know French is not the normal language. An oddness of mine, but it need not be yours. Wherever did you learn it? Did you visit Prance? The most logical place she could think of for a pony to pick it up, even if it was a place she'd only recently learned was actually a thing. A foolish obsession. Fleur waved it away. But led to my cutie mark in SC paw. Oh, how I studied without end, back then, picking up every little scrap of la longue. She inclined her head. If I may admit, of course, it was Blue's turn to lean in a little. Your secret is safe with me. We? Her eyes darted. She could see Fire there, watching and listening. She would have to trust in the decorum of servants. As much as I loved it, I never learned it properly. Were an actual French pony before me, I would look very much the fool. Her blush returned, actual shame covering her features. One day, it will catch up with me, and I will be made the... Well, I already said fool, did I not? Twice so, perhaps. Blue inclined an ear off. She had not expected that. Your secret is safe with me, she repeated a bit stiffly. Have you considered fixing that? Fleur inclined her head without word. I mean, learning the language. BlueBell cycled her hooves in the air. It's not too late. They said I was too old to learn magic, and I proved that wrong now, didn't I? Oui, she sang with an unsure smile. This you did. Perhaps I am being a foolish mare, but you had a tutor. Her eyes went again to Fire, who I am guessing is not a French instructor. Nope, quickly replied Fire. I would if that was my thing. You look like a fun student. Fleur tittered at the compliment. Then that is my first challenge. An SC pa? But I am a connected mare, and mon frère, he is too. Between us, we can accomplish this, we. She sounded more confident as she went. We? I was just being silly. Of course I can do this. She sat up tall. We? Her favorite word of the day. I will allow nothing to stop me. Blue clopped her hooves in applaud against the ground. Jolly good. Sister mine, please go with my blessings. I look forward to not understanding more of what you say. She chortled at her own joke. Seriously, best of luck. If I can help, let me know. Fleur thrust her tongue out at Blue. Mean. Méchant. She tapped at the mirror. Just you wait and see. And things went dark. Fire whistled from the bed. You stuck a nerve there. It was in good spirit. Blue trotted back towards the bed and Fire. She was not truly angered. Doubt. Was she? Better hope, giggled out Fire, sitting up. But that's not our problem right now, is it? You want to get into a whole lot of magic, and I'm signing up for that. I want to be involved in corrupting the forms of the innocents with magic they don't comprehend. She brought her hooves together with a sharp clap. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Blue raised an ear at her eager servant. You would cast the spells, too? Why so surprised? She cradled her head in her hooves. I taught you. I know how to do magic. Certainly, of course. Blue inclined her head. But truth told, I haven't seen you do any major bits of magic. Fire hopped up suddenly, bouncing against the bed as she jumped to her hooves. Well, time to fix that then. Get permission from Luna, so I'm allowed to do this, and we'll get right on it. She leaned in, a grin worn. Unless this is a secret, I won't tell if you don't. Not today. Blue turned instead to trot for the door. I will speak to Auntie properly. Fire sank to her belly, extending her tongue. That was the safer way forward. Boring, but safer. BlueBell. There was Luna, smiling and barely out of her room. It's a fine evening. How are you? Blue nodded in kind to Luna. Any evening with you in it is a fine one. I got a snort from Luna. I only speak the truth. The two met, touching noses briefly before backing up. I have a project I plan to start. Luna quirked up an ear. Do you want my help? What is it? Nothing directly, Auntie dear. She turned, vision sweeping over that lunar guard. Was it the same one? She wasn't sure and suddenly wanted to know, but they were mid-conversation. Fire Paradox has offered to help in some advanced spellcasting that I plan to do. Having a second set of hooves that could do it would take quite a bit of stress off my shoulders if you would allow it. Luna frowned at that, emerging into the hallway properly. Blue followed without word, being led through the hallways. What magic exactly do you have in mind? Luna circled in front of Blue, stopping the motion. While I'm glad you two are getting along, she does remain worrisome, and that worry is for you. She pointed at Blue directly. I would not see you harmed, physically or your reputation. Blue nodded at that. Thank you for your due consideration. She lifted an ear at Luna. But this is in the greater service. I plan to make use of the magic I learned to allow other ponies who wish it to change, as I have. She waved a hoof at herself. Be it this way, or Mares who be stallions. I have learned there are more out there than just I who do the best they can with what limited resources they have. Luna sat at that. This will impact your reputation, for the better, for the worse. You will. You invite controversy most heated on yourself, BlueBell. Do you understand that? That had not been the answer she expected, left ear quivering. Because I plan to use Fire Paradox? Most have no idea who or what she is. Luna shook her head slowly. Nay, the controversy lies in what you mean to offer. It will make some uncomfortable. Uncomfortable ponies sometimes act irrationally and speak unkind words. Luna leaned an inch forward before returning to her usual stance, seated as she was. It will not be easy. If every pony gave up when things became other than easy, then think of how little would be done. Blue clopped the floor, head raised in pride. I have what others need. She was no longer a prince, and she was not a princess. Damnable rules. Baroness. Yes, she was that. A fine title. It is my duty to use my privileged position for the betterment of those beneath me. Luna set a hoof suddenly on Blue's head. How did your meeting of Sweetie Belle go? Blue jumped at that. What a pivot. She was, and is a darling filly, full of potential. I am happy to report that she's on a good path. I agree entirely. Luna leaned in, remaining so close. I taught her once myself when she was lost. A good filly, certainly, her and her friends. They faced similar troubles, but you will outdo them for controversy, dear daughter. She ran a hoof down from the top of Blue's head towards her cheek. I would see you spared such things. Blue smiled gently. The intentions were kind. The touch was kind, but then you will, as many parents do, I fear, watch their child stride forward. Not always in the direction you would prefer. I would do so with your blessings if I can, but I will walk the path that feels right. Thump. Luna crashed her forehead against Blue's, their horns jostling for space. Stubborn mare. But this is the mare I decided to mother. A little smile returned, and I knew that before I set a hoof in it, an advantage most mothers lack. Do you regret it? Their eyes locked. She could see the emotions at play. I do not. I will have faith in you. Luna sat up tall. You and Fire both. Go and do well. She offered her hooves out, and soon Blue was between them, getting a gentle hug. If it proves too difficult, don't let pride stop you from seeking help, even if just for comfort. You are too good. Blue detached, starting away, but only a few steps. Miss Paradox will be pleased to know you. Trust her to aid in this task. Well, Luna nodded at Blue. Tell me, is she a creature gentle or terrible? Should we be concerned of her? Yes. Blue smiled as she said it. But she means well, in the end, I think. As her employer, I will keep an eye on her, but she is a creature that knows joy and even love. I would encourage it. A wise answer. Luna rose to all four. I should begin my day, and yours nears its end perhaps. It was nice to speak with you, niece. That title was far more accurate than to call her daughter. As always, a pleasure, aunt. Starlight flopped forward onto her belly with a miserable groan. Twilight blinked, open her eyes. Did it? It did. She hurried around her prone, former student. Welcome back, Starlight. She set a hoof on Starlight's side. You're right. That is one heck of a spell. Starlight slowly sat up, rubbing a fetlock across her face a moment. Knocks it out of you even more when you go this way. Why is that? Twilight considered that a moment. Perhaps because your magic channels are being spread and diversified. You have the same amount of magic in more space. You have low blood pressure, but it's magic until you get used to it again. Understanding seemed to form. Oh yeah, that makes sense. She blinked. Oh, she swatted her forehead with a hoof. That's why I went nuts. Twilight inclined her head. Pardon. My magic spike, the opposite of this. Starlight waved at herself. I got a high, and Trixie was there to encourage me right along, and while I ran with it, that you certainly did. Twilight offered a hoof. Come on, it's good to have you back. And I did it. Starlight smirked at Twilight's goofy grin. Yes, you did it. You cast the spell you had only faked before. Good on you. She got her slightly shaky legs. I feel like I need a good lunch. Spike. And off she went a bag of Spike's cooking. Twilight considered a moment. I should warn her. She reached for the mirror. BlueBell. Soon enough, the aristocrat was there. Princess. Did the spell go well? Is Starlight back to her usual self? A complete success. Thank you for your help with that. Twilight nodded at the image of her fellow wizard. But it brought a possibility to light. Mares that become stallions may become a bit emotionally unstable. She pointed up at her head. As the magic channels are focused, the experience can cause euphoria, and if you're not careful, you could end up with a pony doing something they'll regret afterwards. Blue gasped with alarm. Truly, she had only gone the other way. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Becoming a mare was more draining, but liberating. A fine experience in the end. That aligns with the theory. Twilight tapped at her chin softly. Just thought you should know, since you plan to be involved in that, and I can imagine. Very good of you to inform me. I will advance with due consideration. HM, how to ensure the safe and comfortable transition of stallions. I will weigh on that matter. Was there anything else you had in mind? That was it. Twilight was smiling brightly. Good luck. And the CA. LL ended. Chapter 34, a firm step forward. Why did you not inform me? Blue regarded Fire with full imperious standing. Of what? Fire sat up, stretching and launching herself to the floor with a light clop. I've been good. You seem to speak to Fleur in French, but now she tells me she cannot converse in it. How is this possible? Blue clopped the ground for emphasis. Some pony involved is not being truthful. She was speaking it badly. Fire rolled her eyes dramatically. I played along and spoke that pigeon of French back at her. Made her day. What? Blue considered her servant. And yet you said this was not your specialty, that you couldn't help her. My specialty is magic. She clopped her forehooves, sparks dancing. What I like to do. Languages is a natural gift. Haven't met a language I don't know, but I don't think about it much, so it's not a specialty. Blue cycled her hooves. Be that as it may, it certainly sounds like you could assist Fleur. She would be quite appreciative, as would I, if you could help her speak French properly. Fire trotted towards the window. She seems nice enough. Why can't you get a guy friend that needs some personal tutoring? Miss Paradox. Blue was standing tall. I will remind you that you have a stallion, and he likely expects you to respect your connection while it remains. Your eyes should not be on alternatives. Were you a priest? Fire rolled her eyes at the idea, flopping her arms on the windowsill. We're not even officially a thing. He is chasing you across the country. By any reasonable measure, he has displayed faith in you. Will you not return the favor? Blue turned a hoof on herself. If you did not want that, you should not have allowed this to proceed as far as it has. Fire snorted, a puff of brimstone escaping her. Stop being reasonable. She turned on her employer. I'm just joking anyway. Some things are in poor humor. Blue closed with Fire. If you tire of the stallion, I would hope you would, at the least, inform him of the fact before you wander off. The bare minimum. I'm not tired of him yet. She grunted softly, leaning a bit toward the window glass. We've barely begun. You mortals are far more likely to get tired of something after a moment. Poor things, such short lifespans. Only 100 years. Blue raised a brow high. Most ponies persist longer than that. Fire applied a hoof to her face. Right. Confusing you fuzzballs with another, sorry. I don't often get called to this particular world. She shrugged softly. Having a pelt doesn't bother me, though. It's kind of nice in a way. The ways of demons remained elusive to Blue. What you have seen. She trotted off. There were things to do. You plan to what? The stuffy pony was peering at Fancy with a look of incredulity. Come now, my good stallion. Surely I misheard. I spoke clearly. Fancy's horn glowed as he adjusted his monocle. I will require a spacious area that is easily subdivided, where ponies of either sex can rest and recover after finishing their business in the center. I imagine they will. I get the physical part. The stallion shook his head. I can arrange those specifications without a problem. Fancy, but it's what you're doing in them. Mares are Mares. Stallions are stallions. They rolled their eyes. Next thing you'll tell me, you'll be turning creatures into ponies or the other way. And what would be wrong with that? Fancy leaned in at the stallion. Have you not heard? Placing ponies on a lofty pedestal is on the way out, old bean. Creature cooperation is in and is on quite the rise. If some pony did want to be something else, I won't stop them, but that is not what we're here to do. The stallion made a bit of face, nose scrunched. The idea of it is, how did you get involved in this? Fancy, I thought better. Fancy raised a brow at that. You thought better than that I would act to lessen the suffering of the ponies around me? A strange scale you wield, sir. That's not what I meant, he huffed, turning away. I'll get the space lined up for your inspection. Do you have a basic sketch of how you want it? I do. A paper floated free, glowing with Fancy's magic on the way to the other pony. It does not have to be one-to-one, but that is the basic idea of it. HM. The other stallion's eyes wandered over the paper. Simple enough. Just gonna forget what this is for. And off he trotted on a business. Fancy stood still, watching them depart entirely before moving himself. I did not expect such stiff resistance, and he felt a fool for thinking otherwise. They were playing with Pony's identity. Of course, there would be some objection to that. If only Blue had gone to work in the Changeling Lands. Surely they would not even see the big deal in deciding to be a mare one day and a stallion the next. It was their thing. Still, he was doing what was right. That had to count for something, yes? He had to confer with his peers. Fancy, always a delight. Upper crust circled him. But something is off, dear. What's weighing on your shoulders? You know you can trust me. That was both true and false, depending on the angle one took. Alone today, it was an odd day. Upper wasn't with her husband, jet set. He ran off to his own business. She waved it away. A stallion thing, and I couldn't be bothered to attend it and be awkwardly out of place. He can handle himself for a day, I'm certain. But let's talk about you. She urged him inside, toward the table. Sit. Let me get some refreshments. And by get, she meant call her butler to get on the task of preparing them some drinks and a light lunch to snack on. Fancy stood by the table, not making use of the seat provided, but he did nibble at the provided pastry. To reject, it would have been rude. You are quite aware of the pony I intend to marry. Not a question that. Upper nodded quickly. Bluey, it still surprises me to think that pompous, do-nothing stallion has become quite the firecracker of a mare. She's never idle. She fanned herself lightly. Go and make the rest of us look bad. Fancy smiled a little. Was Upper coming around on that? She's doing her best to be the very best pony she can be. I'm glad to support that. What a good stallion and partner you are. Upper nudged him on the shoulder with a hoof. Almost makes me jealous, but I'll stay by my jet set side. We're both so used to one another. The idea of swapping is terrifying. If we're being completely honest, which we are. Fancy allowed a mild nod. Good of you to think so. Onwards to the meat of things. She has big dreams. I did just say she was a busy mare, did I not? Upper chortled, clearly happy with herself. What machination does she have in mind, and how is it interfering with yours? It's not interfering. He paused to consider. She wishes to offer other ponies the chance to do what she has done. Be a noble that is proactive. Fancy could but smile a moment. While true, nay, to have been born of one gender and change path, she wishes to use the magic she's learned to assist ponies in that journey, if they so wish. Shouldn't you be worried? Fancy blinked at that. Upper looked properly concerned for him. Why would I be? Well, if she goes around turning stallions into mares, she'll probably start with the one closest to her. She looked Fancy up and down. It would be a shame to lose you that way. Frilly Frock. Fancy colored at the imagined name of his mare's self. She only wishes to assist ponies who desire that. I have no particular want or need to be other than what I am. He nodded firmly. I am quite suited to the stallion life. Keep her away from jet set. Upper crust turned up her nose. I'm not ready for that. One mare and one stallion is the way I prefer it, dear. Fancy chuckled softly. Does jet set have any wish for that to happen? Do you think he might? Gasped Upper crust with obvious horror at the idea. He never mentioned it to me. Did he whisper to you? You simply must tell me. I'm his wife. I deserve to know these things. Not a word, assured Fancy. Jet Set seems quite comfortable as the pony he is and has been. This isn't about me, or you, or yours. Other ponies, many commoners, lack the resources to even consider trying what Blue managed for herself. She wants to share that with them. Oh, things were quiet a moment. Was Upper considering it? Fancy couldn't be sure. You understand now? Upper shrugged gently. If a common stallion wants to be a common mare, I suppose that's no real problem. I don't think she'll have many nobles asking for it. Most of us are happy as we are. She waved a hoof between herself and Fancy. You know that's true. Fancy considered a brief moment with HM. You're not wrong. Most of the upper class he dealt with had comfortable egos and sense of self-worth that they were quite pleased with exactly how they were, minus perhaps trying to work off a few pounds from a few too many cakes. She will help the stallions, yes, and the mares. Upper blinked dumbly. Pardon, the stallions and the mares? Why would the mares, dear, need help becoming mares? They're mares, it's right there in the title. She threw a hoof wide, confusion clear on her face. You've gone and lost me entirely, Fancy. Fancy chuckled softly at that misunderstanding. No, of course not, Upper crust. Mares who fancy themselves better stallions, I should imagine. Upper began to color vividly. Obscene, she sputtered, mind likely flooded with unclean things. Are there mares that lost they would even consider? I'm told this is the case. He raised a hoof to his chin. But if it can be addressed with proper decorum and in a fitting setting, that would be best, would it not? I suppose so. She shook her head as if to free it of unwanted images. Still, seriously, why would? I don't understand. I can't say I personally understand either. He set a hoof on his chest. But then, I wouldn't understanding being short on bits either. Yet that is a thing some poor souls must endure, allowed Upper with a sigh, though her expression warmed. You're so good at explaining these things, Fancy. I feel closer to it. Very well, if your mare can help others fill that yawning void in their lives, well then good. Fancy felt a tension abate. Upper crust, at least, would not shun him for being involved. Lovely. I'm helping her get the proper venue, where this can be done with proper framing and care. Such an extreme thing must be handled with all due caution. I can only imagine, she almost shrieked, but she got her control back. Pardon, such a dramatic thing. Done without care? You'd be no more than an especially loathsome ruffian. Why? I struggle to imagine why, but if a pony wants to do that, she wobbled a hoof in the air. There'd be quite a bit to go over with them, and things to be arranged. The physical part is the slightest of it, really. Really, echoed Fancy in agreement, his expression only brightening. You have exactly what I am concerned with in mind. We are cut from the same cloth, are we not? She chortled softly, feeling the community bond with a fellow upper-class pony. Make sure your lady friend understands her spot in this. Flush with success, this is just the time for her to walk right into trouble. Keep her aimed properly. I will endeavor to do just that. He dipped his head at Upper crust. Thank you for hosting my visit. It's been a delight. So good to see you again. She leaned up, pecking each of his cheeks. You must stop by more often. Did I offend you that badly? Your lady. She confuses me. But you do not. You I like. Do visit again. Princess Twilight Sparkle. The mirror hummed softly, implying it was trying its best to reach the named pony. It wasn't an instant thing. Blue inclined her head at the mirror. Where is she? Hello. Ah, there she was smiling. How can I assist? Ah, very good. She decided silently to not ask where Twilight had been that it took her so long to answer. About your friend, Starlight? She's all better now, and maybe a bit wiser. Twilight snorted softly. Who am I kidding? She'll jump on the next interesting magical thing. Not that friend. Twilight had a lot of them, surely. The yellow one. Pegasus? Fluttershy, completed Twilight. What about Fluttershy? Ah yes, very good. That was the one. She was willing to experiment with the temporary stallion spell. Was she not? Twilight inclined her head. I had put it out of my mind after dealing with Starlight's situation, and I cast the permanent gender spell, so I was satisfied. What? I was thinking of what you had found. Blue set a hoof on the glass that kept them apart. If Miss Shy is willing, you could do it temporarily on them to see if they have similar reactions or not. Right now, we only have one pony to assume with. That isn't good science, muttered Twilight in distant agreement. I'll check with her and make sure that offer is still on the table. She faded from view without even a goodbye. Blue was starting to get used to such improprieties. You have much to learn. Would she get a chance to educate Twilight when she drew closer to the throne? Probably Fancy, she admitted. He was the final stop for how to behave properly. Putting that aside, she had other things to focus on. Fluttershy, Twilight knocked lightly on her door. Are you in? Twilight, came a muffled reply. A moment later, the door swung open to reveal her smiling face. I wasn't expecting you. You startle me. Do I visit that rarely? Oh, she perhaps remembered that Fluttershy's cottage actually was a rare destination. You know what? Sorry about that. I really should visit more often. It's all right. The two met in a gentle hug. Good to see you. What brought you by? Twilight glanced past Fluttershy, spotting no other ponies in the area or Discord. Just a few animals. I was curious if you still wanted to try that spell. She rolled a hoof slowly. The one that would make you a stallion for a brief period of time. Oh, Fluttershy's cheeks darkened. Oh, she danced in place nervously. If it would help you. Twilight turned one ear back. I don't need it, but it may help prove a hypothesis BlueBell and I have. If you're at all uncomfortable, forget it, and I won't even be slightly mad. And no, I mean yes. Fluttershy glanced left and right before leaning in all too close. Just a little while. An hour at the most, assured Twilight with a gentle, if unsure, smile. Want to give it a try? The dance resumed. Yes, please. I don't think I'd want that, forever, but I am curious. Oh, you must think I'm so strange, even thinking about that. Perish the thought. Twilight set a hoof on Fluttershy's shoulder. Far from the first transformation I've experienced, and they're always so educational, if unbalancing. It would be a pleasure and honor to help you explore this if you want it. Thank you. She finally got out, closing the door behind Twilight as she made her way to her couch and laid down across it. Do you need me to do anything? Just sit still and tell me how you feel afterwards. Hold nothing back. Twilight unfurled a spell, floating in the air. She had studied it, of course, but having it available was handy when dealing with unfamiliar spells. Let's do this. I'm ready. And it began, Fluttershy becoming Flutterguy under Twilight's magical aptitude. Being the curious sort she was, she tried the spell-altering technique to make the otherwise permanent spell collapse on itself later. How do you feel? He cleared his deeper voice. Oh my, he reached up, rubbing his throat. I don't sound like I did before. There were similarities, to be certain, but at least part of it was the poison joke playing its well joke. It's not a bad voice. It is not, gently agreed Twilight. How do you feel? Heavy in different places. Flutter rose to his hooves, shaking his rump a bit as he grappled with his new form. Oh, it's like when we became breezies. Everything feels new and different, even the parts one already had. He brought up a hoof, gazing at it. It's just a hoof. I always had them, but these hooves feel different and strange. He pressed the hoof into his own face. My face feels different, the hoof too. Together, a third new thing. It's all so bewildering, but not bad, just different. Did I miss something fun? Discord appeared with a magical puff of sparkles. Because I want a piece of... He trailed off, looking at the transformed Fluttershy a moment before he turned around and grabbed Twilight by the shoulders. What did you do? Twilight squeaked as she was jostled about. It's temporary, she hurriedly assured. Discord released Twilight to collapse. A likely story. He twirled back to Fluttershy. Are you all right? Want me to snap that? Fluttershy giggled, boyishly being a stallion. Thank you, but Twilight said it should wear off soon. She did ask before hoof, don't worry. I say, he did not see. But why? Fluttershy, my dear, you've always been. Please, just the way you are. I've always been, it was the only choice. He inclined his head, and I don't like to make noise. I'm just experimenting. Probably I'll get past it. He stepped down to the ground, tail whipping behind him. How do I look? Adorable. Discord huffed with a faint smile, as if this little spell could change that. Fluttershy pressed his head up against an available hand, soon getting a little petting that he just didn't fight. You say such nice things. Only for nice ponies. Discord sat floating in the air. So long as you're happy, I'll be happy. Fluttershy, Twilight had not fled. How do you feel? He inclined his head at Twilight. Like a pony, but also very different. I feel energetic, like I want to go outside and do something, but I have Discord right here. He pointed at his floating friend. I feel certain we can do something fun. Now we're talking. With a snap of his fingers, Twilight was casually banished, reappearing in her castle. She made a few notes in her book. Second male transformation. Highly energetic, suspect also slightly euphoric, but that was Fluttershy, she, or he just wanted to have a very energetic tea party. I don't predict any complications. She dotted the end of the sentence with purpose to send later to Blue. One mystery, slightly closer to resolved. It's wonderful. Blue trotted up and down the central aisle that led to a large circular pad. This is where the magic will happen. Quite literally. And there. She pointed at each exit lane. And she rushed off. Fancy trailed after her, in no special rush. I trust it meets your expectations. Meets and exceeds. Blue sat to clop her hooves together in a grand applause. You've outdone yourself. We're not done. Fancy curled on himself, and out came a bundle of paper he offered towards Blue. What's this? Her magic took hold of it, and she began reading quickly. What? Fancy, how did you make this? She tapped at the collection of papers. You do not suffer this. How could you write a book about it? Fancy leaned in, and soon they were nose to nose, rubbing gently. I visited a local library and found some lit. Erasure. These are portions of those. I confess, I did not write them myself. Marvelous. Blue slapped the papers down beside the central circle. We have something to provide those considering, and to read after it is done, to adjust. She set a hoof on the side of her head. Why did Nopone suggest such reading to me? I was quite confused when I took that step. I had to figure it through the hard way. Not quite. Fancy set an arm over her, drawing her close. You were surrounded by supporting friends and family. But we can't assume every pony or creature that walks in here will have the same conditions. Too right, gushed Blue, dancing in place. You've really put a lot of thought into this. I'm shamed. I'm delighted. Can you be both of those things because I'm feeling it? She cleared her throat as she circled to face Fancy from the front. I must say, you are already acting in the role of an exemplary stallion of mine. You will return the favor. He nodded softly. When I find a path, I wish to gallop along. With pleasure, gushed Blue. It would be a pure delight to be able to repay your kindness. But here, this. She circled in place, taking in the room once more. I really like the marble trim. So tasteful, but paints a hard line that we will assist ponies getting past. But still a line. Once so fuzzy, we will bring it into sharp contrast, then step over it. She took a bounce forward, giggling. Speaking of lines we must step over. Fancy kept up with her with easy steps. Lemon Drops says the plans are complete. We must stop by the castle and her office to have a look at them. Then we can begin inviting all the proper ponies. Invitations, she almost screamed, clearing her throat afterwards and dropping her tone back down. Yes, of course. This time we'll invite the parents properly. Too right. Fancy nodded softly. But before that, we'll have a look at Lemon Drop's plans. If they fit our requirements, we can proceed together. Together. She touched her nose to his cheek, biting once at his fuzzy hide and nuzzling into the spot. It drew a soft, happy noise from him, which only made her smile all the brighter. Soon we will be wed. I'm looking forward to it. He smooched her nose in gentle reply to the nip he had gotten. If you've reservations, this is the time to speak them. What? Blue shook her head rapidly. The only second thought I am entertaining is a foolish wish that we could just get it over with today. But no. We will not do that. We will do this properly, with the blessings of our family and friends. Together, and thoughts of doubts were put aside for some quality together time. Noses rubbing, arms wrapped around one another, and near silent kisses that shouted to the world their unified love for one another. They would soon start a new chapter of their lives, and both felt ready to face it. Chapter 35, Best Night Plans. And then the music swells. Lemon gestured over her plans. You'll come down the aisle here. She trailed a hoof along the path. Fancy nodded softly. This part is pleasingly standard. Right. Lemon got back to the more interesting parts. Luna agreed to play the mediator. Blue's ears twitched atop her head. In the middle of the day, I mentioned it to her, and she was quite eager. Lemon pointed at Blue. Something about her duty? Blue softly hummed a moment. Of course. Faithful Luna, her aunt and sort of mother. I will have to think a way to repay her for this kindness. I can only imagine she will be quite tired. Fancy chuckled softly. Are lunar coffee beans at the ready? Lemon snorted softly. Way ahead of you. We'll have her favorite blend piping hot and ready for her. Now, with Luna serving the role, that means Celestia will not be strictly required. We don't need two mediators. Fancy raised a hoof to chin at that idea. A noble marriage without Princess Celestia? That is a departure from the norm. Lemon nodded. Yeah, but we have a royal sister. Two is just being greedy in the end. She'd just be a guest if she was there. Blue sat up a little. Then we should at least invite her to be just that. We've had moments, but to spurn her at this point feels impolite. Besides, she is our ruler, at least an invitation. If she declines, that is her decision. But if we don't even offer it, then it is ours. And a rude one, agreed Fancy. She'll be invited, even as just a guest. You got it. Lemon clopped a hoof down on the plan paper. Speaking of that, if you give me a list of guests, I'll take care of invitations, or, if you prefer, you can handle that. Different newlyweds, different wants on that. You won't hurt my feelings either way. Blue and Fancy shared a look before both nodded in unison. We'll handle it, they spoke in unison. Lemon burst into a fresh bout of giggles. You two are already too much. She reached, a hoof on either of their shoulders. Glad I can help you two come together. Now, and she right on outlining how the ceremony would proceed. You have the accent down. Fire leaned in towards Fleur, over her a little with a bit of smirk. Sure, Fleur was physically larger, but that is what a chair was for, displaying proper dominance to students. But you're tripping over the sentence. Prince is not in the same order as Ponish. Let's do that again. For the chastising, Fleur did not look at all downcrest. Thank you, Mon Amy, for taking the time. I feel certain you have so many important things. Stop that. Fire set a hoof on Fleur's lips. You're cute, but stop that. Until you're done learning Prince, you're not allowed to use it in Ponish sentences. That's just holding you back. Prince for Prince. When you got that down like breathing, you can go back to being creative with it. Boy, yes. Fleur cleared her throat with a raised hoof. I will do my best. That will not be easy. I've grown quite used to it. I did not promise this would be easy. Fire smirked perhaps a bit cruelly. But you will get what you want, if you want enough to work for it. Fleur nodded firmly though, undeterred. I will not stop, Non. She colored faintly. No, she repeated in Ponish. Good, now, while I want you to not use little bits of French, we're learning French, so let's move on. She rolled a hoof slowly. From now on, I will speak only in French. You will respond in it, however slowly you have to. If you're stuck, ask for help as a foal with a word they don't know, because that is what you are, a foal learning a language. Heat rolled off of her, perhaps enjoying herself a bit much. Comprends-tu? Not that she waited. Commençons donc. Quel est ton nom? Fleur was quiet a moment, sifting through the words with a little scrunch of concentration. Nom nom. Oh, Fleur de Lis, she pronounced with pride. Quel est ton nom? Fire raised a brow at the question being turned back on her. Not that she had a problem understanding it. Je suis Paradoxe du Feu, votre professeur. Continuons. Quand vous avez soif, que buvez-vous? That was perhaps a bit much for Fleur's skill, leaving her lips moving without words a moment. Je suis. I am, replied Fire, proving she would still speak some Ponish. Fouet is fire, continued Fleur, putting it together. Paradox of Fire. Your name in French sounds lovely. Thank you. She leaned forward with a grin. Now, answer the question. As Fire had promised, it would not be easy, but once set to a task of instruction, she took it seriously. Drilling French into Fleur was her assignment, and one she would see to the end, even if she made that pretty mare squeal in horror at the end. So this is it. Fire slowly walked down the central aisle, one hoof feeling along the marble divider. Fancy. He oversaw it. Blue nodded with confidence. Isn't it lovely? So we'll meet the ponies there. Fire pointed at the circle in the center. Give them one last chance to chicken out. If they're still ready, we zap them and invert their sensitive parts. You are so very crude at times. Blue rolled her eyes as she moved to take her spot in the circle. See the pamphlets here? Fire advanced, bringing the papers into view. What are those for? Give one of the ones on the left. Her magic plucked up a lone sheet of paper. Only after they read that do we ask them if they're certain. It is all the information that we'll need to know before we proceed any further. How many bits are we charging? Blue blinked softly. That had not been the question she had expected at all. I'm doing this out of kindness. Dummy. Fire prodded her boss in the side. If you do it for free, that's what they'll value it as. Your time isn't free. You only have so much of it. But the entire purpose. BlueBell huffed at the idea. The whole idea is to bring this to those who might not have the means. Why are you so much newer to living the mortal life than me? Fire rolled her eyes dramatically. You have to set a price, a fair one. She began tapping her hooves with her steps. Then you can offer a break to those who need it. They'll feel really good, getting something expensive for less, instead of something that was free. And if a noble pony wanders in here, you won't feel bad charging the actual price. Fire turned in place. You don't own this place. It's going to cost bits to keep it, and to keep it looking this shiny. You need bits. I know, alien to you. Me need bits, but too bad. Welcome to actually getting things done. This was a bitter pill, creating quite the frown a moment, but it lifted. You are not wrong. Even Princess Celestia must attend her finances, even if she has trusted ponies for the task. She set a hoof on Fire. You are well worth having around, Miss Paradox. As if there was a doubt. She pointed to the side of the room with a male symbol. I call dibs on the ones becoming stallions. You can handle the ones going in the direction you went in. Blue inclined her head faintly. I don't see much the difference. If it pleases you. She pointed at the other stack. This is to be given to them afterwards. Direct them towards their proper waiting area for recovery with it. Since you wish to take on the stallions, I will warn that the process makes them energetic. You must insist. No pony leaves until they're recovered. I will be having a nurse on either side to ensure their safety and full recovery. Fire rolled her eyes. And you wanted this to be free? Dummy. Despite her hostile words, Blue's mind was elsewhere. I would like to do more about their home lives, but that is in the end beyond me. I can't press into their personal lives, and I imagine most would not wish me to. Good call. Fire sat, eyes sweeping over the outgoing literature. Huh, you cover some of it in here. She tapped at the floating writing. Probably as good as you're getting. We can thank Fancy for that. Her horn glowed as she took up a leaflet herself to quickly run over. Are you prepared for this? That spell is no small thing. I'm the one that prepared you for it, noted Fire with a wry smile. I can handle it. In fact, if it's what they really want, I may get a nice little hit out of it. Pardon. Blue set her paper back down. Whatever do you mean? Did you forget? Fire pointed at herself. I'm a demon of lusts and passions. If some pony wanders in here with an unfulfilled lust that I help make reality, their joy at that kind of thing is what I live for. She ran her tongue over her lips. You were a tepid meal. You were fulfilling a want, but there was so little of the spicy stuff in there. You're getting better, bit by bit, but it's too late for me to get my share. Meanie. From dummy to meanie? You're full of spirit today. Blue shook her head slowly. Does this feeding harm the pony involved? Oh, no, no, no. The demon waved her hoof, her suddenly exposed heart-tipped tail giving a lash. The games we play have far larger stakes than that. Don't worry your pretty little head. Your insistence makes me do precisely that. Blue moved in front of Fire. Explain. Fire huffed at that. Like draws like. We are creatures of unbridled desires. Some of them fun, some of them not so fun, but the unbridled part is the important bit. We want things, we reach for those things. There are no breaks, there is no hesitation. Different demons, different focuses. You give an angry demon half an excuse, they will hit you. It's what they want, and they will not hold back. No brakes, right? Not that Blue entirely grasped that. But how does that relate to this? Like draws like. Fire leaned in, touching her nose to Blue's in a gross violation of personal space. I'm a creature of lust. Lust for knowledge, lust for power, lust for lust classic. Let's go with that. Turning mortals towards what I want makes me happy and tilts the scales of the cosmos just a tiny little bit. She raised her hooves so close they almost touched. Just a little, repeated Blue in slow, uncertain tones. And this tilt, it invigorates you? Now you get it. She bounced at her hooves. Good to work for a boss that gets it, even when she doesn't get it. And if we mortals went the way you wanted and you weren't there? Fire shrugged explosively with a roll of her eyes. Whatever. It'd still tilt, but I'd get nothing out of it. Boring. Blue nodded with returning confidence. Then I will do what I feel is right. If you happen to enjoy it, that is no concern of mine. You are not causing this tilt in this case. She pointed at the papers. The ponies who come here will already know what they want. Doing it in a clean and supportive fashion is better. Ugh. Fire prodded the stack of papers. We are the brakes. I hate it. She huffed out a puff of brimstone. Whatever. When do we start? Waiting is not your specialty, is it? Fire squinted at Blue's question. I just told you. No brakes. You're lucky. Demons like me at least grasp the idea. She clapped her hooves about some imagined thing. But that doesn't mean I suddenly like it. Next week, with a glowing horn, Blue brought over the day's newspaper. We are running an advertising push to get ponies talking about it. Fire looked it over quickly. Better get the real price over to them before people or ponies get ideas. The spell will work on other creatures, will it not? You're joking. Fire could see Blue was not joking. Ponies have very specific things that need to be in very specific places before a girl pony can properly do the girl thing. Those very things makes it different if you're making a girl pony into a boy pony. She threw a hoof up. The spell to flip a dragon or a griffin's going to be simpler, but different. I see. Blue considered a quiet moment. Lucky us, complicated creatures we are. She turned for the exit. But it would then behoove me to learn the more universal variant of the spell. Yes? In case we get a not pony creature in need of our services. Already know it, sang Fire. But you should know it too. This is your thing, right? Too right. Blue inclined her head. Before him was a familiar pony. Yellow-winged. Fluttershy. There was. Did you like what you experienced? She could think of little other reason for the mare to be there. It was very educational. Fluttershy nodded firmly. But I'm all right being me. She brushed down her own front, then turned in place. It's actually about her. From behind her emerged an olive-green stallion with a nervous smile. Hey, lady. I like the flow of your dress. Zephyr shot a charming wink at BlueBell, who was far from charmed. Who is this? Fluttershy turned back the other way, realizing Zephyr had snuck around her. Oh, there they are. This is Zephyr Breeze, my brother. Sister. We did some soul-searching together. And it occurred to me why I'm all mixed up. Zephyr twirled a hoof beside their head, eyes swirling as if they had just been struck. When Fluttershy broke down this sort of thing was possible, I started to imaging the possibilities. Besides, my favorite pony in the world is a Lesbo, so if I even want a chance, this is the only way. Blue frowned at the would-be mare. I am here to help ponies who are seeking their true destiny, not improve the odds of tryst. If they were not interested in you before, there are good odds their interest will remain sedate at best. I told him that, agreed Fluttershy. I told him not to do this if that's what this is for. But I do want it, even if she keeps rebuffing me. Zephyr took a step forward. Now, I don't have to change names, do I? Zephyr Breeze works either way, the way I see it. Blue shook her head quickly. That is not a requirement, just a thing a lot of ponies feel the urge to do. Another way to place a bookmark the world can see that you have taken a dramatic change of self. What other marker do we have that is more plain and obvious than our name to represent ourselves? Do you see? Zephyr seemed to muse over that as another pony advanced towards Fire, a mare. She was met with a paper against the face. What? She reached up as her magic drew it away, allowing her to read quickly, eyes sweeping left and right. Oh, on and on she went down the page. Oh, she looked past the page of Fire. There's a lot to consider, isn't there? Fire nodded. But if it's what you want, I'm here to get you to it. She rubbed her hooves together, clearly ready and willing to do just that. We doing it. The mare set the paper down with a slow inhale. I need to think about this. Fire lifted her shoulders. We'll be here. Blue reached over to swat at Fire. What she means is, good on you for taking this serious step seriously. Do consider it, and if you have questions, come right back here. That. Fire inclined her head at the paper. Take that. Oh, thank you. The mare's horn lifted the paper and folded it neatly even as she turned. I might be back. And off she went, not entirely ready to take that final step. Zephyr watched her go by before meeting Blue's eyes again. I bet I'll make Samara's just as sad. Blue raised a brow. Pardon. That the old Zeph won't be available as a stallion. A cruel move on my part. They nodded with certainty. But I have to do what feels right to me. A little smile appeared. That was the most genuine thing she'd heard out of Zephyr so far. She bit that part back. Fluttershy, the yellow Pegasus perked. You know your sibling well, I trust. For our whole lives, minus a few years. Fluttershy nodded quickly. What? Well, allow me to start by offering my sincere admiration. Not every sister would help their sibling down this path. Right beside them. You are. Oh, stop. Fluttershy was blushing brilliantly. I'm just doing what's right. Not every pony does, countered Blue, and it deserves credit where credit is due, which it is. I hope they appreciate your concern and character. Fluttershy's the best. Zephyr threw an arm over her, drawing her closer. Always has my back. I mean, there was this one time she busted my bottom, but it was for my own good. Wouldn't trade her in for the world. Blue waited patiently for Fluttershy to get over that moment of praise. I would like your honest opinion. Now, don't get me wrong. No pony knows themselves like, well, themselves, but as a close relation in good standing, what is your view on this? Fluttershy inclined her head. Well, I know what it's like to be curious. I was curious. Twilight helped me, to see the other side. The grass wasn't greener, just different. I was happy to have seen it, but was just as pleased where I started. But about Zephyr, I admit, imagining them as a mare is a challenge. But I want them to be happy. Blue nodded slowly, soft moves coming from her as Fluttershy spoke. I see. I will be honest. On one hoof, I am loath to not proceed. Having any pony tell me to stop only made me quite upset, really. Delays were unthinkable. A mare is what I was realizing I should be, and to be held back from it, unthinkable, and, well, I just didn't care for that at all. Zephyr bobbed his head quickly. So we can start. A little patience, please. Blue lowered the hoof she had raised for the stop. If I were to tell you to explore this a little further before hoof, how would you feel? Zephyr's expression was not hard to read, collapsing in a mixture of annoyance and frustration. But why? I have bits. They dug out a bag quickly, letting it spill open. Not a few coins, though far below the price she had set. On the other hoof, Fluttershy was gaping at it like it was true riches. Where did you get that? Zephyr pointed at the bag in coins. This month's pay. Fluttershy circled around her sibling. Have you paid your rent? How will you eat? Do you have any savings? Zephyr puffed up, not shot down by Fluttershy's concerns. I will figure it out. I'll move if I have to, but this isn't waiting. Blue nodded gently. I see. Take your coins back. Zephyr sank. You won't? Why? Tears began to well in their eyes. I won't take your last bits. Blue nudged a coin back towards Zephyr. It wouldn't do for a mare to be homeless now, would it? Very unladylike. Oh, how their features brightened. So you'll. Blue's hoof slid over their mouth. Step forward and we'll begin. I just need you to read something carefully all the way through. She floated over the before paperwork for Zephyr to review. Do you want to stay? Of course. Fluttershy stepped forward. I'll be here until they're all done and don't need me anymore. Zephyr chuckled softly at that. Not sure I'll ever not need my favorite sister. At least a little. Fluttershy leaned in and they met cheek to cheek in a moment of sibling love. Blue sat back with a little smile. You're making me jealous that I am an only foal. You're welcome then. Zephyr, do read that. She pointed. Their eyes were sweeping quickly. Yeah, right. They were going quickly, perhaps a bit too quickly, but they were at least reading it. Nothing too strange besides the whole thing. Let's do it. Say goodbye to Stallion. Hello to Mare. I'll be the prettiest thing in the room instead of the handsomest. They waggled their brows with a grin. Hit me. Blue paused a moment. Zephyr was a lot to take in. When we are finished, you'll go there. She pointed the way, and recover with Fluttershy. When the nurse clears you, then you can leave. Not before then. With the sparkle of magic, she began to remake a pony, hopefully into their true, happier self. An envelope landed on a pile of others. And that's the last. Fancy nodded with satisfaction. Nothing else stands before us. Only us. She cantered in place a little. We have to actually perform our parts. Will you think less of me if I admit a little caution? I would think you were a pony. He smooched her cheek, with very normal fears. Do I not also seem nervous? Truly, he did not. An unflappable pillar of noble etiquette. He showed no signs of worry. Are you? Fancy's left ear skewed off to the side. Terrified. He didn't look it. One should only be married once in their life. So it is of the utmost importance that one does it precisely right, as there are no chances to make amends for a failed attempt. This much is true, allowed Blue breathlessly. Lemon Hearts has done her best. The plans are without flaw. It is only us that could send it awry. He touched noses with her, looking into her eyes. We are both a little scared, but we will face it. Together. She rubbed at the connection, where noses met. A botched wedding at your side sounds better than not being with you, truth told. That is a romantic but terrible consideration, he chuckled out, stepping back. Let us do our part to have a successful union. Let's. Blue nodded. Have you your oath prepared? A scroll appeared beside him in the air. Done. Edited and proofread. Blue smiled at that. Jolly good. How will we address the kiss? But Fancy looked confused. Are we going to impress on them the fiery passion of our union, or going for a more proper kiss to show our decorum? Fancy took a step towards her. His breath felt against her face. In this event, a little passion is proper decorum, my dear. Lady Bell, Baroness of more than land, ruler of my heart, I will display to the world exactly how I feel of the mare I have chosen. I hope you are ready for that. He walked away, leaving a deeply blushing BlueBell behind. Fiery passion it is. Blue got out, her skin tingling in a new way. Miss Paradox will be thrilled to hear of it. Chapter 36, Wedding Bells. Luna took a deep draw of a floating mug with the words Best Princess engraved upon it, filling herself with that vital black brew. Coffee, black as Grogar's heart, steaming hot and made from her favorite blend to chase away her fatigue. As I was saying, she was in the middle of something. Oh yes, a wedding. Baroness BlueBell, ruler of Sire's Hollow. She nodded at the ornamented mare. Blue was dressed as befit a royal mare, voluminous and billowing. Do you accept Fancy Pants of the Pants family as your stallion? Legally and, more importantly, to yourself, accepting him as your +1, to stand at your side for all time? Blue sniffed just once. It was hard to fight the tears that wanted to flow. It was happening. Of all the Mares in the entire city, she had not imagined, just a year prior, that would be her to be the one that won Fancy's hoof. I do. Luna nodded as she turned her gaze on Fancy Pants. Fancy Pants, son of Foxy Bouquet and Royal Purple, well-regarded and respected noble pony, do you accept Baroness BlueBell to stand at her side for all time, through thick and thin? A scroll popped into being beside Fancy Pants. I do, but I have my own oath. He showed no fear. Not that he did very often. Fortunately, that was one trait among many Blue admired in him. Please, do proceed. A chance for another drink of her lifeblood. Luna inched back a little to let the groom have a turn. Fancy turned towards Blue fully, nodding once at the crowd of both their families and friends there. I, Fancy Pants, do hereby commit to the full growth of our union, to fostering its development and nurturing it through its many stages. Some will fill us both with joy, and at other times, dread and worry. In all times, we will be tied. We will see through this unified path we now walk together. Though he had a scroll, it was not opened. He knew the words. He leaned forward but did not touch. To the betterment of Equestria, as humble servants us both, to the understanding and comprehension of what makes us what we are, and how that fits in against the other. I look forward to it. I pray you challenge me. I am not perfect, and there is no other pony I can think more suited than my wife to shake me free of the stony pedestals I erect for myself. Dazzled and shaken on the floor, it will be your hoof I take, and I will rebuild. This is what learning and growth is. When we grow old and tired, I will rest against you, confident that I led a life full of wonder. A gentle smile worn there. For good and bad, we will remain bound to the end. Blue's cheeks had colored, not swiftly, but creeping up on her as Fancy spoke. I would like to amend my oath. It was too much, with Fancy's words right there, making her seem so feeble in comparison. Luna looked up from her mug. You don't have to. No, but I will. Blue smiled with some uncertainty. If I may. You may. Luna nodded, taking the opportunity to finish topping up. Given leave, Blue extended a hoof. When we first met, I had no idea this day would come. If you asked me on that day so long ago, I would have laughed. I would have been appalled, truth told. I have come quite some distance since then. But even then, even on that first day, I knew you were a pony worth knowing. We fast became friends. She chortled softly. You had an almost magical power to liven up just about any function I found you attending. You always knew the rules. You knew the edges, not that you were prone to straying towards them often. But that is where I came in, did I not? Even then, those old days, I was testing the strength of those pillars you spoke of. For a laugh, sometimes. We both learned and grew. But this was not a one-way thing. Blue turned the extended hoof towards herself. When I was lost and confused, you were the one that held my sobbing mess close. You held me back to my hooves, dizzy, confused. You encouraged me to get back to building. She took a slow breath. Even now, walking forward with purpose, you stand ready to support me. I promise to return the favor, to show you love, admiration, and keep your hooves moving. In good times and in poor, we will walk forward together. Luna nodded gently at either of them. Lovely, lovely. Now, it is tradition that I offer this opportunity. If any has a reason why these two should not be wed, this is the time to speak it. Otherwise, kindly stuff it someplace dark and get on with it. A hoof extended up towards the back. Luna scowled at it. If this has something to do with the gender, either present or past, of those involved, I will be very disappointed. The hoof shrank back down. Very good. To be clear, Equestria has no rules standing in the way of love between any two ponies. A mare and a stallion. A mare and a mare. Two stallions? The law abides them all equally, so long as the two come together in love. She spread her wings. Now, if you'd like to exchange wings. She shook her head. Rings. Blue chortled softly at that. She could only imagine that would be quite the display if they exchanged wings. And yet, she felt something snugly hug over her back, being slid into position. She turned to see a set of large, fake, fluffy wings being set into place, glowing with Fancy's magic. She turned back to him just in time for a ring to slide down along her horn. She'd been played completely and without a hitch. You, but she was smiling. Fancy nodded with propriety. You're my princess, title or not. It is you who will reign gently over my kingdom. He dipped his head. I accept your ring as a sign of my fealty sworn. Blue's cheeks began to burn furiously. Luna hadn't made a mistake at all. The whole thing was planned. I accept and mark this occasion. A ring came floating in, set upon Fancy's horn carefully. Rise, my loyal prince consort. With pleasure. Luna smiled gently. I now pronounce these two married, bound with all here as witness. They may now kiss. She snorted softly. Not that they needed my permission. And yet, permission had been given. They stepped towards one another. While her eyes closed, his remained open, meeting in what seemed gentle for the first instant. But he pressed, his magic drawing her in close. It was the sort of kiss she had read in her romance books so long ago. She had thought them fanciful lies. The very idea of a kiss that could electrify a pony with its strength seemed like nothing but the most incredible leaps of fiction. And yet, there she was experiencing it. She could distantly hear clopping and stomping. The crowd was clearly approving of the display Fancy was giving them. One whooping cry rose above the others. Fire Paradox was egging Fancy on with all the abandon of, well, a demon. Less classic, was it? It was over. Blue staggered back a step, blinking open her eyes. Flower petals were raining down around them, and gentle music was playing. Fancy touched his nose to hers, his familiar breath returning. Come, let's proceed to the reception. And so it was that Fancy led the party onwards to where the festivities would continue. Fire threw a leg over the withers of her married boss. Congratulations. So, you two gonna get with the little ponies now. Blue scowled at that. You have made a solemn consideration sound both tawdry and unwholesome. She pushed Fire back with a thump of her hooves. Stop that. You can't fool me. Fire danced on her hooves, almost giddy. I saw you in that kiss. You were so ready. Go on. He's ready. He's so ready. Blue crashed her forehead against Fire's, narrowly missing her servant with her horn. That is between us and not a creature else. Thank you. Now be good. She waved broadly. We have an entire party here. Good food, performances, everything one could want. Almost everything. Fire grumbled with a bit of a pout. No, I dare say everything. Blue inclined her head at something behind Fire. What are you pointing at? I already tried the chocolate faux. She finished, turning to see Dr. Horse approaching. She gasped and broke into a gallop without even a pause between the two actions. No breaks, gently sang Blue with a little smile, happy for Fire's joy. Perhaps yours will be the next wedding I attend. The two crashed into one another. Hugs were given and received, then kissing. Whatever words they had were lost in the noise of the crowd. But perhaps there weren't any to begin with. Theirs was a relationship of shared passion. Her thoughts were interrupted with a gentle touch of a hoof to her left foreleg. She turned to see Fancy closing with her, flank to flank. The party is a success, he reported with a nod. Lemon did her job well. Quite well. Blue leaned in against her new husband. As uncouth as she may be, she did raise a point. HM, your servant. His eyes were on Fire, still enjoying her reunion. The same. She sways her tail to the right, swatting Fancy lightly. Our foals and our future. Is that something you want? Things went quiet between them. Only the noises of the wedding reception around them. If we were to have a child, he said, breaking that silence. I would love them, but perhaps only second in my heart. I doubt they could shake you loose if you're thrown therein. Blue burst into a little fit of giggles. You're too much. Too much by half. But that doesn't answer the question, now, does it? She leaned in with her head, resting it against Fancy's. Is it something you want? It would be in the best interest of both our families. He raised an ear at Blue. My parents were already quite clear. If you consult with yours, I feel you will receive a similar reply. We are only foals. None other can take the role. True, but that is a matter of duty. Obligation at best. Blue rolled a hoof in the air. Important, surely not to be ignored, but does not answer my question. She thumped against him. Which you are avoiding. I must insist. Answer. To have a pony that is the living proof of our union would bring me great joy, he admitted, smile slowly warming. But, even as I say that, I value your autonomy. If you do not wish a foal, then we are not to have one. I will shake you loose of your comfortable places. She turned, touching her nose to his snout. I expect you to do the same. The conversation faded between them a moment. This is not exactly the... Blue set a hoof on his cheek, enough to silence him. Daft Stallion, honey, this is me giving you permission to shake that pole, even if I make quite a bit of noise. Even if I am sent flying as a result. It won't be so bad. I know there's a pony that will catch me when I reach the ground. She flicked her tongue, licking him right in the center of his nose. We will make it forward together. Together, he agreed breathlessly. Of course. How daft indeed of me. He adjusted his tie in a fidget. But that is a shaking I will save for another day. It is quite impolite to shake that pole during a wedding reception. Ma petite sœur, comme tu es belle aujourd'hui. Fleur had arrived, pressing her nose against Blue's without hesitation. Et regardez-moi, je peux parler français correctement maintenant. Blue blinked softly. She had no idea what Fleur had just said, but that she had heard little sister in there somewhere. It's nice to see you, sister-in-law. Oh, yes, that is true. Fleur raised a hoof to her chin. It is official now. You really are my little sister. Imagine that. Expect to be spoiled. She sat to raise her hooves to Blue's cheeks. You thought I was already a big sister? Non. It will get so much better, or worse, depending on how it is you look at it. Fancy chuckled softly at his sister. Fleur here told me that she can speak French properly now. Oui, sang out Fleur with a huge grin. C'est grâce à votre serviteur. Elle m'a bien appris. She paused a moment, neither of the other ponies getting it. Your servant. She pointed towards where Fire had flopped over with Dr. Horse. The two locked in smooches. Oh my, she is enjoying the festivities. Clearing her throat, she turned back to the newlyweds. She instructed me, taught me how to speak properly. I will have to practice, of course, but I am so much better than once I was. Pardon. Another pony joined the group. There was Firelight, Starlight's father. If I'm not intruding, I will not monopolize the newlyweds. An off-fleur trotted to allow the new pony in. Firelight nodded. Nice to see you again, Baroness. Your dress. He waved at it. A classic. I checked. Your grandmother, cut in blue with a smile. The same. Firelight nodded with a mum. It was a traditional garb of your family for weddings, only passing out of favor with her. I see you brought it back. He gave an appreciative noise, and cut properly at that. I had to come over and compliment it. Not many get age pieces so perfect. Starlight threw a leg over Firelight. Stop bothering them, Dad. They got married. They're not here to learn history facts. Blue inclined her head at the two. Fancy, this is Starlight, and her father, Firelight. Both are children of my domain. Starlight nodded at Fancy. And you are the consort of our Baron. A pleasure and an honor. He dipped his head at the stallion. We're lucky to have such a kind and thoughtful ruler. Stop brown-nosing, my turn. Another pony had approached. Stellar Flare chased off Firelight easily, but Starlight would not be shooed. Do you have a problem? Yeah. Starlight turned to Blue. Hey, nice wedding, but I also wanted to offer a hoof. Out came the hoof. I heard what you set up here, in Canterlot. That's big of you. I mean, I'm happy as a mayor, thanks. She laughed at that. But for those who don't feel right in their bodies, it's nice they have a place to go, you know? Good on you. And was only with that said that Stellar succeeded at securing her turn. You'll be pleased to know that the new old-fashioned bread is a complete success. She grinned with victory. Ponies come from all around to taste this bread. It has a taste that future cultivated bread just lacks. Can't set a hoof on it, but they love it, and they pay for it. She inclined her head where Firelight had run off to. I put him in charge of making sure the old wheat stays old. He loves the job. Her eyes rolled. Keeping old things old, that's him. But it worked for this. So good. By the way, the music a little dated, isn't it? She raised a brow. You should have reached out. I know some avant-garde musicians that could really add a dash of spice to things. You will do no such thing. Ah, there was competing clause standing next to her husband. Subclause. Now be gone. I will speak to my daughter. And so, it was that Stellar was chased away. Bluey, you cut quite the regal figure there. Her eyes darted to Fancy. And you proper. Very proper. Fancy could detect a compliment given. Thank you, ma'am. Would you prefer I change the title I address you by? Subclause suddenly came around, throwing a leg right over Fancy. You can call me Dad, sure. By the way, those little dogs are just what I was hoping for. You got everything perfect. Competing glanced at her husband and back at Fancy. You are our son now. Mother is an acceptable term to use. You may, and should in proper situations, continue to refer to me by name. She extended a hoof, which he kissed without a word of prompting. Very good. Your actions reflect on both our families now. I have heard little scandal tied to you, say where it involved our child, but therein lies the issue, does it not? You two are very tied now. See that you don't let it lead you to mischief. Blue smiled gently at her mother, the true one. I will do my best to bring honor to our name, Mother. You already have. Competing leaned in, almost touching noses, almost. You already have. Cool, mate. And off she walked, Subclause trailing behind. A joyous day. Ah, Princess Celestia. A trick of being a newlywed. Ponies really did want to talk to you at your reception. Thank you for inviting me to it. Fancy dipped down to a knee, only to find Celestia's wing in the way, barring the motion from completing. No newlywed will spend time bowing to me on the special day. I wasn't even the one presiding. Rise, groom. He did just that a little awkwardly. Your Grace, always a pleasure to see you. And to you as well, Fancy Pants. She glanced between them. Are you changing names? Blue Pants? Fancy Bell. Blue colored faintly. We are quite proud of the names we have. She rubbed gently against Fancy Pants. We stand in celebration of our families, with neither being subsumed by the other. Rightly said. Fancy nodded in placid agreement. We draw pride from both sides, and we won't show favor to either by picking one name or the other. Besides, BlueBell changed her name only recently. To do so again, Blue sagged at the idea. I just got my stationery in order. Bonnie dear, don't make me do it again. I wouldn't dream. Celestia smiled gently at the two. Blue, I had my doubts, but you have made measured strides forward despite my fears and hesitations. You have taken your life in your hooves, and your glow reflects well on the ponies of my kingdom. She leaned in, that long neck of hers allowing her to reach Blue without actually angling her body at all. Niece, it is as if she were tasting the word. A pleasure to meet you, niece. Blue wasn't sure why, but she couldn't see properly. Oh, tears. Celestia had accepted her. Celestia had accepted her, not only in her choice, but as her niece. It was, she shuddered, trying to fight the little sniffles that struggled in her. Pepperins. Say he nothing. This is a day for joy. She bumped her nose against Blue's. And new starts. If you will forgive my past deeds, I will do the same. Let us begin again. What did she say? Luna came up as Celestia walked away all dignified. She isn't raining on your special day, I hope? No, blurted Blue a bit too loudly. Fancy patted his wife gently. She said exactly the right thing, and it overwhelmed BlueBell. He leaned back against her, offering support. She'll be fine. It is good. It just required a moment to digest, as they say. Luna glanced from one to the other. Now, I am exhausted. I just wanted to get over here to wish you both the best I can. She paused to yawn thunderously. The best I could. You treat her right. She pointed at Fancy accusingly. I'll be watching, with all proper care. Fancy dipped his head as Luna strode away on unsure legs. I do hope she makes it back to her room. A pony streaked in with a rainbow trail. This place is great, but there you are. Rainbow landed before the newlyweds with a grin. I heard what you got up to. Nice. Like, seriously super nice. I heard from a few ponies that stopped by. Her eyes suddenly swirled. You'd tell her I'd still shoot her down, right? Blue burst into laughter. Zephyr was quite certain of their desire despite that. Had a feeling. Rainbow snorted, but her smile returned. That aside, she's doing all right. Not sure if this is the one thing that'll put it all together, but they're happy with it. Happy with themselves, you know? I won't ever complain about a pony coming out of their closet, so thanks. She offered a hoof and soon clopped it against Blue's. I did have one little question, though. Well, Rainbow leaned in. I heard from Twilight that it doesn't have to be a forever thing. Applejack wants to foal the old-fashioned way. See where I'm going? She'll adopt if she has to. She really wants to be a mom. But if I can take one for the team, I'll set her up. Blue set a hoof on Rainbow's shoulder. You are a very kind and loving partner to set aside your body autonomy, even for a moment, to make her dreams come true. Hey, don't be like that. Rainbow blushed faintly as she waved it off. Not like I won't get a kid out of it. My second. Her brows waggled. If you count Scootaloo, which I practically do, sister or daughter, whatever, just mincing words at that point. She waved suddenly. Enjoy your party. Let's talk later. And off she went in a streak. Fancy nudged against Blue. Shall we retire for a moment? You look fatigued. Perish the thought. Blue instead drew away to approach the others in the crowd. I'm tired of hiding. Not that you have much left to hide. Fancy followed with a bright smile. They had a world to show exactly what they were made of together. Chapter 37, Aftershocks 1, Rainbows over Apples. Rainbow swayed left and right, looking in a mirror. You were not kidding about either part. Parts of her were moving in ways they never had before. But that made sense. He had parts he never had before, and a rush of energy to do something, anything. And I can't just go tackle Applejack right now. It's the whole point. Blue shook her head slowly. You are not in the right state of mind and could get in trouble before you reach her. By the way, I did have a question. Shoot. Rainbow turned to Blue, one ear twitching. Blue's brows went up together. Something wrong. This is so weird. But looking at you right now, I'm conflicted. Rainbow took a step back, only to retake it. I know you're a mare, and I don't know you that way, but also you're a mare, and that's super interesting. That brought a little smile to Blue's face. Proof of why we keep new stallions put for a little while. After that, you may go, then come back when you're done. Rainbow huffed. Let me go now, and I'd be there before anything happened. Fast is my thing. Blue was a stubborn mare, and Rainbow would have to wait a little longer before he was allowed to continue his plan. Applejack lashed her hooves out, knocking apples from the tree in a brief, intense rain of fruits into the baskets she had set out. Making good progress. There was no pony there to say that to, but she said it anyway, moving to get the baskets emptied into barrels, then onto the next tree. Of all the days for her to be missing me, Rainbow streaked from the canopy of the next tree with a huge grin. I'm right here, AJ. AJ jumped with surprise. You varmint. Stop, H. It was at that moment she realized Rainbow was shaped wrong. A squared snout, broader body lines. Since when were you a stallion? No, wait, that's a dumb question. She set a hoof over her face. Why are you a stallion? She said each word slowly and purposefully. You mostly. Rainbow landed in front of AJ, his eager grin undeterred. Specifically you. AJ, I want you to have everything in the world. Everything. I can't give, everything, but I can give this. I'll never ask fair a stallion fair my birthday, which it ain't. She turned away, just to find Rainbow right back in front of her. That rainbow-colored pony was still just as fast. What exactly are you meaning? You ain't a stallion. Nah, he admitted without resistance. But if playing one means I can make your dream come true, well, I already signed up. The apples can wait a little bit. He closed with Applejack. We have a different apple to see to, and I'll help with him afterwards, promise. Applejack did not shrink away, instead hiking a brow suspiciously. Not to throw doubt on you, Dash, but do you even know how to do that? Rainbow colored in a new way, his cheeks darkening. We'll figure it out. It isn't that complicated. And how long are you this? She waved a hoof over Rainbow's altered form. You're gonna have to relearn your flying tricks, shaped like that. Rainbow paled faintly along his larger snout. I didn't even think of that, but it was true. Different body meant different balances and different. As soon we're sure I did my part here, he pointed at Applejack. I'm headed back to get the old shape back. I'm perfectly happy as a mare. Thanks, but one day won't kill me. especially if it makes you happy. Applejack touched nose to nose with Rainbow. I know I ain't broadcasting that right now, but I'm a bit tickled that you go so far out of your way. Just fair me. But if we get a full, while we tell them when they ask who their father is? She nipped gently at Rainbow's face. You'll be a mayor again. The truth, ventured Rainbow. I thought that was your specialty. He chuckled at the idea. The sooner they learn about magic, probably the better. Have you seen their auntie? Applejack snorted explosively into laughter. You got a point there. Auntie Twiley will be a bad influence. But she was smiling as she said it. But that ain't normal. Won't they feel strange? They'll feel awesome, countered Rainbow, doing a little canter in place. And I'll be there to remind them just how awesome they are. Wait. Applejack shrank back. You mean? Rainbow dropped to one knee before Applejack. Yup. Folding a wing back, he drew a tiny felt box from his side. Applejack, will you marry me? Applejack's entire face went red. Shoot. Horse apples. Yeah. You done went and faced my next question before I could even say it. She booped Rainbow's lowered snout gently. Stop being so fast. Never will, and you know it. Rainbow was still kneeling. So what you say? No pressure or nothing. Applejack circled in place, hooves fidgeting in place. Are you serious? Forever like? Till the end. Maybe longer, I'm stubborn. Rainbow chuckled at her morbid joke. We'll race when we're old and wrinkled. Applejack smiled a little at that. You're serious. She took a slow breath. Which means it's on me, ain't it? Rainbow was watching her, not saying anything in that moment. Shoot. All right. Honest time. Time to be honest with myself and you. She put a hoof on her chest. I like your company. Sometimes I don't even know why you're around. We fight as often as not, but you always come back, and I am always happy to see you. She took a slow breath. And I am a bit sad when you're called away, doing fancy things with those fancy flyers of yours. Is that a yes? Rainbow flashed his best smile. Applejack bonked Rainbow atop the noggin. Course it's a yes. Let a mare get. But she was grabbed, Rainbow half-tackling her, lifting her up and going in a circle with a wild cheer. She had said yes. That was all that mattered in that moment. Applejack popped free of Rainbow's stronger than usual grip. But, we finished these apples. She waved over the orchard. You're serious? Then you put the farm first. With you being serious, we can finish it before night. Then we do what couples do at night. Rainbow waggled his brows meaningfully. Apples, then an apple got it. On the case, he darted off in a streak of rainbows, only to loop around and come back. Where should I start? Applejack had to laugh, shaking her head. Come on. They worked together as a team. Applejack knocked the apples free, and Rainbow quickly zipped the filled baskets over to where the apples would be stored, just to rush back with the baskets, so the next tree could be done. It was a lot faster than the solo work Applejack had been doing. That evening, Applejack came in, Rainbow just behind her. Shoot, got her done, but I am powerful hungry. What's fair dinner? Granny Smith looked up from where she sat. Nothing but, her sales pitch faltered on seeing the altered Rainbow dash. What happened to you? Applejack went red, saying nothing. Rainbow did not have that problem. Hey, Mom. Granny Smith frowned at that. We're friends, but you ain't one of my foals. She snorted softly. Way too young. True, I should have said, hey, Grandma, but every pony calls you that, and the difference would have been, lost. What difference? Granny leaned forward, only to whip her head towards Applejack. Explain. Well, you see, Applejack drew her hat off, holding in front of her chest as almost a shield. This crazy pony right here just proposed to me. Granny sat back, gaze going long. Oh, and you wouldn't be mentioning that, less ya? Said yes, yeah. Applejack worried at her hat with her hoofs. So, technical like Rainbow's your grandson-in-law. I know how that works. Granny slipped down to the floor, circling the dining room table towards them. And she's hey now, ain't sure how that happened. That apart. I will give you an apple, Grandma. Rainbow inclined his head towards the blushing Applejack. But after that, going back to being a mayor. But I'm staying with her, and you, and the family. He threw a hoof wide. So you're gonna have to get used to me being around. Granny went ahead and bonked Rainbow as Applejack had done not long before. We're already pretty used to you being around. But a smile did come. Just didn't see it coming with this. She waved a wrinkled leg at Rainbow's altered physique. Are you two ready? This ain't no small commitment. She snorted softly. Shoot, my having foals made me in the Perrin game fair countless moons, considering I ended up carrying fair my grand foals too. Could happen to you too. You ready for that kind of commitment? Nope, admitted Rainbow, without even a second of hesitation. But I'm doing it anyway, and I'm way too stubborn to quit halfway. I'll just have to figure it out. He moved to AJ's side, leaning a little against her. At least I'll have great company while I do it. Applejack burst into a brief laugh. That is perfectly you, Rainbow. She shook her head slowly. Gonna have to keep an eye on you. Keep you for doing something dumb. Too late. Already went and did this. He nuzzled at Applejack's cheek gently. And go to do more before the night's up. Granny burst into laughter. Hold your horses. You both worked hard. At least eat some dinner before you go back to work. Dinner was served, hot and made with love. It was Rainbow Dash's first. The first meal he ate there with family. Now I'm going to take little Apple Bloom out fair a little camp in. If you two want to do things, won't be no pony to bother. Big Mac raised a brow, having joined during dinner. Nope, surely he was still there. Apple Bloom curled a hoof at herself. Wiry we camp in. Granny looked between the two. My mistake. Me and Bloom and Big Mac. No more questioning. Let's go. With the firm word of the matriarch given, they all left, confused but going. Applejack was left alone with her fiancé. That idea was a new one, but she had been proposed to, and she had said yes, so she shook the thought free. This way. She led the way up toward her room. Now we're both adults. Let's just take this nice and orderly. Rainbow snorted out a laugh. AJ, this is not something you take nice and orderly to. He advanced, sniffing gently at AJ. She smelled so much nicer as a stallion. What did stallion noses smell that mare noses did not? But, Applejack peeked over her shoulder. But, Rainbow sat and brought her hooves together. But, that doesn't mean we don't care. If either of us doesn't like how something feels, we say something and we stop and get it right. This should be a great moment between us. None of it should hurt, or we're doing it wrong. And we don't want that. Applejack swatted Rainbow across the snout with her tail. All right, if we're doing this, let's get her done. She led the way into her room, kicking the door shut once Rainbow was past the door. Now, just to be crystal clear, I ain't never done this before. I have, as a mare. Rainbow laughed nervously. But that means I know what I don't want a stallion doing. So leave it to me. He thumped himself on the chest, standing proudly. 'Cause Rainbow Dash is going to make your evening special. And so is that they got to know each other in a whole new way. Chapter 38, Aftershocks 2, The Greatest Trick. Starlight heaved a deep sigh. Look, I said I'm sorry. Trixie heard you. Trixie nodded lightly, but remained perched on her grand pillow. That doesn't change what you owe her. Starlight applied a hoof to her face. I have students to counsel. You have a mare too, it would seem. Trixie smirked viciously at Starlight's discomfort. And her condition is entirely your fault. You were there. Starlight pointed at Trixie accusingly. You had a say in the events, I'm pretty sure of that. Trixie rolled a hoof slowly and patiently, unlike herself. Be that as it may, it is the responsibility of the pony involved to help take care of a mare in Trixie's condition. I thought you were a responsible pony. Was I wrong? Was the great and powerful Trixie mistaken? Starlight sagged with defeat. No. Look, we're both adults, right? Correct. Trixie smiled so nicely. Which is why I called you for help, as a responsible adult. Starlight set a hoof on Trixie's side. Look, I was not entirely myself at that time, and we did things. And now, consequences. We're both on the hook for that. She leaned in closer to her performing friend. So, work with me here. I want you to be happy and cared for. Then why haven't you fetched me that tea? Trixie's eyes went past Starlight, to where the kitchen lurked beyond her, around a few corners. And instead argue with me. Starlight applied a hoof to her face. Trixie, I love you. As a friend, not as a boyfriend, nor you as a girlfriend. I'm a mare, you know that, right? Trixie rolled her eyes softly. Whatever you choose to identify yourself as now, what's growing inside Trixie will know you as the one that sired them, because you did. As a responsible adult, please take responsibility and fetch Trixie some tea. The kitchen isn't that far. Starlight began stomping in that direction despite that. And you aren't even. You only just found out. She was lost to sight, grumbling down the hallway. You are. You're going to be like this the entire time, aren't you? Why would Trixie not expect her foal's father to take care of her in this delicate time? She batted her lashes even if none could see it. Any partner of mine would be great and powerful of heart, and wouldn't be able to ignore my needs. Starlight returned in a few minutes with a tea kettle steaming in her grip and a teacup floating beside it. Here you are, Mom. Trixie sat up with a raised brow. Mom, isn't that what you're becoming? Starlight set the kettle down and got to pouring gently. You are becoming a mother. You are Mom. Huh, Mom. Trixie seemed to be tasting and waiting the word in her mouth. That is not a title Trixie had before, but it isn't awful. She crossed a hoof to her chin. Do you think our little one will be as amazing at magic as their parents? Her tail began to wag eagerly as her magic took hold of the filled cup, bringing it closer to herself. She sipped from the tea with a pleased expression. You always were good at that. What am I, Spike? Starlight was smiling in a bit of a smirk-filled way. You're welcome, though. Feel better, knowing you're there for me? Quite. Trixie angled her cup at Starlight. Now, let's be real. We have a foal coming. Us, both of us. This is something we must face together. Together, sighed out Starlight. Are you really all right with this? Knowing I have no attraction to you that way. Trixie raised a brow. It was lovely, but it is not what Trixie needs. What I want is a caring partner, a stage assistant to the grand performance that is life. See? She tipped her hat forward. This is a role you already fulfill so well. Why you were surprised I'd allow you to do what you did remains somewhat surprising to Trixie. She sank slowly to her haunches. Are you telling me you're an ace? Trixie is an ace. A pro, a wizard. She flashed a great smile. She is also great and powerful, but you knew this. Thank you for reminding me. Never a bad time to do that. Starlight buried her face in both hooves. We're literally talking about that time you had lots of sex. And you're hetero, and you were talking about that time you did things with another mare. Amazing how that works. Trixie did not seem at all ruffled. We both shared a unique time together. She sat up on her pillow. Do you mind if I'm honest? That brought Starlight to a frozen halt. It was quite unusual for Trixie to ask permission for most anything, least of all to say anything. She turned to Trixie, unsure. What's on your mind? I'm glad it happened. She leaned forward toward Starlight. You were drifting away. You still might. What? Trixie held up a hoof. Hear Trixie out. You are a straight mare. You've already said this, but I am greatly fond of you. Trixie may not care as much about some of it, but that did not mean I can't feel things. And for you, you made her great and powerful heart flutter in her chest. Starlight sank to her haunches, reeling a little. I like you too, Trixie. Not that way, countered Trixie with complete certainty. And that's all right. Trixie's romance is one way. Dramatic, just the way she likes it. Trixie smirked softly at her confused friend. And now at least some shred of that will live on. She set a hoof on her belly. And tie us together forever. I will not tug on this new rope. You can walk away, find another, but I will hold it close. She cradled her still slim belly with both hooves then. Because it means something to me, and who else matters when it comes to that? Starlight's mouth moved, without words a moment before it came back to her. Trixie. Trixie, this is a lot. She set a hoof on her head, wobbling as if struck dizzy by what had been said. I wasn't planning to throw you out, but you are a pony with needs and dreams, and things change. Trixie rose up in a smooth stretch. One day, we will wander apart. You have no reason to avoid it. Well, you had no reason. Now you have a little one. You're still free to wander if you want to. But you'd rather I didn't, I imagine? Starlight sounded so very unsure about everything involved. You know, Sunburst, and me have a little thing. She worked her hooves together in a nervous fidget. We're still working on that, but Trixie thumped her friend right in the center of her chest. Trixie just said you're free to wander. Trixie would be very upset if a pony told her not to go where she wanted. She won't do the same to you. She leaned in, touching nose to nose. But wherever you go, you will know that I'm thinking warmly of you, and will care for what is both of us dearly. You can't do that, Starlight wailed, throwing up her hooves. Damn it, Trixie, we're not all you. A little smirk appeared, as if we'd even try to be that amazing. Trixie buffed her own chest. That is quite the high bar I've set. I'd apologize, but then I'd be lying. Of course, Trixie was not ashamed of herself. That was not a natural state of being for Trixie. Starlight let out a strained laugh. All right. Look, we're both adults. She wobbled a hoof between herself and Trixie. This isn't a storybook, and I'm not letting it end dramatically just for laughs. Trixie raised a brow. You never were one to let fate take its course, Starlight. What do you have in mind? She clasped her hooves under her chin with a smile. Trixie always did like your style. Share. First, I'll tell Sunburst exactly what's going on. Starlight clopped the ground beneath her. Then you two, both of you, are having a chat. Starlight raised a brow. And that isn't optional. Trixie burst into sudden new giggles. You're the best when you get bossy. Still, I am what I am. I don't always follow orders. Rarely, in fact. But you will be there for that, ordered Starlight sternly, grunting. And whatever happens, that child, she pointed at Trixie's belly, will be all of our problem, not just yours. They deserve a community, not a single mother out against the world. You deserve better than that. I can't argue that. Trixie deserved many things, that was simple fact. But what specifically am I deserving right now? Support? Love? A family? Starlight shrugged helplessly. It's all strange right now, but I'm not letting you just wander off like that. I liked enough to do it. I get to fix the mess afterwards. Their eyes were locked on one another for a quiet moment, broken with a soft boop as Trixie pressed her hoof against Starlight's nose. Starlight slapped the pressing hoof. This is serious. I am completely serious. Trixie sank into a curl on her pillow. And happy. Now, kindly leave. Trixie does not want to be seen right now. Seen, but a little sniffle reached her ears. Trixie was starting to cry, even she able to be overwhelmed in the right situation. Trixie, if you want to talk, I'll be downstairs. Starlight slipped out of the room, willing the door shut behind her. That didn't work out the way I planned on it. But did it work out well? Asked Spike, leaning against a wall, not too far away. Starlight jumped at hearing him. When did? Never mind. I think it'll be fine. I think. She raised a brow at the small dragon. Hey, sorry for creeping you out. Nah. Spike waved it off. I'm old enough to know exactly what you were doing. That got Starlight blushing crimson. The only part that bothers me is that a mare beat me at stallioning. That's pretty messed up. Starlight burst into a brief little giggle. Spike, I'm, older than you, so it doesn't really work that way. You're growing at your pace, and you're doing it just fine. She came close, hooking an arm around Spike to hug him gently. Thanks for being a great friend. Spike fired a thumbs up, accepting the hug. Still, magic sure can do a lot of things. He looked past Starlight to the closed door that hid Trixie. You're a dad now. Oh yeah. She sank to her haunches, letting that sink in. She was a father. Wow, I really should look before I leap a little, huh? Spike laughed, swatting at her. If you did, you'd not be the Starlight I know. I mean, if you want to change, go for it, but this is pretty in line with how you usually do things. Maybe I should, grumbled Starlight. I caused a lot of... Spike thrust up a hand. Starlight, seriously? This is the line? You broke Equestria repeatedly, leaving abandoned timelines everywhere. But this? Starlight leaned in, her breath washing over Spike, almost touching, but not quite. Turns out, sometimes a little face is exactly what's needed to get the point across. Then the touch was made, nose to nose. You should understand that better than a lot of ponies I can think of. Spike smiled into the contact, reaching to give her as best a hug as he could from that angle, more of touching either side of her chest. We little faces do our best. So you do yours, all right? I will, promise. She glanced toward the door and back at Spike. Say, ever been a godparent before? Spike would gain a new title to add to his collection. Chapter 39, Aftershocks 3, A Chaotic Conclusion. Fluttershy, or perhaps more accurately for the moment, Flutterguy, posed in the mirror and turned to the left and right. You're looking good, he complimented himself in his deep voice, which only clashed a bit wildly with the giggle he let out. You're something else. Discord slipped out between here and there casually, inserting himself into reality where he saw fit. Not my usual flutters, but you're rocking it. The transformed Pegasus jumped up, landing facing Discord. You surprised me, but he smiled brightly at Discord. You can call me Butterscotch for now. He took a step towards the Chaos Spirit, brow waggling suggestively. Do you really like it? Discord giggled at his brave friend. Oh my, I feel like I'm not dressed the part. With a casual twirl, he became she. Such little things as physical genders being, but a suggestion for one, such as him, to start with. That's more like it. She adjusted her front casually, showing off her shapely female form. And you, my freshly forged stud, can call me Eris. How's that? Butterscotch licked over his lips with undisguised hunger of a new kind. I think I like Eris quite a bit, but we have to be sure. He reared up onto two legs to match the bipedal stance of his would-be paramour. A little kiss would do a lot to dispel any lingering doubts. Eris giggled, not fighting as Butterscotch came in and delivered the kiss, but she wasn't pressing very hard past that, seemingly happy to hold Butterscotch warmly, but no further despite his grinding against her. Is something wrong? He asked, nuzzling in her neck. You smell great and look fantastic, and we feel so good. Right here together, but you're not moving. But she did not return the smooches, not the same way. Eris seemed happy to hold and nuzzle, but little past that. Butterscotch leaned Eris back, ready to do what stallions did, but there still was no spark. Even in his ready state, Butterscotch could feel something was missing. Did I do it wrong? Male or not? Assigning blame to himself was the first instinct he fell back on. I'm really sorry. It's not you. Eris touched, nose to nose. In fact, I think you're quite ravishing. Then why aren't you ravishing me? He blushed as soon as he said it. I mean, if you want. Eris rolled over, pinning Butterscotch to the ground. I happen to love you quite a bit, Butterscotch dear. Her tail flicked in that excited way that got Butterscotch's engine humming. I'm just not. I'm all right looking. She fell on him, mashing her soft parts against his harder parts as she nestled in close. I want to be close to you, but not that close. Butterscotch raised a brow at his reluctant lover. I don't want to be rude or anything, but I really want to right now. Filled with the overflowing energy of all her systems put through the simpler network of a male, Butterscotch was ready to put that masculine power to work. Are you Sue? A groan cut his words off and a great shudder that rippled through him. Eris had grabbed him, but that was over all too soon. I want you to be happy, she whispered in his ear in a harsh tone. I want you to have fun with me. We should have fun together in private. She nestled in close with a new stallion. But do you have any idea how old I am? Butterscotch's eyes went wide. I didn't suddenly get older. When did age get involved? We never got this close, admitted Eris, nuzzling into Butter's neck gently. I love you, every bit of you, male or female. I just have little of a drive that way. Part of Butterscotch wanted to just ask her to pretend for a little while, to let her have her fun, but the thought of it crashed on him before he even said it. Doing that with someone that didn't want to, that wasn't Fluttershy, even turned into Butterscotch as she was. Okay, he rolled over on top of her. But I don't want to leave. Good. Eris squeezed his hips gently. I don't want you to leave either. I'm the one messing this whole thing up. She frowned severely as her fingers played over Butterscotch's hips. Look, I understand. This is a living thing, which I technically am not. I'm a spirit. I know you were told this. He set a hoof on her lips, silencing Eris. I love you. Butterscotch went in for a kiss, and they did not fight it off. I love all of you, even the part that doesn't want to play right now. Eris giggled at that. You like it when I turn you down? Well, no. Butterscotch snuggled through her soft fur. But friends are not friends just when they get what they want. The good parts and the bad are what I meant when I said I loved you. I'm sure I do things